football. The KSL Sports Zone. It's time to get your morning started with the news you need to know.
News update.
This is what's trending with DJ and PK. Hashtag NFL.
From the 19, Stafford has it helmet high, settles his feet, shoots right side, leaping catch, touchdown LA!
Wow!
At the front, right pylon, Colby Parkinson gives the Rams the lead.
Caleb in the gun, Swift to his left, snap back, four-man rush, Caleb with a double move, throw down the left sideline, DJ Moore inside the 5, end zone, touchdown Bears! They've taken the lead on the Packers with 1:43 to go.
Here's the snap, there's the surge, and I think they largely let him score on purpose. There was not much impedance there as Josh Allen is in for the 1-yard touchdown run to give the Bills the lead with 1:02 left in the game.
McCaffrey is beside Brock in the shotgun. Here's the snap. Purdy wants to throw. Purdy pressured. Purdy steps up. Purdy throws. Caught. Touchdown, McCaffrey. Touchdown. 49ers back in front.
Drake is under center with Munford on the right wing, the extra tight end out there with a play fake. Drake on a deep drop, slides left, throws into the end zone. Hunter Henry makes the catch. He's into the near pylon. Touchdown, Patriots. That's what I'm talking about.
Highlights from the NFL wildcard weekend. One game to go, obviously, with the Texans and Steelers playing tonight. PK, there were a bunch of fantastic finishes there, really 4 out of the 5. You enjoy anyone more than the other? Think anyone was more meaningful than the other? Tell you about what's going forward, or these games are a coin flip, it's wide open, get used to it.
Saturday games were fun to watch. The Bills, man, I was nervous for you. Graham would have lit you up on Friday if Josh Allen had lost. I never thought it was the quarterback who wins or loses games, goes a long way, but not exclusively. What do they call a wild card weekend when you have conference or division winners?
Because they started calling that when it was literally just the wild cards who played. They've never changed it.
Doesn't make sense. I mean, you need to call it, though.
Yeah. The Bills did get past the Jaguars, 27-24. They escaped. The Packers blew an 18-point lead and lost to the Bears, who are piling up fourth-quarter comebacks. Sometimes they come up a little short. Often they pull it out. So the Bears move on. That was fairly entertaining. Now, will the Packers move on from Matt LaFleur?
No.
Contract extension time. He's got 1 year left.
No. This is right here. Sources. Packers will try to keep LaFleur as head coach.
Try. How hard will they try? That's an Adam Schefter tweet that just came out this morning.
Well, he's the guy who, like the one lady telling the Jaguars coach, "You're great. Keep your head up. I love you." He thought that was a good moment. I don't know about that guy.
Puka Nacua, another big game. Rams beat the Panthers 34-31. So we got 3 NFC West teams among the last 4 now in the National Football Conference because the Niners have advanced and Seattle has a bye. So they all sit there now. Who will it be? Going to get a third matchup here. Maybe we'll get a couple of them. Best of 3s. Let's go at it again. Maybe the Bears can mess that up. Niners will be doing it without George Kittle. Torn Achilles tendon during the win over Philadelphia. DJ and PK.
Hashtag college football.
Look, would we allow...
Look.
Indiana. 56-22 over Oregon Friday night. They've opened up as 7.5-point favorites over Miami. The title game is 1 week from tonight. That was pretty impressive. They took Oregon apart. Got that pick. They did give up a TD. It was tied at 7, but that was just one possession after another. Indiana just dominating Oregon.
Yeah, it's heartbreaking to see the Ducks lose again.
You're pretty frustrated by that?
No.
Anybody but Oregon?
No. Oh, no. I hate Ohio State far greater than Oregon. It's not even close. It's just...
Ohio State won, Oregon 2.
Oregon is just basically a hooker.
No, Ohio State 100.
Oh, Ohio State 1, Ohio State 2, Ohio State 3, Ohio State 4.
Not even close.
You can't usually work up that kind of emotion and stuff for this kind of stuff. But in this case, you can.
Oh, for
the
that
exception
team?
to every rule.
That team I had for years and years. Yeah, the others, no. Oregon, win, whoop-de-doo. Indiana, yeah, it's a fun story. Cuban, they said he never went to any games as a student. Now he's number one fan. That's the essence of bandwagon fan, which that's what fandom is. There's some people who are in it hardcore, but you wonder, Scotty G always talks about Boise, that there were no fans until they started winning, and they act like they were just lifelong fans. And so Indiana basketball was where it was at for so many years, and now it's football, and people are on board. Great. You have that right, even if it's somewhat cheesy, and they're doing it, and it's a fun story, and all glory to God every time Fernando speaks. I mean, he has that right too, and he's fresh, he's clean cut. He's in his sport, in a world dominated with tattoos, he knows. I know you don't see him. You have never noticed anybody has a tattoo. I understand that. That's the kind of guy you are, but the rest of us see it. And he comes off as a choir boy looking kind of dude, and 1 mile away from the stadium in Miami.
Yeah, he dropped that.
And nobody, they didn't want to even have as a walk-on. And his mother played tennis, and it's a great American story. See if they can finish the deal in 7 days.
Ole Miss quarterback Trinidad Chambliss fighting for a 6th-year availability. It's going to the state courts after the NCAA's initial ruling denied him the extra year of eligibility. So, to the courtroom.
The state's court?
State courts.
What's that mean?
As opposed to going to a federal court, I guess.
So then, if he goes to Mississippi, he can only play in Mississippi. Suppose somebody takes him to court in Alabama.
That would be awesome. DJ and PK.
Hashtag Utah Jazz.
Those are my guys. That's a hard night for all of us. I make it a point to always stand because I'm never going to be the person that's going to sit and hide while we're getting our heads kicked in. But I also recognize I'm on these guys really hard, but in certain moments, my first responsibility is for them to know that I'm with them and that I'm not another critic, I'm not another person chirping from the crowd, and I'm not compounding what is already a bad feeling. I have to have enough feel in certain moments to know they know and already feel awful about how it's going. They don't need me adding to that in those moments.
Utah Jazz blown out 150-95 by the Charlotte Hornets.
Is that the first Sunday of the month, Yak? What was that?
It was a 30-point game right out of the gate.
Something there. I wish he wouldn't have got caught F-bombing, because it seems like, man, he's been so gentle in all his public comments afterward. I mean, they sucked. Come on.
On purpose. Ran out
Wait, they sucked on purpose? That's not true.
When you pull Markkanen and you pull Nurkic and Kessler is already hurt.
That's management.
The
players didn't suck on purpose.
Yeah, they're too small. That was never going to go well. They're too small. They're too young.
So, go well, lose by 50. What do you want, a Jazz payroll here?
Not even close.
They lost by 55 points. They sucked.
Did you not know they were going to get blown out?
They lost by 55 points. Are you not hearing me? They sucked.
I know.
I know.
Was there.
Then say it.
Why do you have to say it when it's 55 points? They were
because
sucking
that's
in the first quarter.
Why do we have to say it? Good night now. We're done. What do you mean, why do we have to say it? That's what I get paid to do.
That part's too obvious. The more obvious part is Keontae Fool's gold. 2 for 7. You got the ball. You're the guy. He needs veterans. He needs bigger guys. How good is he really?
What do you mean? He is who he is.
Oh, come on. Say it.
Say what?
He sucked.
He sucked. They
you
sucked.
Did not. You said they, not he, and that's different, and you know
that
it.
means, oh, dude. No, you're oh, my gosh, you've got to be kidding me.
No.
They includes A to Z and everyone in between. Go open up the effing box score. He sucked. He sucked. He sucked. He sucked. And when you get like 10 he's, that equals they. Everybody sucked. I'm not making that abundantly clear. Of course he sucked. You want me to say it? Keontae George Saturday night sucked. He was awful. And everybody else was awful.
And why did management pull the plug on giving them a chance?
They wanted the lottery pick.
Because they beat Dallas 2 nights earlier on the second night of a back-to-back.
Kidding. If I could say no bleep, I would say that.
Oh, go ahead.
That's breaking news to you? You're giving us insight?
They sucked isn't breaking news either. You know, when you see 150
then why wouldn't you say it?
Because why didn't you just say it then?
I just... Did I just not say
Dallas,
they sucked?
The Dallas part, not that part.
Yeah. Here's the deal. When they think they got a shot to win the game, they're going to sit marketing. Duh! They've been doing it, and they'll do it again. They got 3 more months. This week is the halfway point of the season. Duh! Like, no kidding. And if they have a back-to-back they can use as a rest, we already know the formula, and I support the formula 100%. But they got beat by 55 points. Whoever played, Keontae George apparently is a big deal to you, I guess. He sucked. But I'm not going to just single out Keontae George. Why in the world would I single out any individual when the team lost by 55 points? If Keontae George played the best game of his life, they would have lost by 40 points or 30 points or 20 points. I'm not going to single out Keontae George individually.
Because he's the only guy who played who there's any real long-term hope for.
Wow, you have no long-term hope for Hendricks and Cody Williams? That's the bigger story than me saying Keontae George sucked. Is David James, Mr. Basketball, who played and goes to the games and sits there and hobnobs with Lacombe and Jake Scott for some reason. You know far more about the sport than I do, and you just said that there is no long-term hope for Taylor Hendricks and Cody Williams. That's the far great, and I'm glad you said it, because that's a far bigger story than Keontae George had a bad game. Whoop-de-doo, he'll have 100 more bad games. You think there's no hope, long-term hope. You just said it, your words, for Taylor Hendricks and Cody Williams. 2 draft picks then wasted.
I would probably say expectation instead of hope, because you're right, there probably still is hope for those guys.
Oh, I never said there was hope for those guys. You did. You said there wasn't.
There probably still is hope for them, but there is no expectation for them.
I don't know what the difference is.
The hope and the prayer. Well, I think people expect Keontae to be good now.
Okay, fine. And he had a bad game. Yeah. Why in the world would I single him out?
I think the interesting thing because you expect him to go out and score 25 and 30 points.
As a 21-year-old? No, I don't.
Yeah.
He's going to have bad games. He'll have bad games.
I think what it comes to is the point that Will Hardy also made in his post game when somebody asked him, what can you take from a night like this?
Squat.
And I think maybe it was what the young guys can take from a night like this.
Squat.
And he said an appreciation of the veterans and that they need them.
Yeah, I need oxygen. I need food.
Yeah.
I mean, no kidding. I need love.
Now it's back on the road. Cleveland, Donovan Mitchell, Sam Merrill, guys with local ties, tip-off at 5 o'clock.
Yeah, and they won't win this game, so Markkanen will play.
Yeah, on the road.
I support that. They need the pick. Duh.
DJ and PK.
#NBA.
Timberwolves beat the Spurs right at the end. Anthony Edwards, a little floater. They come back from 19 points down. They get the win. Sacramento Kings guard Dennis Schroeder suspended 3 games for confronting and attempting to strike Lakers star Luka Doncic in the halls outside the locker rooms after the Kings' loss in L.A. December 28th. He will not play when the 2 teams play in Sacramento for the first time since that confrontation. Those hallways, who was the guy who was in the hallway who ran all the way around to confront somebody else? Was that a Kings-Lakers thing also?
Christie?
Was it Doug Christie? I remember somebody did it, and I can't remember who it is now. It's a fight in the back hallways, chasing around.
I think it's been done multiple times. But if you're thinking of your Kings, I think Doug and his wife, the funny thing was his wife took off to try to intercept him or something.
Oh, really? Yeah, it's all blurry after a while. Mavericks big man Anthony Davis suffered ligament damage in his left hand against the Jazz, and surgery might be necessary to repair it, and that would sideline him for several months.
Do you believe that one play in that game against the Mavericks? And he didn't. What he didn't do, Yak? Him and Locke were breaking it down. I fell asleep on Friday.
Oh, he was obviously hurt, and they left him in there for 2 more possessions in a 2-point game.
He's been obviously hurt since about 18 years old.
DJ and PK.
Hashtag college basketball.
BYU fending off upset-minded Utah. The Utes rally, get within 1 point late in the game, but the Cougars make the big plays down the stretch and win 89-84 and remain undefeated in the league, 15-1 overall.
Oh, yeah, they played 3 lousy teams, though.
Yep. Feel like you did in the football season, you did quarters of the league. You feel like you can separate out top 4 teams in basketball? Does it break down that easily now? And that those teams are pretty much going to hammer the rest of the league?
Sure, I guess suppose so, but it doesn't matter. I mean, BYU's season will not be determined by what they do in January and February.
We're waiting for the NCAA tournament.
So everything is preliminary. They've got no depth. They're a rolled ankle away from one of the big 3 of going out in the second round. Or they've got health on those guys, and they all play great, and they're
in the Final 4
games away from going to the Final 4.
Yeah.
That's what will be intriguing. I mean, we just have to get through the preliminaries. This team, you don't pay this kind of cash and take Rob Wright off of Baylor's roster to finish 3rd in the conference and go out in the first weekend. No, that's not it. They put together a team that is loaded at the top, paid big money for it. It's about, and A.J. DeBlanc has talked about, either we win it all or it's a failure. I'm okay. I mean, that's a high standard. I wouldn't necessarily agree with that. I have to see how things play out. But really, what they do in the regular season, they're going to get in the tournament. I mean, they're not going to lose the rest of their games, barring some outrageous, never even think about injury situation. So,
no, it looks like they're set up to be a 2 or 3 seed in the tournament.
Yeah, and that's plenty good enough to get where they want to go.
Depending on how they do in these big games when they do play Iowa State, Houston, Arizona. I think they have 4 games against those 3 teams.
And they'll be fun games. And
right.
They'll be barometer games.
And if they handle those, maybe the 1 seed's in play then. Right?
But when the ball goes up in the air, that doesn't
then
mean
that's not going to matter so
yeah.
much.
And they're big games, and we'll watch them and go to them and evaluate the team. I'm not saying they don't mean anything, but they're preludes to the NCAA tournament. Because I think they'll win their share of those. They're going to win all of them? No. I don't even know if I'd want them to roll in the NCAAs on some kind of 25-game win streak or something. You know, have a few losses along the way. And big thing is to stay healthy, and you need Cada to stay out of foul trouble. And they don't have unless he tries to develop depth, which he doesn't seem to be interested in doing. This is going to be the pattern in which they win, and Saunders is going to have to hit a few shots, and away they go.
They've already had 2 injuries, so their depth is super limited because of that.
And then they don't seem to be super clutch at the free throw line. They struggled against Villanova in the first game, and they've struggled against the Utes here in the most recent game.
Utah State 14-1, a perfect 5-0 in conference after blowing out Boise State 93-68 on the road. Aggies 5 wins, all against the bottom half of the league. The bigger games still to come. DJ and PK.
Hashtag Major League Baseball.
Cubs make a big move Saturday night. They sign Alex Bregman, 5 years, $175 million. $35 million per year. Is that what that works out to? A lot of cash.
Yeah, now they have the, what was it? It's a while back now. The number 1 that went in the draft was Dansby Swanson, plays short. Number 2 on that same draft was Bregman. So now on the left side of their infield, they've got both of those players.
Yankees and Cody Bellinger at an impasse. They're talking contract extension. The expectation is both parties will move forward rather than sign an extension that could have been worth $30 million a year. DJ and PK.
Hashtag NHL.
Keller grinding to a halt on the near side. Keller feeds the point for Sergachev. A shot tipped in and they score! 2-1. Sergachev's shot made it through. Zach Werenski, wrist shot, shrugged away by Vanacek. Loose puck, bouncing up in the air. It's knocked down by the Blue Jackets. Utah wanted a puck played by a high stick, none given. Werenski up high, diagonally, tipped in, and they score. Columbus wins in overtime.
Columbus Blue Jackets beat the Utah Mammoth 3-2 in OT. The Mammoth undone as give up a pair of power play goals. Columbus converted 2 of the 3 power plays in the game. Power play goal to tie it in the second. And after a scoreless third period, they got a power play in overtime to win it. McBain and Sergachev the goals for Utah, but they get just 1 point. Mammoth are off tonight. Host the Toronto Maple Leafs tomorrow night at the Delta Center. Puck drop at 8 o'clock. That is what is trending. Coming up, Steve Cleveland, former BYU basketball coach, will join us. Jason Cole, longtime NFL writer and analyst, at 9 o'clock to talk playoffs. The question of the day is next.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
Mountain View Corridor, 41st South remains the biggest problem with an accident affecting that left lane, and the slowdown starts at 54 South. You're trying to get through that area. No other accidents currently along the Wasatch Front, with only sporadic minor delays on I-15, both north and southbound at this moment. This update is brought to you by GoPave Utah. Whether you park it, strap it, or pave it, GoPave Utah has your blacktop covered at GoPaveUtah.com. That's GoPaveUtah.com. Call them today, or once again, visit them at GoPaveUtah.com. With your KSL traffic update, I'm Jake Hatch here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Whirls around and down.
97.5, the KSL Sports Zone is your exclusive home of the Utah Jazz. And we want to send you to the Delta Center to see the Jazz in action. Listen every Tuesday for the Jazz Ticket Tuesday Sounder at 30 past the hour, every hour, all day long. And if you're caller number 12, you'll be on your way to an upcoming game.
Buy one, you'll get one free.
It's Jazz Ticket Tuesday, every Tuesday throughout the NBA season on your radio home for the Utah Jazz. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
We just want to have enough money for retirement.
And travel to visit our grandchildren.
I understand. That's why at Fisher Investments, we start by getting to know each other, so I can learn about your family, lifestyle, goals, and needs, allowing us to tailor your portfolio.
What about commission-based products?
We don't sell those. We're a fiduciary, obligated to act in your best interest.
So how do your management fees work?
We have a simple management fee based on the value of your portfolio, so we do better when you do better.
We appreciate that kind of transparency.
We also check in with you regularly to keep you up to date on the markets and your portfolio.
What other services do you offer?
As a client, you have access to resources on investing, financial planning, estate planning, Social Security, Medicare, and more.
Wow, it sounds like Fisher Investments has everything we need.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Chevy trucks have you covered when the road takes you from smooth sailing to Chevy Colorado will eat up some of the toughest terrains with 5 available drive modes. And Silverado and Silverado HD have the muscle to take you out for some serious. With multiple engine options and impressive towing, while Silverado EV is the perfect combo of performance and capability.
Nice.
Making it a snap to hitch up this electric truck and hit the road. Wherever the road leads, Chevy trucks are right there with you. See your Rocky Mountain Chevy dealers.
DevSimplify are your software pros. Whether it's websites, mobile apps, or complex custom systems, DevSimplify is here to make it work and make it easy on you. Need help building software or ongoing management? You've got both. DevSimplify.com designs, develops, and manages the process so your deadline stops slipping and your team stops guessing. Maybe you're stuck in the middle. AI can start a project. Freelancers can build pieces of it. But without real project management, teams get stranded halfway through. DevSimplify.com brings the roadmap, the pit crew, and the finish line. When a software project slows down, breaks down, or stalls out entirely, DevSimplify, the software pros, can turn that chaos into beautiful completion. DevSimplify.com. From the start, or in the middle, to finish and beyond. Ready to move? At DevSimplify.com, you can always schedule a quick and free project assessment. But right now, you can get a complimentary discovery session with 5 hours free. DevSimplify.com, your software pros.
Fire up your backyard this season with Mountainland Supply. For limited time only, buy any in-stock Blackstone grill or pizza oven and get a free cover. That's on us. That's right, premium outdoor cooking plus protection at no extra cost. And there's more. You could even win free Mammoth Suite tickets. Don't wait, this offer won't last long. Visit your local Mountain Land Supply store for more details or shop now at mountainland.com.
It all started with a commitment to comfort. Gillette Heating and Air is proud to be Utah County's go-to team for expert HVAC and plumbing solutions. Need a repair, upgrade, or seasonal tune-up? Don't let cost hold you back. With 0% financing available, it's easy to get the work done now and pay later. Plus, save $100 on any repair over $500 and keep your system running strong with a professional tune-up before the heat hits. Visit GilletteHVAC.com or call 385-GET-COOL to book today. Homegrown service pros, financing made simple, comfort made easy.
Carrier, turn to the experts. A Carrier factory authorized dealer.
Tonight on KSL.
I saw the gun and I just remember thinking, how is this happening?
A family separated during the chaos of the Michigan church attack.
We have 4 kids on the inside and us on the outside.
Reunited, they say, through a higher power.
There's a lot of miracles that played out.
There were probably angels around them.
KSL's Dan Rascone returns to Grand Blanc to share their story.
This is sacred ground. It will always be sacred ground.
Healing from tragedy, tonight at 10.
This is Utah's best coverage of the Utes, Cougars, Jazz, and Mammoth. Here we go. From the guys who have been there for all the biggest moments in Utah sports history. You're listening to DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Join Hands and Scotty G Tuesday from noon to 3 at Sound Sleep Medical, 8941 South, 700 East in Sandy. Question of the morning. The Hornets beat the Jazz by 55 points, the worst loss since moving to Utah. How much more can you take? Leroy says the top 3 pick and all is forgiven.
Depending on how that top 3 player plays, which would be years to come to figure that one out, obviously. Even if you get, no matter who you get, you're obviously going to get an extremely young player. And I don't think DeBonza is a guaranteed lock, great NBA player. I don't know that I could go there. And that's nothing against him. It's just that being so young.
Yeah, it's a big thing to say this early.
There's just been so few guys in the history of the sport. If you didn't think Kobe Bryant was going to be all that, or if you didn't know is more the appropriate phrase, then I wouldn't slap that label on any, whether it's the Kansas kid or Carlos's son or AJ. I am not going to go along those directions. Now, there's some guys that I think we had a really good chance. LeBron. My guess is if Lou Alcindor in another era had come out after 1 year of college ball, we probably would have thought, okay. But you're talking about the supreme elites of the game, and the rest of the 99.9% needs some time. But in the interim, if they got one of those picks, especially if they got number 1, then certainly you would say in the short term, all is forgiven. Because that's the purpose. That's the point of this season. They are tanking. No matter what Austin Ainge said in that great statement that he made, we're not going to be doing that. Well, yes, you are. You've already done it.
Multiple times.
You've sat, there was a game, Denver, a few weeks back, where Markkanen played because they knew they were going to lose. Now, if they play Denver with their injury situation, they might think again. It's clear. If they're going up against a team where they think they've got an opportunity to win, not every one of them, because you don't need every one of them. You just need enough of them. And so they didn't need to sit Markkanen against the Mavericks and the Hornets. They just needed one of them.
Yeah, it's interesting. If they'd lost to the Mavericks, would they have still sat them against the Hornets? And my guess is yes. They would have, because 2-game swing, the Hornets were a 13-win team.
If he played against the Mavs, yeah.
A more valuable loss, if such thing exists.
I think if I were them, I would try to tell them to sit guys during the week, because I couldn't imagine paying tickets for that game. That was awful.
People actually commented on that, Jeff. If I had been there, I would have left after the first quarter when it was 45-14.
Yeah. I mean, that's just awful. I don't want to hurt anybody's feelings, but they sucked.
The suckiest bunch of sucks who've ever sucked, to quote Homer Simpson.
I never watched The Simpsons, but as far as that night, that's a non-competitive game. I want moral victories. And they're capable if they've
done them.
But they're not going to play Markkanen, and he seems to be just fine going into his 8th year, having to carry a heavy load now. He's not a grinder, that's for sure. And maybe he wants to be, but they won't let him. But the fact is, he's not a grinder. Whatever the reasons are, he's not one of these dudes that you can count on for 82.
I've seen teams suck before, but they were the suckiest bunch of sucks that ever sucked.
In Utah Jazz history.
Yeah, I don't
But the New Orleans Jazz lost by 56. So how about that?
I'm not sure that's a controversial statement, that they sucked. If that's a controversial statement, then 85% of the stuff that I say is, which is not true. Maybe 25% at best of the stuff that I say is controversial. They sucked.
Philip says tank on. Just one more season, people. He still has patience.
Well, I don't think that's true in terms of what is he saying, one more season? Because now this week is the halfway point. So is he including next season when he says one more season? Or is he just saying this season as a whole?
I believe he's saying this season as a whole, but he doesn't specifically spell it out, but that's how I took it.
Well, we're halfway through. The 41st game is this weekend. And that's obviously the halfway through point of the season. So, yeah, do that. I mean, you're in position to keep the pick now, so go ahead and do it. Don't turn on the Jets and win a bunch of games. And I think they anticipate losing both games to Dallas, although Dallas is not a good team. They got they have a 2-game swing with Dallas here coming up, where it's both in Dallas. So they sit there for about 48 hours or 72 hours, whatever it might be.
Yep.
So they have this opportunity to do that. Really, they need to go into the All-Star break on a real down note in terms of winning. And then Will Hardy can spin it as he sees fit.
Pile up some L's.
Yeah.
Work on that lottery position. Get from the 6th worst record to the 5th worst record.
Because
your odds of sliding out of the 8th.
Only guy, and you know way more about the sport than I do. I would be the first to admit it. You believe the only guy with any long-term hope is Keontae George, who played on Saturday.
Everybody else is wait and see, or they've given up, or they're role guys. I don't think they think anyone else can be a star. Well, Ace Bailey could be, but he didn't play Saturday.
Did not play Saturday.
Yeah, he was at DNP before the game. He's been out with his hip.
So now you've changed from no hope to wait and see hope for Williams and Hendricks, which is your prerogative.
I would say there's no expectation for them, but there's still hope.
I don't understand the difference.
Oh, I think people expect Keontae to be good going forward.
Oh, no, okay. Well, I'm talking about Hendricks and Williams.
I don't think people expect those two to be good. Fans. I don't think fans expect those two. I don't think you show up to that game thinking, well, those two guys are going to step up and it's going to be okay.
Rather than the fans, what do you think? I don't really give a crap what the fans think. What do you think?
I think that in the case of Hendricks, he is so big, so long, and it's really his second year because he missed a year. He can be a rotation guy. Old school, you know who he reminds me of?
No.
Is Orlando Woolridge, who played for the Lakers when you were over there covering them for the Breeze. Athletic, but not a super skilled, refined game.
So a back end of the rotation?
Yeah. because he's long, he defends, he plays hard. But I don't see where he's ever going to score it enough that he's going to be one of your guys, one of your big guys that you can count on.
So not a starter in this league.
No, and if he is a starter, he's in the Brian Russell role of you're the fifth guy, and if he is a starter, he gets to the point where he can do what Brian Russell could do, like, hey, I can hit shots when my feet are set, but I'm not the guy and I'm not creating anything. But I'm out here to take the toughest defensive assignment on the perimeter. That, to me, is top shelf of what he could be.
How about Williams?
Right now, he's super athletic, but, man, he is just miles and miles and miles away. Maybe that athleticism can turn into something, but it just seems like he is miles away. They're still in the first 3 years, so, okay. I mean, he is better than last year. I'll give him that, but I don't see much there. And probably his top, although he's further away from it than Hendricks because he's still so slight, is defensive guy. A guy like that with that kind of talent, when the Jazz were in their heyday and their bench was loaded, to put him up there where you're like, hey, you guys are going to go out there and you're going to defend. You're going to be in every pass lane. You're going to try and speed the game up and just run and run and run. Maybe he'd fit in that kind of scenario. But he's just, the threes are Derek Favorish. I mean, they are just so far away. And I know there's other NBA players who've gone away in the offseason, shot 10,000 of them, come back and been good. But those stories seem to be the outliers. It could happen, but you're going to sit around and bet on that? I don't get it. So it's too young to say 100%. I'm 100% out, but 90, 95% out? Yeah.
Wow, so you only give those guys a 5 to 10% chance to be anything in the league. Then this top 3 pick,
they need to hit.
In terms of, but I don't know that that's going to matter in terms of winning and losing next year.
With Markkanen, well, Nurkic will be gone. They'll have to get another big. With a serviceable big setting screens and getting rebounds, assuming Nurkic is gone, can they get to 500 next year?
I would say no way.
The thing that can get them there is that there's a lot of bad teams, and it's why they're doing what they're doing now. But the thing is getting to what, and this is the part I can't see. I just don't get this at all right now, unless, Ace Bailey blossoms and is transformative and whoever they land is massive, or Ainge makes some big deal. But, you can get to 500 now. You are still a long way for competing for anything in May or June. There isn't enough bad teams. I think if this team were all in on winning, they'd win 30 games. Add another guy, add a veteran, develop some young guys, you could get to 40.
Well, that isn't this team then.
Team's going to have to evolve. I mean, I don't think they're taking this group of guys and just moving forward.
They never do.
I know.
So it wouldn't
exactly.
start now.
So that's why I say it doesn't have to be this team. There have to be some guys on this team, and a bunch of other guys are obviously going to come and go.
But you're asking me, can this team be 500 next year? Flat out, absolutely not. No way in Hades. Not a chance. Zero. I'll say it. Yeah.
Even with moves in the offseason?
No.
Okay.
This team is not with moves, because then it's not this team.
Okay. Well, this team isn't going to be this team in another year. I mean, I think moves are coming.
I understood, but you asked me if this team could be. You're talking about this franchise could be 500 next year?
Yeah, I'm talking about the Jazz. Obviously, these 15 guys are right. Okay. Well, then that's what I think. The Jazz can be a 500 team next year.
Yeah, but
not
you didn't
these
say
exact
that.
15 guys.
But that's what I was going on. You asked me about this team, and there's no way. And the only thing I said to add onto it is with a top 3 pick. This team with a top 3 pick next year? No. This team with 5 different moves? Yes. And I have no clue what the moves would be.
Nor do I. I just think they're coming. I don't think there's any point.
Well, it's a requirement.
Yeah. I don't think there's any point in standing pat with this group.
Well, obviously,
and
because you got their 2
pat.
highest draft picks outside of Ace Bailey, you give a 5 to 10% chance that they would be a back-end rotation guy. And I have no problem with you saying that. I can see why you would say that.
I feel like the core of these draft picks, the vast majority of these draft picks, are guys who can play in the league for a long time, and they can't, but they're not going to be the top 50 players who move the needle. Doesn't mean you can't play. Doesn't mean you aren't a good player. I mean, to be player 100 or 150 or 200 in the world, it's pretty awesome. They'd blow you away if they showed up in whatever random game you're playing in on a Saturday. But it's the guys who are in the top 50 who determine the winning and the losing.
Fact.
And I just don't see most of these draft picks turning into that. Set Ace Bailey aside because he wasn't even in uniform Saturday night.
Okay.
DJ PK, it's 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Steve Cleveland coming up top of the hour. What do you say to a team after a 55-point loss? How do you get them ready for the next one? We'll talk with Steve about that and about the BYU-Utah game. We'll get to that coming up next. Jason Cole's here to talk playoffs at 9.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
Got a crash northbound I-15 just before the 600 South off-ramps, blocking the middle lane and causing pretty big delays all the way back to the I-80 interchange already. Accident on Mountain View Corridor, still a problem with the left lane affected, and really heavy slowdowns beginning at 54 South. That accident at 41st South currently. This update is brought to you by the Whipple Service Champions. They are Utah's most trusted name for heating, cooling, plumbing, electrical services. Call 385-273-7167 for your free estimate today. It's your KSL traffic update. I'm Jake Hatch here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
You've been listening to The Zone for decades. Yes! But now you can watch the guys break down your favorite teams.
Some viewers may find the following video disturbing. Viewer discretion is advised.
Catch the video stream of DJ and PK, Jake and Ben, Hanson, Scotty, and JJ and Alex right now at KSLSports.com or by searching KSL Sports on YouTube. Utah's best sports radio is on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Start the new year strong with a Hercules Gold Tier checking account. Earn up to 4.25% APY and make your money work harder for you. This account combines high rewards with everyday convenience so you can reach your goals faster. Open your Gold Tier checking account today and let's grow stronger together in 2026. Visit HerculesCU.com to learn more. Hercules First Federal Credit Union. Growing stronger together for 80 years. Ready for unbeatable deals? At Tim Daly Nissan Southtown, drive home a new Sentra starting at just $19,900. Need more space? Get up to $9,000 off new Pathfinders. Or grab a rugged Frontier for as low as $399 a month. With 99% approval, 0 down, and 90 days until your first payment. There's never been a better time to buy. Plus, every vehicle comes with the Tim Daly Forever Warranty. Only at Tim Daly Nissan Southtown.
Are you ready for a new you in the new year? The Salt Lake City Fat Loss Program has helped thousands of frustrated men and women feel confident in their clothes, boost their energy, and finally feel like themselves again. So, what's the secret? Salt Lake City Fat Loss uses a science-proven plan to help reset your metabolism and lose up to 1 pound of fat per day without dangerous drugs or exercise. And right now is the perfect time to start. Due to overwhelming demand, Salt Lake City Fat Loss has extended their huge New Year's sale, over 20% off for a limited time only.
JJ here. I lost 40 pounds in 60 days. Alex Curie here. I dropped 50 pounds in 60 days on the SLC Fat Loss program. Get their New Year's special at slcfatloss.com.
Whether you want to love what you see in the mirror again, boost your energy, fit better in your clothes, or feel more confident and healthier as you age, Salt Lake City Fat Loss works. Huge New Year's sale is ending soon. Schedule your free consultation today at slcfatloss.com and lock in your savings. That's slcfatloss.com. Results may vary.
Tim Jr. here from RGS Exteriors. Did you know that we offer 3 distinct styles of gutter protection? Each one meant to handle a specific leaf problem. You might not even know there are different styles of gutter protection, but there are. And if you pick the wrong one, it could be a huge waste of money. Now, the big gutter guard companies won't tell you this. They try to sell you a one-size-fits-all gutter guard. And it could be completely wrong for the amount and types of trees and leaves you have. Not RGS Exteriors. We understand which kind of leaf problem needs which kind of gutter guard. We'll do an in-depth evaluation to assess the types, locations, and numbers of trees in your yard. Based on that data, we match your home to the right gutter guard. So don't risk wasting money on the wrong gutter protection. For a free evaluation and estimate, call RGS Exteriors at 801-280-3110 or visit rgsexteriors.com. That's 801-280-3110 or rgsexteriors.com.
Fox Sports Radio. Did you know we're on YouTube? Did you know you can find all of your favorite shows on YouTube?
Look at us. We're waving at you right now.
Did you know that you can find the best clips and the best videos from your favorite shows?
All the interviews, clips, everything is there.
This is why you're the smartest listeners in the world.
Completely agree.
Because you went to YouTube and you searched Fox Sports Radio, and you were the ones that hit the subscribe button and the notification bell. You're the ones that watch videos from Two Pros and a Cup of Joe with Jonas Knox, Brady Quinn, and LeVar Arrington.
You can't even make this up. You got some holy water in your bag, baby.
Dan Patrick, Colin Cowherd.
Wow.
Covino and Rich, The Odd Couple with Rob Parker and Kelvin Washington.
Oh, my God. Oh, boy.
The Jason Smith Show with Mike Harmon.
Think about that for a second.
And The Ben Maller Show. Fox Sports Radio. On YouTube.
That's strong stuff.
By searching Fox Sports Radio.
Check us out on YouTube. Subscribe. Hit that thumbs up icon and comment away.
The KSL Sports Zone and Beehive Meals are honoring people that impact youth sports in our communities. Nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Beehive Meals Hero of the Week at kslsports.com/contest.
This is a Utah Mammoth at 50 update on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Mammoth lose 3-2 in overtime to the Columbus Blue Jackets. Andre Tourney on the lessons to be learned from the loss.
First of all, you need to sting a little bit. It's not just about moving up; it's about learning from it. I think there's lesson to learn from that game. It's not a matter of execution or effort. It was a matter of a mindset. Be ready to play the game the way it should have been. There's many things was not on par.
Mammoth hosting the Toronto Maple Leafs tomorrow night at the Delta Center.
Over 2 decades of sports radio dominance in Utah.
My favorite.
This is DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Don't miss your chance to win big every week on the KSL Sports Zone. This week, win tickets to see Pro Ski Joring coming back to Heber on January 16th and 17th. Get your tickets at proskijor.com. That's proskijor.com. Get your tickets now or listen to KSL Sports Zone all day Wednesday for your chance to win. Question up on our Facebook page. A packed Huntsman Center crowd saw a great game between BYU and Utah with the Cougars coming out on top. Why would you expect anything different? Vernon says, well, it's funny. It's only a packed house because they're playing BYU, and half the fans there are rooting for number 9 BYU. Utah's back to little brother status. LOL, exclamation points, laughing, crying emoji.
Why is that funny? Didn't we expect that?
Yes.
Utes have been drawn crappy.
For years.
Yeah.
And BYU's been the better team for years, although they have gone up there and been beaten in the Huntsman Center.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, I mean, the money that Utah made, the athletic department through BYU's fans buying tickets counts just the same.
George says the Musk needs to go to more games and they need to practice with that big flag. BYU took over the arena.
Now, what was the deal with the ultra big flag?
Oh, it said Muss on it, and they got it backwards.
It's upside down.
Upside down, reverse. Yeah, it was messed up.
The sum.
Well, at least it wasn't the popular Utah student section, because then it would be pus. You don't want that.
Excellent point. Could have always been worse.
Hadn't even thought about that.
Shiloh said, easy question. No, period. Easy.
What do you mean, no?
It's exactly what he expected. Why would you expect anything different? No, I wouldn't expect anything different. This is it.
Okay.
John, it was a great game and great effort from Utah. They're outgunned by talent and money. However, they did play with heart and effort.
Yeah, that they did. Yeah, I mean, obviously they got a nice guard tandem. They can hit some shots there. They got a chance to win a few ball games this year. I mean, this is the first year of Alex Jensen. When you're replacing coaches who are fired, normally you need at least a season, if not two. And the way the world works today, you need cash.
There it is.
You need cash at hand to be able to go be competitive. I don't think that they necessarily need BYU money to be competitive. I don't think that's required.
Competitive, be an NCAA tourney team?
I think you can do that. Yeah. I think, Alex, I would be surprised if we're sitting here in 3 and 4 years if they're not at that level. But, if you want to be one of these contenders, I mean, you look at when they were contenders, when they did go deep, when they did go to the Final Four, they had multiple first-round picks.
That they did.
Yeah.
And first half of the first round.
And so can they get that in today's world? That I'm not sure. Majerus, Donnie, and Judd, they got those guys.
Different era, different rules.
Yeah. Doliak was a sleeper. Van Horn was not. He came in with some acclaim, and he ended up being the second pick of the draft. And Miller, was a prop kid, which I don't hear about that, so I assume they don't even have that anymore. And so other schools backed off of him, but I can recall talking to Donnie Daniels on the phone one time, and I knew who they were recruiting, and I knew of Andre Miller, and I said, hey, and they would let you know if they got somebody, so then you'd put it in the paper, and so I said, that was standard. Let me know if he commits, or give me a call when he commits. And Donnie said, oh, I won't have to call you. I said, what do you mean? He said, that loud scream that will echo throughout the Salt Lake Valley, that'll be mine. That's what he said to me. So obviously
So when is Alex going to land a player that will make him scream throughout the valley?
They're going to have the money.
Yeah.
And so that's the
See, because I don't think they have to have 3 of those guys on the team at the same time. But if you don't have one of them, how are you going to get to the tournament?
I think you do have to have 3 of them.
To get to the tournament?
No. I'm not talking about getting to the tournament.
That's what I was talking about.
I don't think they need the top-level money to get to the NCAA tournament. No. I'm talking about to recreate what they had in the 90s when they went to...
Now you need a pile of cash, and you do need 3 guys.
Yeah.
Much as BYU has 3 guys playing at a very high level.
Uh-huh. Until they get that money, I don't know that they're going to be able to do that.
But can the Utes get one of those guys so they can be an NCAA tournament
Yeah, I don't
team?
think I already said that.
Right,
In
so
3 or 4 years.
Yeah.
But that's not going to be good enough.
Once you're in the tournament, you're going to want to win. Once you make your way.
Scally's up there talking about we can win the national title here.
Yeah.
That's the goal. It's not about getting to the tournament. It's about, like they did in the 90s, to be a threat. They were going to multiple Elite Eights, and they got it done once, went to the Final Four. But they were going to multiple regional finals. That was the whole objective in October when the season would start. So can they get to the NCAA tournament? Absolutely they can get to the NCAA tournament. And there's no doubt in my mind. Utah State gets there regularly. Why wouldn't Utah be able to? I realize it's a tougher conference and all that, but still, they can get there because, my gosh, you look at the Big 12. I mean, there was a few years back, Oklahoma was like 8-11 or 9-11, and they got in. And they're like 8-9 teams got in. So to get in the NCAA tournament, there's just no doubt in my mind they can do that. You got to give them a little bit of time to beef up the talent. And I mean, actually, when you think about it, when he got the job and the team that they put together so quickly, this is a pretty good job this season. To be competitive against that big money BYU team, and you basically threw your roster together on the fly, and everybody left except Dawes, and you brought in an entirely new group of guys, and here you go. That's not a bad job already.
Much better than a week ago against Arizona when they were out of it pretty quick.
Yeah, they're playing in a half-empty arena. Alex himself said he was disappointed when Arizona came in that it wasn't full. Here it was full. It was energy. It's a rivalry game, blah, blah, blah. Throw the records out, yada, yada. Yeah. And then you take this team, a top 10 team with multiple draft picks right down to the end. That's a pretty good performance for Alex Jensen in his first year in his third conference game.
Yeah, and the best of their 3 conference showings so far.
Yeah.
DJ and PK, when we come back, more hoops. Steve Cleveland joins us. Stay with us.
Whether you're stuck in the office,
I believe you have my stapler,
in your car, or at your in-laws.
You want a piece of me? You bet I do.
The Zone is with you every step of the way. Download the KSL Sports app to get live streaming of your favorite shows and access to all the latest updates on your favorite teams. Your home for the best coverage of the Utes, Cougars, Jazz, and Mammoth is on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
What's it going to be, people? Do you want to work for 40-some years and then not have much to show for it at the end? Well, of course you don't. That's an absolute no-brainer. You want to have a lot to show for it. So what you need to do is make wise investments with the money that you're earning now, so that the money can increase and have the opportunity when you call upon it to be a much larger sum than it is right now. This is something that you need to get experts involved. You cannot go it alone. You need to get people who know what they're talking about. Trajan Wealth, yeah, you guessed it right, because you've heard me talk about it for many, many years. And especially now, after I've had the opportunity to sit with the folks at Trajan Wealth, your local trusted financial fiduciaries, see what they're about. What are their goals for you? And let me tell you, that's exactly what you're going to get. You're going to get a conversation that involves their ideas for the goals for you, nothing else. As financial fiduciaries, that's what they are bound to do, and that is what they will do. Give them an opportunity to review your investments and see how they can help improve upon them, because I believe that they will do that. They are your local trusted financial fiduciary. Give them a call. Initial consultation is for free, so you got nothing to lose and a whole lot to gain. That local phone number is set up an appointment. A no-pressure, stress-free appointment is 801-210-6800. 801-210-6800. You meet with them at 2 convenient locations. I met with them in their offices in Draper. Up north, they'll come up to Farmington and meet with you there. And the website, a lot of information available immediately. TrajanWealth.com is the website. TrajanWealth.com. Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, SEC-registered investment advisor. Paid advertisement.
Do you snore at night? You could be suffering from sleep apnea, a serious medical condition. Be one of the first 25 people to call Sound Sleep Medical and receive a free sleep consultation, normally a $200 value. Sound Sleep Medical uses a custom-fitted oral appliance instead of a cumbersome CPAP machine to treat sleep apnea. Most insurance companies and Medicare cover oral appliance therapy. To learn more, call 801-285-9731 or visit soundsleepmedical.com.
Looking for peace of mind and big savings on your home's essential systems? Mountain Home Services has you covered with their safety and savings plan. Here's what you'll receive: front-of-the-line repairs when you need them most, annual inspections for HVAC, plumbing, and electrical systems, exclusive discounts on equipment upgrades, services, and repairs. Mountain Home Services is proud to be the first to offer upfront pricing with no hidden fees. Plus, every job comes with their 100% satisfaction guarantee. Call 801-543-2222. 801-543-2222 or online at mountainhomeservices.com and join the safety and savings plan from Mountain Home Services. Protect your home, save money, and enjoy total peace of mind. Mountain Home Services. Your home, their priority since 1954.
This month, Tim Daly Mazda Southtown is offering 0.9% for up to 60 months on brand new 2026 Mazda CX-50s. That's right, 0.9 on new Mazda CX-50s. Get yours in windshield pearl, jet black mica, or any color you choose. There's no better time than now to get your new Mazda. Come in today to Tim Daly Mazda Southtown in Sandy. Some restrictions apply. APR OAC. Not available with any other offers. See dealer for complete details.
Tonight on KSL.
I saw the gun, and I just remember thinking, how is this happening?
A family separated during the chaos of the Michigan church attack.
We have 4 kids on the inside and us on the outside.
Reunited, they say, through a higher power.
There's a lot of miracles that played out.
There were probably angels around them.
KSL's Dan Rascone returns to Grand Blanc to share their story.
This is sacred ground. It will always be sacred ground.
Healing from tragedy, tonight at 10.
Hey, this is Chris with JCW's. Are your kids picky eaters? Bring them in and try our chicken fingers or a grilled cheese sandwich. They'll be smiling big in no time. JCW's, quality and a lot of it.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colbert, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Nobody brings you better coverage of the teams you're passionate about than these guys.
Try some more.
This is DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
DJ, PK, and we're joined now by Steve Cleveland, former BYU basketball coach. Steve, good morning.
Morning.
How surprised were you, Steve, to see an 89-84 game with BYU at one end of the Big 12 and Utah at the other end? Did that surprise you that it was a one-point game late?
Very, very, very surprised, to be honest with you. And part of it probably is I haven't watched Utah play a lot, but just watching comparative scores, I just didn't see this being a competitive game. Now, there's a couple things you look back in history and know that anytime you're having the University of Utah and BYU playing each other, there's going to be great interest and great energy and intensity, and guys are going to play well, and you expect that. But to be honest with you, just looking at what Alex Jensen is having to go through in terms of rebuilding a program, it's not easy to do. Obviously, it's much easier to be at home where you have fan base, but I wasn't at the game in person, but it looked like there were a lot of BYU fans there as well. Not that long of a drive, but I thought what Utah was able to do and pull off, and again, you had situations where Brown and McKinney both just kind of go off, and I didn't know a lot about the team, and so when I watched it, I was just amazed in how competitive it was, how guys just made big shots, and there didn't seem to be any nerves at all. And it's not that BYU didn't play well; they did. They did a lot of good things. AJ and Saunders, Keita, all of them were doing what they always do, but you get it again on the road, or you get it in a game where everyone expects you to lose. You just go into those kind of games, maybe a little more relaxed, and the pressure was kind of on BYU. So it was a great college basketball game. I'm not surprised that BYU won it. I'm just surprised how close that game and how competitive that game was. So kudos to Alex and his staff and his team for really going through a very tough time of rebuilding to play someone as good as BYU is. I know it's on the road, but they're a well-oiled machine, and I've watched them play all of their games, and they're really, really good. Kevin Young's done a great job, his staff. So fun to see that. Fun to see games like that where expectations are kind of low, and then all of a sudden they're met.
My concerns for BYU obviously don't include the main three. The only thing with Keita is staying out of foul trouble. I like Davis's approach to being kind of a junkyard dog, do whatever you need to do, bulldog mentality. But beyond that, that bench is really worrying me because they got 3 points the other night from the bench, and you're going to beat teams that you're supposed to beat, and you're going to have success in the conference for sure. But when you get in the NCAA tournament, which will determine the success of the season, you're like a rolled ankle away. In terms of cultivating a bench, how does Kevin Young go about it? Because I just don't know that they can continue with such little production and playing these other guys 35-plus minutes a game.
Well, that's a great insight. AJ and Saunders and Wright, they've been successful, and they've gotten good play out of Caden. Caden was hurt for a while. They miss him, his rim protection, and Kennard Davis is getting better. But you're right. After that, you just don't know. Boscovich is Kostic, Diamande, Mupo, Marus. They're all 2, 3, 4 point game guys, and and they're well represented internationally, but they just don't have that experience. And so I think the depth will be an issue. And you're talking about a conference here where Arizona, Iowa State, Houston, Texas Tech, all of those teams are really, really good. And I don't know, I'm not as prepared as I probably should be on those other teams' depth charts, but I do know this, that it will be an issue if there's any kind of foul trouble or injuries. It'll be really difficult, especially on the road in this league, when you have to go to Arizona, when you have to go to ISU, when you have to play Houston, Texas Tech. There's a very, very competitive league, and if you have injuries or guys aren't playing well, it can be really difficult.
Abdul Ahmed has only had 4 games with BYU, so I don't know if you can make any really definitive statements about him, but what do you think about him? Because he would be, to PK's point, a 6th guy. It'd be something.
I did not hear the first part of that. So
what do you know about Abdullah Ahmed? He's only played 4 games with BYU. How much do you think he can contribute as far as adding some depth to the team?
Well, I think he can. We have to be understanding of the fact that he's, like you said, played 3 or 4 games. He doesn't have quite that experience, but he brings something to the table there with his athleticism and his energy. He runs the floor. I think he can. He's going to have to help. They do need to kind of energize that bench, and the only way players can really grow up is to go out and be on the floor, make mistakes, and go through those situations, have some successes. And so I do believe he can help, and he needs to help, because they just don't have that depth. They don't have I don't want to say depth. I want to say experience. They haven't been in those kinds of settings. So it's needed. I would expect that staff to continue to give playing time to those that, especially, the problem is when you're in the preseason and you're up 20 or 30, you can work guys in and help them get their confidence. But from here on in, every night is going to be a challenge, and you just can't put inexperienced players in games where meaningful moments where you win, where you're looking at winning and losing games, you kind of stay with your core. But long term, to go through this conference, you're going to have injuries. You're going to have guys that kind of lose their confidence. And so to get some of that bench strength would be really helpful for Coach Young and his staff. So because a lot of teams are just one injury away, or guys get into a little bit of a slump, and you've got to now go on the road and play Houston, go on the road and play Iowa State. It can jar your confidence a little bit. So, I really believe in that staff and how they've developed this team. But there are the unknown things where injuries and guys lose confidence, especially on the road. Winning on the road, I don't care what their record is or what's going on or how successful teams have been. It's hard to win on the road. And we saw that against Utah, a team that no one clearly thought they had a chance of winning, despite the fact being at home. And I didn't know anybody. I was sitting there looking at the roster. I said, I don't know any of these people, But, this morning I'm looking at Terrence Brown and Don McHenry and Traore. And you look at guys like that and you go, hey, this team is really solid. So I wish Alex well, and hope they can continue to compete and get better. I'm confident that BYU will be there at the end. They just got too much talent, great coaching, and a depth chart.
All right, I'm going to throw this at you then. You're playing to win the game, all right? That's the obvious statement. But how about if you would lose 1 or 2 along the way, you're still going to make the NCAA tournament. You're probably going to get a decent seed. Most likely you're going to make it to the second week, and then it depends on matchups and how you play in those individual games. But maybe in the first half, early in the second half, maybe give guys some more time, even if it ultimately cost you a game or two, the opportunity to have, one step back, two step forward. Do you buy that theory?
Well, I tell you what, my thinking is this. I'm looking at this roster right now. Looking at Boscovich, Kostic, Diamande, Mabu, Marus. We're talking about guys that have not played significant minutes. And it's way easier to play guys early in games. The mistakes aren't so terrifying when, it's hard to put guys who haven't played a lot and put them in, with 7 or 8 minutes to go in a game.
Right.
And expect to step in and make, that's unfair to those guys.
Right.
But I do believe that even though Boscovich and Kostic and Diamante, they're all averaging about 3 or 4 points a game, they have experience. You start looking at these guys, and Boscovich is from Serbia, Kostic is from Austria, Diamante is from France, Mabouk is Senegal. These are guys that have been playing other places in the world, and I realize it's different, but I think that having those international players who have played from a very young age, I think it's more, the likelihood is that these guys will adjust. There's enough talent there. I think you got a coaching staff that will develop and pick and choose. I like the opportunity, especially when I had guys that have lost confidence in that 7 or 8 position. I can remember very quickly getting those guys in games early on because that let them breathe a little bit. They got to touch the ball so that if they are needed later in games or later in the season, you don't just have a rookie that's just bouncing off the walls and not making good decisions. I like the idea of taking guys to your 7 or 8 or 9 guys, sub those guys out. AJ needs a break. Saunders needs a break. Wright we know those guys are going to be in the games, but developing the bottom half of that bench would be a really wise thing, just for the sake of just injuries, road challenges, and all the things that are going on. And you start looking, you're at Arizona, you're at Iowa State, at Houston, Texas Tech. Man, that's murderer's row. Not only those good teams, those are great coaches, as is Coach Young. And I think Alex, he grew up. And I just respect that so much. And I know it's difficult. It's going to be difficult for him. But I remember playing against him teams when Rick Majerus was the coach. And we were just overwhelmed trying to get competitive. And eventually that happened, but not without some real whoopings that we received at their benefit. So I like this league and this conference, and we're going to see lots of upset nights. It's not going to surprise me any night somebody gets beat on the road, just because this league is so good and has so much depth.
You had to go through some rebuilds. You must have taken some beatings. What do you say to a team after a 55-point loss like the Jazz just suffered?
It's funny you should ask me that, because I had spent, as I prepared for this today and just thinking about it, I was thinking about the Jazz, and they're 1-5 in the last 6 games. They did beat Dallas, but I have watched this team, and when it's difficult enough when they're fully healthy. When they're not healthy, it's impossible to compete. And I don't know what we call this. I hear publicly that we're not rebuilding. We are rebuilding. We're not starting over. We're not going to just, lose 30 games in a row and see what kind of, pick we can get at the end of the year. This is an organization that's trying to win and compete. And I think that both Danny Ainge and Austin Ainge, they're really experienced, years and years of experience. People ask me all the time, is this a rebuild? And I said, well, I don't think that's what people are talking about. I think what they're talking about is we just got to continue to get better. I think focus on playing the guys that need to be played. You look at Markkanen, 28 a game, Keontae, 24 a game, Walker Kessler, 15, Ace Bailey, 10. You've got a lot of depth and guys that can play. It's just not winning the close games, putting themselves in a position. It's hard. I can't even imagine being in that situation and playing that league. You just got to stay positive with the guys. I think skill development stuff that's going on after games, before games, 2 or 3 game breaks. You're still working on those kinds of things where guys just got to get better. And there is some experience there. And, one of the disappointments for me, and I really, really like Walter Clayton Jr. out of Florida. I thought he would be kind of an impact guy, and he really hasn't been. But I thought that he'd be somebody that could really step in. I'd like to see him, see where he can go and what he can do. But, it's tough. It's tough, and this league's good. And you just got to be positive, and you got to work day in and day out. It just doesn't do any good to drag people in the mud and start pointing fingers. And I know fans can do that, but not coaches. I just don't see this staff giving up on these guys. But it's hard. Your gut never really feels good. And I've been involved in enough rebuilds from the high school, junior college, Division I. It's hard. And I think I spent way more time on culture than I did worrying about X's and O's. And I learned a lot about myself and about my guys, and spending time one-on-one with my guys and making sure that mentally and emotionally they were okay. I go back to that word culture, and I think that if you're trying to develop and build a championship culture, it starts with relationships with your players, relationships with your staff, and being really just open to thoughts and ideas. And there's no unless guys are, if there are effort issues, then shame on them and they come sit on the bench. I just don't think there are effort issues with this group. Injuries can be devastating for teams that don't have the depth and the talent. God bless those guys, man. I hope they get it going. I want them to be successful. And obviously we all have connections to the staff. You just have to hang in there and stay with it. And I trust them and I believe them. Hopefully there's some trades or a better draft or whatever the circumstances are. But I believe in Austin Ains, and obviously I believe in Danny and what these guys are doing. And I just hope that we can turn the corner where wins are possible and plausible. And right now, the last 6 games are 1-5, and unfortunately, the league is really good. And so I'll be there rooting them on. And I believe in those guys, and I just really, really hope that the confidence will swing and guys will start seeing that thing go, that ball going through the basket where they can go and win on the road. And a win on the road right now, no matter what happens at home, but winning on the road could really galvanize the team and give them the confidence to win at home. And I know it's really hard, but the interesting thing, the only win the Jazz have in the last 6 games is a big win over Dallas, 116 and 114. So maybe another game or 2 like that, and this group can get revitalized and get more confident with what's happening. I think the bases are all covered with coaching staff and organization. It's just guys just got to start believing and spending the time necessary off the court to find ways to win a few games.
Steve, we appreciate the time as always. Thanks for joining us. We will talk to you again next week. We're just 2 weeks away from another BYU Utah game. So there you go. The rematch is coming.
Have a great week.
All right. Thanks, Steve. Jason Cole, longtime NFL writer and analyst, joins us coming up at 9 o'clock. PK, is there another topic you'd like to get to next?
Yeah, man. All these people living in Salt Lake City East.
Or Ann Arbor. We'll get to that next. Stay with us.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
Got a crash this morning. Eastbound Bangerter Highway has right 3 lanes blocked as you head towards the I-15 on-ramps, and delays are stacking up in that area. Also, Mountain View Corridor still very heavy from 54 south all the way up to 4100 south as the work continues to clear on that accident as well. This update is brought to you by UTA. Try UTA and get more done while you ride. Game, work, books, shows. You'll be too busy to notice about all the traffic you're missing along the way. Plan your trip today at rideuta.com. With your KSL traffic update, I'm Jake Hatch here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
It's funny about Kyle Whittingham, he does not care about his legacy at all, which is weird. I would have thought that would be more of a priority, but obviously it's not. I mean, the bitterness of sticking it to Utah outweighs his desire to have any sort of legacy, which is, I guess, kind of crazy. I mean...
You think he's trying to stick it to Utah?
Absolutely. Gary Anderson said as much. They shouldn't have pissed Kyle off. Use that word.
Yeah.
I don't know why anybody would think any differently.
I certainly don't think Whit was trying to do Utah favors on the way out the door. But again, to your point, like, what was he supposed to do? This is how he's become Kyle Whittingham, is these people around him. So he's going to go back to the well of the people around him to try and do a good job at Michigan, because I suspect he wants to do a very good job at Michigan. You know, he wasn't going to go out there and start over from scratch. I'm not sure that has so much to do with, well, let me stick it to Utah now.
Catch Jake and Ben weekdays from 10 to noon on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hi, this is Derek Overstreet, president of the New Millennium Group and co-host of Stop Working, Start Living with KSL News Radio. Can you imagine what your life would be like if you could retire 3 to 5 years earlier than you thought possible? The things you could do, the loved ones you could spend time with, the memories that you could create. That's what our team at the New Millennium Group does. We'll walk you through the entire process every step of the way. If you'd like to get a copy of the 5-step proprietary plan that will help you retire 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible, give us a shout right now. 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com. Listen, most of our listeners right now have a tax problem, not a money problem. There's not enough money in Social Security Medicare as it is. Let us show you how you can significantly reduce your taxes. That's 888-999-6370, 888-999-6370, or utahsfinancialplanner.com.
At Peach Windows and Doors, they help homeowners stay in the homes they love while upgrading to the elegance, efficiency, and natural light of today. With hundreds of 5-star Google reviews, their clients know Peach Windows and Doors deliver what they promise.
I wanted to replace standard-size French doors with a large custom sliding door. The update required checking a weight-bearing wall. Plus, I wanted a couple of different styles of windows. The new sliding door created a much brighter and open look. Peach was so helpful along the way with recommendations and ideas, and the installers were efficient and respectful of my space. I was thrilled with Peach Windows and Doors.
Give your $1 million home the $1 million feel it deserves. Don't wait on that someday project. Visit Peach Windows and Doors Salt Lake Showroom. Schedule a free in-home visit. You can also explore at peachwindowsanddoors.com or just call them at 801-566-1255. Peach Windows and Doors, where amazing home transformations begin.
Dev Simplify are your software pros. Whether it's websites, mobile apps, or complex custom systems, Dev Simplify is here to make it work and make it easy on you. Need help building software or ongoing management? You've got both. DevSimplify.com designs, develops, and manages the process so your deadline stops slipping and your team stops guessing. Maybe you're stuck in the middle. AI can start a project. Freelancers can build pieces of it. But without real project management, teams get stranded halfway through. DevSimplify.com brings the roadmap, the pit crew, and the finish line. When a software project slows down, breaks down, or stalls out entirely, DevSimplify, the software pros, can turn that chaos into beautiful completion. DevSimplify.com. From the start, or in the middle, to finish and beyond. Ready to move? At DevSimplify.com, you can always schedule a quick and free project assessment. But right now, you can get a complimentary discovery session with 5 hours free. DevSimplify.com, your software pros.
What makes a Huntsman School of Business student stand out? It's the difference between studying business and becoming a business leader. At Huntsman School of Business, hands-on learning, global experiences, mentors who know your name, and a welcoming community set you apart. From classrooms to internships to real-world problem solving, students at Huntsman School of Business graduate with purpose, confidence, and career opportunities. Discover the school built for bold futures. Dare mighty things at huntsman.usu.edu.
This is a Utah Jazz at 30 update on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Utah Jazz blown out by the Hornets, 150-95 at the Delta Center. Kyle Filipowski on Sticking with Will Hardy.
You know, he has our backs out there. We have to have his back out there, and that comes with playing with pride, playing with purpose for each other out there, and pretty much as simple as that.
Jazz open a road swing in Cleveland tonight. Donovan Mitchell, Sam Merrill, the Cavaliers. Tip-off at 5 o'clock. Coverage starts at 4 on the KSL Sports Zone.
This is a Utah Jazz at...
This is
Utah's best coverage of the Utes, Cougars, Jazz, and Mammoth. Here we go. From the guys who have been there for all the biggest moments in Utah sports history. You're listening to DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Brothers Osborne.
DJ PK, it's 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Another Ute to Michigan, PK. Officially, are we at 2? Unofficially, where are we going to end up?
We got 2 players. Who was it? I thought it was 3, but if you're saying 2.
John Henry Daly.
Right, and they got a defensive lineman and now J.J. Buchanan.
Yeah, Jonah Lea'ea.
Yeah.
Yes.
As well
So
as
it is
J.J.
3.
Buchanan. Yeah, up to 3.
Right. So 3 players have gone to or making their commitments to go to Michigan. I guess they probably got to get there real soon. Semesters are starting, if they have not already started. A lot of schools. I was on ASU's campus on Saturday watching kids move in as school starts today, and it's an exciting time for if you're starting in the middle of the year or in the beginning of the year. Right now it's the middle of the year, obviously. Academic year I speak of. So you got to get back there. And kids have been making their commitments. And so there's some angst, about Kyle not wanting to tamper and saying he wouldn't tamper and then taking guys. But he did say if they put their name in, we'll check them out. And losing as many staff members, basically the whole offensive staff -1, a defensive coach, 2 from BYU. You guys, I never saw the release, but you said that Alsea, the strength and conditioning guy, is going over there.
Yeah, I saw that on social media. I didn't see a release. But,
yeah.
Yeah.
So that's a lot of folks to be taking. And, a lot of people going back and forth. Oh, let's blame the Utah administration, blame Whittingham. He's a traitor and this and that. All's fair in college football, basically, as far as that goes. There is a thing that I would like to say regarding that is I believe that Kyle had made his decision on December 12th. They made it known. It was
December 12th is when it went public, on a Friday, yes.
But I think
Friday news dump.
On that, was it 2 days before that the Michigan thing exploded?
I believe it was already out there. I don't know the date. I'd have to go look at the date.
So the point being that it was already out there when they made the release, when they put the release out on Friday news dump. Would have gotten any less publicity if it was on Friday or Monday or Wednesday?
I don't know. I just know that on Friday the 5th, we were all standing out there by Yock's desk joking about Friday news dump. He's going to quit, and we missed it by a week.
Yeah, but so what?
I know.
It would have been less impactful or more impactful if it was Thursday or Wednesday or Saturday or Sunday. I mean, the news was what it was. I don't really care about that. I think that I wonder if Utah's administration had anticipated this, and was there anything that could have been done to prevent it? Because they knew that Michigan's job was going to be available.
Yes.
Right? At least 48 hours ahead of time.
We all knew about it. We talked about it. We ran a poll question on should Kyle be a Michigan man was one of the 4 answers.
But that was after.
It was on the 15th that we ran the poll.
No, I'm talking about before.
Could they have known? There was only like 48 hours.
Right. Okay.
I think.
But
Because I'm trusting your timeline. I haven't looked it up. But
that's plenty of time.
It feels about right.
Should they be surprised or should they be irritated? Should there be any of this stuff? Because he was a premier coach with a squeaky clean image at a time that Michigan was having all sorts of tawdry things going on. And so naturally that they were going to call his agent and say, do you think that he would be, or his agent was going to call Michigan?
Exactly.
And
one way or another.
I've texted with his agent.
Yeah.
And so with that in mind, should they have said, well, okay, how about you come back for a year and then retire? So they could have prevented it, because I don't think he takes any random job out there to coach, even in Power 4.
Yeah.
But Michigan is Michigan. And it is something that is way above Utah, as it's way above just about everybody. And so the opportunity to have that presented to yourself is something that you're going to take. Well, who's to say next year there would be a Notre Dame-like job that would come available? So should they have said, why don't you just come back for this next year? And Morgan, you can wait a year. And, if Morgan wanted to go.
And you can bring him back.
Well, even if he doesn't come back,
you can hire somebody else.
The program does not rest upon one person, according to Morgan's own statement.
Yeah.
And so risk losing him? Okay, you risk losing him. All right. Or you just say, fine, we're completely content with the guy we have, and that Whittingham was going to take these guys, and whoever else wants to go, J.J. Buchanan, and there's some other guys out there, go ahead and go.
Yeah.
See you later. Goodbye. We wish you luck. Is the administration, Mark Harlan and his people, are they, and President Randall, are they comfortable doing what they did and knowing that Michigan job was available, and so Kyle might take it, and therefore there's a decent chance that he was going to lose these guys? Jason Beck has no allegiances to Utah.
Or anybody, to himself, to his family. I mean, look at how he's bounced around. This is 4 schools now, 4 schools in 4 years, which is the profession. I mean, it's what you signed up for.
Yeah, if you choose to.
Sometimes it's your call. Sometimes it's not. I mean, this was his call, and last year from New Mexico was his call, but just as easily, assistant coaches
and the food chain would
can
dictate that's what you do. You would say yes, 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 and yes.
Yeah. Right. Yes. In his shoes,
right.
99 out of 100 coaches would have done what he'd done.
Unless there was some pull here locally. I mean, he didn't grow up here. He's a California kid.
Right. Yeah. That's why I said 99 out of 100.
Yeah.
There's one
he has a history here. He coached at Weber, coached at Utah, and I think he was on at least some form of assistant under Bronco at BYU.
But it's Michigan, and it's the Big Ten, and you're going to.
So should we just shrug and say, oh, this is the way it is, and not have negative feelings towards the administration and Kyle? Is that the way? That's the way I feel.
Yeah, but you and I didn't grow up wearing the red, going to the bus stop, yelling at Cougar fans, getting yelled at by Cougar fans. We don't have it. That's the way I feel. Like, if Morgan is your guy, he was always going to have to make these decisions. I think it's pretty much played out. I never thought Kyle was going to.
Who was going to have to make these decisions?
Morgan was going to have to hire coaches, and it was going to have to replace players. It's more all at once than I expected, or that you would expect in that transition. But it happens. I mean, Kyle had to do it when he took over. Coaches go. Urban took a bunch of people. But I do think Morgan was going to be hiring 2 or 3 people, and instead he's hiring 5 or 6, or maybe even more behind the scenes we don't know about.
Oh, yeah,
so
because
it's a little more.
Even if he had retired, Kyle, who's to say that all those offensive coaches would have just been retained or stayed of their own choice? Maybe they could have got maybe somebody else would have come after Jason Beck.
Yeah. And it'd been stuff all along that Harding was planning to go with Kyle. That's been out there. Lots of people have heard that.
Right, but if he doesn't take that job, does Harding still stay?
Oh, no, I meant that Harding was going to leave when Kyle left, wherever he went, and whether he retired or whatever.
Going with.
I didn't mean, I didn't make that clear. That Harding, regardless of whatever happened in Michigan and with Kyle and all that, that Kyle was going to leave Utah. When Kyle left Utah, Harding would leave Utah.
Okay. And go someplace
else.
Now,
whether that would have been, that was the assumption, whether it would have been true, who knows? Now, this was the option, and it was a no-brainer.
And is it buggable that he's taking So far, 3 players.
It doesn't bug me, but I absolutely get why it bugs Ute fans.
Why?
Because in our world, because they want the Ute players to be their guys. And they want Kyle to leave
just like
a
Devin
legacy.
Dampier was your guy.
That's different, and you know it. Even though it's not different, and you also know that.
I know, but I think Ute fans can look at the situation logically. Just because you're a fan doesn't mean that you have to be illogical. You can look at it and shrug and say, well, we got these guys, and Dalton Kincaid was at University of San Diego. Yeah. And he came here.
And when the Utes hired Beck away from New Mexico, they got New Mexico's quarterback and they got New Mexico's star receiver.
Yeah.
Bing, bing. There it was. And they came up here and they both played at a real high level for the Utes and helped them win a bunch of games.
Right. So they can look at it logically.
So it is, yes, that is the way the world works.
But you act like they can't look at it logically.
Well, I think a lot of them aren't. I mean, I hear complaints from people. So
but you can complain about it, but that doesn't mean that you are you don't understand it.
I haven't talked to people who are outraged. The outrage is more on social media, and who knows if that's even real, so whatever. But when I talk to people, face to face, knowing Ute fans in the community, I would say that they're more disappointed but resigned to it. And I get the disappointment. I mean, Buchanan was making so many big plays. I'd be disappointed too. I get it.
Well,
he's a good player.
Let's not go crazy here. He was he had 427 yards.
He wasn't making them all season. It was late in the year. Yeah, he didn't. I think if you look at the game by game, I don't. My memory is
Vegas Bowl.
What?
He had a big Vegas Bowl.
Yeah, but I think in November he had some big games.
I mean,
but I don't think
wasn't
he did
even a
earlier.
leading tight end receiver.
No, I know.
It's nothing against him, but
it's
not like he can't be replaced.
Totally believe that.
Yeah.
There's lots of good tight ends. Iowa State had 2 great tight ends this year. I mean, there's tight ends. You can find them if you want them.
Right.
Go get them.
So is it that big of a blow when these guys leave?
I think the thing I've always thought from the second it was announced Kyle was getting the job was he's going to get you players. I never thought he was going to take a lot of them because I think Michigan's got a pretty good roster. Plus, he's going to get players from the transfer portal all across the country.
And he just got somebody from Texas.
Yeah, and he's gotten somebody from Oklahoma and on down the line.
Yeah.
Yeah, he got a running back from Oklahoma. But I did figure, man, if the Utes are always putting guys in the NFL, and if you can play in the NFL, well, then you can probably play for any college. With the possible exception of quarterback, because you only want one quarterback, only one can play and all that stuff. But at every other position, you're not going to have enough pass rushers. You're not going to have enough running backs. You're not going to have enough receivers. You're not going to have enough defensive backs. So I always figured Kyle would take some elite guys. The whole tampering thing doesn't really bug me. These guys have agents. They've all got agents now. And so an agent is going to connect the dots and is going to call and say, hey, you want our guy? And what's the number?
Yeah, coaches are being contacted when they're under contract.
Yeah.
So what's the difference?
Right.
I'm sick of the tampering. There is no tampering.
Yeah.
There's no tampering.
Right. They don't have to.
Bronco Mendenhall told us that.
Yeah, Bronco told us
the mythical hotline.
Right, but some people think that there is tampering.
Yes.
No.
Yeah, fans that want to.
There's no. I can get to your guy to see if he wants to join our team.
Correct.
Just like LSU got to Lane Kiffin during the season.
Yes.
And got him to take that job.
But I think even more so that you don't, as a head coach, you don't even have to do that because the agents are getting paid if they get more money, and the agents can figure it out and connect the dots. You think the agent for Dampier couldn't figure out to call Utah when Beck went to Utah? Of course he could. Or Davis's agent?
Yeah, but that was after the season.
Whenever they go.
Yeah, but it's understood after the season.
Okay, well, Michigan, this is after the season also.
Right.
So, but regardless, I don't think the agents care if it's after the season or before the bowl game or after the bowl game.
That's not what we consider tampering after the season. We're talking about the word tampering. The only time tampering can occur is during the season. Yeah. So that's the hubbub there, and people make a big deal about that. Well, that's when the season's over, it's understood that it is this year-to-year free agency here. So I don't have that's no big deal. There's no that's not a problem as far as that goes. I just wonder if the Utah administration is bothered by this. Could they have let Kyle go one more year? Or it's like, what's the point? What's the point? Are we going to keep doing this every year?
They could have done it. I don't think they had any appetite to do it. It was so far down the road. There'd been so many conversations for so many years. I think it's at a point where you do it and the consequences are what they are. I think that's what they were thinking. And I think that's a pretty normal human thing to think. This has been, whenever you have a big decision holding over your head, whatever it is, there comes a point where you just want to be done with the big decision and move on.
Yeah, but you want to make the right decision. You're not just moving on to move on so you can be done with it.
But we all get impatient.
I want to make the right decision every time. If I wait another 6 months and the decision is overwhelmingly right, I'm glad that I waited another 6 months.
That's a clear and logical thought by you, and I get that. But we all
Who wants to make bad decisions?
But we all get impatient at some point.
Why? Why do they need to get impatient here?
Because we're tired of the situation, whatever it is.
They're going 11-2. That's something to be tired about.
It's more complicated than that, and you know it.
Why?
Because they're people, and they have emotions. It's not that you're wrong. You're right. 11-2 is 11-2. Deal with your emotions. And yet as people, we don't.
Yeah, but they have to answer to a fan base that's going to
and they will.
Infuse money.
Yes.
And the 100%. Fan base wants to win. Remember last year, all this wailing and gnashing of teeth when Tonavasa left?
Yep.
Well, the Utes won 11-2.
I know.
And they'll be in the top 15.
And right.
So they had
another guy stepped in.
A kick-butt season.
Yeah.
And they were awesome.
Morgan referenced that without referencing it, but at his press conference, that's who he was talking about. He was talking about the wailing and gnashing of teeth over Tonavasa, who's a good player.
Sure, he's
but
fine.
Get another good player. It's like the tight ends. Go get another good tight end.
And this idea, and we keep playing this thing about Weddle that they use. We want to get back to guys that want to be Utes.
That's just
Nobody wants to be a Ute. There's like a handful of guys. Yeah. You want to go where it's the best situation for you. That's a fantasy. That's a romantic Hollywood depiction.
And
I want to be a Ute.
And it's not the way things
Did Dan Pierre grow up thinking he wanted to be a Ute?
Nope. Nope.
And if somebody came along and tripled his money, wouldn't he leave now? He'd be a fool not to.
And this part, the money part is new. But the whole, who you grow up rooting for and then who you end up playing for, at some point you make that transition. And I think, wasn't it Britton and Jeff Johnson who grew up? I mean, when they were really small, they were Cougar fans.
I don't know.
But then they got to that point, and it was kind of like, well, you got to go to the U now. That place is in disarray. Here you got a chance to win and some kind of pro career.
Yeah, I don't care with that's silly stuff.
It's always been when the whole you grew up rooting for and you want to be a.
But now it's about money, and if you have the opportunity, if you have the if you have the opportunity to get that money, go ahead. So,
and isn't the money only going to accelerate? I mean, whatever it is this year.
I don't know. I don't know in 10 years if it's going to be 10 years incrementally bigger. I just wonder if they'll crash at some point and say enough is enough. I mean, BYU did it with the Marion kid. And so, although he went and apparently got the money at Miami, I would assume. But we're hearing more and more boosters say, I'm not going to do this every year. I mean, unless you have what BYU apparently has, endless amounts, and you're the live tournament, and you can just pay whatever because it's just so bottomless that you can do. I think there will be some form of norm, and the good old days financially are right now.
Jason Cole, longtime NFL writer and analyst, talking NFL playoffs in about 15 minutes right here on The Zone.
This is JJ and Alex. I got this.
It's official, the 2027 Winter Classic going to get played at Rice-Eccles Stadium. Here's what's cool about this is a fan base and this is a state that knows how to fill up a stadium even if it's cold. And it's one of those deals where I think that a lot of folks are not just excited about it. It's another tip of the cap to the folks at SEG. Frankly, they're pulling out all the stops to make sure that everybody gets visibility in this market, which is what you need.
We're growing up as a sports market, and this is a sign of that. The passion you see in the Delta Center, in their barn, every night they play at home. And then to get an event like this coming to town at Rice-Eccles Stadium. And we're not far off from the 2034 Winter Olympics. Mm-hmm. You just see all these things happening. Just insane the amount of growth we're seeing when it comes to sports. And this is just the next big thing.
Catch JJ and Alex afternoons from 3 to 7 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
If you're getting new gutters, make absolutely sure that you don't get screwed. I mean literally, don't get screwed. Tim Jr. here from RGS Exteriors. And every single gutter company out there uses screws to hold their gutters together at the corners and downspouts. They use screws because they're fast and cheap and easy. But man, they're terrible for your gutters, aside from possibly cutting your hand. They also loosen and corrode over time because they're not made from the same metal as the gutters. At RGS Exteriors, we've been installing gutters for 70 years now, and we don't use screws. We only use permanent, strong, and unobtrusive rivets. They're made from the same material as the gutters, so they won't oxidize and they won't corrode. They'll also never loosen. Your hand is safe too. Did I mention they look amazing? So don't get screwed. Call RGS and get riveted gutters. Our number is 801-280-3110 or visit us at rgsutah.com. That's 801-280-3110 or rgsutah.com.
What's better than a credit card with low interest? How about one with no interest? For a limited time, when you open a new America First Visa credit card, you'll enjoy 0% APR for the first 6 months. Transfer your balances from higher rate cards to your new America First card to consolidate debt and potentially save yourself a lot of money. That's 0 interest for 6 months. Interested? Then hurry to americafirst.com to apply today. Introductory variable annual percentage rate is subject to membership, eligibility, terms, creditworthiness, change, and conditions. Other limits and requirements may apply. Federally insured by NCUA. Equal opportunity lender.
Everybody loves the season of giving, but now the season of paying for it is upon us. That not-so-wonderful time of the year when millions of Americans open their credit card statements, stare in horror at the balance, and resolve then and there to find new ways to save money. If you're among those Americans, why not start by cutting your wireless bill in half right now with Pure Talk's Saver Plan? It's easy. You'll get unlimited talk, text, and 3 gigs of high-speed data on a super-fast, nationwide 5G network for just $20 a month. Just dial pound 250, say Mike Rowe, and you'll save an additional 50% off your first month. Ho, ho, ho! And if you're active or former military or a first responder, you'll save an additional 20% every single month. That's pound 250. Say Mike Rowe for the gift that keeps on saving from America's wireless company. Pure Talk.
Are you ready for a new you in the new year? The Salt Lake City Fat Loss Program has helped thousands of frustrated men and women feel confident in their clothes, boost their energy, and finally feel like themselves again. So, what's the secret? Salt Lake City Fat Loss uses a science-proven plan to help reset your metabolism and lose up to 1 pound of fat per day without dangerous drugs or exercise. And right now is the perfect time to start. Due to overwhelming demand, Salt Lake City Fat Loss has extended their huge New Year's sale. Over 20% off for a limited time only.
JJ here. I lost 40 pounds in 60 days. Alex Curie here. I dropped 50 pounds in 60 days on the SLC Fat Loss program. Get their New Year's special at slcfatloss.com.
Whether you want to love what you see in the mirror again, boost your energy, fit better in your clothes, or feel more confident and healthier as you age, Salt Lake City Fat Loss works. Huge New Year's sale is ending soon. Schedule your free consultation today at slcfatloss.com and lock in your savings. That's slcfatloss.com. Results may vary.
This is a Utah Mammoth at 50 update on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
The Utah Mammoth lose at home to the Columbus Blue Jackets 3-2 in overtime. A pair of power play goals lifting Columbus to the win. Jack McBain's assessment of what went wrong. Utah will host the Toronto Maple Leafs tomorrow night at the Delta Center. Puck drops set for 8 o'clock.
And now, your Rocky Mountain Chevy dealer's strong play of the weekend.
Brock in the shotgun. Here's the snap. Purdy wants to throw. Purdy pressured. Purdy steps up. Purdy throws. Caught. Touchdown, McCaffrey. Touchdown. 49ers back in front.
There's the Chevy Strong play of the game. And the 49ers get the win. Know that today after 3 o'clock. JJ and Alex will ask for it, and you can win fabulous prizes. The touchdown catch on the option pass coming over the top of the helmet. That was a crazy catch. That was really difficult. When I saw him start to twist, I thought, perfect play, and they're going to throw an incomplete pass. Totally had the Eagles snapping. And McCaffrey, that was really well done by him. We were just talking about the mood of Ute fans with John Henry Daly, one of 3 guys now committed to Michigan. How are you handling that? And
I'm in San Bernardino.
Good for him, but I could care less. And Scally, we trust. That's Eddie. It's pretty logical. We're moving forward with the guys we have. Well, can't remember who dropped that, but somebody did. Some coach at some point.
You do care, but it doesn't have to be something that is anything close to fatal. Yeah. And can you overcome it? Absolutely.
Kevin is one of the realistic fans you were talking about. The portal giveth and the portal taketh. I can't count on anyone coming back. New team each year. If you get to build and develop anything, then it's a gift.
Well, then you build and develop for 2 years and then they leave. Or you'll build and develop for 3 years and then they leave.
Yeah.
So who knows? And I'm surprised that BYU hasn't had more defections, if that's what you want to call it.
It made me think that the money must be good at BYU because the players seem to be chasing the money. I don't think it's Texas Tech good, but it's better than a lot of people.
So you think it's money? I mean, they would tell you they love you up and it's the culture and all that other stuff.
Mm-hmm.
But
I think they do all that stuff too. But I think it's money.
You think it's money.
That other stuff is how you win the toss-ups. When everybody's established a market value and everybody's offering you whatever they're offering you, $250,000, $500,000, $750,000, whatever it is, then that other stuff comes in. I think if somebody's offering you $250 and somebody's offering you $750, players are going to go get the $750. But if everybody's offering you $400,000, the culture, the love you up, and all that matters, and the trust and development.
Yeah, but is that a realistic scenario that somebody's offering you $250 and somebody's offering you $750?
I think in some rare instances it could be.
Well, of course, and you'll.
Well, but
anything I say, you'll find rare instances.
I was thinking more of kids. I think where it's common is where kids are at a quote unquote lower level. And the school with more money comes in with a lot more money just because they have a lot more money and they pay. And schools with less money just can't pay that.
That's not true.
I don't think that would be the gap between the Big 12 and the Big 10.
Why would that be? Everybody's got the same amount.
Everybody hasn't had the same amount. And I don't think even now with the rev share, I don't think everybody's quote unquote playing by the rules. I think that's why people wouldn't sign the rules.
Right. But you still have $20 million.
Right, but you have NIL on top of that.
Sure. But you still have $20 million.
Yeah.
But the NIL is not going to just, I'm just going to go.
And
go ahead.
To clarify, PK, it's up to $20.5 million. Yeah. Not all schools are funding that full rev share.
The Power 4, aren't they?
The Power 4, the vast majority, if not all, are.
Now, what about the Pac-12?
Well, that's a good question because I don't think all of them are at that level yet.
Yeah, I don't think so either.
Yeah, but I don't see where that case is. Like Sam Levitt, the Devils could have kept Sam Levitt. Mm-hmm. But there's no point in keeping him. Right? They could have paid him whatever he's going to get from LSU or Miami. But why pay that? Because you've got he's not that good, and you've got a team. If you want somebody, I believe you can get them financially. But you have to look at the whole team.
Right. But at the end of the day, Arizona State has, I assume, $20 or $25 million to spend on players. Probably.
Well, the 25.
But they probably have some NIL money beyond that. But I think LSU and Miami have more, so they can afford. To your point, why pay 95% of your budget to get one player? That doesn't make any sense.
Right, but that's what I'm saying. But they could pay him. But they choose not to.
Right.
And they're not worried about it.
But by percentage, Miami might have, or LSU, or wherever it ends up going, might end up paying the same percentage of the money they have to get him. They might think the quarterback is worth X percent of our pool. But that number is bigger because they got a bigger pool.
Well, they're desperate.
Is you desperate?
Not anymore, no.
Because Dillingham figures I can find a quarterback and get 90% of the
production.
production.
In the portal already.
I can get 90% of the production for 60% of the money. Because I know how to coach up quarterbacks.
Right.
Yeah.
They've gotten two transfer guys already. And then they go and they spend the money elsewhere to outfit a team.
But I assume Miami and LSU have more money than ASU. So they can afford to pay him, and they still have a well-rounded roster.
Okay, but so then you lose 3 other guys because you paid him all this.
That is possible. You have to make these choices. And as much as we're going to sit next year and talk about coaches and all that, I wonder how many of the wins and losses are really quote-unquote front office type, decisions about who you paid and who you didn't.
Why pay him that kind of money?
Because you got it.
Yeah, but you don't have an endless supply, though. See, you're acting like, well, they can just, Miami or LSU could just pay him whatever and then pay everybody else whatever. No, it doesn't work that way. It's not going to be the case.
Well, Kiffin's pretty good at it. I mean,
it's all Moneyball.
He figured out it is Moneyball.
Yeah.
It's totally Moneyball.
Yeah.
Yes.
So they may go there. He may go ahead, take the cash over there. But then that means you're not gonna have as much money to pay for Johnny and Joey over here. Nobody has an endless supply.
And then we'll find out who got it right next year.
Right, exactly. Yes.
Jason Cole, longtime NFL writer and analyst, joins us next. 5 wildcard weekend playoff games in the books, 1 to go. We'll talk with him next.
Whether you're stuck in the office,
I believe you have my stapler,
in your car, or at your in-laws.
You want a piece of me? You bet I do.
The Zone is with you every step of the way. Download the KSL Sports app to get live streaming of your favorite shows and access to all the latest updates on your favorite teams. Your home for the best coverage of the Utes, Cougars, Jazz, and Mammoth is on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
So have you recovered from the Christmas spending yet? Yeah, bills come in. The bills always come in, don't they? They're sort of like Santa Claus. They always come. And that's the way of life, man. It costs to live. You got to have money available. You work hard for it, man. Don't you want it to be available when you need it? Yeah, that's why I'm talking about getting with financial planners. Think about it, man. This is what they do. Your car's not working. You take it to a mechanic. Take your money to a financial planner. Take them to Trajan Wealth. I've met with the folks at Trajan Wealth. They're going to be so interested in what you have to say. You're going to feel it. When you walk into their offices and sit down and meet with them across the desk, one-on-one, they're going to say, what do you got? What are your goals? What are you interested in? What would you like? And then together, collaboratively, you guys will come up with a financial plan that you will think, hey, this really rocks for me. How do I know that? Because that's exactly what I did. Yeah, I met with them. I looked them in the eye. I felt a sense of confidence and security, and most importantly, a sense of trust. After all, they are your local trusted financial fiduciary. Give them an opportunity to see what they can do for you. That's what they want, and that's what they will do. Also, too, if you've already got a financial planner or whatever, why not take a second look, right? Get a second opinion. Certainly you do that with your health. How about your financial health? Let them see if there's something that they can do to make it bigger and better. Give them a call. Initial consultation won't cost you anything, so it is worth your time and effort. 801-210-6800. That's the number to set up an appointment. 801-210-6800. You got that? I met with them at their offices in Draper. They also have one conveniently located up north in Farmington. North and south got you covered, as does the website, which is TrajanWealth.com. TrajanWealth.com is the website. Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Paid advertisement.
At Peach Windows and Doors, they help homeowners stay in the homes they love while upgrading to the elegance, efficiency, and natural light of today. With hundreds of 5-star Google reviews, their clients know Peach Windows and Doors deliver what they promise.
I wanted to replace standard-size French doors with a large custom sliding door. The update required checking a weight-bearing wall. Plus, I wanted a couple of different styles of windows. The new sliding door created a much brighter and open look. Peach was so helpful along the way with recommendations and ideas, and the installers were efficient and respectful of my space. I was thrilled with Peach Windows and Doors.
Give your $1 million home the $1 million feel it deserves. Don't wait on that someday project. Visit Peach Windows and Doors Salt Lake Showroom. Schedule a free in-home visit. You can also explore at peachwindowsanddoors.com or just call them at 801-566-1255. Peach Windows and Doors, where amazing home transformations begin.
It's a new year, and Aleve is here to help you keep your New Year's resolutions on track. Whether it's a daily walk, hitting the gym, or spending more time with friends and family, Aleve's got your back. With up to 12 hours of body pain relief per dose, Aleve keeps you moving with long-lasting body pain relief so you can chase those dreams and achieve your goals. Don't let body pain slow you down. Keep going with Aleve, because this year is your year. Try Aleve. Use as directed for minor aches and pains.
I can't believe how spotless my floors look after using the Swiffer Power Mop. No more dragging around a heavy mop and messy bucket. Now I get the same deep clean without all the work. Thanks to the powerful solution and scrubbing pad of the Swiffer Power Mop, dirt and grime don't stand a chance, and I don't break a sweat. Mic drop. Mop drop.
Swiffer Power Mop. Swiffer Power Mop.
A smarter way to mop. Try it or your money back.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
You're still grooving, still connecting, still loving, still turning up, still thriving. You still got it, but your immune system, it weakens as you age. That's where vaccines come in. They help train and strengthen your immune response to fight off respiratory illnesses like flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, or COVID-19. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Book in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Hey, this is Chris from JCW's. If anything rivals our burgers, it's our bacon. It makes the perfect combination with our guacamole, jalapeno, or our hickory barbecue burgers. JCW's, quality and a lot of it.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colbert, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Over 2 decades of sports radio dominance in Utah.
My favorite.
This is DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
DJ PK, it's 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Jason Cole joins us now. Longtime NFL writer and analyst. Jason, welcome back to the show.
Good to be here. What's going on?
The NFL playoffs are going on, and all I hear anybody say is, it's wide open. And I think, it largely is wide open. Because the best teams don't seem to have playoff experience, so we're not sure we really trust them in the big moment. And everybody seems to have a little bit of a flaw.
You don't think that Bo Nix and
Drake
Sam
May?
Darnold can just roll through
Darnold?
this?
Yeah, right.
Drake May nice through butter kind of stuff. They're ready to go. Sam's never had the yips or anything like that before, has he?
It's never happened. So that's what I was getting to. Is that how you see it? Wide open. Don't ask me for a prediction. Nobody knows. These are one-possession games, and one receiver drops a ball. And, man, maybe it was just me. I thought I saw a lot of drops this weekend. I thought I saw a lot of quarterbacks getting let down by a lot of receivers.
I would say A.J. Brown probably owes
most recently
Jalen Hurts an apology, because he'd still be running right now if he had caught that one over the middle. I mean, he was behind. That was just such a big drop. It wasn't just the first down, but it was the sizable gain because he was behind the defense. I mean, it was just such a bad drop. I would say this. There were some drops, but like Trevor Lawrence the 2 interceptions that he threw in that game, and those are so much on him. Those are such Trevor Lawrence plays when you look at it going, man, you just have all sorts of ability, but in key situations, like, what are you doing, man? Like, really, what are you doing? You got to look off. On the first one, it's a zone defense. You got to look off the defender. On the second one, like, you're staring right at the play, and Tre'Davious White has got perfect coverage, like just perfect coverage, and you still try and force that ball into him. And this is where, like Jacksonville puts together this really good season. Their defense is playing off the charts, but they can't get past their quarterback, who's the former number one overall pick, who by this time in his career, you would think he should have fixed all of this. And that's the kind of the story of how the NFL playoffs are going to unfold.
One of our NFL guys that we have on during the season last week was going off about Josh Allen being 0-4 in the world, and my partner DJ was saying, oh, come on, man, that one where Kansas City came in with just a few seconds left, you can't really put it on him. Where do you stand in assigning individual credit and blame to a quarterback, whether his team wins or loses?
Like, the quarterback is the most important player, and we've geared the rules so much towards the quarterback that there is an inordinate amount of credit or blame that goes up to those guys. There's no way around that fact, right?
Right.
At the same time, your teams. This is a team game. It's all the classic cliches that you talk about. But at the end of the day, I measure the truly great quarterbacks of this game are ultimately measured by the number of titles that they win. And I know that that's not totally fair. Like, we could sit here and say Dan Marino is more talented than all of them, and that John Elway was more gifted than, Joe Montana, or, we can go on down the line, right? And that Terry Bradshaw won 4 titles, but there's nowhere we're putting him in the same group with Tom Brady or Joe Montana. You can do that all the time. But, there's a reason we call Tom Brady the greatest player of all time, because he's got the rings. He's got the pelts on the wall. And they play this game for a reason. They play to win titles. Entertainment is important, no question about it. But you got to win. You got to win titles in order to be elevated to that upper echelon.
Having said that, the guy who's got the experience in the playoffs, who I would think, Bills to the Super Bowl, except it's just Josh Allen, and it seems like a fairly mediocre group around him, that they really lean on his greatness. Is that the way you see the Bills? Because if it's not him, then it's maybe it is Drake May. Maybe it is Bo Nix.
Yeah, but wait a second. What team out there you sit there and goes, that's just loaded with some gigantic array of stars? Philadelphia was, right? Like, they had, Saquon, AJ Brown, Devontae Smith, Goddard. They have Jalen Carter, but they're out now, right? The 49ers were loaded with stars, but all of them are in the hospital basically right now. These are all really interesting, okay teams that all have some kind of liability, but none of them are just loaded with 6 deep with guys who change games. So Josh Allen is the one quarterback left, him and Stafford, who's changed games the most with their ability to play quarterback. And Josh Allen's got, James Cook is a good player. The tight end, both tight ends are good players. Deion Dawkins is a terrific player with 4 or 5 Pro Bowls.
But the defense blows, though, doesn't it? I mean, they've won a lot of high scoring games.
Yes, but they also choose to play that way. There's some of that where they're playing for turnovers, and a lot of the reason why you do that is that you are undermanned and you're going to play a certain style. You're going to try and bait people into playing higher tempo games than they want to play. But it is also because there's an inadequacy of their talent. I fully recognize that, and they're in transition on defense. There's no question about it. But they can score. And if they get into a game where it's a back and forth, they're as good as anybody, especially in this playoff setting.
I think you answered my question on the Niners that injuries will catch up to them at some point. If you think otherwise, let me know now. But I think that's what you were saying, and obviously with Kittle being the latest. So then I go to the Rams right now. And you mentioned Stafford. I was waiting for you to put him in the Josh Allen category, which obviously I think he belongs there. Speaking of Stafford, and then they needed to squeak by, but they did squeak by. So now they got to go out on the road again. I don't necessarily care about venue. I'm looking at the Rams thinking, they've got a really good shot against Chicago. How much do you care about the travel and all that stuff adding up? It seems to me on an individual game basis, if I had to bet, which I would never do, but if I did, I would go with the Rams.
I would go with the Rams because I think that they're better across the board. Like who on the Bears at this point in time would you trade for their counterpart on the Rams?
I got you.
There's some guys who are equal, right? There's some guys who you say, that guy's as good as that guy, and that guy's as good. And maybe there's a couple of players where you'd say, oh, this guy on the Bears is better. But not in any position where you'd say that's a truly game-changing position.
Right.
So does Caleb Williams have the ability to be as good as Matthew Stafford? Obviously, yes. I mean, he's the number one pick for a reason. Is he there yet? No. Did he make a lot of progress? Yes. But Stafford is still the way better player, having come off a way better year, maybe his finest year of his career. So from that perspective, I give the Rams, just head up. I make them favorites. But there's, playing in January in Chicago ain't fun. I don't know what the weather's supposed to be like this weekend, but that's brutal. And when you're a dome team, or you've been a dome quarterback for your entire career, that's an unpleasant experience. So we'll see how that one plays out. But I am concerned. I'm concerned about the Rams from that perspective. Do I think that they're better? Yes. But there is an equalizer factor in this one above that changes the outcomes of games.
But you feel better about the Bills going on the road to Denver because nothing's worse than Buffalo? I mean, as far as weather goes? Because Buffalo's favored. Yeah.
Well, yeah. I mean, look, every day that you're not in Buffalo is a vacation.
I was in Buffalo over the summer.
And that's whether you live there or play there. That's just true. But look, I kid about Buffalo. Niagara Falls is great. Downtown Buffalo is kind of cool, but let's be serious. You can be in Buffalo this time of year, or you can be anywhere else. Anywhere else wins.
You made a little bit of a satirical reference there to Bo Nix. I get your point, but then I look at Sean Payton. If the Broncos pull this off and say they have the opportunity and get it done and literally go all the way, does this really elevate Sean Payton in your mind as one of the, certainly from the offensive perspective, one of the better ones all time?
Well, he would be the first guy since Weeb Eubank, and I think only the second guy all time. Well, the first guy certainly in the Super Bowl era to win Super Bowls with two different teams, right? So that's number one. He would be the first guy since Weeb Eubank to even win championships with two different teams. Number two, the fact that he's taken that division by storm this fast, in a really loaded division, the top three teams, and then, the Raiders are still trying to figure it out. I would just say that, look, Sean Payton would put himself in Hall of Fame territory. I'm not, like right now, if you told me I had to vote on Sean Payton for the Hall of Fame, I'd have to really think about it. I don't know what his record is off the top of my head and all those other things. But this is the kind of thing that sets you apart and starts that discussion about whether you deserve to be one of the next guys in there. We have we have a pretty good list of coaches who belong in the Hall of Fame. Belichick's up this year. And then we have Mike Shanahan, Mike Holmgren, Tom Coughlin. I think those guys are there. Then it drops down to guys like Dan Reeves and Marty Schottenheimer and some others. I would say that this would elevate Peyton up into that group of guys with Holmgren, Shanahan, Coughlin. He's not in Belichick range yet, but in that next group.
So do you believe that defense wins championships for all the quarterback talk we've just had? Because I'm looking at the teams in the playoffs, and if you're under 20 points a game defensively, you're pretty good. Now the Jaguars are 19-8. They're out, and Minnesota missed. But Seahawks, Texans, Broncos, Patriots, there's the Eagles are the top 5, all in the postseason. The Eagles are out now.
Yeah, I mean, look, defense generally wins championships because the game becomes more physical in the playoffs, right? Like refs don't want to make the cheap calls. That's not to say that some cheap calls haven't been made, like the late hit on Jalen Hurts yesterday in the 49ers game was kind of a silly call. But they tend to not do that. They tend to let a lot of things go more in this time of level because you've got better teams playing better football. And referees just don't want to be the guys who determine games. They just really don't, despite whatever players really think of them. So you get less calls, like 1 or 2 less calls in a game. You get things taken a little bit further. The game gets a little bit more physical. That always favors the defense. But when I come back to the quarterback is which quarterback do you trust who can make 3, 4, 5 plays in a critical game, like a 3rd and 6 or a 3rd and 7, a 3rd and 8? Who's going to come through in that critical moment? Who's going to fit a ball in against really tight coverage? And there's just like I look at Sam Darnold and I watched that game against the 49ers to finish the season. Like they couldn't be more scared of Sam Darnold to let him start really ripping the ball around and throwing it. They shut it down. I think he threw two somewhat challenging passes in that game. I didn't see anything in that game that made me say, "Oh my God, look at Sam Darnold! Look at the play calling they're making and see what they're letting him get away with." I just didn't see that in any way, shape, or form, and that just indicates to me what the coaching staff thinks of it. And so, Darnold, Bo Nix, does a really nice job. This is, I guess Sean Payton's talked about this. He does a great job of avoiding negative plays like sacks. And that's a really good thing. It's important. I'm not dismissing that. But just because you avoid making mistake plays doesn't mean you're a guy with a propensity to make great plays. And that's where I sit here and say, I don't trust that guy as a quarterback just yet.
Sure. What's your level of concern that what we've known of the Chiefs is not what we will get going in the short-term future?
Well, they need to be totally revamped if they're skill position players, and they still got to rebuild their offensive line. So there's a lot of work to be done. They still have Patrick Mahomes, and Patrick Mahomes can cover up for a lot of things. He got them to a Super Bowl last year behind one of the most threadbare offensive lines you'll ever see. They had Tooney playing left tackle, and they still got Taylor over on the right tackle, and he's horrible. I just don't understand why Andy Reid still got him out there, but he probably doesn't have any other choice. But they need to fix that. And I just remember talking to people, and they were like, "Oh, Rashee Rice is coming back. Rashee Rice is coming back. Look at this." It's like, that ain't Jerry Rice. That's Rashee Rice. Mm-hmm. He's okay, but he's a number 3. He's not a number 1 or a number 2. And Xavier Worthy, he's not even Deshaun Jackson. Deshaun Jackson could really scare a defense and get her open over the top and make some big plays and change the way that a defense is going to play against you. Xavier Worthy doesn't do that. And And so and Kelsey is, if he retires, he retires. If he doesn't, he doesn't, we'll see. But Kelsey's not what he once was. And he's not going to put in the work to get to that high a level. I mean, he's got a different life now. And I don't blame him for that. Like, he's got a lot of really great things going on, a lot of effort he's put into doing things off the field to make himself a lot of money and involved with a woman that most guys would dream about being with, right? So, like, Kelsey's not, ever going to return to what he was. He's going to be just okay. And so they need to revamp it all. They got to do some serious work to get some really serious weapons.
We'll leave it right there for now, Jason. We appreciate the time and all the opinions. You're never short. We love that about you.
Absolutely. Take care, guys.
All right, there's Jason Cole, longtime NFL analyst and reporter.
Do you dream of being with Taylor Swift?
No.
Most guys, what he just said.
That's what he did say, yeah. I don't think we're of the right generation to ask that question.
Well, why not? I dream of being with Sydney Sweeney.
Oh, you do?
Yeah, I don't think it has anything to do with generation, big guy.
I mean, to be fair, I don't remember my dreams, so who the heck knows? Maybe I do. Maybe I just answered incorrectly. Do you remember your dreams? You wake up and think, I dreamed about this, I dreamed about that, or whatever?
Well, I know I dreamed of Genie.
Nice. Old school.
See, Taylor Swift isn't where it's at for you?
No, not really.
Why not?
Sometimes a little just too much of everything. Just too much.
How could you have too much of that?
Yeah, too much.
For me, I don't think there's anything that I would remotely consider even possible in my lexicon to say I have too much money.
Okay. She's worth like $1.5 billion, so yeah, if you want to marry for money, absolutely.
Paycheck is why I live in Utah.
I don't want to marry her.
You just want access to the money.
Yes.
And we'll just leave it there.
How about you, Yock? He's most guys dream of being with? That's what he said. He's Jason Cole.
Taylor Swift's not my cup of tea, but hey.
I wonder how much of her political allegiance played into it.
I could play into it, yeah.
Because if you go on his Twitter, he's awfully political. He believes one side is absolutely right and the other side is absolutely wrong. Much like you.
There it is.
Whoever you is.
Well, on camera, they just saw you wave at me.
Well, it was your opportunity to respond.
You are so good.
I went like, I didn't wave at you.
Okay.
I just went, your move, counselor.
Counselor. That's so official.
I didn't wave at you.
Counselor.
I didn't say, unlike you. Jeez.
The beach is that way.
A little defensive.
It's a constant personal attack.
That was not a personal attack.
When we come back, everything you missed in this show, the football, the basketball, the 55-point debacle, the rivalry game. That's next.
Whirls around and down. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone is your exclusive home of the Utah Jazz. And we want to send you to the Delta Center to see the Jazz in action. Listen every Tuesday for the Jazz Ticket Tuesday Sounder. At 30 past the hour, every hour, all day long. And if you're caller number 12, you'll be on your way to an upcoming game.
Buy one, you'll get one free.
It's Jazz Ticket Tuesday. Every Tuesday throughout the NBA season. On your radio home for the Utah Jazz. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hey guys, it's Woodrow from Mint Medical Clinic. Are you struggling with ED? Well, you are not alone, and now there's a real solution that treats the root cause, not just the symptoms. Introducing our trifecta approach, a breakthrough combination of acoustic wave therapy, hormone replacement, and cryotherapy, all designed to restore blood flow, boost performance, and rebalance your hormones. Whether it's ED or hormonal imbalance, if you're ready to reignite your love life, this treatment helps bring back your energy, your drive, and your confidence. And right now, when you call, you'll receive a free consultation, a blood flow ultrasound, and an intimacy gift. That's a $650 value, absolutely free. And here's the bonus. The next 20 callers will also receive a 5-night stay at a luxury resort in Hawaii just for taking the first step. But you must call now. With 2 convenient locations in Layton and Sandy, help is closer than you think. Call 801-804-8000 now. That's 801-804-8000. Mint Medical Clinic. We'll get you back to mint condition.
Tim Jr. here from RGS Exteriors. Did you know that we offer 3 distinct styles of gutter protection? Each one meant to handle a specific leaf problem. You might not even know there are different styles of gutter protection, but there are. And if you pick the wrong one, it could be a huge waste of money. Now, the big gutter guard companies won't tell you this. They try to sell you a one-size-fits-all gutter guard. And it could be completely wrong for the amount and types of trees and leaves you have. Not RGS Exteriors. We understand which kind of leaf problem needs which kind of gutter guard. We'll do an in-depth evaluation to assess the types, locations, and numbers of trees in your yard. Based on that data, we match your home to the right gutter guard. So don't risk wasting money on the wrong gutter protection. For a free evaluation and estimate, call RGS Exteriors at 801-280-3110 or visit rgsexteriors.com. That's 801-280-3110 or rgsexteriors.com.
Ready for unbeatable deals? At Tim Daly Nissan Southtown. Drive home a new Sentra starting at just $19,900. Need more space? Get up to $9,000 off new Pathfinders. Or grab a rugged Frontier for as low as $399 a month. With 99% approval, 0 down, and 90 days until your first payment. There's never been a better time to buy. Plus, every vehicle comes with the Tim Daly Forever Warranty. Only at Tim Daly Nissan Southtown.
You like saving money, right? We all do. That's why Allstate just lowered the price of car insurance. Not, but wait, there's a catch. Lower. Actually lower. So if you're shopping around or just want to see how much you could save, check Allstate first for a new lower auto rate that could save you hundreds. You're in good hands with Allstate. Not available in every state. Only applicable for new auto insurance business. Rates will vary by several factors, including how you purchase the policy. Potential savings vary. Allstate North American Insurance Company and Affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
This new year, get started on your next success with University of Maryland Global Campus. Apply by February 11th and get your application fee waived. An accredited state university, UMGC offers online and hybrid classes, along with more than 135 degrees and certificates in fields like business, cybersecurity, healthcare, and more. Gain the skills you need to achieve your career goals. Get your application fee waived through February 11th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chef.
Fire up your backyard this season with Mountainland Supply. For limited time only, buy any in-stock Blackstone grill or pizza oven and get a free cover. That's on us. That's right, premium outdoor cooking plus protection at no extra cost. And there's more. You could even win free Mammoth Suite tickets. Don't wait. This offer won't last long. Visit your local Mountainland Supply store for more details or shop now at mountainland.com.
Hey, this is Chris with JCW's. Drop in for one of our delicious gourmet burgers made with 100% choice ground chuck. We're in Lehigh, American Fork, Provo, South Jordan, and Harriman. JCW's, quality and a lot of it.
This is a Utah Jazz at 30 update on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Jazz blown out 150-95 by the Hornets Saturday night at the Delta Center. Bryce Sensabaugh on what the team needs to focus on after the loss.
Just got to stay together, like as a team, like no matter how hard it gets, like the 15 people in this locker room and, plus the coaches, we got to stay together. If we start turning on each other, it's only going to get worse. So we just got to stay together. We put in a lot of work together. So you just got to trust that moving forward. And, we've shown that we can do special things. So we just got to trust that.
Jazz open a road swing in Cleveland tonight against Donovan Mitchell, Sam Merrill, and the Cavaliers. Tip-off at 5 o'clock. Coverage begins at 4 here on The Zone.
For all of you, less motivated listeners, it's time for your 9 o'clock. Where the heck have you been headlines?
Where you at?
With DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Black and Red Headlines brought to you by Trajan Wealth. Call Trajan Wealth today, your local trusted financial fiduciary. Call them at 801-210-6800 or visit their website at TrajanWealth.com. Talked about a lot of stuff today. Jazz got themselves blown out. They ran out a small, inexperienced team and got hammered by 55 points. How much more of that can you take? That's a question up on Facebook. And PK, the answer seems to be that, you're going to have to take it for at least another 40 games.
If I only had to take it for 40 games, I'd sign off it right now. Meaning next year would be competitive. Next year would be what the Suns are doing this year. Is that possible?
Get back to 500.
Suns are 9
They're
games
way
over
over.
500.
Yeah, I don't know if 9 over is possible. That hadn't really occurred to me. I suppose it is, depending on whatever moves they make in the offseason.
Right. Obviously, you would need to make...
You need to make moves. They will make moves. Everybody makes moves every year.
But really good moves.
I was thinking more 500 next year. Well, we'll see what kind of moves they make. I mean, we're guessing about a roster that we don't even know the composition of the roster.
Suns made several moves.
They did.
Retained Booker, who's a nice player.
Yep.
Grayson Allen, a couple other guys. They didn't move everybody.
Nor would I expect the Jazz to.
But they're a nice story this year. I was down in Phoenix, tried to get tickets on Friday, and it's a hot commodity. Last few years, they begging you. At least my ticket broker guy.
Yeah.
So with that in mind,
can I have 2 tickets? No, take 4.
Can they do that? Oh yeah, I can remember I hit him up, and he gave me tickets in the area, and then gave me suite tickets later.
Nice.
And so I sold the tickets in the regular seating area. I went down there and held him up, and some guy comes over to me. Hey, look, we got to go across the street. And then he starts walking me down. Let's go down there. I said, I'm not going down there. I'll walk across the street if they got some rules, but I'm not going down there. I mean, he wanted me to go down some alley. I said, I'm not going there. I didn't trust him. It's dark. He said, no, I'm not doing that. So they've had a nice bounce back. We'll see what they do. I mean, I'm not expecting them to go all the way by any stretch.
No.
But to be 9 games over 500 after they've
It's
been so
surprising.
gloomy.
It's really surprising.
Yeah, and good for them. Can they do that? Yeah. I mean, that's a franchise that didn't make the playoffs last year, but they still are way better than where the Jazz are right now. I understand that. So
okay, but the Jazz are where they are right now because they're trying to be where they are right now.
Uh-huh. Yeah.
I mean, Ainge, and people are going to say, Ainge said they weren't going to tank. Austin said that. Okay, well, he said it at the podium, and if he says the truth at the podium, the league immediately finds him. So you got to consider the context somebody gets asked in. You got to find some way to not say the truth. I mean, you could give it a big old non-answer. You could just talk about how the sky is blue, and then you didn't lie. Yeah, it's a non-answer.
So you got to lie.
You got to lie. That's if you tell something that absolutely isn't true. But have you ever heard of the non-answer, where you ask a question, then they start talking, you realize they didn't answer the question?
Yeah, sure, but he didn't do that.
He said
no, he didn't.
He was asked straight up about tank. He says that's not going to happen.
And he could have talked about the grass is blue
and he did it with
the sky
attitude.
is green, and he did do it. He did a definitive.
Yeah.
Yes. And that looks like a big old lie right now.
You know what it reminds me of? Larry Scott. Only Notre Dame will be grandfathered in to be playing later in the season. And you're like, wait a second, Larry. Time out here. That doesn't work. And you were right.
I was. But in that case, I don't think
you to fill out the schedule.
Yeah, but I don't think he lied. I think he was just wrong. I'm not sure it occurred to him.
That's
I'm
Larry
not
Scott's
sure it
prerogative.
occurred to Austin at the time. Thinking,
I think
I'm going to hit the ground. And I think that when he was asked about that question,
you thought there'd be big moves in the summer, and so they'd be all the way out.
And I think he was going big picture, not exclusively to 25, 26.
Whereas we were wearing scars he wasn't wearing.
Right,
and everyone in the room is like, all right, good. We don't do that again.
We're not going to be an organization that tanks.
Yeah. Except for this year when we might lose our pick.
Well,
but again, he can't say he's going to get fined. So.
But I don't know that he was. My guess is he wasn't specifically talking about that.
Maybe not, because I got to say, initially I took him at face value. And
I think we all did. But I think what you just said, he's looking at it. This is my introductory press conference. That's not who I am.
Right.
It's not what I was in Boston. I don't know that. And so he's thinking along the lines of what I'm about. Now, this situation this year, because of the bad trade, giving up the pick, it forced it upon him. And maybe they would have, even if they had the pick, they would want it anyway. So maybe it's not really any different. Maybe
it might not be about the pick.
Giving up the pick wasn't good, but maybe it has actually no effect on the objective this season, because so it doesn't really matter.
They might be trying to get top 5, top 3. Yeah, top 5 worst record, right. And then maybe you move into the top 3 or 4.
Yes.
Or all the way to 1. Who knows?
And I just think dumb luck has got to shine upon him. And it goes back to what Steve Cleveland was saying about an hour and a half ago. What level of faith do you have in the administration? And I know it's rough, but I still have faith in the executives.
So get past the draft pick. And the salary cap thing, like the trades in the league have stopped. I just can't believe that in the 3 years Danny Ainge was calling the shots, the trader Danny didn't make more deals. But the whole league seems to have frozen up.
Yeah, but
and
why do that?
And Austin, because I think that he'd be good at taking a player who's a C and trading him for a B, and a player who's a B and trading him for an A. I think you keep winning trades and you keep improving. That's why I think.
Yeah, but you're not gonna get that way.
Not get what that way?
To the level that you want. The way you're going to get there is through the Oklahoma City model, through the San Antonio model. Win in the draft.
Well,
Miami and the Lakers can do things differently.
Oklahoma City was a mix. I mean, there's no way around it, man. San Antonio lucked out in the draft so big.
Oh, I think for them it wasn't really. It was one trade and draft.
1, 2, and 4, just unbelievable. They've been in years when the draft was really good.
And you're talking of the Spurs. I think I might have said San Antonio. I meant OKC, that they did one trade and a draft. And then once you've got the top level pieces, you brought up a Brian Russell earlier in terms of our discussion, and we're going to hit that as the weeks go on here. And your thoughts of, and I think it's valid that you think Hendricks and Williams are basically back end of the rotation guys. Yep. But those types of guys, if you got studs, or in the case of the Jazz and Russell, statues at the top, they become valuable. And I'm looking at a kid
beyond that,
a Lou Dort.
Yes.
Not a player in his own right that's going to shake anything, but you put him on that team, and he needs to be the junkyard dog that'll get in everybody's face. That's what he does. And now what is he in his 3rd, 4th year? And it looked like this guy, an undrafted free agent, is going to have a 10-year NBA career based on toughness.
Yes. And I think that the reason the Joker only has 1 title and that he doesn't have 2 or 3 at this point is because they haven't been good enough at guys 5, 6, 7, 8. So it's not to demean the back end of the rotation. You got to have the Joker. But if you have the Joker, you don't have those guys, then you got what Denver has.
Except that Russell was a 2nd-round pick, and Hendricks and Williams are top 10 picks, so it is demeaning them.
That is a total difference.
And Lou Dort was undrafted. 60 opportunities came and left without anybody calling his name. In a year the Jazz had 3 second-round picks, and didn't hit on any of them.
And they didn't realize that this guy's going to play in the league for a decade.
Yeah, right.
Because he is.
Right. Yeah.
That's not even really debatable at this point.
No, he's probably close to halfway there.
Yeah.
Already. And he's still young, comes out after 1 year of college ball, which means he's 19 years old. So if he's got 5 years in the league, that puts him at 24.
So I guess the thing to say about these guys is, were those weak drafts, and who's drafted after them, and does anybody do anything? Because that was kind of the...
Well, yeah, I know the kid over the Chicago Bulls. That foreign dude was drafted, and he's a player.
Because Greg Ostertag was drafted, he was the last NBA player in the draft. Everybody else after that busted.
That doesn't mean you have to give him a fat contract.
100%. That's a different problem.
Yeah.
And it was a problem.
With the emphasis on fat.
Hey-o!
Yeah.
That's another guy they should bring back into the organization because he is the king now.
He's been
of
around.
Saying, he has been around, and that's the only reason I know the story I'm about to tell is because I literally saw him walking downtown. And I talked to him, and he was walking on the other side of the street. It's like, that has to be Ostertag. Who else could it be? He's 7 feet tall. And he's got all sorts of regret about not putting everything into it and not being in better shape and not being just like he just wasted opportunities. So
that's the story of my life.
So he could come in and he could say that. And
I'm going to put that on my
preach that.
tombstone. Wasted opportunities.
We talked football this morning. Surprised by anything? Maybe the quality of the competition? That was 5 games, and 4 of them went right down to the wire.
Saturday was a good day of football. You know, if you're rooting for specific teams, I understand that. But for the rest of us,
entertaining.
Just want to watch games games.
But even Sunday, the Bills-Jaguars game was good, and the Niners-Eagles game was really good.
I watched the Bills-Jaguars game from Dirk's Bentley's got a slew of bar restaurants, and one of them is in Gilbert, Arizona, and that's where I watched that. That was fun.
And I assume that in Arizona, no matter the team, they have some fans there cheering. People are from everywhere in Arizona.
There were some
Getting
folks
good weather.
that were involved in the game. Yeah. I mean, I was just sitting there watching it to watch it. Other people were a couple of F-bombs by that time. The liquid refreshments had taken over.
Cougars are 3-0. Utes are 0-3. I think that's what we all expected when we came back here on Monday morning, but that game was way more competitive than I would have guessed. The Utes' first 2 losses in conference were by double digits.
I think you got to tip your hat to the Utes showing up. And I know it's no moral victory, blah, 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 which I disagree with. You just can't state it. Oh, I'm happy with the outcome. You know, you can't say that. But I think that was a performance that they could build on.
It's way better than what they've seen last few times out. Way more competitive than Arizona. Colorado on the road was a double-digit loss.
Yeah, you can argue that Arizona's better than BYU.
That may well. We'll get to see that. They're going to play twice.
There'll be opportunities.
Unless they play 3 times.
Have that come to pass. Yeah, for sure. So, but at the same time, BYU won the ball game, and they should be happy for winning the game, going in there. And, you know, it's a rivalry game. You're going to get the other guys. I understand that. But they got issues on this team. And they spent a ton of money, and
they're down 2 rotation guys, so now they're thin. And to your point, man, a sprained ankle at the wrong time could really wreck them now. You know, they can't lose the third. They can't lose the third guy. Don't do that.
Right, and they need those 3.
But maybe they've had their bad luck, and maybe it'll be fine now.
Well, I mean, you never want anybody to be injured for sure. That doesn't do anybody.
I do wonder how much of that is BYU. They played a lot of good competition, but play a lot of road games. You know, it's this in Kansas State. They only played 2 true road games, so it's different. Now you could argue that game was maybe a little neutral courtish because there were so many Cougar fans in there.
It's a rivalry game, man. Yeah. It's a rivalry game, and even if you're here for 3 or 4 months, hey, it's a rivalry game.
Okay.
And Alex, and they don't need anybody to listen to anybody but Alex Jensen.
Yeah.
They don't need to bring anybody in.
He's been there.
He lived it.
Been there, done that.
Yeah.
All right, DJ and PK, your feedback's next. Stay with us.
And it's all over almost here.
Don't go nowhere.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
Do you think the Jazz will keep Will Hardy around when they're ready to start winning? Well, they keep giving him contract extensions, so my assumption would be yes. He coaches great offensive teams. Jazz are a great offensive team right now. But I don't know if he's a good defensive coach. I don't know. We haven't ever seen him coach a good defensive team. Is that a Will Hardy problem, or is that a personnel problem, or is that a scheme problem, or is that, if you know the team is not trying to win, defense is the last thing you're going to try and do, because defense stinks.
Bingo.
Playing defense is not fun at all.
Was Phil Jackson a great defensive coach? I have no idea, honestly.
Right. Who
but
knows?
you know why those were good defensive teams? Because Michael Jordan guarded.
And so did Scotty Pippen.
Period. End of story.
If your best players guard,
you have to guard.
Yeah.
Is Dagnall a good defensive coach? I have no idea, honestly. But Shea's going to guard, so that means you're going to guard.
Yeah.
And Jalen Williams is going to guard, so that means you're going to guard.
Catch Jake and Ben weekdays from 10 to noon on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
DevSimplify are your software pros. Whether it's websites, mobile apps, or complex custom systems, DevSimplify is here to make it work and make it easy on you. Need help building software or ongoing management? You've got both. DevSimplify.com designs, develops, and manages the process so your deadline stops slipping and your team stops guessing. Maybe you're stuck in the middle. AI can start a project. Freelancers can build pieces of it. But without real project management, teams get stranded halfway through. DevSimplify.com brings the roadmap, the pit crew, and the finish line. When a software project slows down, breaks down, or stalls out entirely, DevSimplify, the software pros, can turn that chaos into beautiful completion. DevSimplify.com. From the start, or in the middle, to finish and beyond. Ready to move? At DevSimplify.com, you can always schedule a quick and free project assessment. But right now, you can get a complimentary discovery session with 5 hours free. DevSimplify.com. Your software pros.
My perfect day has sand, salt water, and friends. But my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis can take me out of the moment. Now I'm all in with clearer skin thanks to Skyrizi. Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy. With Skyrizi, most people saw 90% clearer skin, and many were even 100% plaque-free at 4 months. Skyrizi is just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
Thanks to Skyrizi, there's nothing on my skin, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 dermatologist-prescribed biologic in psoriasis. Visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
Start the new year strong with a Hercules Gold Tier checking account. Earn up to 4.25% APY and make your money work harder for you. This account combines high rewards with everyday convenience so you can reach your goals faster. Open your Gold Tier checking account today and let's grow stronger together in 2026. Visit HerculesCU.com to learn more. Hercules First Federal Credit Union. Growing stronger together for 80 years.
It all started with a commitment to comfort. Gillette Heating and Air is proud to be Utah County's go-to team for expert HVAC and plumbing solutions. Need a repair, upgrade, or seasonal tune-up? Don't let cost hold you back. With 0% financing available, it's easy to get the work done now and pay later. Plus, save $100 on any repair over $500 and keep your system running strong with a professional tune-up before the heat hits. Visit GilletteHVAC.com or call 385-GET-COOL to book today. Homegrown service pros, financing made simple, comfort made easy.
Carrier, turn to the experts. A Carrier factory authorized dealer.
Tonight on KSL.
I saw the gun and I just remember thinking, how is this happening?
A family separated during the chaos of the Michigan church attack.
We have 4 kids on the inside and us on the outside.
Reunited, they say, through a higher power.
There's a lot of miracles that played out.
There were probably angels around them.
KSL's Dan Rascone returns to Grand Blanc to share their story.
This is sacred ground. It will always be sacred ground.
Healing from tragedy, tonight at 10.
The KSL Sports Zone and Beehive Meals are honoring people that impact youth sports in our communities. Nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Beehive Meals Hero of the Week at KSLSports.com/contest.
This is a Utah Mammoth at 50 update on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Utah Mammoth lost 3-2 in overtime to the Columbus Blue Jackets Sunday. Andre Torney says getting to point was a bright spot in the loss.
Need to acknowledge it's a point. It's a big point. It's important. We talk a lot about even when you don't have your A game, you need to find a way to get a point. We got a point, so it is what it is.
Utah Mammoth back in action tomorrow night. They host the Toronto Maple Leafs at the Dell Center. Puck drop set for 8 o'clock.
And now, enough of us. It's time to hear from you. From all your texts, tweets, and posts. This is the best feedback of the day.
Ooh, I was there. It's the best game of my life.
With DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
DJ and PK, it's time for your feedback. What do you have to do? What do you have to say about today's show? The losses, the tanking. Glenn says, I'm good with the tanking, at least till the end of this season. We need that pick. Jake, 44 more games of tanking. Just keep the pick. Shane's on the other side of the equation. Inexcusable. It's that kind of effort that drives fans away.
Yeah, I think you can tank and not lose by 55.
Not be down by 31 after a quarter. Hang in there for a while. Let go of the rope and right out of the gate on Saturday. Just another dad. I've become a casual fan. Games are fun. I really like Lowry and Keontae, but we aren't a serious team. So I'm not a serious fan. When, or if, we become a serious team, I will reevaluate.
Reevaluate? No. You'll change and get back in.
Yeah.
I'm okay with that. You sort of did that with the Padres.
Yep. If you're not serious, I just can't lose a lot of emotion over you. If I can look at your roster in March and think, if you're really good, you'll win 72 games and lose 90.
Uh-huh.
and I was right for a decade. But, man, got more interesting when they started spending money.
And then you got back into it. You
did.
Back in. You came back to the days
you gotta get
of
fans.
Benito Santiago and Cisco Lascano.
Which is
and
actually
the shortstop number 11, Enzo Hernandez.
Well, no, they really sucked in the Enzo Hernandez era.
Right, but you were still in, though.
I was way in. Yeah. I was a little kid. I was elementary school. Benito Santiago, right? That was another. They weren't great teams, but they were.
He could
90
throw
win
guys out. 90 win is a good team.
Yeah.
He could throw guys out at second base from his knees with his offhand.
Yeah, but it was different when they had Kevin Brown, when they just flat out went for it and 198, rented him for 1 year and said, let's go.
Benito would throw guys out from his left hand on his knees. He would go around the right-handed batter. That's the arm that he had.
Throw behind the left-handed batter down to first base.
No, he'd do it at third base, too, with his left hand.
Did not do that. Making stuff up.
Mike Ivy.
No, I probably did see him play because he only made it to the show briefly.
Something.
Number one pick in Major League Draft, and he's a catcher, and he gets a phobia about throwing the ball back to the mound.
Then he should have rolled it.
He could have used Riley Jensen, who wasn't born yet, but nonetheless.
What was Colbert's first name?
Nate Colbert.
Nate Colbert.
Nate passed away. Nate was the man.
Yeah.
Nate tied Johnny Bench for National League home run leader, 37 or 38 homers.
Right.
1 year, yeah.
Right. See?
Those were the days.
I thought they'd never end, my friend.
Yep, they ended.
They're saying that Sam Levitt is committed to play quarterback for LSU. Barstool ASU. Former ASU recreational basketball player Sam Levitt has committed to play quarterback for LSU.
Because that's how he's supposed to have gotten that midseason injury. It was in a pickup basketball game.
Uh-huh.
Dude, you got to be more disciplined than that. You're the quarterback. You're getting millions. You can't play pickup basketball.
And then after that, there was a falling out between he and the head coach.
Yeah, probably because the coach said, you can't do that. What are you doing? You cannot do that.
And that's how Barstool reports the news.
All right, we're all done. Jake and Ben are up next right here on The Zone.
Dang it, show's over.
Wait a minute, I'm not finished.
Shut up and let him finish. Where did the time go?
Well, that was an incredible waste of time.
That's it. I'm done.
See you next time. Goodbye.
Stay up to date with everything Utah Jazz related with the new Jazz Notes newsletter. Get draft updates, analysis, and be the first to know about every offseason move. Visit KSLSports.com to sign up for the Jazz Notes newsletter. Win big this Wednesday on the KSL Sports Zone with Win Ticket Wednesday. This week, win tickets to see Ski Shore in Utah returning to Heber City January 16th and 17th. Get your tickets today at ProSkiShore.com. That's ProSkiShore.com. And listen to the KSL Sports Zone all day Wednesday for your chance to win.
At Peach Windows and Doors, they help homeowners stay in the homes they love while upgrading to the elegance, efficiency, and natural light of today. With hundreds of 5-star Google reviews, their clients know Peach Windows and Doors deliver what they promise.
I wanted to replace standard-size French doors with a large custom sliding door. The update required checking a weight-bearing wall. Plus, I wanted a couple of different styles of windows. The new sliding door created a much brighter and open look. Peach was so helpful along the way with recommendations and ideas, and the installers were efficient and respectful of my space. I was thrilled with Peach Windows and Doors.
Give your $1 million home the $1 million feel it deserves. Don't wait on that someday project. Visit Peach Windows and Doors Salt Lake Showroom. Schedule a free in-home visit. You can also explore at peachwindowsanddoors.com or just call them at 801-566-1255. Peach Windows and Doors, where amazing home transformations begin.
Ready for unbeatable deals? At Tim Daly Nissan Southtown, drive home a new Sentra starting at just $19,900. Need more space? Get up to $9,000 off new Pathfinders. Or grab a rugged Frontier for as low as $399 a month. With 99% approval, 0 down, and 90 days until your first payment. There's never been a better time to buy. Plus, every vehicle comes with the Tim Daly Forever Warranty. Only at Tim Daly Nissan Southtown.
Are you ready for a new you in the new year? The Salt Lake City Fat Loss Program has helped thousands of frustrated men and women feel confident in their clothes, boost their energy, and finally feel like themselves again. So, what's the secret? Salt Lake City Fat Loss uses a science-proven plan to help reset your metabolism and lose up to 1 pound of fat per day without dangerous drugs or exercise. And right now is the perfect time to start. Due to overwhelming demand, Salt Lake City Fat Loss has extended their huge New Year's sale, over 20% off for a limited time only.
JJ here. I lost 40 pounds in 60 days. Alex Curie here. I dropped 50 pounds in 60 days on the SLC Fat Loss program. Get their New Year's special at slcfatloss.com.
Whether you want to love what you see in the mirror again, boost your energy, fit better in your clothes, or feel more confident and healthier as you age, Salt Lake City Fat Loss works. Huge New Year's sale is ending soon. Schedule your free consultation today at slcfatloss.com and lock in your savings. That's slcfatloss.com. Results may vary.
What goes better with a meal? Bacon. At Heartland Steak Co., they take their bacon seriously. From their double smoked hickory to their honey jalapeno, which brings sweet and spicy together for the perfect combination, to their all-new bacon flavors like whiskey peppercorn with its smoky richness, to their applewood double smoked bacon that's smoked over real applewood chips, to their all-new maple bourbon bacon, which brings out the subtle notes of maple and bourbon for a rich taste. Heartland Steak Co. has your bacon and USDA Midwestern beef ready to ship and delivered straight to your door. Don't wait. Order today for yourself, a friend, or anyone who loves that true Midwest taste. Ordering is easy at heartlandsteakco.com. And right now, when you spend $199.99 or more, you'll get free shipping plus 2 pounds of bacon with promo code BACON. Go and get your bacon from heartlandsteakco.com. That's heartlandsteakco.com, promo code BACON. Taste the Heartland difference.
These days, many companies have turned to influencers to tout their products or services. But here at John Watson Chevrolet, the only endorsement we need is from our customers. Because of their feedback, we're proud to be Utah's best reviewed Chevy dealer. Visit us today to see why we get reviews like,
buying a car should be a fun experience, like a kid getting a new toy. And at John Watson Chevrolet, it was.
John Watson Chevrolet, your 5-star Chevy dealer. 3535 Wall Avenue, Ogden. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. And now, it's 10 a.m.
Let's just get down to it.
And it's time for your sports fix.
Strap yourselves in, folks.
From two guys who have covered the teams you're passionate about for years.
We are professionals.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Jacob Ed, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Jake Scott, Ben Anderson. Happy Monday to everybody. What's going on, Ben? How was the weekend?
Doing well. How are you?
I'm good. The weekend was a good one. I went skiing yesterday.
Oh, good. Where'd you go?
I went to Alta, and that's actually relevant. Let me ask you something. Let me ask you this. You're familiar with the ski resorts community, blah, blah, blah.
Uh-huh.
Does each resort attract a different crowd? This is less true now, I feel, than it used to be because the Icon Pass has kind of
intermingled everybody.
Yeah, but is there I've always thought that there's a certain group or vibe to each resort.
I've always felt that way as well. Now, acknowledging that I'm a snowboarder, so I've never been to Alta, so I don't know that vibe necessarily, other than I know it's not one that I belong at or am welcome at. So, yes, I always thought Snowbird was the ritziest. Now I'm just talking Little Cottonwood and Big Cottonwood because I never went up. I've done canyons, I've done Park City, but
well, yeah, you can't be calling Snowbird ritzy if if you go to Deer Valley.
And is Deer Valley only
skiing
as well? So yeah, I don't know that either. But I know people who go to Deer Valley, and yes, I would agree that's the ritzy resort. Brighton is certainly the terrain park snowboarders, you know what I mean? And it was the cheapest when I was growing up. So if you were 10 years old, you could just go and, hey, mister somebody, and say, hey, if you're an adult, I get a free pass. Can I go in with you? So I used to do that a lot. Shout out to people at Brighton who never busted me. They did catch my friend, though. And then there was Solitude, which was just the lesser Snowbird. And I don't mean as far as a resort goes. I just mean kind of the 60-year-old Silver Fox, the all matching ski suit. That seemed like Snowbird guy to me. Solitude was a little bit of a step below that.
I don't know if here I'll give you my assessments. Okay. I'm totally Snowbird has always been somewhat pricey, but I would not classify it as ritzy because it is of its location, which is in Little Cottonwood Canyon, which is the most aggressive terrain of all of our resorts. So Snowbird has always attracted a more aggressive type skier. I've told people I'm happy I learned to ski at Snowbird because if you can ski Snowbird, you can ski anywhere. That also applies to Alta, in my opinion. But as you noted, snowboarders are welcome at Snowbird where they're not at Alta. In fact, Snowbird really leaned into snowboarding early in the snowboarding growth. Thus, Alta, my opinion, attracts two major sources. Grumpy old men that are skiing jeans and gaiters and a woolly vest, even though it's 5 below, and I've been skiing in Alta since you were knee high or whatever.
Right.
And then the crunchy purist hippies. There's a lot of those at Alta, and I'll get to that in 1 second. Brighton, I always thought, because they have such an incredible ski school, they attract a lot of young people. It kind of became the border hub because they always kind of priced it that way.
They also did a job with their night skiing. They did a really good job with cheap night skiing.
All those things, yeah. I know a lot of people that grew up Brighton devotees. They were the first resort. I'm sorry, we're so into this, but we could be talking about a 55-point loss.
Yeah.
They were also they did under 12 is free for a while. They made that a thing, and their whole thing was getting young people. So Solitude is I've always thought the sneaky, affordable one.
Yeah, for sure.
Maybe
absolutely right.
The terrain is wonderful. Maybe not quite as aggressive as Little Cottonwood Canyon, but Honeycomb Canyon, and it was never crowded. So you always thought kind of I know a little something others don't.
And they did one of the first season pass deals for kids. That's why I had a couple of years of season passes to Solitude.
So there's my assessment.
For really cheap.
But anyway, to get to my proof of concept really quick and why I brought this up. So we go to Alta. Bob Weir died on Saturday, founding member
of the Grateful Dead.
And I'm telling you, Ben, there was dead stickers everywhere.
Yeah.
I'm getting onto the magic dang carpet with my 4-year-old. And the hippie who's at the lifty hippie is playing Grateful Dead music. And at least 3 people in that one time I was going up was oh, it's a sad day. It's a really sad day.
Yeah.
I mean, there was like a forlorn cloud cast like across the entire.
You're not meaning an actual cloud of
resort.
smoke.
No, it was actually quite of a beautiful day.
Okay.
But the
I was
attitude.
implying a different type of smoke. But
I see. No, I didn't smell any of that. But yeah, that type
Deadheads,
of crowd. Yeah, right.
Yeah.
So I thought that was kind of funny. I was like, this is kind of a proof of concept. It was like a somber day on the slopes, even though the sun was out.
Sad day.
People were like,
Ritzy Alta.
People were like, Bob's looking down.
Yeah.
It's a sunny day.
Yeah. For sure.
There's a touch of gray, right? You know?
Yep. I get it.
So, anywho, I thought that was kind of funny.
For sure. I think
kind
you're
of
right.
proved at least my stereotype for Alta.
The demographic matched.
I'd be curious to people's stereotypes for the resorts out there. Who goes to what ski resort?
Yeah.
Deer Valley is there's a reason everybody loves to ski Deer Valley. There's a reason that Deer Valley doesn't let in snowboarders.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it is a different type of treatment. And man, that chili is good.
Yeah.
It is so good. And terrain underrated in Deer Valley.
Okay.
And now Park City is the biggest ski resort in the country, I believe, because now it has the canyons.
Yeah.
So anyway, we're lucky.
We are.
Long story
It's right in our
short,
backyard.
we're so lucky. And yesterday was
glad you got to go.
Was beautiful. And you know what? It was a good weekend to be hanging out in the Radio Command Center. There was definitely something else to watch other than the Jazz 55-point loss, which is something. Worst loss in at least Utah Jazz history.
Yeah.
They lost once by, what was it, in New Orleans?
56. Two of the Milwaukee Bucks.
So I don't know. Do you read into it, Ben? I mean, obviously there's no way to sell it as a positive, but do you read into it as anything other than?
No, the same way I don't read into the Jazz going to overtime against the Oklahoma City Thunder and needing a Shea Gilgeous-Alexander buzzer beater to get there. It's just like I've not tried to sound overly team friendly in my coverage for the last 4 years now, and I think you could probably accuse me of it. Because being critical of something that's not authentic is so bizarre to me. And that seems inauthentic to me. Me coming out and hammering the Jazz for losing by 55 is as inauthentic as the Jazz losing by 55. What the Jazz are doing right now isn't real. They're faking. I mean, they're not even faking it. They're just resting players for rest. If you're not trying to win games, why would I get mad at you or criticize and get mad?
Well,
why would I?
You're not going to get mad.
No, but why would I criticize you for losing a game you're trying to lose? Like
in grand fashion.
Yeah, in grand fashion. It doesn't matter if you lose by 4, if you lose by 55. The goal was to lose, and you accomplished that goal. If you want to say, come out and talk about the, morality of it, whatever. I don't really care, in all honesty, because I've seen teams try to play really moral basketball, and it doesn't reward you for anything. You don't get rewarded for making the playoffs every year and being the Chicago Bulls who want to make the play-in tournament and try their best every season. The NBA doesn't reward that either. So I don't really blame anyone what the Jazz are doing. But to that point, 55-point loss, overtime loss to the Oklahoma City Thunder, it's all L's, The only stat that matters is W's and L's. And if at the end of the season you have a 55-point loss or a 12-point win, it only looks like one number. And so in that sense, it was ridiculous. I certainly was shocked looking at the score over and over throughout the night. I mean, I think at one point it was 71-28. I mean, scores I've never seen before. Certainly that was bizarre. But as far as what does it mean? Jazz are going to be in a 6-point game in the fourth quarter tonight with the Cleveland Cavaliers. It doesn't mean anything.
Yeah.
Because tonight they have Lauri Markkanen, and tonight they have Ace Bailey, and tonight they have Yusuf Nurkic. And when you have enough NBA players on your team, you can compete with just about anybody, which is why the Cleveland Cavaliers are a middling team in the Eastern Conference, despite selling out to go get Donovan Mitchell. And the Jazz are going to compete with them despite the fact that they're selling out to get a lottery pick.
No, I love the cynical take. It's right up my alley. I will read into it in a way and of complete speculation, but not in the way that you're referring to. I think this team, every time they show a little promise and get a win, now I don't know if this is intentional or unintentional or whatever, but I think the message sent to them is, what are you doing?
Yeah. You beat Dallas?
You beat Dallas on
Yeah.
the second night of a back-to-back? What are you doing?
Yeah.
Can't you see that they want to stink too?
Right.
This is a game you got to lose.
You
Are
beat
you
Detroit
kidding?
and San Antonio on back-to-back nights, and then they lose 6 in a row, if I remember correctly, before snapping it against Dallas.
San Antonio on the road, that's a built-in loss. What are you
Yeah.
doing winning that? What are you doing? And again, I don't know if it's intentional, unintentional. I mean, certainly see the wing of the fan base that sends that message. And then, you lose by 50 and the message is, "God, you're the stinkiest team ever."
Mm-hmm.
I could understand why that would defeat you on certain nights.
It's a lose-lose for the players.
It's a lose-lose for the players. And so if you're telling me they're going to come out one night and get outscored, what was it, Ben? I want to be exact. 45-14 in the first quarter.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's as lopsided.
33-8, 16-4. It was from the opening jump. It was a disaster.
But the message after the last time they tried was, "What are you doing?"
Yeah.
And then they no-show in a game. Well, I'm certainly not gonna read into it from a "this is who you are" standpoint. That's ridiculous. If anything, I'm reading into it from a "God, I get it. I understand. I understand why you would put no effort into that game. The last time you put an effort into it, they yelled at you.
Mm-hmm.
They're like, "What are you doing?
Yeah.
You got to go out there and beat Dallas? That was a must lose."
Yeah, you're talking about the fan base.
The fan base, or I don't know, internally.
Yeah, it could be.
They're not. And again, this is where I'm reading into whatever. But the rest stuff you're implying, like, they're not trying to win. They're clearly trying to lose.
Clearly, they're going to get their draft pick. That is, if I have a takeaway, and look, I noticed it. I want to say it was early December. The Jazz are in Brooklyn. Talked about this game a couple of times now. They could have played either Yusuf Nurkic or Kevin Love. They sat both of them. And that was the first time I thought this season the Jazz said specifically, we're building a lineup to lose. And the Jazz did win that game, but they specifically weakened the lineup in spots that makes them very, very vulnerable to lose these games. And that's when I realized, okay, they are very serious about getting this draft pick, and they have followed suit since. And then, obviously the most egregious is what we saw on Saturday in a 55-point loss. But that is what I am taking away, is that, yes, this is a draft pick above all else season still.
So after the Dallas win, do I think that Austin Age kicked in the door to the locker room and said, "What on earth are you bozos doing?" No.
Right.
I don't think that literally happened. Do I think somehow the message circulated through everything? We had to lose that one, and you guys screwed it up because you tried? That's coming through in some way, shape, or form, I guarantee. And they didn't play Lowry and Nurk
right?
against Charlotte. They didn't. They sent the message loud and clear. "Oh, you think you can win, do you? Well, watch this."
Yeah.
And whether they, again, that's intentional or not, that is the message, is that we are, meaning the Jazz are, going to keep this draft pick come hell or high water.
Yep.
And whether that's the right thing to do or not, I mean, we could debate that on the radio. It's a fun topic for you and I, but their opinion is obvious.
It is. 3 months from today, the season ends. This is what you're going to see for 3 months. And now on the road, the Jazz don't want to take another $150,000 fine. I actually don't think the money matters. I think the Jazz are happy to have Ace Bailey on the roster. If they said, yeah, we just factor that $150,000 or whatever fine they paid last year in Washington for not playing Lowry Markkanen, they would say it's totally worth it. I do think the embarrassment of it is a little harder to live down. It's a little harder to sell. So they're going to play Lowry on the road when they have to. Just to avoid these types of fines, because he is an all-star and the rules say that you have to play your all-stars on the road if they're healthy. So Lowry's going to play these games as is, and then at home you might just see a disaster. Especially in games that we talked about being 2-for-1s like Charlotte, where Charlotte winning puts them further ahead of you. And then when you're playing better teams here in Salt Lake City, maybe you don't see such aggressive movement or action in the lineups until you get to later in the season when the Jazz are absolutely convinced that they're going to go. And again, I'm speaking for the Jazz. This is not something I've heard or been told. When the Jazz realize we can only afford 2 more wins, there's 18 games left in the season, it's going to get really ugly.
Yeah. Well, I think maybe the biggest mistake they made looking at this season and going down the road that you described there is that they way overvalued John Collins, Jordan Clarkson,
Colin Sexton.
and Colin Sexton. I mean, not just on the market and held on to him too long. That's not even what I'm talking about. They thought that you took those 3 players off of last year's roster and they could genuinely be that bad.
Yeah.
Incorrect.
Yes, not that they didn't trade them for enough, that they just thought that those guys were the reason they were good.
Yes, that those guys were the reason that they could take those 3 guys off of the roster and genuinely be a 25-win team. Incorrect. And that was pre-Walker Kessler injury.
Yeah.
Can you imagine the gymnastics they'd have to do if Walker Kessler were healthy? He gave them a built-in tank.
Yeah,
because
absolutely.
going into NBA games with 0 bigs on your roster, which is what you have when you have Kevin Love and Kyle Filipowski. No offense to Kevin and Phil, but you're not going in to the game with a functional NBA big. You know what a disadvantage that is on a nightly basis? But the fact that they've taped it together to win as many games as they have is honestly a credit to the team, because I don't think the franchise thought that they would be that good.
As of January 12th, again, 3 months to the day from the final game of the regular season, the Jazz have the 6th worst record in the NBA. They are 1 game ahead of the Brooklyn Nets for the 5th worst record in the NBA, and that's solely in the win column. They are at 13 wins. The Brooklyn Nets are at 11 wins. So Jazz go on a 5-game road trip now with a couple of important games. Charlotte tonight, I can't remember, Chicago, back-to-back against Dallas, and they close out, I believe, against San Antonio. The Dallas games are obviously going to be the key ones. The Jazz are a half game behind Dallas in the standings. So if they lose both of those, that could potentially jump out. But because Anthony Davis is probably out for the foreseeable future with ligament damage in his hand, they are going to start tanking as well. So the Jazz would do well to lose those games if they want to give themselves a little bit of a head start on this final couple of months of the year.
Do people out there know that Ben and I get lectured after every good show? I mean, we do a good show like once every
How dare you?
Once every 6 months. And Salazar calls us into his office and just reads us the riot act.
Yeah.
It's like, we hired you guys to suck.
You guys are supposed to be tanking?
They hired us to stink.
Yeah.
It's no secret. So if all of a sudden, you were
a big surprise, Christian. They thought you were going to be absolute dope, and you've exceeded expectations.
Am I the cooler? Am I the hot dog?
All of a sudden, all I know is all of a sudden we do a screamer segment about K-pop demon hunters, and get called into Salazar's office. And
what are you doing?
Ripped a new one. What on earth are you? You clowns are hired to stink. Can you imagine living life that way? And I really empathize with the players. I really do. Hey, have you ever? What's that line in Major League where he goes, "Great catch, Hayes," because he caught it basket style. And then he goes, "Don't ever bleep and do it again."
Yeah.
Great win, guys.
Yeah.
Don't repeat it.
Yeah.
Intentional or not, that message would lead to some conflict internally.
My evolution
about effort,
I will tell you, my evolution is there's a part of me that says I don't think you can ever have another 55-point loss like that. Now, look, it's very rare. It's the first time it's ever happened in Utah.
It wasn't me. It was Ben.
By 55. Computer's back up. We're working again.
But again, don't read into it. Don't read into the 55.
But no, that's exactly the point, where I used to feel like you can't ever do that again.
Sure you can.
That used to be a feeling I have. And it's like, what if you do it 4 more times before the end of the season, you get your lottery pick, and next year you're good. It just doesn't matter at all. That's the point. It just really doesn't matter, because what they're doing doesn't matter right now. And the player development does matter. What I do think is the loss of this season so far, unfortunately, is that during this stretch, and I think you will get it over these the Jazz have played 38 games right now, so there's 44 games left, whatever it is, to play in this season. I would love to see a healthy dose of Ace Bailey. Personally, I hope Ace Bailey does get handed the keys to the car. A game against Charlotte where Lowry's not playing, it's a disaster. I would have loved to have seen a 25% usage rate from Ace Bailey and go out there and say, what can you do? Because the Jazz actually did do that with Keontae George, and I don't know if that's the reason why it's paid off so well and he's turned into a real player in year 3, but he certainly got some opportunities to taste stardom. He got some opportunities to know what it feels like to score 30 in an NBA game and get lauded by everybody around you and get invited to the rookie all-star game, the Rising Stars Challenge, which I would think Ace probably still gets an invite, but I don't know. Who knows? He hasn't been on the floor for a little bit now. He could be an afterthought on what's a very good rookie class. So I would like to see Ace get that opportunity to get a lot of reps before the end of the season. And I'm sure the Jazz will do it, but it has been a little bit out of their control that he does have a legitimate hip flexor injury that has limited his ability to be on the court. Yeah. That's one thing that I do think makes some of these feel like more wasted opportunities than they could otherwise.
But he's back, and he'll play 10 minutes again tonight. And
come off the bench for 10 and see how he reacts.
Work his way back
see how he
into
responds,
it. So, whatever.
Yeah, and he will get there. He will get games where he gets 18 shots, 20 shots, and the Jazz are not going to go ignorantly into the offseason not having a better sense of what they have in their setter. Or in their star lottery pick, I should say.
Not to undercut your point, but I think literally the last thing anybody should be worried about is the opportunity for the number 5 pick to prove himself.
Yeah, no, you're right. No, I mean purely from if you're tuning into that game Saturday night and there's a Utah BYU game on, or was there an NFL game on Saturday night as well? Yeah, you were in the command center. If there are other things to watch, you're tuning in to watch them. The one thing that in a 55-point loss might keep your attention is, Ace Bailey's really cooking right now, as opposed to, with all due respect, Bryce Sensabaugh going off for 26, which we've seen Bryce do at this point. We know that Bryce can do that at times.
No, the bigger game for Bryce was against Dallas, where he took a charge and he made a defensive impact play, and he was really busting his hump out there.
Yep.
And then walked off the floor, and they said, "Nah, dude, we want you to hot dog it. We're not looking for you to. We're not looking for you to do the hard things to win. We want you to dribble like Taylor Hot Dog Horton Tucker."
Yeah.
And heave up prayers that go in one quarter of the time, but have no shame.
A real hard thing. I know he had a negative 60 plus minus. Cody Williams.
Oh yeah, that's the biggest number I've ever seen.
It's the worst in history.
Is it?
It's the lowest plus minus in history. It's not Cody's fault. The Jazz didn't lose by 60 because Cody was on the floor. In fact, Cody kind of isn't the cooler anymore that he was last season, unfortunately. Now, he wasn't going to stop that train wreck that we saw on Saturday night by himself. Clearly, he was a negative 60, the worst plus minus in league history. But he doesn't go out there and just absolutely make you a 4-on-5 team anymore the way he did last season, which credit to Cody. He has become somewhat serviceable.
Well, his minutes will be more limited if that continues in the future.
Yes.
Put a stop to that real fast.
Yeah.
That just stinks. It was hard. It's hard to sit through a 55-point loss. First time it's ever happened for me.
It was bizarre. You and I did the Raptors game, actually, where the Jazz had a bigger halftime deficit. Isaiah Collier in this game on Saturday hits a layup at the buzzer, part of an 8-0 run to make sure the Jazz were only down 39 at the half instead of 40. You and I did a game together, my first season kind of working here at the station, where the Jazz were down in Toronto 77-37 at the half. And so, again, did that matter?
No.
That was Rudy and Donovan.
Yeah, it didn't matter.
It didn't matter. Now, what did matter was the Raptors won the championship that year. If I remember, 2019, I think, was the year Kawhi and the Raptors won.
That sounds right.
So that was clearly the sign of a very good team. But Jazz made the playoffs that year. Jazz had the best record in the NBA 2 seasons later. I don't know if a 40-point halftime deficit or a 55-point loss at the end of the year really means anything.
So the Hornets winning the championship?
That's who I'm betting on. Man, LaMelo's a disaster.
Oh, yeah.
It's amazing to watch. I think Brandon Miller's a pretty good player. I think Con Knipple's a really good player. They've got some nice little pieces around him. And I just watched LaMelo, and I'm just like, oh, this is a headache. Even on a team up by 55, this is a headache.
I told you with the Trae Young is VA day, victory over the analytic people.
Yep.
Who try to tell me LaMelo Ball's any good.
Still buying him. Are you?
Are you? Yeah. Her? One of the great running gags in any show. Her?
Egg?
All right, stay tuned. Top 3 stories of the day, KSLSports.com. Coming up next, Jacob Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is Hans Olsen and Scotty G.
Don't touch that button.
Check this out.
Eric Weddle, kind enough to join us.
We need to get back to players that want to be part of our university, that will appreciate what the university can give them. The culture, the buy-in, what Coach Morgan and those guys are going to be emphasizing day in and day out of being great men on and off the field, right? Future leaders, future husbands and fathers, like those programs are what I want my son to be a part of. It's not the guys that are money hungry. We're not going to beg people to stay at our university. We're not going to overpay guys because they got other universities that are offering more money. Then if that's the case and you don't appreciate what this school can give you, then good luck, because we're going to be fine. The University of Utah is an amazing school with amazing support, and those who want to be a part of it, let's ride.
It's Hanson Scotty, weekdays from noon to 3. Presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Fire up your backyard this season with Mountain Land Supply. For limited time only, buy any in-stock Blackstone grill or pizza oven and get a free cover. That's on us. That's right, premium outdoor cooking plus protection at no extra cost. And there's more. You could even win free Mammoth Suite tickets. Don't wait, this offer won't last long. Visit your local Mountain Land Supply store for more details or shop now at mountainland.com.
Looking for peace of mind and big savings on your home's essential systems? Mountain Home Services has you covered with their safety and savings plan. Here's what you'll receive. Front-of-the-line repairs when you need them most. Annual inspections for HVAC, plumbing, and electrical systems. Exclusive discounts on equipment upgrades, services, and repairs. Mountain Home Services is proud to be the first to offer upfront pricing with no hidden fees. Plus, every job comes with their 100% satisfaction guarantee. Call 801-543-2222. 801-543-2222 or online at mountainhomeservices.com and join the safety and savings plan from Mountain Home Services. Protect your home, save money, and enjoy total peace of mind. Mountain Home Services. Your home, their priority since 1954.
DJ PK and John from J. Brooks Jewelers. John, whenever someone loses a parent or a grandparent, it's difficult. Things get passed down inside the family. But if someone doesn't want a watch or a piece of jewelry, what's the next best step?
At J. Brooks Jewelers, we're happy to help you sort through such a collection of things to help you know what is real and what has value. Of course, repurposing the items for the family is always the best solution, but if no one loves or wants the piece, the estate experts at J. Brooks Jewelers can help guide you on the best way to handle the liquidation and, of course, in complete confidentiality. We have buyers all over the country that we've established to get the largest return possible for your jewelry, coins, or watches to retain as much money as possible for the family. So whether you want to repurpose and create a new heirloom or liquidate part or all of the estate, let me and my team help you decide the best way to proceed. Call and make an appointment today at J. Brooks Jewelers in Murray and Lehigh or online at jbrooksjewelers.com, your trusted custom and estate jeweler.
Oh, hello, it's me, the calculator that lives inside of TaxSlayer. And let me tell you, I love numbers. 1040s, 1099s, W-2s, all of them. With TaxSlayer, anyone can file a federal return for just $22.99. You'll get 100% accuracy and your biggest possible refund guaranteed. Now those are great numbers. Need help along the way? We've got US-based real human support. File by February 8th for just $22.99 and get the refund you deserve. TaxSlayer. File fearlessly.
Have you ever wiped with a piece of dry single-ply toilet paper and wondered, is this as good as it gets? Well, it's not. It gets a lot better thanks to the wet, extra-large cleaning power of Dude Wipes. They comfortably clean up whatever TP leaves behind for no more maintenance wipes. Make the trade of the season and switch from TP and start experiencing the confident clean of Dude Wipes. Available at Amazon and at major retailers nationwide. Dude Wipes. Best clean, hands down.
This is a Utah Jazz at 30 update on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Jazz at 30 update here on Jake and Ben. Here is Bryce Sensabaugh talking about Coach Will Hardy's message to the team after a big loss.
Just got to stay together, like, as a team, like, no matter how hard it gets, like, the 15 people in this locker room and, you know, plus the coaches, we got to stay together. If we start turning on each other, it's only going to get worse, so we just got to stay together. We put in a lot of work together, so you just got to trust that moving forward, and, you know, we've shown that we can do special things, so we just got to trust that.
This update brought to you by University of Utah Health. At University of Utah Health, hope is in our DNA. Learn more at uofuhealth.org.
It's time time to break down the biggest stories of the day. This is the top 3 stories of the day on KSLSports.com. 97.5 The KSL Sports Zone.
I'm having trouble trying to sleep. I'm counting sheep but running out. As time ticks by.
Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Want to remind you to join Hanson Scotty coming up tomorrow from Sound Sleep Medical, noon to 3, 8941 South, 700 East in Sandy. It is time for the top 3 stories of the day, KSLSports.com. Christian, where do you want to start today?
Number 1, we've got a game left tonight, but outside of last night's game, we had a lot of exciting NFL playoff football over the weekend.
That's why the NFL is king. It delivers. The games are generally very good, and I thought that was the case over the weekend. Not that every game I thought was necessarily well played, but the games are close and there's something to watch.
I think the team I was cheering for lost in every single game. Outside of I don't know. I don't hate the Bills, so and I'm indifferent
barely won that game.
On the Jaguars, so I don't know if I was on that one. But everyone, never root for the Niners. The Chargers. I'd love to see Justin Herbert get out. Is there anyone having a worse day in America this morning than Justin Herbert?
He played awful. There's a little bit of the, why does the game happen to you when you don't happen to the game with Justin Herbert?
See, he's dealing with that stuff. The doubt from the doubt people.
Yeah.
And also what injuries he's dealing with? A concussion?
Yeah.
What happened to his leg? Did he break his leg?
Snapped in half, I think.
Okay.
So he's waking up in a hospital bed with the Ben Andersons of the world clowning him to no end.
Why are you better at football?
It might be the worst line I've ever seen. Not to make excuses for the man.
Sure.
I'll tell you this, Justin has a lot of courage for holding on to the ball as long as he does.
Sure.
I mean, I'm sure the O-line, who I am clowning, will tell you, well, if he didn't hold on to the ball for 20 years, then
Shador.
Right.
Throw the ball, dog.
He does. Justin needs to absolutely throw the ball. I mean, it's a failure. And I don't love Jim Harbaugh anyway, so whatever. But I do feel bad for Justin Herbert today. I got to tell you, here's my hot take, Ben. I'm not usually fire the coach immediately guy, but I think the LaFleur clown from the Packers needs to go.
You're out on LaFleur.
You lose to the Bears? The Bears.
Caleb, that's what they do. They have come back in games all year long, and they did it again in the fourth quarter.
In the playoffs. He shouldn't have been allowed out of Chicago with the job, let alone they're negotiating a contract extension. Inexcusable. I feel bad for Jordan Love today because people are going to be clowning him when they didn't lose. It wasn't his fault.
No, I didn't think it was on him. And credit the Bears. Bears did what they had to.
You couldn't stop fingernails with the game on the line. Inexcusable. Should not have a job today.
You see Lil Wayne's tweet?
No.
Big Packers fan, Lil Wayne. He was upset.
Very mad.
Very mad that they lost to fingernails.
Yeah.
It should be. He's up there shredding a half block of cheese on TV.
Texans.
How does LaFleur have a job after that?
Texans Steelers tonight. You'll be in the command center again, so you'll get to watch that game. That should be a decent one.
Should it?
Well, I mean, actually, the Texans should probably steamroll them, other than the fact that they're on the road at Pittsburgh, which I guess makes it a little more interesting. But Houston is one of the hottest teams in the NFL. Patriots, again, you held the Chargers to 3 points. They only scored 16. That wasn't necessarily all that encouraging.
They're not great either.
Who do we think played the best? Who were we most impressed by?
The 49ers stink. The Bills apparently stink.
Bills did not look encouraging to me.
The Rams have probably like the 2 best players in the NFL.
But man, probably should have lost that game. If Carolina could do anything right, they should have won that game. Not easily, but they were up with 4 minutes left in the fourth quarter, right? And just couldn't get a stop. I mean, the Rams were down the field in the blink of an eye when they needed to. So I guess the Rams, probably the most interesting team there. It's gonna be Seahawks Broncos. These teams should just cakewalk, or maybe the Texans.
I don't even believe in the Dogs. How could you?
Well, yeah, how could you? But who are you putting them up against?
Well, you think Throw Picks is going to lose every time he steps on the field, so I don't understand how you could have that take.
He's proven me right. He's proven me right.
You are a fingernails guy.
He's got that juice I was looking for. I told you he had the juice.
And you're going to bet on...
I learned on Hard Knocks that he had it. And I was right.
Gonna bet on Samuel Darnold?
At least that's a complete team.
Okay, I got you.
Yeah.
I mean, and it is, I guess, the magic of the NFL. I mean, it is a almost complete reshuffle of the deck every year.
It is crazy, though, that one of the Chicago Bears, San Francisco 49ers, LA Rams, Patriots, Bills, Texans or Steelers, or Seahawks and Broncos are going to win the Super Bowl this year. It's not like the who's who, with all due respect to our fans out there. Who's the most who's who? The Bills? And the Bills hadn't won a road playoff game since 1993? That was their first playoff win in almost 40 years on the road?
Well, think of this. What's the Carson whatever? What's the clown for Miami? What's his name? Noodle Arm. Carson Beck?
Yeah.
He
College
and
football.
Old Noodle. He was in the same recruiting class out of high school as what's his name for the Titans or for the Texans, and C.J. Stroud and Bryce Young.
Yeah,
they were in the same recruiting class as those players. They're playing NFL games in like their third season, and Carson's like, yeah, let's
go get that $4.5 million from Miami.
Go play for the U, man.
Yeah, it's the right choice.
Well, for him, certainly.
Yeah, for him. He's not an NFL player.
No, but all three of those guys. Has Bryce
He might
Young
be an NFL
signed
player,
his
but-
extension yet?
No, they're only in their second years, right? Or is
CJ
it their third? Is their third already? Wow.
C.J. Stroud has signed his extension. No? I have to look that up.
No, that'll probably be coming this summer.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, he will. And then with that defense, I mean, there's a ton of potential there. Once they got rid of their the owner got a new Rasputin.
49ers Seahawks coming up next weekend, just a preview. Rams Bears at Chicago. It's going to be an interesting game. Bills at Broncos. Broncos are going to win by 50. And then the winner of tonight's game at the Patriots.
All right, what's next?
Number 2, official as of this morning, J.J. Buchanan officially goes to Michigan.
Shocked.
No tampering. Just
None?
good. Nice of Wit to not tamper.
Waited till the portal announcement was made.
But bizarre coincidence there that J.J. went to that school. Good for J.J. Buchanan. Probably got a bunch of money and had a really nice Las Vegas Bowl. It's a big loss for Utah. They're going to have to go out and find a new pass catcher. They say that every year. Whatever good pass catcher they have disappears. Goes to the portal, and you really don't actually hear from a lot of those guys again. It's like those guys go and thrive elsewhere. And maybe J.J. Buchanan does. J.J.'s a good player. But, yeah, we haven't really generally seen guys go out and really embarrass the Utes for leaving, it doesn't feel like. There's not been a lot of guys who have burned them leaving there. They just were the only player who could catch the ball at Utah historically. I'll be curious. That will be certainly something that if Morgan Scalley wants to draw a strong delineation between he and Kyle Whittingham, have a single good wide receiver on your team going forward. Have a 1,000-yard receiver on your team at some point.
I do think Morgan will have a different philosophy.
Gordon Scalley.
I think he will have a different philosophy offensively than his predecessor. We can get into that deeper, but I would guess the protect the defense is going to come down off the wall.
You'd rather have a 1,000-yard back or a 1,000-yard rusher every year, or a 1,000-yard receiver every year?
Oh, the back 10 times out of 10,
Yeah,
for
I mean,
sure.
I think that's right for what they do at Utah.
But it doesn't need to be mutually exclusive, which I think it has been
You
for a
can
long
actually
time.
do both.
You can,
A lot of teams do both.
Right.
The best teams, in fact, do both.
Right.
So.
And your philosophy can be not to get a lead and go in your shell.
Right.
You can have a philosophy that is, we're going to be aggressive.
And we saw, and we see it every year with every team, but you don't if you only watch Utah football, how important the home run ball is. And the home run ball this year was not through the air. It was Bird Ficklin breaking games open with 60-yard rushing touchdowns. Well, the big news, Bird Ficklin coming back over the weekend, recommitted to Utah. I'm really curious why Devin Dampier has not put his name on the line yet. It sounded like that was going to happen late last week, and it hasn't, so I'm not sure what the holdup is, if something has changed. I guess the good news is at least one of these guys is going to be back for sure.
I hate this recommitment crap so much that call me when something relevant happens.
Yeah, I'm totally with you. My wife said, why are we seeing all
It
these?
is funny. This is Bird's second recommitment.
Yeah, this is his second time.
So,
she said,
you
is
know
this
what?
new? I said, it's brand new, and it's so silly. These guys aren't even entering the portal, and they're re-signing. All they're signifying is that they got a raise and that they will be at Utah or BYU or wherever next year. But, yeah, did Bear enter the transfer portal? Because he re-signed. I didn't know he de-signed.
That was my point on Friday, entirely.
Yeah.
Why am I? I didn't even know I was waiting for you to do that.
Jake doesn't call me every Monday and say, Ben, good news.
Guess what?
Coming in to work today. It's like, yeah, you work here. That's your job. Call
news
me when
for
that's
you.
not the case.
As I'm coming.
Give me a heads up the day you're not coming. That would be great. Otherwise,
yeah,
I expect you to be here.
Right.
You're my coworker.
So there's 100 people on the team. I gotta be glued to the snap talk 24/7 to make sure the backup long snapper recommits to his what?
Apparently.
Stop it.
Yeah.
Give me a call when JJ Buchanan.
Give me a call when the pattern is disrupted, not when the pattern stays. Yeah, JJ Buchanan leaving, fine. Third string left tackle coming back. I don't need a graphic.
Now, my question is, should Ute fans be thanking Witt for taking JJ Buchanan?
Why would that be the case?
I don't know. It just feels like that was kind of the attitude there for
Because
a
they're
minute.
thinking, because now they're huge Michigan fans.
Like
now they're loading up the Michigan roster.
And we're thanking
sure.
Coach Witt and his family profusely last week, which is totally fine.
Sure.
But should they be thanking Coach Witt
Send him
today?
flowers, yeah.
Send him a basket.
Well
wish him luck.
done.
Hey, go use that tight end to the
really
fullest extent of his ability. Good luck. Just checking.
Yeah.
Next.
In case you missed it, Utah Jazz had the worst loss in Utah franchise history.
Trust me, I didn't miss it. I had to talk about it afterwards for quite some time, actually.
I got to write about it, so that was also something I got to do.
How long was your post game?
Did not miss it. Oh, we went a full hour. We made it happen. We had sound to play. Shout out to them.
Yeah, Will came out and had a good quote. It wasn't a masterpiece of you know what, but
No.
it was.
That was a masterpiece of dog shit.
If you want to see everything go wrong, I'm paraphrasing. He said that was what it looks like. If you want to see absolutely everything go wrong, that's what it's supposed to look like.
Okay, so David asked him about his demeanor during the game, which I thought was notable, and he gave a good answer that he's not just going to sit down and hide. He's going to be, but he was standing, arms folded, leaning against the
Legs
scorer's
crossed.
table
Yeah.
for like the whole game.
Yeah.
Not really. I don't know. How do you want to put it? Not really coaching. I mean, not at least like gesturing like he was coaching. He's just kind of hanging out, not sitting down. But I don't know. I found it curious.
You know what I did think, and I'm not trying to pat anybody on the back in a 55-point loss. You don't deserve it. You know what I do appreciate is that Ryan Smith doesn't leave at halftime in those games. He stays there and keeps his face out. This is his team. Ryan Smith owns this product. Mm-hmm. He has created this. He's allowed this to happen to his basketball team. He doesn't leave at halftime to say, like, oh, this is your embarrassment.
He could have gone to the Huntsman Center quite easily.
He could have done anything else other than, especially if this was the plan going into this game. I do appreciate that he wears this the way, at least as well as anybody else wears it. And you're right. Will Hardy was not berating anybody. What it reminds me of, who's the good player in Bad News Bears? His name Kelly? What's the kid's name?
Yeah, Kelly Leak.
Do you remember when Walter Matthau, a.k.a. Patrick Kinahan, is up in his face telling him all these things? He says, just give me the bat and let me hit. Remember, he kind of yells at him? That's what I kind of thought Will Hardy was doing. It's just like, don't tell me what to do. I'm just going to go, fine, watch this. I'm going to go out there, I'm going to do my thing. You want me to lose the game? I'm going to go lose. And I don't think there's tension between Will Hardy and Austin Ainge and Danny Ainge and Justin Zanuck and Ryan Smith. I think those guys are together. I think that is a very tight group. But I did kind of get the sense of like, you want me to do this? Here we go. Just give me the bat and let me hit.
Well, we said this last year, and I'll reiterate it this year. There's no way Will Hardy's having a good time. Now, maybe he's a company man and he's going to swallow the poison pill, but he doesn't have to say thank you either. There's no way he's enjoying throwing those L's up on his coaching record.
But you know what he does like? Gets a raise every offseason. Gets an extension every year.
You could say that, but did Brent Brown ever get hired again? The answer is no.
Yeah, you never know.
So you're asking me to more or less submarine my career and have faith that you will reward me in the long run. But if you don't, you submarine my career and it's over.
I do think the Jazz will stick with Will through the first, at least one playoff opportunity.
That's what Philly did with Brent Brown.
Yeah. And if you win, maybe you get to stick around more. But he's putting a lot of money in his pocket.
Do you think he regrets the process?
Will?
Nope. Brent Brown.
Brent Brown? I don't know. Does he have $60 million in his bank account?
Him personally, do you think he regrets it?
Yes.
1,000% yes.
Sure.
So I don't know. It's an interesting thing they're asking Will Hardy to do.
Because he thinks he could win elsewhere.
I think he probably thinks he could win here. Win more than he's winning now.
Talking about Will Hardy?
Yeah.
Or, I'm talking about Brett Brown.
Oh, Brent Brown?
Brent Brown probably thinks, man, I'm not going to get an opportunity to coach elsewhere because I'm the face of the process.
Oh, I don't even think it's the process. I think it's he slides his resume across the table to an owner, and the owner looks at his record and said,
"What?
Why would I hire you?"
Yeah, I can't win a press conference with you.
Are you kidding? You're bringing that record to the table? Really? No, I don't think so. And it's not fair.
Yeah.
But it's definitely true.
Yep.
Because the whole, like stats get you extended, that's true for coaches too. It's not just true for players. It's true for coaches.
Absolutely.
You're not hiring a coach to lose.
But I think the Jazz will give Will a chance.
Oh, I hope for his sake they do.
They will.
All right, stay tuned. We'll have more for you coming up next. Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is JJ and Alex.
I got this. It's official. The 2027 Winter Classic going to get played at Rice-Eccles Stadium. Here's what's cool about this is a fan base and this is a state that knows how to fill up a stadium even if it's cold. And it's one of those deals where I think that a lot of folks are not just excited about it. It's another tip of the cap to the folks at SEG. Frankly, they're pulling out all the stops to make sure that everybody gets visibility in this market, which is what you need.
We're growing up as a sports market, and this is a sign of that. The passion you see in the Delta Center, in their barn, every night they play at home. And then to get an event like this coming to town at Rice-Eccles Stadium. And we're not far off from the 2034 Winter Olympics.
Mm-hmm.
You just see all these things happening. Just insane the amount of growth we're seeing when it comes to sports. And this is just the next big thing.
Catch JJ and Alex afternoons from 3 to 7 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hey everyone, Jake here from my friends at Trajan Wealth. That's Trajan, Trajan, Trajan Wealth. It is a new year. It's time to start creating good habits. And when it comes to the financial well-being of yourself and your family, there are a few things out there more important. So create good habits to produce great outcomes for you and your family. Sit down with some folks that know what they're talking about, that have been there, that have done that, and will always look out for your best interest. Trajan wants to be that team of good folks on your sides that help you make the small decisions and help you set the big goals and make those big goals. Give them a call today, 801-210-6800. They have an office in Draper or an office in Farmington, so there's one close to you. The experience is very simple, and they explain things very well. They're also friendly, and they'll show you exactly what they can do for you. So 801-210-6800. You can also go online to TrajanWealth.com. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Client paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com. 801-210-6800 or TrajanWealth.com.
Attention Jazz Nation. We know you've been waiting on the edge of your seat, and the time has finally arrived. All tickets are available now. Let's go! Your favorite players will be back on the court, bringing the energy all season long. Whether you're looking for season tickets, mini plans, or single game matchups, there's a perfect option for every kind of fan. Show up loud and proud at Delta Center this season. Don't miss your chance to be part of the action. Buy your tickets today at UtahJazz.com.
What goes better with a meal? Bacon. At Heartland Steak Co., they take their bacon seriously. From their double smoked hickory to their honey jalapeno, which brings sweet and spicy together for the perfect combination, to their all-new bacon flavors like whiskey peppercorn with its smoky richness, to their applewood double smoked bacon that's smoked over real applewood chips, to their all-new maple bourbon bacon, which brings out the subtle notes of maple and bourbon for a rich taste. Heartland Steak Co. has your bacon and USDA Midwestern beef ready to ship and delivered straight to your door. Don't wait. Order today for yourself, a friend, or anyone who loves that true Midwest taste. Ordering is easy at heartlandsteakco.com. And right now, when you spend $199.99 or more, you'll get free shipping plus 2 pounds of bacon with promo code BACON. Go and get your bacon from heartlandsteakco.com. That's heartlandsteakco.com, promo code BACON. Taste the Heartland difference.
If you're getting new gutters, make absolutely sure that you don't get screwed. I mean literally, don't get screwed. Tim Jr. here from RGS Exteriors. And every single gutter company out there uses screws to hold their gutters together. at the corners and downspouts. They use screws because they're fast and cheap and easy, but man, they're terrible for your gutters, aside from possibly cutting your hand. They also loosen and corrode over time because they're not made from the same metal as the gutters. At RGS Exteriors, we've been installing gutters for 70 years now, and we don't use screws. We only use permanent, strong, and unobtrusive rivets. They're made from the same material as the gutters, so they won't oxidize and they won't corrode. They'll also never loosen. Your hand is safe too. Did I mention they look amazing? So don't get screwed. Call RGS and get riveted gutters. Our number is 801-280-3110 or visit us at rgsutah.com. That's 801-280-3110 or rgsutah.com.
This is a Utah Mammoth at 50 update on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's your Mammoth 50 update here on Jake and Ben. Here's the Bear. Coach Andre Tourney talked about he's glad to get a point against Columbus.
Need to acknowledge it's a point. It's a big point. It's important. We talk a lot about even when you don't have your A game, you need to find a way to get a point. We got a point, so it is what it is.
Stay tuned for Mammoth at 50 updates, 50 past the hour every hour here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
The sports you love, the teams you can't live without.
Get a sense of urgency!
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Join Hanson Scotty from noon to 3 at Tim Daly Nissan Southtown coming up on Wednesday. 11155 South Jordan Gateway in South Jordan. Tim Daly, home of the Forever Warranty.
Are you enjoying the Indiana football story?
In what way?
That it's the worst team, one of the worst teams historically in college football, and is not just good, is going to go down if they win this title and they're going to beat Miami by 50 points the same way they just beat Oregon by 50 points, I think, as like one of the great teams we've ever seen. Certainly one of the most dominant teams we've ever seen.
I think at times coaches have come along that have found something that works. I don't think that lasts forever. And what do you do after whatever? The rest of college, the rest of the coaching landscape, the rest of the ever-changing rules, do those eventually catch up with you? Was Clemson a great story with Dabo?
Seemed like it.
Yeah. He was a coach who figured something out,
yeah.
Had a philosophy, really worked where he was. Clemson has never been really anything special.
Nothing like they were there.
They're the number 2 university in South Carolina.
Uh-huh.
They've been okay. Didn't a Bowden coach there, Terry, I think, and was decidedly average.
Sure.
So Dabo comes along, figures something out, and they're a really good story for how many years? A decade? Less?
Mm-hmm.
The world catches up to Dabo.
Yeah.
He doesn't have another gear, and Clemson goes back to being Clemson. Not a shock.
Yeah.
So Urban Meyer, I think, had figured out a philosophy that really worked for a while. And maybe it could still work. I don't know. I feel like it was working less and less as time passed. It certainly was never going to work in the NFL. That was absolutely a pipe dream. But figured it out, applied his way of coaching at Utah. It really worked, and given the circumstance, did the same thing in Florida, the same thing at Ohio State. Never tried it at Wyoming. So I don't know. Utah had built-in advantages in the Mountain West Conference when Urban was here. Florida certainly had built-in advantages. Ohio State certainly had built-in advantages. But look at Florida post-Urban.
Mm-hmm.
Garbage. Hot garbage.
Yeah. No one's been able to figure it out.
And sometimes these coaches are like a cult of personality where it can't be duplicated. As many former Spurs coaches that get hired in the NBA, there's not going to be another Greg
No one's
Popovich.
turned into Greg.
Nobody's turned it. And not that some of them aren't fine
Yeah,
coaches
he made it.
in
He was a good coach.
their own right. But that has never been duplicated. How many of Nick Saban's proteges have been hired? Some good, some not.
Yeah.
You know, it's these coaches you can't duplicate sometimes the exact recipe. Morgan, to his case, if we want to localize it, should put his stamp on the Utah program because there's no way he can just replicate what Witt did because it just isn't really possible. So if you're asking me what's happening with Cignetti, I think they've hired a good coach who has a good philosophy. He has. You look at his resume, he's won everywhere. So he obviously knows what he's doing. But combine that with the changing landscape of Indiana appears to have more resources than they used to.
800,000 living alumni, the biggest alumni base of anybody of any school. Now, I don't think they're getting all this money from those alumni, but a little bit would go a long way. And then you do have the Mark Cubans of the world who start coming out and donating. And the nice thing about having a huge alumni base isn't that everyone's giving you $10. It's that inevitably you're going to mix in a couple of billionaires there.
The equation changed, and they hired a good coach. And I think we're seeing that. I think we're seeing the results of
What's
that.
amazing is he's sticking around. What's amazing is that at the first jobs that opened up to pry him away, he immediately turned them down.
Except for Indiana can afford it. And the game is different.
Yeah.
The game is different. BYU could actually have as many resources as Penn State, which sounds crazy.
Yeah.
Which sounds crazy. But Kalani making the decision, it wasn't as much of a no-brainer because all of a sudden BYU's swimming in resources. They are. Utah and Michigan is not an apt comparison. That's a little different. Michigan is going to have way more resources than Utah.
And of course, it's going to be interesting to see they've only lost 2 games under Cignetti, I think, in the last few years now, and obviously undefeated this season. Josh Hoover from TCU is transferring over to replace Mendoza, who's been just stupidly brilliant. I mean, he's got more touchdown passes than incompletions in the playoffs.
So when the world copies exactly what Cignetti's doing, what happens next?
Sure.
Because the world copied
Well,
Urban
is
Meyer.
even Josh Hoover good enough to replace what you're getting from Mendoza? The truth is probably not. I mean, Mendoza's a great quarterback. Hoover's pretty good.
But what do you do while the iron's hot? Indiana will never be more relevant than they are right now. What do you do with it? How do you replace it?
Yeah.
You know, do you evolve with whatever the rules are going to be? These are all huge ifs. Dabo Swinney refused to evolve.
Right.
And it really caught up to him. At very least, he was late to evolve.
Right. I've always been a little bit of an unbeliever. Not unbeliever, but I'm maybe not willing to crown Greg Popovich as much as some people have. What he did do extraordinarily well, though, was evolve. Right? He went from the David Robinson teams to the David Robinson, Tim Duncan teams, and he took over when Tim Duncan got there on purpose because he thought they could win a title. But then they turned into the kind of more heavy Tony Parker, Tim Duncan, Manu Ginobili teams, and then he really evolved with Kawhi, and they won more titles there. He really had an ability to change his identity and his teams and stay ahead of the curve to be able to win.
So, you know what's funny, though, is everybody will try to duplicate it, and, you know, we'll see where the coach goes. You know who has a terrible coaching tree, and who's actually, I think, a good example of what we're talking about? Phil Jackson. Phil Jackson's coaching tree is hot garbage.
Yeah.
It's like, what, Kurt Rambis? The Raptors hired a guy. What was his name?
Yeah.
His last name was Jordan?
It's not been good, regardless.
It's been terrible.
Yeah.
You know why? Because Phil probably wasn't that great a coach. But you know what he had is this weirdo Zen thing where he was able to get everybody on the same page for bizarro reasons that nobody can replicate.
Yeah. Or he had Michael Jordan.
I just get offended when those coaches try to write books.
Sure. The Zen master.
Don't write a book.
Holding up all your rings.
Yeah, don't write a book
I'm
and
with
tell
you.
me you've got the world figured out.
I'm with you.
No.
Yeah, was Rudy Tomjanovich a great coach? I don't know. Hakeem was a hell of a player. Yeah. He won a couple of titles with Hakeem. He didn't do a whole lot elsewhere.
But he got the most out of Hakeem, which is the
Sure,
job.
absolutely.
Which is the job.
Yeah.
But it doesn't mean he could do it again with Shaq.
You're right. It was the right place at the right time. I think Phil was the right place at the right time. Kurt Cignetti's probably not the greatest football coach of all time. He's the right place at the right time.
Right place, right time. Listen.
Dabo, exact same thing. Right place, right time.
What was Urban Meyer's superpower? Picking jobs with extraordinarily high potential that isn't reaching it for whatever reason. Like at Utah, you saw the talent that Ron McBride had recruited compared to the talent, the athletes that were playing at Colorado State at the time or wherever, and going, why isn't this team dominating this league? Looked at Florida and said, what are these clowns doing? They should be running the SEC.
This is ripe for the picking.
Yeah. And then Ohio State, the Jim Tressel orchestrates some free tattoos or something ridiculously stupid.
Yeah.
He didn't get fired because the program was in bad shape. He got fired because
guys were trading helmets for tattoos.
So he gets canned, and Urban's like, "Oh, you want me to take over an All-American team? Okay,
Yeah.
sure." And then we all are like, "Wow, I can't wait to read this guy's book."
Yeah. It's like every chapter is about picking the wrong quarterback.
All of a sudden, everything has changed, and BYU's jobs are way more valuable now.
Yeah.
Indiana's jobs are way more valuable. Johnny come lately, Mark Cuban's on board now. I mean, I wonder. It's the schools with a ton of resources that care about sports. That's the sweet spot right now.
Yep. Vandy.
They care about sports.
They got a bunch of money.
Got a bunch of resources.
BYU.
Yeah.
Care about sports? Flush.
Stanford, ton of money.
Couldn't care less about sports.
Going to be terrible.
Yeah.
So where is that? Those places are going to be, I mean, now we haven't seen it translate to Indiana basketball. But.
Oh, it's funny that Oregon can't quite break through. They've gotten close. They made a national championship game in basketball. They made a national championship game in football.
Yes.
And just can't quite get get to the peak, but they're very close. But it is funny that Oregon is getting smashed by Indiana, trying to be the forerunner for what Indiana's now being able to accomplish.
But it's the reason Dan Lanning should never leave Oregon until he's forced out of there.
Yeah.
Because you're never going to have more built-in advantages.
Yeah. Combination of support, both financially and emotionally.
So Cignetti's great, and he's won everywhere at every level, and I love his story.
Mm-hmm.
But no, I'm not saying, all of a sudden you're the best coach of all time because you're winning at Indiana. Well, it's not Bob Knight's Indiana.
Yeah.
Not even close.
Yeah.
All right, stay tuned. More next. Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colbert, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Win big this Wednesday on the KSL Sports Zone with Win Ticket Wednesday. This week, win tickets to see Ski Shore in Utah returning to Heber City January 16th and 17th. Get your tickets today at proskishore.com. That's proskishore.com. And listen to the KSL Sports Zone all day Wednesday for your chance to win. Get the latest Utah sports headlines delivered to your inbox with the KSL Sports Newsletter. From the Jazz, Utah Hockey Club, BYU, Utah, Real Salt Lake, and more. Be in the know of all things sports in the state of Utah. Visit KSLSports.com to sign up for the KSL Sports Newsletter.
Tonight on KSL.
I saw the gun, and I just remember thinking, how is this happening?
A family separated during the chaos of the Michigan church attack.
We have 4 kids on the inside and us on the outside.
Reunited, they say, through a higher power.
There's a lot of miracles that played out.
There were probably angels around them.
KSL's Dan Rascone returns to Grand Blanc to share their story.
This is sacred ground. It will always be sacred ground.
Healing from tragedy, tonight at 10.
Many of us not only are reflecting on the year past, but we're looking forward to the new year. And a great place to kick in the new year is at Ruth's Chris Steakhouse. And of course, we're very lucky. We've got 2 locations. We've got Hotel Park City and downtown Salt Lake City at 275 South West Temple. Anticipate that special meal after everything calms down in early January. We all need a little bit of a boost, right? It's Ruth's Chris Steakhouse. Think of those delicious steaks that are served on that sizzling hot plate. And of course, there are other entrees as well, poultry, seafood, cooked to perfection. The side dishes are magnificent. And of course, before you start your New Year's diet, you might want to cash in on one of those wonderful desserts that awaits us at Ruth's Chris Steakhouse. This is the time. Make your reservations now. Kick in the new year with Ruth's Chris Steakhouse.
Looking for peace of mind and big savings on your home's essential systems? Mountain Home Services has you covered with their safety and savings plan. Here's what you'll receive. Front-of-the-line repairs when you need them most. Annual inspections for HVAC, plumbing, and electrical systems. Exclusive discounts on equipment upgrades, services, and repairs. Mountain Home Services is proud to be the first to offer upfront pricing with no hidden fees. Plus, every job comes with their 100% satisfaction guarantee. Call 801-543-2222. 801-543-2222 or online at mountainhomeservices.com and join the safety and savings plan from Mountain Home Services. Protect your home, save money, and enjoy total peace of mind. Mountain Home Services. Your home, their priority since 1954.
At Peach Windows and Doors, they help homeowners stay in the homes they love while upgrading to the elegance, efficiency, and natural light of today. With hundreds of 5-star Google reviews, their clients know Peach Windows and Doors deliver what they promise.
I wanted to replace standard-size French doors with a large custom sliding door. The update required checking a weight-bearing wall. Plus, I wanted a couple of different styles of windows. The new sliding door created a much brighter and open look. Peach was so helpful along the way with recommendations and ideas, and the installers were efficient and respectful of my space. I was thrilled with Peach Windows and Doors.
Give your $1 million home the $1 million feel it deserves. Don't wait on that someday project. Visit Peach Windows and Doors Salt Lake Showroom. Schedule a free in-home visit. You can also explore at peachwindowsanddoors.com or just call them at 801-566-1255. Peach Windows and Doors, where amazing home transformations begin.
The KSL Sports Zone and Beehive Meals are honoring people that impact youth sports in our communities. Nominate a youth sports volunteer you know for the Beehive Meals Hero of the Week at kslsports.com/contest.
The sports you love, the teams you can't live without.
Get a sense of urgency!
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson on 97.5 The KSL Sports Zone.
Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. You can win big this Wednesday on the KSL Sports Zone. Win Ticket Wednesday. All right. How did you say this, Ben, last week? You can win tickets to see Ski Joring, Utah, returning to Heber City, January 16th and 17th. Tickets will be for the Friday event. You can get your own tickets at proskijor.com. That's proskijor.com. JOR.com. Get your tickets today and listen all day on Wednesday for your chance to win.
Like du jour, but
ski
jour.
Okay.
Or ski jour, yeah.
That makes more sense.
Yeah.
Ski jour.
And it's like being pulled by
a horse
on skis.
Horse-drawn skiing.
You're on skis, the horse is not.
Well, you don't want to be pulling the horse. That's tough. Especially on skis. Yeah, even if the horse is on skis, which I'd pay money to see.
Yeah, just some lazy horse that you're trying to.
Well, get the skis on him.
Like in The Great Outdoors with John Candy. Ben, did you catch the basketball game, BYU Utah? We can talk a little.
I saw the
sports.
end of it, which is the hardest part of any college basketball game to watch. Is the end because the execution is generally so poor, including Alex Jensen absolutely not calling a timeout when he needed to.
Yeah, that new head coach type of stuff. Utah played tough. They represented way better than I thought, which I think was the ultimate story of the game. The side stories, though, I thought were kind of funny. The Huntsman Center was sold out.
It was packed. Looked good.
It was very blue. And at halftime, when Morgan Scalley was introducing his staff, it was kind of drowned out by a "Let's Go Cougars" chant. But it was yet another reminder of why I really enjoy covering BYU Utah, because the side stuff is always hilarious and fun. And the fact that the schools are so close together. And, if you want to look at the, Ute fans are super grumpy about BYU fans filling out the stadium. Well, I saw an online on the Snap Talk start going to basketball games again.
Yeah.
Which is, honestly, they need to put out a product worthy of seeing, but it's kind of chicken or the egg too, And if you're only going to send 2,000 people to your basketball games, it's going to get filled out by your rival. It should bother you.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, then go.
Then go.
If you're a supporter of the program, then go.
Go support, you know? And I do think that it was a curious time to announce, do that with Morgan at halftime or whatever at the BYU Utah game. I get why it would be tempting, but that should have been foreseeable, no?
Yeah, probably. I just think I guess you would hope that people would show up, but yeah, BYU fans have shown I've always had a willingness to show up and take seats.
I've been there when Utah's been fairly good, and I say fairly because it's been somewhat rare over the past 20 years, but I've been at BYU Utah games where they're decent and it fills out with blue. And vice versa. I've covered Marriott Center games where it's just inevitable. It happens at football games too.
But Terrence Brown dribbling 65 feet right out of bounds was a bizarre choice. Bizarre move to dribble into the corner and then step out of bounds
and then
fall out of bounds.
Lose with a timeout in your pocket, especially college basketball where, it seems like coaches just call timeouts every possession to lay out exactly what they want. It's a very NBA thing to let it go in that last possession.
Call a timeout after your own made basket, which is the most insane thing. Yes, to not call a timeout, there's a huge mistake.
But that's an NBA guy who's saying, I'm going to bring NBA philosophies to college basketball. Well, that's one.
Yeah.
Jerry Sloan used to let him go for the last possession because he figured with tempo, John Stockton or Darren Williams is going to provide an advantage for his team.
Will Hardy lets him go.
Yeah, it's a very NBA thing. And watch an NCAA tournament game. My Atlanta, they call a timeout. The last 2 minutes of an NCAA tournament game are the most unbearable 2 minutes in sports.
Again, you can call a timeout after your own made basket to stop the opposing team from inbounding the ball.
And so you look at it and you go, well, you got a young team and all this stuff. And I get it. Your NBA philosophy. This isn't the NBA philosophy at that moment to bring to college basketball. But, it's BYU probably should have beat them by 20. And I think I'm not reading into anything, but if you're looking for some signs of life out of Utah basketball, that at least I think is somewhat of a sign of life. You can get fired up for the rivalry game and go represent yourself well.
You saw it was a new record for teammates scoring 23 teammates scoring 20 points in D1 between AJ DeBonsa, Richie Saunders, and Rob Wright, who have now done it several times this year. What is amazing is how well Rob Wright has played. Not that he wasn't a big transfer, but that he was a pretty flawed college basketball player at Baylor. He dribbled a lot and didn't pass enough. And when you have guys like Richie Saunders and AJ DeBonsa, that might be the worst point guard you can find. And he has really switched up his game. He's shooting threes very well, and he's getting guys included. And then when you have a player like AJ, who Utah did everything they could to take him out of the game, threw everything at him defensively, and he still had 20 points on 6 of 11 shooting, was very good because he got to the free throw line so much. What's nice for BYU is they are not a one-trick pony. They can then go to Richie Saunders, who was terrific in this game, or Rob Wright, who was terrific in this game, to make no mention of a Keva Keita, who's also very good.
No, their problem is they're a 3-trick pony, and that's it.
Yeah.
That's BYU. If you want to look at what's going to cost BYU eventually, that might
their bench
be,
scored 3 points.
That might be it. Yeah, because who in college basketball is going to, quote unquote, slow down AJ DeBonsa? Huge, strong, and athletic is going to win 99 out of 100 times.
Yeah.
Well, you go stand in front of AJ DeBonsa. Are you kidding?
Right.
But that's how college basketball is. In the NBA, that'll be a bit of a different story. But in college basketball, Danny Granger was a center at New Mexico.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Was great, was all conference, was awesome. But college basketball, you're just not going to face big, long, strong athletes like him ever.
AJ played 37 of the 40 minutes. Richie Saunders played 35 of the 40 minutes, and Rob Wright played 38 of the 40 minutes. And that's what the tournament's going to look like for BYU as well. Those guys are going to be on the floor minus a couple of minutes here and there. And if it's a close game, they're never coming off the floor.
But see, that's the thing. That's everyone in the tournament, though.
It is.
So I would expect that to be somewhat successful.
Yeah, no, that'll be fine.
In the tournament, you play your 5 best guys. You kind of play your 6th, maybe your 7th if you're desperate.
Yeah, no, you play 7 guys.
It.
Yeah, you really do only play 7 guys. That'll probably be Ahmed and Boscovich. There's not going to be a lot of guys out there.
And you just say your prayers while they're out there on the floor that they don't blow it for you, and you get them off as soon as you possibly can.
Yeah.
That's the game plan.
Yep.
I love it how everybody says, guards dominate in the NCAA tournament. No. The other team's best player plays the whole game, and if they happen to be a guard, then sure.
Yeah, great. But when Bogut played every minute for Utah, they made the Sweet 16. He was a good player.
Played a lot.
Yeah.
That's how college basketball works.
Yeah.
But so we'll see. Christian brought this up to us, Ben. We can transition to it. Speaking of local college sports, Mark Ottawaya, the running backs coach at Utah, had a long tweet about the transfer portal. You want to dig into? We can dig into it now, or we can switch gears.
We can talk about it quickly. Yeah.
Mark said this, and I'll just read the whole thing. So bear with me. The portal opened on the 2nd, then will become closed in less than an hour due to the dead period. This was 12 hours ago. Then unclogged at midnight on Thursday for a mad dash to the finish line at 12 a.m. of the 17th. Meanwhile, there's a thing called school that has already started with admission and class availability looming, plus life things like moving from other places, dorm space and apartment leases, roommates, and the like. Moreover, football stuff like off-season training and building team chemistry. Shoot, and that's not an exhaustive list, and it's just stuff off the top of my head. I had a visit conclude hours ago, and all this stuff was on my heart, thinking of the current landscape of college football. Regardless, love the players unconditionally, whether they go or stay. That's the proper thing to do as a coach, as difficult as it may be. Like Will Smith said in Bad Boys 2, push, don't hate the playa, hate the game. Much love and positivity to you all.
Well, Mark's a positive guy. Kind of what he's always...
It's his vibe. I like that.
Let me ask you with the transfer portal.
Like that?
What has come to fruition that you expected, and maybe what hasn't? Because the reason I bring this up is because right now, I don't think Utah hasn't benefited from the transfer portal as of today. You lose John Henry Daly, you lose J.J. Buchanan. We'll see what happens with Devin Dampier. Like, Utah is probably losing more key pieces than they are gaining this season specifically. But last year, they gained more than they lost. You know, when they were down and had a 5-7 season, they went out and spent a bunch of money and brought in a Wayshawn Parker and brought in some of these guys that were major difference makers. And those guys are difference makers, and then they bounce. And again, we don't know what happens with Dampier. I guess I didn't think it would be that kind of up and down. And then with BYU, I certainly thought BYU was just going to get rated every year, and it's the opposite. BYU does the rating.
Okay, my reaction to your take would be, I'm going to speak for Mark Ottawaya and say I don't care. I think his point is something entirely different. And I think the conversation that you're pivoting to is actually the problem. That everybody gets caught up in the best players, where they go, where they stay, Judas, and who are we going to add from New Mexico? And that conversation dominates everything, and we forget that they're humans. And this is him screaming about talking to young people.
Yeah.
This is as aggressive as Mark Ottawaya gets. This is him saying F the system. Because you mentioned that he's a positive guy. This is him saying all these young players, all these young people are getting crapped on because nobody cares anymore. Nobody cares about their plight and their circumstance. And we all get caught up in the convo and how does this affect my team next fall? And we lose track of the fact that the system sucks. And most of, he's talking about, when he says the portal will become clogged, who is he talking about? Who does the portal become clogged with? It's not Devin Dampier.
Right.
It's a bunch of players that either got in over their skis and think that they're getting slighted in some way and are going off for a better opportunity. Or actually, Mark, and I will add this, it's you coaches cutting players, too.
Yeah, and mostly. I bet you it's a lot of that.
With you coaches cutting players and clogging up the portal because you can now. Because you had that recruiting mistake last year that turned out not to work very hard. So you say, okay, you know what? Sayonara. See you later. You don't care about his apartment lease.
Right.
And I don't blame coaches either, because that's not their scoreboard anymore. Their scoreboard now is
purely wins and losses.
Purely wins and losses. Who cares? And I think this is Ottawaya complaining about the scoreboard as loudly as a person like him, which I do think carries credibility, is willing to do.
Yeah, it doesn't move the needle, but it carries credibility.
Right. But where J.J. Buchanan, what a loss. And Michigan's now going to win the national title. That's actually the problem. The problem is people have lost the mission.
Sure.
And I think very least, I think he at least cares about the mission.
Yes, the altruistic aspect of it is completely vanished. It doesn't matter. It's gone. And that's a broad brush. There are kids who are still very thankful to be getting their educations, and that's the most valuable thing they get. And in fact, most of them, that should still be the case. And maybe I overvalued the idea of getting your education at one spot, though I suspect there is a somewhat dramatic collapse in graduation rates if you transfer once, much less twice, as an athlete, of whether or not you ever finish school somewhere or stay with a major to turn it into a career. I suspect that probably happens. But yes, for certain, what Mark Ottaway is saying is not, he doesn't care about, are we doing well in the transfer portal or not?
No.
I mean, he does because his job depends on it somewhat.
But that's not what his tweet is about.
He certainly does see hey, it's really hard for me to go and talk to a kid and try and sell him on a school when I know that's not what I'm being judged on. And he doesn't say that directly, but I'm sure you feel icky as a coach talking to some of these players because they are human beings and they know I don't know what Mark Ottaway's playing history was like, to be honest with you, but like
he played at BYU his whole career.
But like what he got told and what came to fruition is not what's happening now. He was recruited to go to the school to get an education. He got the education. It paid off for him, even though he ended up becoming a coach. Whatever he tells a kid now inherently probably has to be a little bit of a lie, even if he's telling them the truth in his opinion.
Yeah, because the system sucks for coaches too.
Yeah, absolutely.
And this is,
as he says, don't hate the player, hate the game.
And
the
this
game
is
sucks.
Randomly what they wanted.
The game is absolutely a joke right now. It's a disaster.
They wanted the one transfer portal, and they wanted it to be bananas for 3 weeks or whatever, and then move on. And I guess, okay. But there are still teams playing. You know, the coaching carousel has made this even more ludicrous.
Yeah. And the idea that anyone's not tampering is silly.
Silly.
If you're not tampering, what are you doing?
You know, not getting J.J. Buchanan, probably.
Yeah, right. Yeah. And that's what you're being judged on.
And that's all anyone wants to talk about.
Yeah.
I want to talk about J.J. Buchanan's lease almost said East Lansing. That's the other one. Where's Michigan? Ann Arbor.
A2. 2A? A2? What is it?
Now let me ask you this.
Call it now.
If you were him, how much eligibility does old J.J. have?
He was a true freshman this year.
All right. So what kind of lease are you signing in Ann Arbor? Would you tell him just do 6 months because you never know?
Yeah.
Or would you tell him to do a year?
There's going to be a college football player who buys a house somewhere with the money they're getting now.
Oh, it's already happened.
You could buy a house, yeah. Carson Beck should buy a beachfront property in Miami.
Well, yeah. I've heard of condo complexes being invested in by players and things.
But no, rent. Stay in the dorms.
Be like Cole Fotheringham, live in a van. Remember that?
Yeah, Cole's weird.
Uh-huh.
Good guy.
All right, stay tuned. More next. Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Whirls around and down. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone is your exclusive home of the Utah Jazz. And we want to send you to the Delta Center to see the Jazz in action. Listen every Tuesday for the Jazz Ticket Tuesday Sounder at 30 past the hour, every hour, all day long. And if you're caller number 12, you'll be on your way to an upcoming game.
Buy one, you'll get one free.
It's Jazz Ticket Tuesday, every Tuesday throughout the NBA season on your radio home for the Utah Jazz. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Looking for peace of mind and big savings on your home's essential systems? Mountain Home Services has you covered with their safety and savings plan. Here's what you'll receive. Front-of-the-line repairs when you need them most. Annual inspections for HVAC, plumbing, and electrical systems. Exclusive discounts on equipment upgrades, services, and repairs. Mountain Home Services is proud to be the first to offer upfront pricing with no hidden fees. Plus, every job comes with their 100% satisfaction guarantee. Call 801-543-2222. 801-543-2222 or online at mountainhomeservices.com and join the safety and savings plan from Mountain Home Services. Protect your home, save money, and enjoy total peace of mind. Mountain Home Services. Your home, their priority since 1954.
What goes better with a meal? Bacon. At Heartland Steakco, they take their bacon seriously. From their double smoked hickory to their honey jalapeno, which brings sweet and spicy together for the perfect combination, to their all-new bacon flavors like whiskey peppercorn with its smoky richness, to their applewood double smoked bacon that's smoked over real applewood chips, to their all-new maple bourbon bacon, which brings out the subtle notes of maple and bourbon for a rich taste. Heartland Steakco has your bacon and USDA Midwestern beef ready to ship and delivered straight straight to your door. Don't wait. Order today for yourself, a friend, or anyone who loves that true Midwest taste. Ordering is easy at heartlandsteakco.com. And right now, when you spend $199.99 or more, you'll get free shipping plus 2 pounds of bacon with promo code BACON. Go and get your bacon from heartlandsteakco.com. That's heartlandsteakco.com, promo code BACON. Taste the Heartland difference.
Hi, this is Derek Overstreet, president of the New Millennium Group and co-host of Stop Working, Start Living with KSL News Radio. Can you imagine what your life would be like if you could retire 3 to 5 years earlier than you thought possible? The things you could do, the loved ones you could spend time with, the memories that you could create. That's what our team at the New Millennium Group does. We'll walk you through the entire process every step of the way. If you'd like to get a copy of the 5-step proprietary plan that will help you retire 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible, give us a shout right now. 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com. Listen, most of our listeners right now have a tax problem, not a money problem. There's not enough money in Social Security Medicare as it is. Let us show you how you can significantly reduce your taxes. That's 888-999-6370, 888-999-6370, or utahsfinancialplanner.com.
Life is busy and honestly, sometimes a little chaotic. Between work, school drop-offs, sports, and everything in between, some days feel completely upside down. Dinner used to be one of the hardest parts of my day. Now, it's the easiest. When life feels upside down, Beehive Meals helps keep me grounded with home-cooked freezer meals that are ready when I am. No planning, no scrambling, just real food my family loves. Head to beehivemeals.com and stock your freezer with your solution to easy, delicious dinners and a little peace of mind.
This is a Utah Jazz at 30 update on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's your Jazz at 30 update. Here's Will Hardy on losses like this, giving young guys a different perspective.
That they have a long way to go, and it keeps everybody hungry. There's levels to this league, and there's phases of people's careers. You know, I'm sure they'll have a different view of our veteran players and what they bring to the game every night and what it does for their lives when they play. You know, everybody's execution and impact has to be heightened when people are out. And so I think it's the moment where, you know, the recognition that there's still a lot of work to be done.
Jazz at 30, brought to you by University of Utah Health. At University of Utah Health, hope's in our DNA. Learn more at uofuhealth.org. That's uofuhealth.org.
Who's got it better than us? Nobody! Your home for the best sports coverage in Utah. You're listening to Jake Scott and Ben Anderson on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Join Hanson Scotty coming up tomorrow from noon to 3 at Sound Sleep Medical, 8941 South, 700 East in Sandy. Ben, I'm so disappointed.
Huh.
I was all set. Christian during the break was like, "Did you see that LeBron James is getting his own special patch for the remainder of the year? Celebrating his 23rd year?"
Uh-huh.
And I was excited about it.
Fake news, Esparza?
Oh, no, not really. But I was excited about it. I was like, oh, could you do a segment clowning LeBron for being self-involved? Yes, please.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if I can, though. Because you brought up a valid question, which was?
The NBA doesn't just let you put your own patch on a jersey. Then everyone would do it. They'd sell their soul to get more money on the jersey. Absolutely.
And Ben, I told Ben not to look into the story.
Okay.
That I would tell him.
I'm going in blind.
This is all part of a promotional campaign from Topps, which has actually done this before.
Mm-hmm.
They did introduce a similar jersey patch program with rookies wearing a, quote, debut patch, unquote, on their uniform. And they did it last year with Shea Gilgeous-Alexander, the MVP, the Defensive Player of the Year, Evan Mobley, and Rookie of the Year is Stephen Castle. They wear a similar patch to be game played. So after every game, because LeBron's going to do this for the rest of the year, the Lakers equipment manager is going to pry the stupid thing off, mail it to Topps, and they're going to put it in NBA card packs.
Yes.
So
to sell for $1 billion.
This is a marketing campaign.
Yeah.
And
the biggest scam on earth.
As much as
sports cards.
I would love it that LeBron, or better yet, Adele, called up pale Adam Silver and said, "You're going to put a commemorative patch on my jersey?
Hell or high water.
Because I deserve it?"
Yeah.
I don't think that's what happened.
No, this is people creating fake demand, fake scarcity for something. We're going to have LeBron wear this jersey, and then we're going to put it on, 45 games left in the season. He'll play in 40 of them, 35 of them. So there'll be 35 of these cards ever, and they're going to be worth $80,000 each or whatever it is for LeBron. And yeah, it's all fake. It's all a created system, which if you like basketball cards, I did growing up, go ahead. That's good for you. But yeah, I didn't think that LeBron was just going to say, you know what this is about? This is about me. Now, it is about LeBron. That's not lost on me. But even he couldn't get away with this.
I mean, it was sold to me by Christian as, look at what a self-involved son of a gun LeBron James is, which is the type of story that I'm here for.
Yeah.
But in all honesty, I don't think it's necessarily that, which is disappointing.
I asked. Go ahead.
Okay. No, I was going, this is not LeBron after winning the championship, his first one in Miami, and they go, now that you've won the title, what's the biggest misconception about you, LeBron? And he said, that I'm into me, that it's all about me. And then that night went to the club with a T-shirt on that was a big picture of his face.
Well, remember, he's got the ultimate jersey patch, which is before he entered the NBA, he got tattooed between his shoulder blades, Chosen One. It's the ultimate jersey patch. He wears it permanently. The Chosen One is tattooed on his shoulders. I asked Adam Klauke, who's the award-winning equipment manager, and probably has a better title than that now.
We love Adam.
For the Utah Jazz. Shout out, Adam. About how many jerseys he has to take for players on the road. And he was exhausted even trying to answer the question. He was perturbed, which is not uncommon for Adam. And if you follow the Utah Jazz at all, you have seen Adam's face. He's on the court. He's on the sidelines. If you've seen interviews after the games, you'll just like see him around. He's integral to what they do. But because they have so many things like this now, you have to have the jersey they wear. And then you have to have a backup jersey in case the jersey they're wearing gets blood or gets torn or whatever. Then you need to have enough jerseys for jersey swaps, which every player does after the game, including my favorite of the season, Jonathan Kuminga and Oscar Tshiebwe swapping jerseys in a game that neither of them played in. Absolutely incredible for those two random players. They're from the same country. They're both Congolese, swapping jerseys in a game they didn't play. I thought that was hilarious. You have to have multiple jerseys for the jersey swaps now for every player. And then, yes, the NBA debut, or if you play a certain way and the NBA Hall of Fame or the Basketball Hall of Fame or the league just wants to have that jersey because you scored 50 or recorded a quadruple double, which never happens, obviously, but those types of things. So you have to have all kinds of crazy jerseys. And now, yes, these LeBron 23 patch jerseys are going to be hard to get. And I'm sure they love that it's the number 23.
Well, we could all...
Not the jersey number, but that he has worn 23. He moved to 6. He's still 6 with the Lakers, right? Is he 23 with the Lakers?
Yeah, he hasn't been 6 forever.
So he's 23. I couldn't tell you what number Lauri Markkanen wears right now. I have so spaced out jersey numbers on players. I have no idea what number Lauri Markkanen wears. I mean that wholeheartedly.
See, now you're putting me on the spot. I feel like I should remember.
Right, I should know too. I know Taylor Hendricks wears 0.
Lowry. Oh, of course he didn't play in the last game, so hang on.
24.
Yeah, there you go.
He wears 24. I can think of it if I really rack my brain. But the way I thought Karl Malone was synonymous with 32. John Stockton was synonymous with 12. MJ was synonymous with 23. I can't tell you Jazz player numbers now. And I cover them every single day and I look at them all the time because I just don't care about the jersey number.
All right, Phil.
22, because he's got the curse. Because 22 is a curse number for the Utah Jazz. It's like Rudy Gay and all these, Curtis Borchardt, all these absolutely horrendous players.
Also, I think Lowry wears 23.
23, right. I was wrong. Yeah, Walker wears 24. See, to that point, I'm not lying. I really don't know what number these guys wear for the most part. You're right. He does wear 23.
That would seem very LeBron, though. Put a patch on 23.
Sure, no, I get it.
That would seem, if that were his idea, that wouldn't surprise anybody.
And 23 is one of the numbers now in the NBA history. LeBron wears it because Jordan wore it, and now it's his 23rd season. I'm sure the league loves seeing that patch show up on a patch because the same way 8 is synonymous with Kobe or 24.
Okay, let me ask you this. At what point, how many more commemorative patches will LeBron have before he retires?
At least 24, and then your 23rd jersey, who cares? You get 23, the penultimate jersey number. I don't care. What does that matter?
I think LeBron plays at least 2 more years.
You think he'll play 25? He might. I mean, the fact that he is still able to put up the numbers he does, note I didn't say still really good. He still puts up really impressive numbers. Does certainly mean he can continue to play, and the paychecks aren't getting smaller.
I once talked to a former BYU player. I'll just leave it at that. Played football, and then played football in the NFL. And I talked to him after he had been out of the NFL for probably over a year, in his mid-30s, maybe less, actually younger than that. But anyway, the point still stands. The person said, "Oh, I could dominate the NFL today."
Yeah.
I mean, I could tell you about my stupid agent or whatever.
Yeah.
I could, this person had that big of ego to
Paul
say,
Pierce thinks he's still a good NBA player.
I could dominate today. Imagine somebody with LeBron's ego and what they think about it. He's going to be playing till he's 50, whether he can or not. I mean, you brought up, he could still play.
Yeah.
It does. I would argue it does not matter.
Sure.
And especially with somebody of his stature, he will play. Somebody will give him an NBA deal at 55.
It's LeBron. He sells tickets.
Right. That's what. So imagine how long it will take him to come to grips with, I can't play.
Yeah, it might be an injury. It might seriously have to be washed off the court.
You off the air were clowning Chris Paul for his paltry statistics this season before he was run off.
Truly
by the
washed.
Chris Paul will tell you that he's an all-star.
Yeah.
And that if Ty Lue had half a brain, he'd be 20-10 right now. Whether it's reality or not actually does not matter. And it is sad when you see a once great player who just will not give it up.
Kyle Whittingham.
I don't know.
No, Kyle still has it, obviously.
Coaching's a little different.
It is totally different. And Witt still has it.
Because you can coach as an 80-year-old.
Yeah.
In theory.
Yeah.
You cannot play power forward for the Knicks.
Correct.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, absolutely.
Do you remember, and I remember because I covered the visitors' locker room a lot in my younger career, but do you remember Patrick Ewing's late years?
Orlando and Seattle and
sad.
Yeah, Hakeem in Toronto.
Sad.
Yeah.
But those guys at the time thought, are you kidding? I've never felt better. I'd be dominating if they would have given me an opportunity to be the old Pat. I mean.
And you know what's funny? A storyline that has totally disappeared is Michael Jordan doing NBA on NBC. Like that was the first episode. Well, and then kind of the second episode, and then it wasn't a thing.
Well, because they taped one interview with the man,
right,
and
for
then
15 minutes.
Tried to chop it up into 15 different parts.
It didn't work. But one of the things that did come out was kind of interesting that Michael said that I'm sure somebody like LeBron takes note of is that Michael says, I miss playing. Michael says, I miss playing against the best players in the world, and I wish I could still go and do it. And he was under no excuse that he could play right now. I mean, he wasn't misguided enough to think that he could still play. Michael wasn't saying that. He just said, I truly miss it. I wish I could go back there and play against the best players in the world because I love doing it. I would be surprised if there have been people in LeBron's ear, the greatest players of all time, Kareem, who I know doesn't like anybody, but maybe not like LeBron, but Kobe, Kareem, these people probably at some point said, you never get it back. Once you leave, it doesn't come back. I know Michael actually came back, but it never comes back, which, by the way, there's a fully real chance that LeBron retires and comes back a season later.
It wouldn't shock me.
It wouldn't shock me.
Somebody will always bring him back. The Wizards would.
And he takes a year off. His sciatica goes away because he's not playing basketball every day. He feels like
his fake ailment at the beginning of the year.
He feels amazing. He's like, man, I'm in perfect shape. I'm going to come back and play one more year. That could absolutely happen. But especially if it's like to get to his 25th season, I could see that for sure.
How washed up do you have to be if you're LeBron? Or I've got another example for you. But how washed up do you have to be until somebody gets in your ear and says, like, dude, you're just clowning yourself.
You can't do it anymore?
Like, I mentioned this to you. I saw the picture online that Sean Penn is smoking cigarettes at the Golden Globes. Sean Penn hasn't done a relevant thing other than bust El Chapo in how long?
Yeah. I mean, he's in a big movie this year, but yeah, okay. I get you.
Like,
he's not Sean Penn superstar anymore.
He's not Sean Penn.
Right. At his peak.
At what point does somebody be like, hey, dude, you can't smoke in here?
Yeah. Right.
Because Sean Penn...
Well, your wife would have done it already.
Oh,
Shout out your wife.
Sean Penn, during his height, would smoke anywhere he pleased.
Right. And everyone's like...
And everybody's like, what are you going to do?
Thanks for being here.
It's Sean Penn. But now Sean Penn, I'm surprised somebody didn't hit him with a fire extinguisher. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. You're right. This is not Mystic River anymore.
No. So how
Sean
washed
Penn.
up do you have to be before somebody's like, LeBron, you gotta figure something else out, dude.
The your wife thing was when your wife kicked out Miss America?
Oh, yeah. When she
We're all VIPs here, pal.
Yeah. Wouldn't let Miss America into her Sundance movie. It was like about her.
You need to see a badge.
No credential, no
Great
pass, lady.
sash. Cool crown. I'm going to need a badge.
I couldn't believe those pictures. Sean Penn.
Yeah, smoking at the table.
Next to Leo DiCaprio.
Yeah.
Are they in the
Leo
same
was
movie?
probably vaping. They are. One battle after another. Yeah.
Okay, vaping, and I don't know if there is a scale of this, but not as nearly as egregious as smoking.
Man, I hate when people vape on the plane. I don't get what you... Come on, man.
That's illegal.
Wait an hour and a half.
That is illegal.
They don't care. I've seen so many people vape on planes.
I've seen somebody vape on a plane before, but I didn't know it happened on the reg.
Oh, man. I last time I flew, I think I did it like 4 times right next to me.
Can you imagine if he lit up a Camel stud?
Yeah, correct. You absolutely couldn't get away with it. Now, the right person can. LeBron can. So how does LeBron get to that point where he can no longer smoke on an airplane?
Yeah, right. Someone at dinner says, LeBron, you can't smoke that cigarette here.
It's going to be a while.
I watched Keith Richards smoke a cigarette at the Delta Center during his concert with the Rolling Stones.
Yeah, right. Dave Chappelle makes a point to smoke in all of his specials, even if he's in a place he's not supposed to. He would go on late night shows and smoke on TV when you're not supposed to, because he had the power to do it because he was still there. And that's what he was doing. He was showing off that he's still there.
I don't think Sean Penn's still there. I don't know. I think Sean should have been asked.
We're not inviting Sean back.
Hey, can you go outside?
Yeah, please.
Can you just go
Step
outside?
out. Yeah. Or vape, like Leo's probably vaping.
Or get the patch or something else.
Here's some gum. A little nicotine gum. Can you wait 3.5 hours to get out of the Golden Globes?
Geezer Sean Penn.
Yeah.
All right. Stay tuned. We'll have more coming up next. Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
You've been listening to The Zone for decades. Yes! But now you can watch the guys break down your favorite teams.
Some viewers may find the following video disturbing. Viewer discretion is advised.
Catch the video stream of DJ and PK, Jake and Ben, Hanson, Scotty, and JJ and Alex right now at KSLSports.com or by searching KSL Sports on YouTube. Utah's best sports radio is on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hey everyone, Jake here from my friends at Trajan Wealth, and that's Trajan, Trajan, Trajan Wealth. Listen, if you're anything like me, you took a long time to make proper consideration when it came to my financial health, both in the short term and the long term for that matter. And if you're anything like me, you're probably totally unprepared to navigate this kind of complicated financial world. And there's just so much on the line. You need a team of good folks on your side to help you manage this all too important thing. Have you ever sat down and thought, what kind of lifestyle do I want to live when I retire? What do I want to do? Where do I want to go? What kind of estate do I want to hand down to my kids? Well, you can start with those big long-term goals, and then Trajan will help you get there. So give them a call, 801-210-6800. Sit down with them. Let them show you exactly what they can do for you, 801-210-6800, or simply go online to TrajanWealth.com. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, SEC registered investment advisor. Client paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com. 801-210-6800 or TrajanWealth.com.
Ready for unbeatable deals? At Tim Daly Nissan Southtown, drive home a new Sentra starting at just $19,900. Need more space? Get up to $9,000 off new Pathfinders. Or grab a rugged Frontier for as low as $399 a month. With 99% approval, 0 down, and 90 days until your first payment. There's never been a better time to buy. Plus, every vehicle comes with a Tim Daly Forever warranty. Only at Tim Daly Nissan Southtown.
At University of Utah Health, we're mapping DNA to find the cause and the cure. Because 1 in a million is really just one. One person facing one incredibly difficult diagnosis. Looking for one thing: hope. Learn more at uofuhealth.org.
What's better than a credit card with low interest? How about one with no interest? For a limited time, when you open a new America First Visa credit card, you'll enjoy 0% APR for the first 6 months. Transfer your balances from higher rate cards to your new America First card to consolidate debt and potentially save yourself a lot of money. That's 0 interest for 6 months. Interested? Then hurry to americafirst.com to apply today. Introductory variable annual percentage rate is subject to membership, eligibility, terms, creditworthiness, change, and conditions. Other limits and requirements may apply. Federally insured by NCUA. Equal opportunity lender.
Chevy trucks have you covered when the road takes you from smooth sailing to Chevy Colorado will eat up some of the toughest terrains with 5 available drive modes. And Silverado and Silverado HD have the muscle to take you out for some serious, with multiple engine options and impressive towing. While Silverado EV is the perfect combo of performance and capability. Nice. Making it a snap to hitch up this electric truck and hit the road. Wherever the road leads, Chevy trucks are right there with you. See your Rocky Mountain Chevy dealers.
Hey guys, it's Woodrow from Mint Medical Clinic. Are you struggling with ED? Well, you are not alone, and now there's a real solution that treats the root cause, not just the symptoms. Introducing our trifecta approach, a breakthrough combination of acoustic wave therapy, hormone replacement, and cryotherapy, all designed to restore blood flow, boost performance, and rebalance your hormones. Whether it's ED or hormonal imbalance, if you're ready to reignite your love life, this treatment helps bring back your energy, your drive, and your confidence. And right now, when you call, you'll receive a free consultation, a blood flow ultrasound, and an intimacy gift. That's a $650 value, absolutely free. And here's the bonus. The next 20 callers will also receive a 5-night stay at a luxury resort in Hawaii just for taking the first step. But you must call now. With 2 convenient locations in Layton and Sandy, help is closer than you think. Call 801-804-8000 now. That's 801-804-8000. Mint Medical Clinic. We'll get you back to mint condition.
This is a Utah Mammoth at 50 update on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Your Mammoth at 50 update. Here's Jack McBain on how the team can play better defensively.
If you kind of look back at shifts, and myself included, there's times where you get beat up the ice and you're not on the right side of the puck. So it's kind of easy to look back on it, but it's just like little details throughout the game where they make a huge difference.
Who's got it better than us? Your home for the best sports coverage in Utah. You're listening to Jake Scott and Ben Anderson on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Jacobin, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Jake Scott, Ben Anderson, thank you for making us part of your day. What athletes could get away with smoking cigarettes at a table at the Golden Globes? LeBron could get away with it.
Yeah, I like if Mike pulled up a big stogie. He's a cigar guy.
Stinking up the Golden Globes.
Stinking up the Golden Globes. Nothing smellier than a big old cigar.
Sean Penn, by the way, if you're just joining us, decided to smoke a cigarette at his table at the Golden Globes.
Yeah.
And I don't think he's a big enough deal to get away with that anymore. Although you told me he's a big deal in this big movie, so
yeah,
what do I know?
He's going to be nominated. In fact, I think he was nominated last night.
Just feels like forever since Sean Penn's been relevant. Again, other than like randomly taking down El Chapo.
He also has the quote-unquote charm, if you want to call it that, of like resident dirtbag Sean Penn. He is the Keith Richards of Hollywood right now. He just looks insane. He's getting more leathery every time he steps out, probably due in part to all the cigarettes, and doesn't really care anymore.
But Will Smith slaps Chris Rock and his career is basically over.
Correct. I guess you're better to smoke a cigarette. But if Will Smith was sitting in the front row smoking a cigarette at the Oscars, people also would have been like, what the hell is wrong with this guy?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't think Will Smith could have gotten away with that.
Right,
He won the Best Actor award that night.
That night. That's why I do think this is specifically kind of a Sean Penn thing. I don't think this is necessarily I'm a big enough star flex. It's I'm Sean Penn flex.
To salvage a decent conversation out of this, NBA teams in particular are tempted to give that treatment to players that don't deserve it.
Yeah.
Like the Rockets let James Harden do whatever he wanted, and they all of a sudden were beholden to James Harden, and it was never going to be successful.
Flip side, Joe Ingles is somehow still in the NBA. Yeah. Joe Ingles has not been an NBA player for 4 years, since the knee injury. And somehow continues to get away with being on an NBA roster collecting money, though he doesn't help you in the slightest on the basketball
So you were
court.
saying that's charm related. That's kind of funny.
That's personality related.
I think the Jazz, I was kind of saying, I think the Jazz gave Donovan Mitchell too much special treatment when he wasn't good enough to
warrant it.
Or to get you where you wanted to go by doing that.
Yeah.
You know?
That did not make the Jazz better.
No. Letting Donovan have the ball in his hands the entire fourth quarter because he felt like he was the team's best player or something like that. Like, no, you're too comfortable. You're too
like that.
You're not good enough to be like that.
Sort
like that.
There we go.
You know? Like, I'm sure Magic Johnson, when he egregiously stepped in for can you imagine a rookie sitting down in Kareem's seat and saying, like, I'm the leader now or whatever, which is kind of a charming story, but can you imagine the ego,
the gall
that it would take to do something like that? But he was good enough to do it. And they won.
Like that?
Sure.
But then Magic was notoriously a team guy, so maybe it's not an apt comparison. But I mean, as Luka Doncic, the Lakers went from overnight from having LeBron's DJ pregame to Eastern European trance music because that's what Luka Doncic likes. By just giving your franchise over to Luka Doncic, is he good enough to warrant that kind of treatment?
It is where Lowry kind of might have some sneaky value for the Jazz.
Because he's not like that at all. Man, I'm killing it.
Like that?
Lowry has a real weird level of like not taking ownership of anything. It's not how he operates. So I don't think he would ever refer to the Utah Jazz as his team, nor would he refer to Team Finland as his team, even though, he's the only NBA player on the roster.
He wouldn't name himself the best player.
He wouldn't Donovan Mitchell himself like, I'm the best player, I got to be better.
Yeah.
That's not Lowry's personality in the slightest. Maybe to a fault, but it's not his personality. But as long as Lowry is clearly the best player on the team, and right now I still think he's clearly the best player on the team, though Keontae is making a push for that, Keontae can't then say, well, I'm the best player on the team. Well, Lowry's the best player on the team, and he doesn't say it. Who do you think you are?
No, I totally agree.
So there might be some value in keeping Lowry around specifically to throw off the balance of who can claim ownership of X, Y, or Z with the Utah Jazz, whereas there are a lot of guys who are willing to stake their claim, including Donovan Mitchell, I'm sure the second he stepped off the plane in Cleveland. And what has he done there? They've gotten to the second round of the playoffs 2 times, which is the same thing he did here with the Utah Jazz. They're bad this year, mediocre. You'll see that tonight if you're watching them. They should score because everyone scores against the Jazz right now, but not a championship contender. It doesn't look like at this point. And so what does it matter if you claim it's your team? If you stink, why would you give that guy the keys to the car?
So Cleveland needs to tell Donovan to put out that cigarette and pass the ball
Correct.
once in a while.
Yeah, you're no Sean Penn, buddy.
Yeah, come on. You don't get a smoke at dinner.
Right. LeBron could.
He
the
did
last
all the time.
guy. You're not him.
But if Lowry Markkanen isn't smoking at the dinner table, Keontae George is.
Keontae cannot light up.
Nope.
Absolutely not.
The hot dog would have totally lit up regardless.
Boyan Bogdanovic, nice thing. Had the charm. Actually did smoke cigarettes.
All right, stay tuned. Hanson, Scotty G are coming up next.
Thanks,
Jake
Christian.
and Ben, we'll talk to you tomorrow on 97.5.
Christian, put that cigarette out. What are you doing?
KSL Sports Zone.
Win win big this Wednesday on the KSL Sports Zone with Win Ticket Wednesday. This week, win tickets to see Ski Shore in Utah returning to Heber City January 16th and 17th. Get your tickets today at ProSkiShore.com. That's ProSkiShore.com. And listen to the KSL Sports Zone all day Wednesday for your chance to win. Stay up to date with everything Utah Jazz related with the new Jazz Notes newsletter. Get draft updates, analysis, and be the first to know about every off-season move. Visit KSLSports.com to sign up for the Jazz Notes newsletter.
These days, many companies have turned to influencers to tout their products or services. But here at John Watson Chevrolet, the only endorsement we need is from our customers. Because of their feedback, we're proud to be Utah's best reviewed Chevy dealer. Visit us today to see why we get reviews like,
"Their sales team is the best. Didn't put on any pressure, just super helpful and fun. They made the process a breeze."
John Watson Chevrolet, your 5-star Chevy dealer. 3535 Wall Avenue, Ogden. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
Tim Jr. here from RGS Exteriors. Did you know that we offer 3 distinct styles of gutter protection? Each one meant to handle a specific leaf problem. You might not even know there are different styles of gutter protection, but there are. And if you pick the wrong one, it could be a huge waste of money. Now, the big gutter guard companies won't tell you this. They try to sell you a one-size-fits-all gutter guard. And it could be completely wrong for the amount and types of trees and leaves you have. Not RGS Exteriors. We understand which kind of leaf problem needs which kind of gutter guard. We'll do an in-depth evaluation to assess the types, locations, and numbers of trees in your yard. Based on that data, we match your home to the right gutter guard. So don't risk wasting money on the wrong gutter protection. For a free evaluation and estimate, call RGS Exteriors at 801-280-3110 or visit rgsexteriors.com. That's 801-280-3110 or rgsexteriors.com.
Do you currently use a CPAP machine to treat sleep apnea? Are you looking for a smaller, more comfortable solution? Consider a custom-fitted oral appliance from Sound Sleep Medical. In many cases, these appliances can be as effective as CPAP, and oral appliances are usually covered by insurance or Medicare. To make an appointment or to learn more, call Sound Sleep Medical at 801-285-9731. That's 801-285-9731 or visit soundsleepmedical.com.
It all started with a commitment to comfort. Gillette Heating and Air is proud to be Utah County's go-to team for expert HVAC and plumbing solutions. Need a repair, upgrade, or seasonal tune-up? Don't let cost hold you back. With 0% financing available, it's easy to get the work done now and pay later. Plus, save $100 on any repair over $500 and keep your system running strong with a professional tune-up before the heat hits. Visit GilletteHVAC.com or call 385-GET-COOL to book today. Homegrown service pros, financing made simple, comfort made easy.
Carrier, turn to the experts. A Carrier factory authorized dealer.
This month, Tim Daly Mazda Southtown is offering 0.9% for up to 60 months on brand new 2026 Mazda CX-50s. That's right, 0.9 on new Mazda CX-50s. Get yours in wind chill pearl, jet black mica, or any color you choose. There's no better time than now to get your new Mazda. Come in today to Tim Daly Mazda Southtown in Sandy. Some restrictions apply. APR OAC. Not available with any other offers. See dealer for complete details.
Need to scale your workforce for a peak season? Express Employment Professionals offers contract staffing so you can scale with ease and maintain productivity. Get started at expresspros.com. When it comes to hiring, it's about people, and that's where Express Employment Professionals comes in. Express experts connect you to qualified candidates, matching skills to your business needs. Hire differently with Express. Visit expresspros.com to find your local office. That's expresspros.com. Express Employment Professionals, building your workforce, supporting your success.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband Ryan died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ETHOS.com/game.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colbert, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. The noon hour is here.
Check it out.
And you're locked on to Utah's highest rated, most listened to sports radio station.
It's my station. It's my station.
This is Hans Olsen and Scotty G on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
All right, folks, gather around the radio. Hans and Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. It is a Monday. Boy, do we have a busy, busy show. Hey, buddy, how are you?
Oh, I'm fantastic, and I'm sure everybody wants to hear about Brooks Koepka coming back to the PGA Tour. Is that where we're starting? Brooks Koepka returning to the PGA Tour.
Brooksy's back.
Brooksy's back, and the Tour can breathe easy because they don't have to fight for Brooksy. Brooks Koepka returning, leaving the money. I wonder how much money he's leaving behind. None?
I think that there is from what I've heard, that there's a restructuring going on in LIV where they may have actually hit the tipping point where they're like, you know what, we're going to bring this down a little bit. And I guarantee they were like, hey, Brooksy, we're going to need you to take a haircut.
You remember when Prokhorov did that with the Nets?
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Prokhorov comes into the NBA like, I've got billions. And he gets hit with a couple of bills, and he wins 28 games. And that's what, didn't he bring in Kevin Garnett?
Oh, yeah.
Darren
Paul
Williams?
Pierce, Kevin Garnett. Then he all of a sudden realized, you know what? I'm going to sell this team. I'm not really enjoying this.
Why are we not winning?
Yeah.
I thought I could come in, buy players, and why are we not winning?
Yeah.
But it's awesome, man. The sports weekend was incredible, Scotty.
Yeah, it was. NFL playoffs, all kinds of good stuff going on. College basketball. I think it's back, but that's just me. I love college hoops, and I think we saw a Utah team that showed a pulse.
Yeah, we saw a Utah team that showed a pulse, a BYU team that found a way to get it done when they couldn't last year.
Yeah.
And there were a lot of different storylines and rumblings from what happened in Boise. What was this mess? Boise was selling student tickets and then wouldn't sell to students.
All right.
And then
so their students are not in session yet. They're on the, I guess, maybe the quarter system. So much like how Utah State over the last two games, home games, their students have not been in town. So what they do is they open it up to the public and say, hey, you can be a student, come back for a day. And they sell discounted tickets to the community to try to fill up those tickets that are normally assigned to students. Well, Boise State had the similar situation. First off, their students don't go to games, period. Second of all,
didn't even know they went to school.
Yeah, exactly. Well, using the word school might be a bit of a stretch.
Oh, my gosh. When Scotty bites into BSU, it's always something.
So Boise decided to have a campaign where, like, hey, if you're a student, college, high school, pre-K, whatever, community college, all you have to do is come to the game, show your ID, your school ID, and you will get into the game for free because they wanted to pack that place. Big game against Utah State. And so, and their tweet was, any and all students. That's what they tweeted out.
Okay.
So, Utah State students caught wind of it.
Yeah.
And they're like, well, wait a minute. That's just about a 4-hour drive. We have a student ID. Let's go.
Yeah.
And so
it's a great price on a ticket.
Yeah, exactly. So they started rumbling. And then all of a sudden, Cam Walker, Jared Calhoun, and others said, hey, guess what? We will chip in and we'll raise money and we will get you gas cards and reimburse you for the gas going up there. And so they raised quickly about $4,000.
Yeah, I saw that.
And
okay, so there wasn't any transport. They weren't. I thought they'd put together a bus, but they were just giving gas cards.
Just going to give gas money and say, there you go. Well, Boise State finds out what's going on and realizes, oh, no.
We screwed up. We're going to have a ton of Aggies in here.
Yes. So they reversed the policy and said, we meant you had to have an Idaho school ID, whether it's, a high school in Idaho and stuff. And their AD even admitted, like, all right, you guys found a loophole, but guess what? I'm closing it. Nobody.
That's so dirty.
And so they said, okay, we've got $4,000 here to play with. If you guys can manage your gas, we will pay for the tickets. The tickets were only like $15, $16. Okay. So they decided to put that money, and they still paid for the tickets for the kids to get in, and they had a crazy student section there.
The flotilla arrived.
Oh, man, it was so funny because you could hear them right out of the gate. And there was actually a pretty decent Boise State crowd.
Yeah.
But those students, you know how loud and obnoxious they can get.
Yeah,
and they bled over the entire game. And then Utah State came out and just hammered Boise State.
It's the most underrated student body.
Yes.
It's
incredible.
Every time I've been up to the Spectrum, I just am like, these guys go to great lengths. I still have never seen student section wear rubber gloves to make their clap louder. It's innovative. It's a little bit crazy, but it's the next step that you take when you're like, what else can we do to be completely obnoxious?
How can we make this louder?
And I know you were a little bit nervous about that game.
Oh, I know.
That was dismantling.
Yeah, 10-0 right out of the gate. Ended up, they were up by as many as I think 33. Ended up winning by 25 just because of some garbage points Boise State poured on late. But that was a crazy dismantling, and it was really cool. Afterwards, they brought all the students down that were there, put them courtside, and had the players in front of them. Took a really cool picture, and it was.
I saw the picture.
And Boise State fans apparently are irate about it. Like, how dare you accommodate them? Blah blah blah.
Yeah, whatever. It was great.
It was fun.
The picture was awesome. Speaking of 10-0, should we jump into the starter?
Let's get to it. Hans and Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is Hans and Scotty G.
Let's go!
The lineup is set, and it's time to kick off the show with the biggest topic of the day. This is the starting lineup on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hans and Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Hans, it was a fun one this weekend.
It was a really fun one, and I decided to take Miss Amanda and head up to the Huntsman Center and take in a little rivalry game.
You had a pretty good view of that one, too.
I did. It was awesome. It was great. And big shout out to Sean and everybody else that helped me get in, because it's not an easy ticket to get.
No, that one's not easy.
No, it's not an easy ticket to get. But so I'm sitting there with Amanda, and we got there early because I wanted to just take in the whole rivalry game experience. And the place was buzzing because everybody's like, hey, we did it last year. We did it last year. We took care of business in this building last year. We're going to do it again this year. And then you had the other people that are like, this AJ DeBonsa. You had the realists out there that were like, oh, this AJ DeBonsa, he's unstoppable. Then you had the other people that were like, oh, this is the one. And you could feel there was a real buzz. I mean, Utah felt like they could come in. The Utah fan base felt like Alex Jensen and this running Utes team could come in and compete. And I thought that the game ops were awesome. I really did. And I know people are making a big thing that because Swoop rappelled down from the ceiling.
Yeah.
And he went about scoreboard high and hung there for quite a while, probably 2-3 minutes. And then he started to come down, and then he came down fast. All of a sudden, he just unleashed, and it came down fast, and his carabiner came out of the rope, and he hit the floor pretty good and went down to his butt and kind of his butt and his legs. And I was like, either he was trying to put on a show to get down fast, or he ran out of rope. I don't know what happened. But that was just one thing that kind of kicked off the energy, and then he jumped up and he was going crazy.
Okay, so he's all right.
Yeah, he was okay.
Right.
But it was like, for just a second, I'm like, oh. And then everybody's in their seats before the initial call out.
What's the red to blue ratio?
By my count, I would give it...
Your estimation.
65-35.
Okay.
Utah to BYU. No, I might go 60-40. I sent out a video. It's a hard call because everything... BYU was really up high, heavy up high.
Yeah.
And then Utah was pretty well in the lower bowl. But it felt like it's maybe a 60-40 something split. But everybody was in their seats for the initial call-outs, and the place was rocking when they started calling out the players. I thought that Utah did a really good job. I think their game ops does a good job.
Oh, really? It's been forever since I've been to a basketball game up there.
I actually think their game ops does a really good job.
Okay, cool.
Now, maybe they went the extra mile because this is the rivalry game. They knew the place would be packed. But they had all kinds of different fun games that they were rolling out, and they had, up until it felt like there was a timeout every 5 seconds and a TV timeout every 5 seconds and an official's timeout every 5 seconds. With about 7 minutes left in that game, there were all these timeouts and TV timeouts, and they ran out of game ops. Because they were running people on the court every time there was a timeout, running people on the court, free throws or 3 points, and they were running tic-tac-toes, and Swoop would come out, and he's doing things, and they were doing like the chicken dance. And,
you can only have so many baby races.
Yeah.
And it's just, and then all of a sudden you're like, all right, we're out of babies. We got nothing else.
I could tell like they did hit a game ops limit. But up until that limit, all kinds of fun activities. And you were talking about Utah State jumping out on Boise State. That game tips and Utah jumps out, whatever it was, 8-0 or 10-0. They jump out to a nice, fast, exciting, and energizing start. And all of a sudden, the people around me start believing, like, oh, it's going to happen again, because I was mostly surrounded by Utah fans.
Yeah.
It's going to happen again. Oh, my gosh, it's actually happening. And then you just see A.J. DeBonsa slowly grab the energy. Richie Saunders, he has such a great awareness. When you watch Saunders, you just watch a basketball player. Full awareness of momentum, of crowd, of coaching command, of scheme, of person. He just has a full command. And he's like, okay, well, what can I do here? All right, I'm going to go out. I'm going to go hit this catch and shoot. I'm going to change some momentum. All right, I'm feeling the energy. What can I do? Okay, I'm going to work inside the paint. I'm going to go pull down this rebound. All right, what's happening here? What's going on now? All right, it's back to the catch and shoot. I'm going to rotate out deep. A.J. DeBonsa drives in, Rob Wright drives in, fires it out to a corner to A.J. You've got a quick double close. Richie Saunders on a trailer to the break, and A.J. hits him full speed, catch and shoot. Hits the three, grabs the energy. It's like full awareness of everything that this kid has taken in, and he's fun to watch. Richie Saunders was actually more of the show to me than A.J. DeBonsa was in this game. And if you were to try to, if you were to say, okay, well, where did the game come down to, and what grabbed it, and what finally turned it for BYU? Because Utah kept it close. They were keeping it within one possession as you're closing in on 3 minutes. And what was it? It was Richie Saunders and his boards.
Yeah.
He had 6 offensive rebounds in that game. He had 14 total boards. And I felt like every time you needed an extra chance to either continue to burn the clock down as you're holding a 3 or 5 point lead, or, fire it back to the outside and work the shot clock a little bit, or get the rebound, defensive rebound, and try to get the quick transition going the other way. My observation of that game was Richie Saunders' boards were the difference.
And this is what I think is really impressive about this BYU team. And I want to talk about Utah here in a bit, because I think they deserve a ton of props for what they were able to do. But BYU, and this is what's going to be frustrating to teams that play them in the Big 12 and eventually in the NCAA tournament, there's so many different ways that they can beat you. Obviously, we know about A.J. DeBonsa, but don't forget, Richie Saunders is a hell of a player. Like, he went from the face of the team to now being, the third option for the team. Mm-hmm. And you know what? He's totally fine with that.
Yeah.
And there are going to be games where Richie Saunders is going to lead your team to a victory. And that was one of them. And I think A.J. DeBonsa's totally fine with that. Rob Wright's totally fine with that. And it was just those moments where you can tell that it's like, okay, you know what? This is going to be a game I'm going to need to play well. This is a game where I'm going to have to put the team on my shoulders. And he's capable of doing that. That's going to be frustrating, because your game plan, game one, every game is going to be, where's A.J.? Mm-hmm. All right, that's the guy we got to showcase on. We got to focus in on him, find a way to limit him. Okay, well, now we got Richie Saunders coming up and going for a double-double with 30 points plus. Well, shoot. What are we going to do about that? And so it's a bit of a pick your poison. But props to Utah for hanging in there every step of the way. A one-possession game late, BYU's trying to foul up 3, and you turn it over. But, it was just a minuscule moment away, just a play or two away from that thing going into perhaps OT.
It was. It was a great game. Exciting and a lot of fun. And I could see what Alex Jensen was trying to do. Alex Jensen was collapsing on A.J. DeMonsa. Every time A.J. touched the ball, you had Traore, or you had Brown, or you had McHenry, or you had Dawes, any one of the combination, but you typically had 2 guys that would hammer down, and you had a third guy that would come in and harass until that ball got up A.J.'s hands. But this is the difference with A.J. DeMonsa that I don't see with a lot of college kids. When you get that double pressure or you get that third man pressure, I feel like college players panic.
Oh, yeah.
They stall out. They turn over the ball. They call the timeout. They don't know what to do. They're overwhelmed by the pressure. What does A.J. DeMonsa do? He uses his length, he gets separation, and he finds windows, and he distributes. That's the difference.
100%.
That's what changes the game of basketball.
Yep.
Okay, great game plan, Alex. You knew you had to get that ball out of DeMonsa's hands. You knew it. So you drew up some really hard, really aggressive defense every time he touches it. But the difference was AJ would get it out of the window. He would find some distribution that would then lead to an open shot that was then knocked down. The threes were ugly. At one point in the first half, Utah was 1 of 11, and BYU was something like 2 of 10 or 2 of 11, something like that. 2 of 10, I think it was. Now, things ramped up a little bit more in the second half because, and BYU only made, I guess, 4 of about 20. No, 4 of about 15.
Yeah.
From then on, but they did hit a couple of open looks that were really necessary. But when AJ can distribute out of the collapse, what do you do?
Yeah. It's wide open.
It's impossible.
Yeah.
And it's what every team is going to have to do. Because when AJ gets ahead of steam at the top of the key, if he gets ahead of steam on you, you're screwed. He's going to posterize you. Now, there was one beautiful block shot that you saw that A.J. DeMonsa went up for the posterizing, one-handed, over-the-top, and you get a hand on that thing, and that was probably the most noise in the arena on the entire night, was the block. That was as loud as it got, I thought. But outside of that, A.J. DeMonsa, when he gets moving, Scotty, he's so fluid.
Yeah. No, that's a guy that, frankly, should not. Look, I'm all about guys playing college ball. And I believe that the 1-year rule, Danny Ainge wants it 2 or 3 years. But I'm all in favor of the 1-year rule. But there is a certain classification of player that you see and you're like, yeah, you probably shouldn't be playing college ball.
Yeah.
Like, he's one of those, and you just watch him out there and it's like, oh, he's different.
He's so good.
Yeah.
He's so smooth and poised, and his shot is so pure, and his movements look like they were born for the game.
Yeah.
So he's a special talent. And I go back to BYU sits 15-1. So BYU is officially past the halfway mark.
Yeah.
They got 15 games left, and they sit 15-1. And I go back to the UConn game, and we were just talking about Rob Wright. You remember against UConn, they had a chance.
Oh, yeah.
They had a chance, and Rob Wright lost possession of the ball. And I think that team in that moment learned a lot about possession, personnel, who it is. It's never going to be an identified man. Like you said, it can be by committee. Rob Wright can end it. A.J. DeMonsa can end it. Richie Saunders can end it. There's plenty of guys on that team that can swoop the momentum away from a team.
No pun intended.
No pun intended. And dish it back at you. And I think that this team really very easily could be undefeated.
Oh, very easily. Yeah.
You lose 86-84 to that UConn team. That was game 4 of the season.
Yeah.
They started out the season. They beat Villanova. They beat Holy Cross. They beat Delaware. And then they had UConn. And remember, they come off that UConn game, and they beat Wisconsin by 28 points.
Mm-hmm.
So I look at the halfway point or just past the halfway point. Beating your rival on their court. I know that Utah has really struggled this year, but you could see they came out with juice and energy.
No, and they're building. Alex is going to get them there.
I think Alex is going to get him there, and I think Alex did have a good game plan for BYU.
Yeah.
But you look at what they've got moving forward. They still have number 15 Texas Tech in their way, number 1 Arizona in their way twice, 15 Texas Tech twice. They've got number 7 Houston once. And they still have to go on the road to Kansas.
Yeah.
It's murderer's row.
Yeah.
But let's just say, for sake of conversation, let's say they come out of this thing with 3 losses. 3 losses. And they finish the season 29-3 or 28-3?
3 losses total or 3 losses in conference?
3 losses total.
3 losses total. And they're 28-1. I think they're 28-3. I think it's a 31-game schedule.
I think it's a 31-game schedule. 28-3. And let's say they beat Houston, they split with Arizona. And they lose to Iowa State.
In that scenario, they're a 2 seed. Close to a 1 seed. Depending on what they do in the conference tournament.
What's the highest seed BYU's ever been? Have they ever been a 2 seed?
I don't think they've been a 2. Have they been a 3? That's a good question.
I'll figure it out.
We'll do a little research on that. Hans and Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Let's get it, folks. Always a lot of fun to chat with our guys at Culligan Water. As Colson hanging out with us as well. How are you, man?
Hey, good. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year to you.
It feels good to be back in studio with you guys, man. I love it.
Everything is right in the world.
It is.
Hey, you know what? We were talking earlier, and it's a new year, and everybody's got their resolutions. They want to work on this, and then you're looking at your house, too, and you're thinking, okay, I've got to get this addressed. We've been playing with fire because our water softener isn't either installed or it's not working or I've totally ignored it and I need a new one. And then you're realizing I still have to pay for Christmas. Taxes are coming up here pretty soon. I've got all these other expenses. Junior needs braces. I can't really afford a soft water machine right now. Well, you can help out there.
Absolutely. So we have, the ability to make these systems affordable to all Utah homeowners. And there shouldn't be a huge barrier to entry, right? It shouldn't be buy this and get this free, right? Or, you promote this and get that. Better water is essential to all Utahns. No matter what your financial situation is, Culligan can make a system affordable for everybody, whether that be a water softener or a drinking water system or, a 5-gallon bottle that you want for your doctor's office or office building. We have solutions to help all Utahns, and we can make them affordable for less than $1 a day, right? And so you don't have to go out and shell out $10,000, $100,000, whatever the number is for a new system. We make these things affordable, and you can rent them right from us.
You know what's exciting about Culligan? We were just talking about it. Every time I see you guys, I think back to the 1980s. That's when Culligan stepped into my house in Weiser, Idaho, and got rid of the egg water stink. And it was such a great change in the house. I don't think people understand how embarrassing it is to go to school and have your clothes and breath smell like egg water. I guess it still does to a certain extent.
A little sulfur.
Yeah. A little sulfur.
I was going to say hydrogen sulfide is what that is causing.
Or the fact you're eating hard-boiled eggs coming in from home.
It's both. It's a mix of both. Eating a hard-boiled egg and washing it down with sulfur. But I just think it's amazing that you guys have been able to keep this a family-owned business. All the way through everything, every twist and turn that Culligan could have had in their way, and you guys stay family-owned. I think that's a testament to what you guys do.
Yeah, I agree.
Culligan's actually celebrating 90 years in business this year. Isn't that incredible? 90 years.
That's actually shocking to me. I was thinking maybe 70s, late 70s, but we're talking 90 years.
Yeah, 90 years. We've got a 3rd-generation Culligan man in Colson, and a daughter who's going to be a 4th-generation Culligan
lady.
Culligan lady. Yeah, it's the longevity of the products. It's because they continue to invest in water treatment. That's the business that Culligan is just water treatment. And like Colson was saying, we want to provide an opportunity for everybody, regardless of what their financial situation is. Some people prefer to buy something. Some people prefer to finance it. We've got all kinds of great options for those individuals, but a rental is a great way too, because that allows for us to really showcase our service side, right? Water treatment is a service industry. It's not just buying a product and then you're done. You need water quality experts that can continue to service and treat the water the way that it needs to be, because the water is constantly changing.
801-509-9602. That's 801-509-9602. Take advantage of some incredible offers. Now, I have water delivered to my house. I'm a huge fan of that, having great water just right there in the machine ready to go. You can have a full home system. You can have a water softener. There's so many things they can do for you right now. Just call and find out. 801-509-9602 right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is Jay Scott and Ben Anderson.
Do you think the Jazz will keep Will Hardy around when they're ready to start winning? Well, they keep giving him contract extensions, so my assumption would be yes. He coaches great offensive teams. Jazz are a great offensive team right now. But I don't know if he's a good defensive coach. I don't know. We haven't ever seen him coach a good defensive team. Is that a Will Hardy problem, or is that a personnel problem, or is that a scheme problem, or is that, if you know the team is not trying to win, defense is the last thing you're going to try and do, because defense stinks.
Bingo.
Playing defense is not fun at all.
Was Phil Jackson a great defensive coach? I have no idea, honestly.
Yeah, right. Who
but
knows?
You know why those were good defensive teams? Because Michael Jordan guarded.
And so did Scotty Pippen.
Period. End of story.
If your best players guard,
you have to guard.
Yeah.
Is Dagnall a good defensive coach? I have no idea, honestly. But Shea's going to guard, so that means you're going to guard.
Yeah.
And Jalen Williams is going to guard, so that means you're going to guard.
Catch Jake and Ben weekdays from 10 to noon on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
You gave years, maybe decades to your job. You showed up, worked hard, and planned for retirement. But now, the company's changed. Or maybe you've taken a buyout or been forced into early retirement. So, what happens next? I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. And if you've built up a 401k or thrift savings plan, now is the time to ask, is that money really working for you? Many workplace retirement plans offer limited options and even less guidance. At Trajan Wealth, we help people just like you roll over their accounts into IRAs with more flexibility and personalized investment strategies built around your goals. For households with $500,000 or more, let us build you a personalized plan. We operate on veteran values, service, trust, and doing what's right. Your next chapter starts now. Call Trajan today, 801-210-6800. That's 801-210-6800.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. See website for details.
Hey, this is JJ here with KSL Sports. Utah, this is your shot. A once-in-a-lifetime shot. KSL and Ivory Homes are teaming up to send you to the big game at Levi Stadium on February 8th. I've been fortunate enough to have the chance to cover the big game multiple times. This has to be on your bucket list, and this is your chance to go. If you've ever dreamed of stepping into football's biggest stage, the time to play is now. It's easy to qualify. Just stop by any Ivory model home between now and January 31st. Walk through and ask them about exclusive loan rate discounts and free upgrade packages. So get off the sidelines. What are you waiting for? Visit an Ivory model home today and enter for your chance to score the ultimate football experience. Start now at ivoryhomes.com/super. Don't miss this opportunity.
This sweepstakes is open until January 31st, 2026 for residents of Utah who are at least 18. No purchase necessary. See the official rules at ivoryhomes.com/super.
If you're getting new gutters, make absolutely sure that you don't get screwed. I mean literally, don't get screwed. Tim Jr. here from RGS Exteriors. And every single gutter company out there uses screws to hold their gutters together at the corners and downspouts. They use screws because they're fast and cheap and easy. But man, they're terrible for your gutters, aside from possibly cutting your hand. They also loosen and corrode over time because they're not made from the same metal as the gutters. At RGS Exteriors, we've been installing gutters for 70 years now, and we don't use screws. We only use permanent, strong, and unobtrusive rivets. They're made from the same material as the gutters, so they won't oxidize and they won't corrode. They'll also never loosen. Your hand is safe too. Did I mention they look amazing? So don't get screwed. Call RGS and get riveted gutters. Our number is 801-280-3110 or visit us at rgsutah.com. That's 801-280-3110 or rgsutah.com.
The KSL Sports Zone and Beehive Meals are honoring people that impact youth sports in our communities. Nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Beehive Meals Hero of the Week at kslsports.com/contest.
This is a Utah Jazz at 30 update on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It is your Jazz at 30 update right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone, your exclusive home of the Utah Jazz. Will Hardy, it's always nice to get his teams back and have his teams back after even a difficult loss.
Those are my guys. That's a hard night for all of us. I make it a point to always stand because I'm never going to be the person that's going to sit and hide while we're getting our heads kicked in. But I also recognize I'm on these guys really hard, but in certain moments, my first responsibility is for them to know that I'm with them and that I'm not another critic, I'm not another person chirping from the crowd, and I'm not compounding what is already a bad feeling. You know, I have to have enough feel in certain moments to know they know and already feel awful about how it's going. They don't need me adding to that in those moments.
Well, 55-point loss makes you evaluate how you're handling your locker room, no doubt. This update brought to you by University of Utah Health, for you for life.
Looking for the latest on the Jazz, Utes, Cougars, and Aggies? Yeah! We've got you covered. This is Hans Olsen and Scotty G on 97.5, the Sports Zone.
Hans and Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. By the way, you heard Will Hardy there. There's losses, and then there's 55-point losses at home to a team that came into that game with 13 wins.
Oh, man. Bro, Scotty.
Yeah.
The worst in Jazz history.
Yeah, that was to
a 14-win Hornets team.
Yeah, that's not good.
LaMelo Ball was plus 37. Plus 37.
Wasn't there a Jazz player that was minus 50?
There was minus 60.
Minus 60.
Yeah, Cody Williams.
Oh, Cody. Oof.
32 minutes, he was minus 60.
Yep,
have you ever seen a minus 60?
No, I've never seen a minus 60. Never.
How do you get a minus 60?
Really? How do you get fired on your day off? How do you get a minus 60 at a home game against Charlotte?
Cody, no!
That's a record you don't want to have.
Cody, no.
Oh, Bubba.
Oh, Bubba, no. Brandon Miller was plus 36. Diabate was plus 38. I mean, you had, look at this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 bench players scored in double digits.
Woo. All right, so I like that quote from Will Hardy because from a coaching standpoint, there are games that, and Jerry Sloan was the king of this. Because everybody thought that Jerry Sloan was this hard-A, mean SOB, and he could be at times. But there was a big method to his madness. And, Hans, you were in enough of those post-game scrums. Mm-hmm. There'd be a tough loss, and you think, Jerry's going to just –
He's going to hammer him.
He's going to hammer. And he would be soft-spoken. He'd be like, all right, there's some things to work on. We're going to get all right. We're going to get back on track. And I'm like, wait a minute.
Exactly.
And then there'd be times where the Jazz would win, and he's like – we only send to the free throw line 10 times. This is not a tough team, blah, blah. And it's like, wait a minute. Mm-hmm. Well, he's sending that message through the media to his players because he doesn't want to come out and be overly critical because as Will Hardy just mentioned, and we'll play, and here's that cut again, like, hey, look, they already feel bad enough. They know they're the ones on the court. They're the ones that got embarrassed. It doesn't help putting any salt in the wound here.
Those are my guys. That's a hard night for all of us. I make it a point to always stand because I'm never going to be the person that's going to sit and hide while we're getting our heads kicked in. But I also recognize I'm on these guys really hard, but in certain moments, my first responsibility is for them to know that I'm with them and that I'm not another critic. I'm not another person chirping from the crowd, and I'm not compounding what is already a bad feeling. You know, I have to have enough feel in certain moments to know they know and already feel awful about how it's going. They don't need me adding to that in those moments.
Jeez.
Really self-aware, because I'm sure he would love nothing more than to just tear into these guys a new one. But he knows it's not going to do
That was
any
a
good.
masterpiece of dog shit.
Yeah. Now that was a different game. That wasn't this game. That was one from last year.
Because here's the hard thing: as a head coach, your name is attached to that product more than any individual's name. Agreed?
Yep, 100%.
I think
you're the chef.
Yeah, your name is now attached to a 55-point loss to a 14-25 Charlotte team. How do you not come unglued, unbuttoned, and burn the whole thing down, tear everybody in half, and say, that's how you're going to represent me? That's how you're going to represent the Will Hardy brand? You didn't show up for me? I'm sure that they're getting an earful away from the media mic. He handled it right in front of the media. It's exactly it.
Yeah.
I'm in the trench with these guys. But his name is now synonymous with the 55-point loss to the Charlotte Hornets. And that hurts. And I'm sure that he is ripping people in half, and they're having a real soul search as a unit, because that was horrifying.
Yeah, that was, and it was funny. I was doing the Utah State game, and I know you were at the Utah game and getting updates.
Mm-hmm.
David James is sending me like, well, they're down 20. Oh, they're down 30. And I'm like, what is this? This can't be happening.
Have you ever seen a team down 31 points in the first
No.
quarter?
First quarter, no. I'm sure it's happened, but I've never seen it happen before. And maybe it hasn't happened. I don't know, but
I've never 31 points in the first quarter.
Yeah.
I've never seen anything like it. So
like, it almost wonders, like, it makes you wonder, like, there's losses, and then there's like, wait a minute, like, did something go on? Is there a weird Kardashian figure that's entered into
goat buried in the arena, or like, is that what you're meaning?
Yeah, like it almost seems like something happened there. It was like back in the day when the Dallas Mavericks had Jason Kidd and Jimmy Jackson on the team, and they were just rolling, and then all of a sudden, both of them fell in love with Tony Braxton, and it just wrecked the team. Like, is there some weird love triangle going on? Like, I don't know. Like, this is a crazy, crazy game that you just, like, an NBA team doesn't lose by 55. It just doesn't happen.
Now, to their credit, it would have been really hard to not fall in love with Tony Braxton.
Oh, yeah.
in the 90s.
Unbreak My Heart. That video, it got all of us emotional.
I'm pretty sure that it would have tore this show, three of us, at the seams.
Oh.
If Tony Braxton was in the office in the 90s.
Yeah. Not today, Tony Braxton.
100% pure love. Every one of her songs. She had that sultry, deep, female bass.
When she hits that Unbreak My Heart, that chorus, and she just rips it. And it's like, wow.
And Tyrese goes flying over that car.
Yeah.
Yeah. Is it Tyrese? No,
I think so.
Tyson Beckford.
Oh.
Tyrese is the
What
other.
is this? This is awful, Tony Braxton.
No, that was not. That was not.
It's definitely not Unbreak My Heart.
It sounded like the start of it, but then it wasn't.
Yeah.
It's turned into some weird techno.
Yeah, somebody got a hold of that one and remixed it, unfortunately.
Look, at this point, there's a very big part of me that doesn't mind if Tony Braxton is tearing this team at the seams, because I was
After you saw AJ DeVonson.
Oh, jeez. So I was going through. Somebody did a write-up. Some national writer did a write-up on the top 9 properties of the Utah Jazz. And the number 1 property is still the 2026 top 8 protected pick that will not convey to the Oklahoma City Thunder. That's the number 1 product. And we're here, and things got weird for a minute. It was like, oh, you're going to lose it. But you have to finish top 8 or bottom 8 if you're looking at a draft perspective. But remember, Scotty, you and I talked a lot about this last year when the Jazz were making sure that didn't convey. That doesn't mean that you can just finish 6th or 7th or 8th.
No.
Because if the draft lottery hits you and you fall to 10th, you convey.
Oh, absolutely.
You lose that pick.
Yeah. In fact, if the Jazz finished with the 7th worst record, I guarantee they'd lose that pick.
They would lose that pick.
Yeah.
That's just the way things go for the Jazz.
Yeah.
The Jazz need to finish in the bottom 4.
Yep.
To kind of ensure that they can't fall out of the top 8 picks. So I look at it, I'm like, yeah, this is a mess. This is a mess. But let's not fix it yet.
No.
Let's let some of this stew out, and let's figure out who has some guts and who wants to figure this out. But there's work to do with this top pick.
Yeah, and everybody thinks A.J. DeBonsa because he's here in our backyard, but you got the Boozer kid. You got so many. This very well could be a 2003 NBA draft that had Carmelo and LeBron, Dwayne Wade. Like that's the quality you could have in this draft. You do not want to screw it up.
Yeah, and A.J. DeBonsa is your golden ticket because you're going to have a built-in fan base that loves the kid because he's repped the Cougars so well.
Yeah,
he's repped the brand. He's embraced it. And he's made it big.
Well, if you want to think long term here, the guy played high school at Wasatch, right?
He did.
And
he's a Wasatch Academy.
Yeah. So he chose to go to Utah for high school. He chose to go to Utah to college. If you're wondering about, well, in 3 years or 5 years or 7 years he's going to be gone, well, that kind of helps out. That puts the odds a little bit more in your favor.
Yeah. Bro, he would be incredible for the Jazz if they could do it. Now, I think that the Jazz really learned a sour lesson last year.
Yeah.
When they were out there for Cooper Flag and they fell as far as they fell. It was a sour, probably horribly bitter pill. And you and I were following it, and we were following it with individuals that were in the front office. And those individuals were all in. It was hey, it's everything you can do for Cooper Flag. And they really got stung. Really got stung. Now, let's see how things kind of work out here. But it feels like they really got stung. Probably learned a pretty horrible lesson. And I'm not saying they got to finish the worst record like they did last year. I'm not even saying they got to finish with the second worst. But I think anything 4th and lower is for the best for the Jazz future. And something like this sucks. You don't want to lose a 55-point game. That's a heartbreaker. I don't know how some of these guys overcome it. A lot of these guys are going to have to look in the mirror. I don't know how Kevin Love did. Kevin Love probably has never lost a game by 55 points.
No, not a chance. And he's been part of some bad teams, too.
He's been part of some bad teams. And they're going to have to do some soul-searching. But I watched a few of the highlights of Con Knippel, and that's a guy that would have been nice.
Yeah.
It's a guy that would have been a really nice addition. He's already averaging 25 and 4.
It's not a foregone conclusion. Cooper Flag wins Rookie of the Year.
And
Con's right there with him.
You were the first one that brought Con up to me. And then I started watching some film and doing some research, and it was like, no, that's a hot name. And Con went 1 pick before the Jazz, right?
Yeah, I think he went 4.
He went 4. So he's special. He's going to be a really special player. Now, somebody has to score for Charlotte, and I don't know how many people are locked in on Con at this point, but early parts, he sure looks good.
Yeah. All right, what you may have missed coming up next, Hans and Scotty. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
Kelly Papinga, Ben, K-pop, going up, up, up. He's going to be golden. Excited for K-pop today.
That song's a bop. That song's great. The movie's good. The song's incredible.
He's going to be golden, Ben.
I was not expecting.
He's going up, up, up.
So let me gather myself for a minute.
It's been promoted.
K-pop, you're right.
Gonna be promoted.
He's been promoted.
He's been promoted. Yeah.
gonna be.
Gonna be golden.
No, he's gotta be golden.
Gotta be golden.
He's gotta be golden.
He's gotta be golden. Going up, up, up in the world. K-pop.
Catch Jake and Ben weekdays from 10 to noon on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Tell you what, folks, Advanced Windows is where you need to be going right now. If you're cold and you woke up this morning and you felt that draft coming through your home and you felt that furnace like it was working overtime, well, that's your windows, folks. You got to get that addressed. Go to advancedwindows.com, and you're going to save a ton of money, Hans, with the best windows on the planet.
A lot of money because they are able to give you big savings because they are a local provider, which means they build the windows here. They weld those frames together. They insulate the frames. And they build those windows to fit the exact specs of your home. And you can just find them easily, or you can call them easily, and you can get them to come to the house, take a look at your window situation, and help get it fixed.
801-850-9100. That's 801-850-9100 with Advanced Windows.
Saving for retirement was tough enough for us.
Yes, and navigating markets can be challenging at times.
I understand. That's why at Fisher Investments, we take a disciplined approach with your investments.
Tell us more about that.
We take an active approach to money management, positioning your portfolio for opportunities we see ahead.
So all your clients get the same portfolio?
No, we tailor your portfolio to your individual goals and needs.
What about communication? We don't like being left in the dark.
We check in regularly to keep you informed on the markets and your portfolio.
Which means you'll help us stay on track.
Yes, our goal is your comfortable retirement. And as a fiduciary, we always put your interests first, because we do better when you do better. At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You need someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now you can meet them fast on ZipRecruiter.
Build your team, build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
Tonight on KSL.
I saw the gun, and I just remember thinking, how is this happening?
A family separated during the chaos of the Michigan church attack.
We have 4 kids on the inside and us on the outside.
Reunited, they say, through a higher power.
There's a lot of miracles that played out.
There were probably angels around them.
KSL's Dan Rascone returns to Grand Blanc to share their story.
This is sacred ground. It will always be sacred ground.
Healing from tragedy, tonight at 10.
What's better than a credit card with low interest? How about one with no interest? For a limited time, when you open a new America First Visa credit card, you'll enjoy 0% APR for the first 6 months. Transfer your balances from higher rate cards to your new America First card to consolidate debt and potentially save yourself a lot of money. That's 0 interest for 6 months. Interested? Then hurry to americafirst.com to apply today. Introductory variable annual percentage rate is subject to membership, eligibility, terms, creditworthiness, change, and conditions. Other limits and requirements may apply. Federally insured by NCUA. Equal opportunity lender.
This is a Utah Mammoth at 50 update on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It is your Mammoth at 50 update. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Andre Tierney, tough OT loss to Columbus. His thoughts.
First of all, you need to sting a little bit. It's not just about moving on, it's about learning from it. I think there's lesson to learn from that game. It's not a matter of execution or effort. It was a matter of mindset. Be ready to play the game the way it should have been. There's many things was not on par.
That is your Mammoth at 50 update. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
#1. Miss any part of the show? Every moment of every show is available in podcast form by searching Hans and Scotty on your favorite podcasting platform or online at KSLSports.com. This is Hans Olsen and Scotty G on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hans and Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. We're going to be hanging out coming up on Wednesday. Tim Daly, Nissan, Southtown, 11155 South Jordan Gateway in South Jordan. It's really easy to find. Just west of I-15.
It's
easy.
Easy to find.
You see the big old dealership.
It's the best.
Tim Daly, home of the forever warranty.
They're great people.
Yep. Tyler's the man.
And we all own cars from them.
Yes, we do. We are a proud supporter of the Tim Daly family.
Tim Daly family's doing well off Hans and Scotty.
Yes, they are.
Even if they didn't sell a single car to a listener.
Yeah, we got them covered.
Oh, somehow our advertising has gotten us hooked.
Well, and I like how, let's say maybe Jake needs to move 1 or 2 vehicles at the end of a month. He's like, hey, what's up, bro? How are you?
How's it? Amanda liking that 90?
Yeah. Like, we could shave a couple dollars off that payment if we do this.
Which they've done.
They have.
But I think they've got themselves to a zero margin now on Amanda's cars.
Yeah, it was same.
It's like there's no way they're shaving any more off. They're as low as they can. I think the payment on a brand new 90, third row.
Yeah. PHEV?
At a PHEV, I think it's somewhere mid threes, 300, 350, something like that.
There you go.
It's insane. Yeah. No money down.
Yeah, crazy.
You can hit leasing options on these cars and pay nothing and never see a check engine light ever again.
That's the beauty of it right there. I had so many car issues. I'm like, I'm not doing this anymore. Can't do it.
Because I'm driving that F-150 that I had to replace the engine because I just love the stupid truck. I like the noise, whatever it does. I've put electrical tape over the check engine light. So I've got electric like on the dash just in front of because I know it's still it's been on for like a year and it's still driving.
Yeah.
So I hate the light because it makes you feel sick.
Oh yeah, for sure.
So I've taped over the light.
Taped over the light.
Yeah.
That may be one of the favorite things you've ever done.
That light ticks me off.
So I just changed your engine. You're fine.
I did. I just put a new engine in you.
I lost all that money. I took all that money out of crypto just to pay for you.
Yeah, I did.
I know.
Took it all out of Doge.
Right before it dropped.
Right before it dropped. I got Doge at 38 cents.
And now it's like at 13.
Yeah, 12. 12 or 13. It's miserable.
All right, NFL playoffs. We'll talk about that coming up next. But you mentioned at the beginning of the show, Brooksy's coming back. Brooks Koepka returning to the PGA Tour. Who cares?
Nobody.
Not a soul. He's out there like, when I was a child, I always dreamed about competing on the PGA Tour. I'm just excited today. I'm announcing I'm returning. And everybody's like, what, you left?
And you gained 50 pounds?
Yeah, like what happened there?
Got fat and happy in Saudi Arabia, huh?
Yeah, no doubt. Tiger's over there like, hey, you're going to compete again. You better tighten up.
Because there was a point where Koepka was a fit beast.
Yeah.
Then I was watching an event. And I'm like, geez, Brooksy.
Yeah. I bet DeChambeau's enjoying that.
He's on the DeChambeau calorie train without the lifting.
Yeah. I don't know, man. I'm eating all these calories. Yeah, but you have to couple that with this.
It's actually kind of a tandem. But he's back. I don't think he's going to move anything. But
Nope.
He's back.
All right, Hans and Scotty Colson, Kent hanging out with us. Culligan Water is where you need to go. And look, we look at this, and there's a lot of people that think, okay, that's an expense to my house. But Kent, this is actually a way to, in the grand scheme of things, actually save you some money.
Yeah, we've talked about this before, right? Hard water creates havoc on your equipment. It can really destroy the lifespan of your water heaters, your dishwasher, your washing machines, right? Having soft water helps to expand the life cycle of those pieces of equipment by 50%. Not only that, but think of all the products that you spend money on to treat hard water. All of the soaps and the lotions and the cleaning detergents, that stuff adds up and it's expensive. Mm-hmm. What you really need to do is just treat the problem water. And Culligan can do that. Give us a call and we can come out and give a free water test and test your water and show you what's going on with your water.
Why wouldn't you just call and just have them come out?
Yeah.
Take a look at the water.
Yeah.
See what the absolute need is and see what they can do for you.
So
it's free.
Utah has some of the prettiest mountains in this world, right?
Yes.
But because of that, we have some of the hardest water. And people around Utah normalize that as, hey, I've just got, cloudy dishes. I've got water spots all over, my glassware. And it's normalized, but it's not normal, right? Like hard water like this is not normal and it can be improved. And to Kent's point, you've got to treat it at the root cause. Think of how much money homeowners spend on cleaning supplies and lotions and serums and, redoing their face, and makeup routines and all these things that cost so much money. And at the end of the day, if you did a root cause analysis of what's causing these problems, it all leads back to your water. And Culligan treats more water than any company on this earth today. And it's because we have the best products, the best solutions to really provide the right solutions for Utah homeowners.
So what you're saying is when you turn on your shower, it's not supposed to be shooting in all kinds of weird directions, right?
It's not supposed to have that white, crusty scale buildup.
Looking like Steve Buscemi's
exactly,
eyes.
Right? Yeah, absolutely. Wait, are you saying that yours does that?
Yeah. It's like you have to move in the shower to match where the stream is because it's shooting at different directions all the time.
We need to get you a Culligan solution.
I know, we do.
We need to get out there.
We
and,
absolutely do. I think you'd be like, wait, what? What are you dealing with out here?
Well, Scotty's all sitting good because he's got that.
At least he's got the drinking water
He's got
solutions.
the cold drinking water. So but as you talk about that, Colson, you start to think about it. You are in your home water every day. You're drinking it every day. You're in it. You're bathing in it. You're washing your hands in it. You're doing your dishes in it.
Yeah.
Like you are in your water every day. And if you're feeling the effects of that, you're seeing the dishes are foggy or you've got clogged pipes because you let that hard water run. By the way, anybody out there that's got the tankless water heater, you darn well better call Culligan.
That's
because
right.
the tankless water heaters in this state, Scotty, they're getting wrecked.
Yeah.
They're getting wrecked.
Absolutely.
They're 3-4 years and they're done.
This is a sports radio station, right? So we're talking about blocking and tackling, right? So, we want to protect your investment, just like an offensive line protects your star quarterback.
Love it.
What's the best way to protect your investment? It's to get water filtration installed in your home because it causes havoc from the inside out, right?
Yeah.
Hard water destroys your appliances and your home from the inside out, and most people don't realize that. Protect the interior, right? Protect your line, protect your investment with Culligan Solutions. And right now we're offering, a rent-to-own solution, right? So there shouldn't be a huge barrier to entry to provide better water for your family. We truly believe that at Culligan. There should not be a barrier to entry to provide better water. So if you rent a system from us, we'll apply up to 12 months of rental payments toward the purchase price of that unit.
Wow. 801-509-9602. Call right now. Hey, essentially what they're saying is take us for a test drive.
Yeah.
Yeah. See if you can really tell the difference. They're that confident that you will. 801-509-9602. Culligan Water. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Whether you're stuck in the office,
I believe you have my stapler.
in your car, or at your in-laws,
You want a piece of me? You bet I do.
the Zone is with you every step of the way. Download the KSL Sports app to get live streaming of your favorite shows and access to all the latest updates on your favorite teams. Your home for the best coverage of the Utes, Cougars, Jazz, and Mammoth is on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Oh, could this vintage store be any cuter?
Right? And the best part? They accept Discover.
Accept Discover? In a little place like this? I don't think so, Jennifer.
Oh, yeah, huh? Discover's accepted where I like to shop. Come on, baby, get with the times.
Right, so we shouldn't get the parachute pants?
These are making a comeback. I think.
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2025 Nielsen report.
Hi, I'm Maria, salon owner. You know the jingle. Now discover the facts about Ozempic, a GLP-1. There's only one FDA-approved Ozempic, made by Novo Nordisk. Learn about the real thing.
Talk to your healthcare professional today. Call 1-833-OZEMPIC or visit Ozempic.com to view the medication guide and to learn more about Ozempic. Semaglutide injection 0.5, 1, and 2 milligrams.
Is your financial advisor offering you up to a 30% upfront bonus? Or are they promising you up to 10% growth per year, all for your retirement income? If not, then you need to come to Trajan Wealth. I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. If you have a plan to retire within the next 10 years, don't wait only to find out it's too late. I've seen hardworking folks like you retire only to be required to go back to work, all because their advisor told them guarantees like these were too good to be true. They're not. That's up to $30,000 upfront or up to $10,000 per year on $100,000, all guaranteed for retirement income. Don't keep working when you're supposed to be retired, and don't let any financial advisor tell you it's too good to be true. Call Trajan today, 801-210-6800. That's 801-210-6800.
Annuities, non-advisory products. DBA Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions. Additional disclosures at trajanwealth.com.
Life is busy and honestly, sometimes a little chaotic. Between work, school drop-offs, sports, and everything in between, some days feel completely upside down. Dinner used to be one of the hardest parts of my day. Now, it's the easiest. When life feels upside down, Beehive Meals helps keep me grounded with home-cooked freezer meals that are ready when I am. No planning, no scrambling, just real food my family loves. Head to beehivemeals.com and stock your freezer with your solution to easy, delicious dinners and a little peace of mind.
Celebrate the new year by treating yourself to the best meal you've ever had. Ruth's Chris, with award-winning service, sizzling steaks, and proteins. Signature wraps, salads, sides, and dessert. Make early Valentine's reservations today. Ruth's Chris in Salt Lake or Park City.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colbert, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. You're locked on to Hans Olsen and Scotty G. That's right, yeah! On 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Ground control to Major Tom. Ground control to Major Tom.
Hans and Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Take your protein pills and put your helmet on.
It's good.
All right, yeah. Nothing gets me ready to talk NFL football more than this. Let's go.
This song used to have meaning.
I know.
Still gets me, though.
Yeah, for sure. John Breach is going to join us coming up here in just a moment from CBS Sports. Get his thoughts on the crazy NFL weekend that was. All those playoff games were just fantastic. Fantastic. Lloyd, you can bring this down. We're kind of done with this. Like all the way down. All the way down. There we go. Yeah.
You don't like it? You're not David Bowie?
Well, no, it just doesn't really get me all
it's not the
fired
of the
up
NFL
for football. Yeah.
It was one of the best wild card weekends you could try to draw up. That's what a wild card weekend is supposed to be. Every game.
Yep.
Every single game was competitive. Even the Chargers, with 5 minutes left when they had that possession when Herbert fumbled. Yeah. Even the Chargers with a touchdown make it a one possession with 4 minutes.
Yep.
But you just decide roughing the passer doesn't exist anymore.
Hey, you know what? Patrick Mahomes isn't in the playoffs, so neither is, as you mentioned, roughing the passer.
Both are out.
Yes.
Yeah.
All right, John Breach, CBS Sports, kind enough to join us right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. John, how you doing? And he gone.
Yeah, both are out. And that shot that Herbert took is as hard on the chin shot as I've seen a quarterback take in a long time.
That dude looked like he was dead after some of those hits in that game.
Can you help me with something? I'm going to ask you a really stupid football question that makes me vulnerable, but I don't give a crap.
When have we not been vulnerable on this show?
So I'm a bit vulnerable here.
Yeah, I may have dropped an F-bomb earlier in the show.
Yeah, you did. And that's fine. We'll get over it.
I didn't, but
we'll get over it. No, it wasn't. But it was close. Okay, so defender comes in, hits Herbert, but he's fumbling before the hit. So do they call a roughing the passer? Does the ball, because that fumble occurred before the hit, would that have gone back to the Chargers? Or would that have been 15 yards?
No, I think once the ball's fumbled, he's open season. I think once that ball's out, there's no more.
Okay, so you can just pop it.
That's my thought, but, every now and then, I'm no Gene Statador. I mean.
Well, either is Gene.
Yeah, no doubt.
He's just walking the company line.
He's just like, all right, what do you want me to say? Yep. Okay. Yeah,
we'll do it.
Troy, you're spot on that one.
Yep.
John Breach, CBS Sports, kind enough to join us. John, how are you?
Doing fantastic. How are you guys doing?
Really good.
Better than Justin Herbert after he got knocked around last night.
For sure.
Yeah, that's painful. Hey, we were just talking about that. So you could have hit him with a roughing the passer. The ball was starting to fumble before he took the shot. Kind of walk us through that play and not just the play, but the impact.
Yeah, I mean, that really felt like a huge difference in the game because that could have been a 15-yard penalty if you do take a shot to the head. But it just felt like that kind of epitomized everything that the Chargers were going through in that game. Justin Herbert just got hit so many times. And as a quarterback, if you don't have time to throw, even the fastest releases at 2 seconds maybe, and Justin Herbert said people in his face at all times. And it was painful. I was getting hurt just watching him get hit. But when your offensive line, the Chargers have obviously dealt with so many injuries this year, Rashawn Slater, Joe Alt, and somehow they kind of bandaged it together and hobbled their way to the playoffs. But the Patriots just had a defense that was able to expose all those issues that the Chargers have had. And that was really kind of the story of the game there. It was just Justin Herbert taking hit after hit after hit after hit.
So I think a lot of us on the Patriots, myself included, and I'm a Broncos fan, so I can lump them in together. I think all of us have been watching the Patriots and Broncos throughout the year, being like, it's going to fall apart. It's going to fall apart. This isn't sustainable. But the Patriots go and they beat the Raiders, and they beat the Chargers, and then Denver's got the number 1 seed. Which of those two teams do you have more faith in going and making a run in the AFC?
Well, I agree with you. It does feel like that both of these teams kind of feel like a house of cards just waiting to crumble down, and that will happen at some point. And you look at the Patriots kind of lucked out with the perfect draw in the wild card round with a beat-up Chargers team, and now they're either going to face the Texans or the Steelers, and so it gets a little bit more interesting. I would say if the Texans win tonight, that's going to be a tough matchup for the Patriots because they haven't seen a defense that good really all year. And then obviously the Broncos have a tough matchup with the Bills, but Bills only getting 5 days of rest before going in there. The Broncos coming off a bye, so they'll certainly be fresher. But I don't know which one is going to go further, but I don't think either of them is going to get to the Super Bowl. So maybe one of them gets to the AFC title game, but I see both of them going down at some point before we get to the Super Bowl.
Man, we've had some dramatic matchups. Saturday was incredible. The Rams-Panthers going down to the wire. Bears-Packers going down to the wire. To this point, what's been your favorite game? What's captivated your mind the most?
I thought the Rams-Panthers was the most surprise. Obviously, tons of drama with the Bears and Packers and tons of drama with 49ers-Eagles. But just because the Rams-Panthers game was so unexpected, you had a Rams team that lost to Carolina back in November, so you knew they weren't going to be overlooking them. They knew the Panthers were tough. They knew they could give them a game. And somehow Carolina still came out and had a 4-point lead with 2 minutes left. So I just thought that was absolutely stunning, and that Matthew Stafford really looked average for most of the game. And, granted, he did sprain his finger, and that definitely didn't help things. But for him, and we had all the MVP talk all season, for him to come up in the clutch on that final drive and then throw a touchdown pass with just, 38 seconds left, that's what you have to do in the playoffs. You have to come up and make the big plays. And I thought that was the most entertaining game just because it was the most kind of unexpected.
We talk about teams like the Chargers that were just beat to hell. The 49ers have dealt with injuries as much as anybody, if not more, the entire season, but yet they're still able to get a victory. Kittle's, rips up the Achilles, so his season is done. How sustainable is what we've seen Kyle Shanahan put together there in San Francisco?
Yeah, it is really like they're a house of cards held together by Band-Aids because of all the injuries. But I think the 49ers are kind of that model of the NFL's this whole entire next man up mentality. If someone gets injured, you got to have someone step in, and we're going to move on, and we're going to win games. And the 49ers have done that, which is really impressive because you'll see injuries derail an entire season. I mean, look at the Bengals. Joe Burrow goes down. They miss the playoffs. The 49ers lose Brock Purdy. They throw Mac Jones in there, and they keep chugging along. So what Kyle Shanahan has done has been impressive. And you look at the game yesterday, George Kittle goes down, and now they need someone else to step up and catch passes. If Demarcus Robinson go in there and go over 100 yards, catch a touchdown pass, and that's what you need. Kyle Juszczyk had 4 catches. So it was just that all of these guys that maybe normally wouldn't be role players in that offense step up when a guy goes down. And for that to happen just every week, no matter how many injuries they suffer, I really think speaks volumes to the kind of job Shanahan has done. Now, the Seahawks this week obviously going to be a lot tougher matchup. I'll be surprised if they win that one. But even if they lose, I think it's an impressive season for the 49ers considering everything that's happened.
So we're kind of a Puka Nacua territory here in Utah, and he has 10 catches, 111 yards, and a touchdown in that win over Carolina. Can you put into terms how big Puka's been this season as a receiver and how much of this Rams push to success has been on his shoulders?
Oh, it's been all Puka. I think that if you took him out of that offense, his chemistry with Matthew Stafford is almost like what Stafford had with Calvin Johnson when he was in Detroit. Calvin Johnson is in the Hall of Fame right now, and you're seeing Puka put up these crazy numbers when he has a rocket-armed quarterback and he opens up everything they do on offense, whether that's running the ball with Kyron Williams, whether that's Devontae Adams being able to draw one-on-one coverage once they get inside the 5-yard line and making these short touchdown catches. That's all because every defense is worried about Puka Nacua. And the fact that these teams are focusing on him and he's still able to put up these huge numbers. I mean, it's not just going over 100 yards against the Panthers. He went over 200 yards against the Seahawks in that Thursday night game. So he has big games in big spots where sometimes players don't always come up big when they need to. But it just seems like that every time the Rams need him, he is there, and he's such a key part of that offense. And if he were to get banged up or injured or something where he wasn't there, that offense would take such a huge step back. So really, what he's done and the fact that he fell to the 5th round in the draft a couple years ago, just totally stunning. I mean, he's a top 3 receiver in the NFL, and you could certainly make a case for him being the number 1 overall receiver.
If you're the general manager or president of the Packers, what are you doing with Matt LaFleur?
That's a difficult one because I get why Packers fans might be thinking, hey, look, he can't win playoff games. There's just this tendency where the Packers blow up in the 4th quarter, and you get a little bit frustrated with that when you see your coach. I mean, Andy Reid, earlier in his career, there was just his time management, his game management, he just seemed a little bit off, and he couldn't win those big playoff games. Then Patrick Mahomes got out there, and he started winning Super Bowls. So I think that the Packers maybe start to feel a little bit that way about Matt LaFleur. But I think when you look around the NFL, it is hard to justify getting rid of a coach of that caliber. So I'm not sure I would sign him to a 5-year extension because I would want to know. I would want him to prove that he can win these big games, but I don't think I would get rid of him. I think an extension probably makes the most sense.
I was texting back and forth with the guy that was around Jordan Love in college, and let me just read some of these because I think it's pretty spot on. He said, Jordan Love is so good and yet also so terrible. It's like there's either up or down. You never know what you're going to get there.
Yeah, I mean, and that's the truth, the hot and cold quarterbacks where you don't know who's going to show up. Are you going to get the guy who looks like an MVP candidate, or are you going to get the guy who melts down and doesn't do much, which there's a couple games where Jordan Love almost pulls no-shows and doesn't put up big numbers. He threw 4 touchdown passes against the Bears, but then he barely completed 50% of his passes. So it's a weird dynamic with him, and maybe he needs someone. Maybe you hire a QB coach or bring someone in to kind of help figure that out, because his game is so inconsistent. At times he looks like a top 7 quarterback in the NFL, and then there's other times where you're thinking, man, this guy doesn't even look like a top 20 quarterback, and we saw both those guys in that Bears game on Saturday night. So, yeah, that's absolutely the truth. And I think just watching if Jordan Love could play 4 quarters of good football every week, the Packers would be impossible to beat.
I'll tell you what, watching all these games, I started to really think about and miss an era of quarterback play in the NFL with all the greats from Tom Brady. I guess you could go back quite a couple more years, go to Peyton Manning, and you go into the Matt Ryans and the Drew Breeses, and you had this nice run and era. You go Aaron Rodgers, who's, I guess he's got one more shot coming up tonight. But this crazy era of great quarterback play, and it just feels like this is a complete changeover. You're watching guys like Drake May and guys like Matt Stafford that have been around for a while, and they've had a couple good years, but now it's their show. It's Trevor Lawrence's show. It's Caleb Williams' show. It's Bo Nix's show. It's Justin Herbert's show. I would have thought that it would hurt it, but we were talking about NFL ratings. Like, it's never been healthier, has it?
No, I mean, everybody is watching right now. The NFL's never been more popular, but it is interesting to see kind of the torch passing between that prior era of quarterbacks and what we're in now. I do feel like Matthew Stafford, he's the dinosaur now. He's kind of the last of those classic pocket passers. He's 37 years old. We don't know how many more years he's going to be playing. And then we've kind of flipped over to every quarterback needs to have some mobility to their game, so you don't have a lot of those classic pocket passers anymore. Brock Purdy's probably in there, but even he's mobile. Joe Burrow's probably in there. But you do have these younger guys who can run around. I mean, Josh Allen versus Bo Nix in the divisional round is a great example of that, or Jalen Hurts winning a Super Bowl last year. And so it does feel like the quarterback dynamic has totally changed. And because of the way offensive coordinators are designing their offenses, the way quarterbacks also learn in college, it doesn't feel like we're ever really going to go back to just the classic pocket passers. I think there will be, every few years, there'll be that guy that comes along, someone like Burrow. But for the most part, the future at the quarterback position are guys who are mobile, guys who can throw, and the dual threat guys who can win you games with their arm and their legs.
All right. I've told Lloyd I've actually been excited to get you on because I want to ask you this question, because I think you're one of the few people that can answer this question correctly. Your dad, longtime kicker for the Cincinnati Bengals. What does he say about this world of kickers where a 55-yard field goal now is a chip shot in the NFL?
Well, it's crazy because we text all the time, especially, Cam Little goes out and hits a 68-yard field goal. I have my dad texting me before the ball even goes through the uprights. And I'll just say he is in absolute awe of what these kickers are able to do now. Because back in his day, he kicked from 1979 to 1992. I think there were only 2 or 3 field goals over 60 yards in that whole span by anyone. And now you're getting 5 a year. And so with the kickers, they're just so much more athletic. And they're limber, they're stronger, they can kick further, and then obviously you had a little rule change this year, so the footballs are a little bit softer, a little bit easier to kick, and so now you have just created this situation where teams are in field goal range as soon as they get to the 50-yard line, and when you add that to the fact that a touchback goes out to the 35-yard line, teams only have to go 15, 20 yards to be in field goal range, so it's really kind of completely changed what teams are doing, especially if you have a Cam Little or a Brandon Aubrey or someone who can consistently hit from beyond 60 yards. So it is a wild dynamic that has been created with all these great kickers.
Yeah, we have 2 missed extra points in a single game last night. Was that 49ers Eagles? I'm trying to remember the 2 missed extra points.
Well, not yet. Yeah, Jake Elliott missed one, and that was a big one, obviously, because that was a 23-20 game. If he hits that, the Eagles only need to get a field goal toward the end. And then, Brandon McManus had a total meltdown against the Bears, 2 missed field goals, a missed extra point. Obviously, all of those were costly. And so look, once you get to the playoffs, there's no way to kind of replicate the pressure of a playoff kick. You never know what you're going to get from a kicker in the playoffs. Brandon McManus had only missed one postseason kick in his entire life, and he missed 3 in the same game. Cam Little missed the 54-yard field goal right before that bizarre halftime stuff in Jacksonville. He hit 67-68 during the season, but you put a rookie or a second-year kicker in his first playoff game of his career, and he misses a kick that he would usually make. So watching a kicker kick in the postseason, to me, is just interesting because there is so much pressure, and you never know how it's going to go.
Can A.J. Brown return to Philadelphia, or is that marriage got unsolvable differences there?
And this feels like if you called your wife fat. It just feels like it's over. You're done. The divorce is happening. So I think that A.J. Brown, I would have a hard time seeing them resolve their differences. I mean, it's not just what happened against the 49ers. You have A.J. Brown kind of yelling at Siri on the sideline, but that's been going on all year. It seems like every other week there was some sort of drama with A.J. Brown complaining about the offense or yelling at someone on the sideline. It just seems like he doesn't want to be there anymore. So I would be surprised if he returns to Philly.
How does this game work out tonight?
Look, I don't want to bet against Aaron Rodgers because the Texans defense is great, top defense in the NFL. But if you are going to be able to move the ball against them, I think one thing you need is a smart quarterback who has seen everything, and that is Aaron Rodgers. Obviously, they have DK Metcalf back in the lineup for the first time in 2 weeks, so I think that gives the Steelers a chance. And the Steelers haven't lost a Monday night home game since 1991, and so just little things like that. Like, I understand why they're the underdog, but that makes me want to pick Pittsburgh. But I do think the Texans' defense is just too good. I think it's going to be a low-scoring game, and the Texans probably win by 3. I'll say 19-16 Houston.
Well, we appreciate your time. Thanks for hanging out with us as always, and enjoy this next round. Let's do it again soon.
Great stuff, John.
Yep, thanks for having me, guys.
That is John Breach, CBS Sports, right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Do you miss that golden era of QBs that I was going through?
A little bit.
Remember, we were talking about it as it was kind of wrapping up, and we were saying, I think at that time there was 5, maybe 6 Hall of Famers that were rocking and rolling at one point.
Yeah.
And to see them all go, there's some good quarterback play. Don't get me wrong. I think Stafford as the old dog is good. Bo Nix, I think, he's entertaining. He's exciting.
That's true.
But I miss the...
Well, we haven't seen him play in the playoffs.
No. What I say, entertaining, meaning it could be really good or it could be really bad.
No, I'm with you right there.
The guy said about Jordan Love.
Yeah.
So that was just a buddy that said that? Who said that? He could be really good or he could be really bad.
Let me, I'll show you here.
Seems to be more good than he is bad, though.
Yeah, but just in the course of that game, it was like, holy crap.
It was feast or famine.
Yeah.
It was big time feast or famine. Oh, okay. Yeah. Well, I would say he's more good than he is bad.
He is, but
and he's young.
Yeah. And I love Jordan. Called every play of his in college, but in the course of a game, you saw him look so good in the first half, and then the second half, not so good. And I'm not talking about roller coasters throughout the course of the season. I'm talking about in the course of a game, you can see it with him. And it's, you wish nothing but the best for him. And certainly you and I grew up with that era of Jim Kelly, Dan Marino, John Elway, Joe Montana, Boomer Esiason, those guys.
Those are great years.
And then,
great years of quarterback play.
And they kind of handed the reins on over to Peyton, Drew Brees, Tom Brady, those guys. And it seems like those guys are now handing it over to this next group.
Yeah, which is Patrick Mahomes, but I don't know what's happening with Patrick and what's happening with Kansas City and how far they're going to tumble and what this injury means to him.
Yeah.
Because that's a serious injury that he's gone through.
Yeah.
Late in the season. I don't expect him back until week 10. Well, maybe week 5 at the most. I mean, the medicine we've got nowadays is ridiculous.
Yeah.
But maybe week 5.
He'll go to Germany and inject himself with something and all of a sudden be right back out there and say, let's go. And he might be drinking large amounts of Culligan water, and that'll get you back on the field real quick, right, Colson?
That's what I was going to say.
Oh, Lloyd needs to turn your mic on. There we go.
There you go.
That's what I was going to say. Maybe Jordan Love, he got dehydrated in the, during the second half of that game, and he made bad decisions.
Yeah, absolutely. See,
if he was drinking more high quality H2O, he would have been making better decisions out there.
Yeah.
Love the Waterboy reference.
I do know our
H2O.
Kansas City friends did place water treatment in his new home.
Yeah.
In Missouri.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
That's true.
There he is. Well, how about that? There's so many really cool things about what you guys do, but the most important thing is if you don't have high quality, it's not a luxury to have a great water softening system. It's a necessity, especially if you're in Utah. Like I live up in Bountiful, and our water is miserable up there. And I know that's pretty much par for the course for most places in Utah.
Yeah, absolutely. The luxury is having, a really nice dishwasher or a really nice shower head or having, a great laundry machine, right? But the essential component of those systems is making sure that the water quality feeding those is at the highest efficiency and at the best quality you can provide. And that's where Culligan comes in. Guys, there's a reason that we've been around for 90 years. 90. We started this business in 1936. I think that's before any of us were around. I mean, I know it's before I was around.
It's almost before water was invented.
I'm pretty sure. Yeah, right? Dinosaurs were walking around, I'm pretty sure, drinking Culligan water.
That's
or
a
had
long
Culligan
time
been
ago.
around, at that point, maybe they
Colson, the fact you looked around like, I don't think any of us were here. I'm like, hey, man, come on.
We weren't here.
Yeah.
Colson.
There's three bald guys in here and one with a full head of hair, and he's the one that made the comment.
But it goes back to the "Hey Culligan, man" slogan, right?
Yeah.
And you talked about it. It's such an important part of a home's health. Right, and you invest so much money in your home. Make sure you make an equal investment into the water that can destroy those expensive appliances.
Okay, Colson, can I get a little bit specific with you?
Yeah.
Because I've got some rental units that have hard water, and I do not have a water softener. But I've never wanted to take on the cost of a water softener for my rental units.
Sure.
So I've already replaced appliances in one, dishwasher and faucets, because the stinking
hard
water in Eagle Mountain so bad, like Scotty mentioned. Can you kind of just give me an idea? If I were to go with this almost a rent-to-own plan for a water softener, what are we talking about price-wise monthly to rent the water softener?
How does $1 a day sound? Literally, it's $30 a month.
That's
it. And we provide salt, delivery for that.
I was going to ask you about that
because
I know there's a lot of people that are like, I don't want to pack this all around you and haul it from a store.
Yeah.
That can be all brought to your house.
That can all be brought to your house, and you pay a small monthly subscription, right? So we call it you subscribe to Better Water, right? So if you want to subscribe to Better Water, that can include a water softener. It can include a drinking water system. It can include salt delivery. And guess what? All the maintenance and all the filter changes are included in that low monthly rate. And then if you want to turn around in a year and say, hey, I love this. Can I buy this from you? Then we'll provide 12 months credit from that rental system towards the purchase price of a new unit.
Do you know how incredibly brilliant this is? I mean, it's brilliant because people can't afford water softeners.
Right.
In most cases, they can't afford an upfront cost of a water softener. But if you're telling me that you can install those, and we're talking about $1 a day, $30, $31 a month, who wouldn't do that doesn't have a water softener? That's extremely affordable, and you're improving the health of your home.
Right.
And that's the Culligan water softener.
And
that's not Acme.
No, right?
This is the best of the best.
And to Kent's point, he talked about this in one of the earlier segments, is that you invest in a service, right? We are here. We're trying to become part of your extended family, right? This is a service relationship. You can't have a company that comes in and just sells you a water softener and then disappears for 10 years and then comes back and says, hey, guess what? You need a new water softener. No, we are there literally monthly, quarterly, semi-annually, annually, providing maintenance upgrades to your system every time we come.
I love it. Call right now. Let's get you squared away. 801-509-9602. Culligan Water. They will come to your house for free, give you a free water sample or test your water and see exactly what you're dealing with. So you know exactly what your water looks like. 801-509-9602, free of charge, and ask about the rent-to-own options, 801-509-9602. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Whirls around and down. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone is your exclusive home of the Utah Jazz. And we want to send you to the Delta Center to see the Jazz in action. Listen every Tuesday for the Jazz Ticket Tuesday Sounder at 30 past the hour, every hour, all day long. And if you're caller number 12, you'll be on your way to an upcoming game.
Buy one, you'll get one free.
It's Jazz Ticket Tuesday, every Tuesday throughout the NBA season on your radio home for the Utah Jazz. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
At Peach Windows and Doors, they help homeowners stay in the homes they love while upgrading to the elegance, efficiency, and natural light of today. With hundreds of 5-star Google reviews, their clients know Peach Windows and Doors deliver what they promise.
I wanted to replace standard-size French doors with a large custom sliding door. The update required checking a weight-bearing wall. Plus, I wanted a couple of different styles of windows. The new sliding door created a much brighter and open look. Peach was so helpful along the way with recommendations and ideas, and the installers were efficient and respectful of my space. I was thrilled with Peach Windows and Doors.
Give your $1 million home the $1 million feel it deserves. Don't wait on that someday project. Visit Peach Windows and Doors Salt Lake Showroom. Schedule a free in-home visit. You can also explore at peachwindowsanddoors.com or just call them at 801-566-1255. Peach Windows and Doors, where amazing home transformations begin.
You gave years, maybe decades to your job. You showed up, worked hard, and planned for retirement. But now, the company's changed. Or maybe you've taken a buyout or been forced into early retirement. So, what happens next? I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. And if you've built up a 401k or thrift savings plan, now is the time to ask, is that money really working for you? Many workplace retirement plans offer limited options and even less guidance. At Trajan Wealth, we help people just like you roll over their accounts into IRAs with more flexibility and personalized investment strategies built around your goals. For households with $500,000 or more, let us build you a personalized plan. We operate on veteran values, service, trust, and doing what's right. Your next chapter starts now. Call Trajan today, 801-210-6800. That's 801-210-6800.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. See website for details.
I love a day on the water with friends, but my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis sometimes holds me back. Now I'm all in with clearer skin thanks to Skyrizi. Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy.
Teaching music is my passion, but my active psoriatic arthritis can limit me at times. Now I'm treating my joint symptoms with Skyrizi.
With Skyrizi, most people with plaque psoriasis saw 90% clearer skin at 4 months.
Or if you are an adult with active psoriatic arthritis, Skyrizi helps you move with less joint pain, stiffness, swelling, and fatigue.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
There's nothing like clearer skin.
There's nothing like better movement, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi. Visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKY-RIZZI to learn more.
This is a Utah Jazz at 30 update on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Yeah, that's true. It is your Jazz at 30 update right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Whew, wasn't pretty. Jazz lose by 55 as Bryce Sensabaugh talks about what Will Hardy mentioned after the game.
Just got to stay together, like, as a team, like, no matter how hard it gets, like, the 15 people in this locker room and, you know, plus the coaches, we got to stay together. If we start turning on each other, it's only going to get worse, so we just got to stay together. We put in a lot of work together, so you just got to trust that moving forward, and, you know, we've shown that we can do special things, so we just got to trust that.
That is your Jazz at 30 update, all brought to you by University of Utah Health. Hope is in our DNA. Learn more at uofuhealth.org.
It's time to saddle up and talk about the winners and the losers. This is the good, the bad, and the ugly. Now, here's the good.
It is the good, it is the bad, it is the ugly, right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. All right, so you've talked about the sanctity of a locker room. The people say things in a locker room they probably wouldn't say in general public, and that needs to stay there. And usually that's the case. You'll see a lot of these post-game coaches' reactions, and the team will put it out on social media. And then the coach will look around like, okay, is the media guy out? The video camera's out? Okay, let me tell you what I really think of you guys. Let me tell you what we really think about our opponent and all of that. Well, after a crazy game in which the Chicago Bears were left for dead and somehow came back and won, and by the way, do we owe Caleb Williams a little bit of an apology?
Well, let's see.
That dude's been dealing.
Let's see.
Yeah,
it's getting to the point where maybe fingernail polish isn't a bad deal.
Yeah, maybe not. But they come back, they beat the Packers, and Green Bay, their social media account, the official Instagram account, puts a post-game locker room comment from their head coach, Ben Johnson, who yelled out, "F the Packers." And everybody's like, "Woo, that's your own account? That's crazy that somebody would sign off on that from your upper management." But they did it. They stood by it. And afterwards, Ben Johnson earlier this morning, was asked about those comments and like, hey, do you regret being that aggressive?
Yeah, I mean, like I said before, there's a rivalry that exists between these two teams, something that I fully recognize and I'm a part of. And I mean, I don't like that team. So George and I have talked, and we're on the same page.
He's not backing down, and I love it. I'm like, go for it. We need more of that stuff because the NFL doesn't have, we have the Raiders and Broncos and Chiefs and Raiders and Green Bay, but you don't really feel like the old school rivalries anymore where the fans hate each other, but the teams don't seem like they really hate each other like they used to. Well, having a coach go scorched earth on a team like that, heck yeah, more of that, please.
There are some really good rivalries that do go on inside of a locker room. And there's teams and players that get under different players and teams' skin, and it just becomes a bitter, heated, nasty hatred and rivalry. You know, I think that the Peyton Manning, Tom Brady back and forth over all the years, I think that there was a lot of substance to that. And when I was playing with the Colts, just in a short period of time, I knew that New England was our absolute rival. It was the Colts' rival, and they were a thorn in our side, and going to Foxborough was miserable, and seeing those guys come into Indy was miserable, and Tom Brady became such a problem for Peyton Manning and the Colts in the long run, and you just knew. And was it Law? Who was the...
Oh, Ty Law?
Ty Law.
That would make Peyton's life miserable.
He had Peyton Manning's number.
Yeah.
You mean Jude Law?
No,
you're a little late on that one.
Not the actor, no. Anybody else?
L.A. Law? I don't know. Remember that show?
Not L.A. Law.
That was a long time ago.
Ned Law. Ned Law was he was a... Okay.
This is on you.
Yeah, this
you
is
did
on you.
I'll take it.
You
it's
did
fine.
that.
I was late to the punch. I didn't get it.
Ned Law.
You guys were so quick to know who it was.
He sold windshields in Weezer.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so he was the windshield guy. Anytime you crack a windshield, you go to Ned Law.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
So he had the monopoly there in Weezer.
Yeah, he did. He cornered the whole market. Any others, Lloyd? Do you want to interject? Okay.
Nope.
So Ty Law was a real thorn, and there were certain guys that you just knew. So I love to see these rivalries. They're fun because, especially when the public knows. It's actually a fun thing for the public.
Oh, that's why I think every Packer. By the way, Ben Johnson just became the king of Chicago.
Yeah.
The sausage king. He's Abe Froman out there.
Yep.
Because every Bears fan is like, oh, yeah. Yep. He's our guy. It's like the Jason X situation in New Mexico when Bronco Mendenhall and the Aggies went back down there, and he's like, he he gave up on all of you. He disrespected you. Well, bro, you don't have a job if he doesn't leave New Mexico. Yeah. But he's like just feeding the community, feeding it.
But instead, you're trying to win a game.
Exactly. And so now Ben Johnson's like, hey, I'll never pay for a dinner again here in Chicago as long as we keep beating the Packers. Winning a playoff game is important. Beating the Packers in the playoffs, that goes a long way in Chicago.
That is a really fun matchup. You know, you get two NFC North teams that get to see each other in a wild card. It's a fun matchup. And it couldn't have been a better game.
No.
Maybe a better outcome. I would have liked to seen Jordan Love walk away with that. I would have rather seen Green Bay advance.
Second time they've collapsed to the Bears. And a regular season collapse, too.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah, that's the second time.
All right. Hans and Scotty, there's your good. Let's get to the bad.
Now the bad.
You ready for your next $5+ million quarterback? Well, I feel bad for Arizona State in this whole thing. Sam Leavitt, who went into the transfer portal, Arizona State gave him a shot, played him as a freshman, and now Sam Leavitt is off to, well, the guy he likes to sit courtside with and hang out with
They
again.
did it, huh?
Lane Kiffin got him.
They brokered the deal at LSU.
Yep. And expected to be somewhere between $5 and $6 million. So the Washington guy backs out. He returns back to Washington, and so they're like, well, Sam, let's get you taken care of here.
It makes me wonder because I could see Lane entertaining the two of them. I could totally see this. Lane entertaining those two quarterbacks, the Washington kid that was willing to spurn the Washington fans and faithful, and Sam Leavitt, and wanting both, making sure that he's going to land one, but keeping both in the hopper, getting the money put together for one of the two, but making both feel like they're his priority, and then him calling one of them saying, no, it's not happening. Yeah. Sam just committed, so you might want to make an apology note to Washington. We'll give you a day.
Yeah. Yeah. So
couldn't you see him doing that?
Oh, totally. Absolutely. And by the way, that happens a lot with recruits. You play the recruits off each other. Like, look, I got one spot. We've offered both of you. Whoever makes the phone call first.
But we need it.
But we need it. Yep. So Sam Leavitt on his way. Not official yet, but Pete Thamel reporting like it is done that he will be on his way to LSU. All right, there you go. Good, the bad, the ugly, right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. A little edition of Whole World News coming up next, right here on the Zone.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
Do you think the Jazz will keep Will Hardy around when they're ready to start winning? Well, they keep giving him contract extensions, so my assumption would be yes. He coaches great offensive teams. Jazz are a great offensive team right now. But I don't know if he's a good defensive coach. I don't know. We haven't ever seen him coach a good defensive team. Is that a Will Hardy problem, or is that a personnel problem, or is that a scheme problem, or is that, if you know the team is not trying to win, defense is the last thing you're going to try and do, because defense stinks.
Bingo.
Playing defense is not fun at all.
Was Phil Jackson a great defensive coach? I have no idea, honestly.
Right. Who
but
knows?
You know why those were good defensive teams? Because Michael Jordan guarded.
And so did Scotty Pippen.
Period. End of story.
If your best players guard,
you have to guard.
Yeah.
Is Dagnall a good defensive coach? I have no idea, honestly. But Shea's going to guard, so that means you're going to guard.
Yeah.
And Jalen Williams is going to guard, so that means you're going to guard.
Catch Jake and Ben weekdays from 10 to noon on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Looking for peace of mind and big savings on your home's essential systems? Mountain Home Services has you covered with their safety and savings plan. Here's what you'll receive. Front-of-the-line repairs when you need them most. Annual inspections for HVAC, plumbing, and electrical systems. Exclusive discounts on equipment upgrades, services, and repairs. Mountain Home Services is proud to be the first to offer upfront pricing with no hidden fees. Plus, every job comes with their 100% satisfaction guarantee. Call 801-543-2222. 801-543-2222. Or online at mountainhomeservices.com and join the safety and savings plan from Mountain Home Services. Protect your home, save money, and enjoy total peace of mind. Mountain Home Services. Your home, their priority since 1954.
Chevy trucks have you covered when the road takes you from smooth sailing to Chevy Colorado will eat up some of the toughest terrains with 5 available drive modes. And Silverado and Silverado HD have the muscle to take you out for some serious. With multiple engine options and impressive towing, while Silverado EV is the perfect combo of performance and capability.
Nice.
Making it a snap to hitch up this electric truck and hit the road. Wherever the road leads, Chevy trucks are right there with you. See your Rocky Mountain Chevy dealers.
Do you snore at night? You could be suffering from sleep apnea, a serious medical condition. Be one of the first 25 people to call Sound Sleep Medical and receive a free sleep consultation, normally a $200 value. Sound Sleep Medical uses a custom-fitted oral appliance instead of a cumbersome CPAP machine to treat sleep apnea. Most insurance companies and Medicare cover oral appliance therapy. To learn more, call 801-285-9731 or visit soundsleepmedical.com.
All right, Utah, this is your shot. KSL and Ivory Homes are teaming up to send you to the big game in Santa Clara on February 8th. If you've ever dreamed of stepping onto football's biggest stage, the time to play is now. To qualify, just stop by any Ivory model home between now and January 31st. Walk through and ask about Ivory's super low rates, as low as 4.99% for a 30-year fixed. So get off the sidelines, visit an Ivory model home today, and enter for your chance to see the most incredible halftime show and the ultimate football experience. Start now at ivoryhomes.com/super. That's ivoryhomes.com/super.
This sweepstakes is open until January 31st, 2026 for residents of Utah who are at least 18. No purchase necessary. See the official rules at ivoryhomes.com/super.
Throughout life, we have plenty of special occasions and events, whether it's a prom, a graduation, a mission call, a new job, or how about a wedding? Mr. Mac has always been there to help serve you for all of your monumental moments. Mr. Mac has been family-owned for more than 50 years, and that's important. And they'll make sure that you look and feel great, with affordability always in mind. The Mr. Mac family creates long-lasting relationships with their customers, and they've been doing it for generations. 9 locations across the Wasatch Front or online at MrMac.com.
This is a Utah Mammoth at 50 update on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Crazy back and forth game. The Utah Mammoth, though, losing in overtime to Columbus. Jack McBain not thrilled about it.
Yeah, every point matters. I think, the Kill did a good job to get it into overtime, and unfortunate, they're on the 4-on-3 is tough, but every point matters kind of all the way through the rest of the season.
At your Utah Mammoth at 50 update, this is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Go! It's time to span the globe for the hard-hitting news you care about. Well, not really. But hey, at least we found it interesting. This is Whole World News on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
We've got the whole world in our hands. You got the whole world in our hands. We've got the whole world in our hands.
Hans Olsen, Scott Gerard, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Hey, remember, tomorrow we will be live at Sound Sleep Medical. Make sure to stop by, say hi, 8941 South, 700 East in Sandy. Your chance to, and look, if you're dealing with sleep apnea, let's get it taken care of. Sound Sleep Medical coming up tomorrow from noon to 3. Yep.
Love them. Love that whole crew.
Yep.
So, Scotty, a hurricane is a New Orleans-based drink. It consists of dark rums mixed with passion fruit, orange juice, lime juice, grenadine, and simple syrups. Typically served in a tall hurricane glass with an orange slice. And it was made famous in a Jimmy Buffett song called It's 5 O'Clock Somewhere.
Oh, that song. Oh, I know that song, but that's where that hurricane line comes from. Okay.
Get me a hurricane before I go insane. And he sings that song with another country singer.
Toby Keith, I thought.
No, it's the guy that sings about the beach all the time.
Oh, yeah, the guy that was married to Renee Zellweger for a minute,
That's
like
him.
5 minutes.
That's him. Yeah, 3 minutes.
Kenny Chesney?
Yes.
That's him.
There you go.
5 o'clock somewhere with Kenny Chesney. They highlight the hurricane. It's good memories.
All right, so I want to take you back to your apartment with Scotty and Carlos and the rest of the crew.
Crazy place. Crazy
I
place.
don't know if you guys were probably, and I'm just going to speak for my college experience, we weren't necessarily known as being the most mindful when it came to the hygiene.
No.
And so this lovely young woman.
I wasn't.
Yeah. I'm talking about, me too.
Oh, I wasn't.
And a lot of guys aren't at that age. Well, this lovely young woman goes to Instagram to talk about her boyfriend, who she really likes, and they've been dating for quite a while. And she's noticed that when he showers, he doesn't necessarily take care of business. And so she's trying to find ways to motivate him, and it's not quite working out the way she hoped.
So I've been dating in Austin. It's terrible. But I didn't see this one coming, you all. So the first time I go to this guy's apartment, we've gone on a few dates, and I notice that he doesn't have soap in his shower. Maybe he's out. I don't know. Don't say anything about it. A month goes by. We've been going on other dates. We go to his apartment. I look in the shower. Still no soap. This is weird. This is really weird. So I ask him and I say, hey, do you have any soap? And he says, oh, I ran out. I don't have any soap right now. And I said, well, how long have you been out of soap? He's like, oh, a few days. And I said, well, what have you been doing? He said, I've been using hot water. And I told him that I actually noticed about a month before that he didn't have any soap. And he eventually admits that just using hot water is fine to wash your body in his mind. So I told him that I did not agree with that and that he needed to get some soap. So he got some soap, and then I went back to his apartment. He had soap. The soap was completely full. I asked him if he used the soap. He said he did. I unscrewed the cap. The little foil thingy is still on the soap. He had not used the soap. So that's how my dating life is going.
All right, there's a couple things here. Number one, use the soap. I mean, it's probably a good idea. Use some soap. I understand you're under hot water for 5-7 minutes, and you think, you know what? I'm clean. I'm wet. I'm clean. I should be okay. Yeah, eat a little soap ain't gonna hurt you. But also, you may have dodged a bullet there. I mean,
I'd rather wash my life of her than wash my body.
Yes. Yeah. That's what I wanted to
Much rather.
I wanted to get the consensus from you guys before I made that opinion.
If
but yes,
you can't handle stinky me,
and me
then
at
you
my
don't
worst,
deserve me.
And the fact that she's like, oh, I'm setting a trap for you.
No, that's a dirty little trap too.
Yeah.
It's dirtier than that boy's body. That's for sure. You can't do that to somebody. That's entrapment.
Why are you snooping in his bathroom anyways? Stay out of his shower. Why are you snooping?
I'm suing, man.
You suing?
I'm suing her. Like, really? You're gonna set this whole thing up, and then you're gonna talk crap about me on social media? That's libel, lady.
Well, I don't know. If it's true, you can't sue for libel. That's one of the tenets you have to prove, that it's not accurate. And he's like, well, I want to sue. Why? Because she said I'm dirty. Well, are you? Well, yeah. You can't really sue.
I could smell you in the hallway. I think that she's got a point. How about you just take it as advice?
Yes.
And we all grow from this.
And I don't think she named him by name, so maybe that's a good thing. But I just, look, there's sometimes you got to do a quick shower. You just do a in and out real quick, and off you go. Well, you still need to use the soap.
Dude, I think back to all of the women that were willing to kiss me back in the college days and how wretched that must have been for them, because I just was not a toothbrusher. I just didn't brush my teeth a lot. And when I say a lot, I'm saying once a week, twice a week, maybe.
Stop it. Stop it.
I didn't realize how necessary it was.
We found out later.
Yeah, I found out later. Found out luckily in time for amazing Amanda to find me. But before that, I was really struggling. I had some buddies have to have real honest conversations with me.
Well, I think the one thing that you've done is that you've proved to all of us that if you're strong, great at football, reasonably attractive,
funny.
Funny's the biggest one.
Got to make a woman laugh.
You got to make her laugh. That you can get away with a lot of stuff.
Yeah, horrifying breath.
Yeah.
Bad body odor.
And that's what I tell my 14-year-old. He's starting to, hey, I kind of like this girl. I'm like,
starting to see them.
Okay, here's the thing. You got dad's genetics. All right, so you're kind of behind the 8 ball a little bit there. Like that I can't help you with. But this is what I can help you with. You got to be great at something. Whether it's sports, whether it's financial security, whether it's just being funny, you have to have something that sets you apart from you can't be mediocre at everything because your looks, nothing you can do about that. I mean, you can go to the gym and do some stuff, but you pretty much are what God gave you. So you got to be outstanding, great in one area and really go all in. If you're the funny guy, be the best funny guy. If you're the smartest, be the smartest. If you're the best, trombone player, be that. Like something that sets you apart from everybody else.
You be that, but still there's a level of get for that. Trombone.
I don't know. I'm just making stuff up. for all you band nerds out there, look, you're going to probably pull a 5.5 or a 6.
But you're right.
Come on.
But you're right. If you're Yo-Yo Ma of the trombone, you're going to pull something.
You'll get something.
Yeah.
But also, too, brush your teeth.
Yeah, it really was a game changer. When I figured that out, that was a game changer.
I was like, oh, I'm in another stratosphere here.
Yeah. And I told you that one of my teammates yelled at me in the huddle. Byron Frisch just chewed me out in the huddle during a game.
Because of your breath?
Yeah. He's like, you've got to breathe in a different direction. In the huddle. Like, we're in the huddle. Rob Morris is putting in the plays. Like, breathe in a different direction. Your breath reeks. In a huddle. During a game. No. That was Byron.
Oh, Byron. Yeah, sorry.
But that was Rob Morris' days.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I had some really
But here's
hard.
the thing. Like, I don't know. Like, I talked to a lot of athletes in post-game, and there's some wretched breath. But that's probably because of what you've been doing and all that.
It's crazy, isn't it?
Yeah.
I think nerves makes your breath bad. It gives you bubble guts, makes your breath bad.
I think the lack of brushing makes your breath bad.
No. But like,
just saying.
There's somebody that I've worked with in the past. Oh, sorry, everybody.
Camera's still working.
Sorry, the camera's still on.
Sorry, Jake.
No.
Oh. I think you did.
No,
did you say that out loud?
No, not on staff in the sports world where I will, where I used to do post-game interviews. I'm like, whoa.
Oh.
And this guy had solid white teeth, but you can tell throughout the course of the game, I don't know, a lot of yelling, screaming, I guess. I don't know.
Physical exertion makes your breath stink, Lloyd.
Yeah, Lloyd, back off.
But good water can really help that.
Yes. And can make that toothpaste last a little longer. We just played a story about a girl that she was upset her boyfriend didn't use soap in the shower. But you probably should use soap, but if there's a water that's going to get you clean, it's going to be Culligan water. I tried.
What an intro, man.
Man,
my gosh, how did we walk into this one?
I don't know that Culligan water removes halitosis, but it certainly can't hurt.
Yeah, that's
there
right.
you go. There you
That's
go.
right.
Yeah.
That's right. Get the right minerals in the body. We were talking about your bottle service. Did you say you won a taste test, a water taste test?
Yeah, we did. Yeah, national taste test for a water.
So a bunch of companies got together. They brought their best water.
Yep.
And you won the taste test.
Yeah, so it's through the IBWA, so the International Bottled Water Association. Everybody submits samples into this organization, and then from there, they go through a bunch of criteria. They do some taste tests and that type of a thing, and at room temperature. So it's not like this was all chilled. One's hot, one's room temperature, one's cold. All at room temperature, so you can really get a flavor profile of what that water tastes like. We came out on top.
Nice.
I love that.
You know, there's a lot of people in Kent that talk about, all right, I know I need a water softener, but I don't want to haul salt up and down the stairs. I don't want to deal with that. I don't want to have to go to the grocery store, the box store, buy a bunch of bags, throw them in the back seat of my car. My car's weighed down as I'm driving home, and then I got to take them out, and my kids are being lazy. They don't want to help, so I'm hauling these up and down the stairs. I don't want to deal with all that stuff. Well, guess what? You don't have to.
Yeah, absolutely. We've got salt delivery. There's a lot of value into that. We've had a lot of new customers calling in, kids calling in for their elderly parents saying, you know what, for Christmas this year, I'm going to get salt delivery for my parents.
That's a great idea.
It's fun listening to those phone calls as they're doing it. I could pick it up from the office and take it home, but I prefer to pay to have it delivered.
For sure.
Put it. Yeah, they take it down into the basement, fill up the brine tank and everything else, check the softener, make sure everything's on and working while they're there as well. So it's incredibly valuable.
I don't even know why. I should have been doing this a long time ago. And, we were just talking about it, the water softener. And for those of you that weren't listening, the last segment just makes sense. So we are now in action of renting out water softeners for a couple of condo units that I rent out so that my renters can have better water and all of my utilities that runs water from the water heater to the dishwasher and every faucet. I was telling you, I had to replace the whole thing. And I just spent another $175 replacing a little inlet valve.
Yeah.
And I'm done with it. And that's hard water. Water softener will stop that.
Yeah, absolutely. And like we talked about, we have beautiful mountains, but those mountains turn this water really hard. When you talk about hard water, I don't think people really understand what hard water is. Like, it's dissolved rock. So you have dissolved rock that is basically filtering through your appliances every single gallon that you consume. How nice would it be to remove that dissolved rock so that you don't have the scale buildup, so that you don't have the wear and tear on your appliances, and you're treating your home the way it should be treated, and you're solving problems at the root cause. So you're not having to mask it with detergents and cleaning products and lotions and, all these things that cost a lot of money. You're protecting the most valuable parts of your home. And you're doing that for every single gallon of water you consume. It's incredible.
And we have rent-to-own options, too. So if you're thinking, well, I would love all of that, but I'm not ready to, I'm not in a place where I can drop a couple thousand or more.
Yeah, better water should be accessible to every Utah. Like, that's Culligan's mission. Like, that's what we stand behind, is we want to make water solutions affordable for every Utah. So we have rental options. For less than $1 a day, you can get into a water softener or a drinking water solution and provide better water for your family, for your friends, for your pets, and for your lifestyle.
Oh, you're playing the pets card. That got Hans' attention real quick.
What
kind of water are you giving?
Here's a did
Not
you
good
know?
Enough.
Yeah, dogs. So they don't process calcium the same way humans do. So over time, if you're not feeding them with purified, good, healthy drinking water, they get those deposits, those sores that start to build up on their skin. And those are calcium deposits because of the water that they drink.
There you go.
Wow.
That's the truth. That is the truth. So let's take care of the pets.
801-509-9602. You want sores on Fido? Okay. You don't, do you? All right, so you better call 801-509-9602.
Honestly, call and ask about the rent-to-own.
Yes,
We're talking about purified water through a water softener system for just $30 a month. You can rent it and then rent to own it eventually. Those are great options.
801-509-9602. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Win big this Wednesday on the KSL Sports Zone with Win Ticket Wednesday. This week, win tickets to see Ski Shore in Utah returning to Heber City January 16th and 17th. Get your tickets today at ProSkiShore.com. That's ProSkiShore.com. And listen to the KSL Sports Zone all day Wednesday for your chance to win. Want to get the latest info on Utah's newest sports franchise? Sign up for the Utah Mammoth newsletter. Get exclusive analysis, plus the latest news and notes on the Utah Mammoth. Sign up today at KSLSports.com for the Utah Mammoth newsletter.
Fox Sports Radio. Did you know we're on YouTube? Did you know you can find all of your favorite shows on YouTube?
Look at us. We're waving at you right now.
Did you know that you can find the best clips and the best videos from your favorite shows?
All the interviews, clips, everything is there.
This is why you're the smartest listeners in the world.
Completely agree.
Because you went to YouTube and you searched Fox Sports Radio, and you were the ones that hit the subscribe button and the notification bell. You're the ones that watch videos from Two Pros and a Cup of Joe with Jonas Knox, Brady Quinn, and LeVar Arrington.
You can't even make this up. You got some holy water in your bag, baby.
Dan Patrick, Colin Cowherd.
Wow.
Covino and Rich, The Odd Couple with Rob Parker and Kelvin Washington.
Oh, my God. Oh, boy.
The Jason Smith Show with Mike Harmon.
Think about that for a second.
And The Ben Maller Show. Fox Sports Radio. On YouTube.
That's strong stuff.
By searching Fox Sports Radio.
Check us out on YouTube. Subscribe. Hit that thumbs up icon and comment away.
These days, many companies have turned to influencers to tout their products or services. But here at John Watson Chevrolet, the only endorsement we need is from our customers. Because of their feedback, we're proud to be Utah's best reviewed Chevy dealer. Visit us today to see why we get reviews like,
"Buying a car should be a fun experience, like a kid getting a new toy. And at John Watson Chevrolet, it was."
John Watson Chevrolet, your 5-star Chevy dealer. 3535 Wall Avenue, Ogden. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
Hey guys, it's Woodrow from Mint Medical Clinic. Are you struggling with ED? Well, you are not alone, and now there's a real solution that treats the root cause, not just the symptoms. Introducing our trifecta approach, a breakthrough combination of acoustic wave therapy, hormone replacement, and cryotherapy, all designed to restore blood flow, boost performance, and rebalance your hormones. Whether it's ED or hormonal imbalance, if you're ready to reignite your love life, this treatment helps bring back your energy, your drive, and your confidence. And right now, when you call, you'll receive a free consultation, a blood flow ultrasound, and an intimacy gift. That's a $650 value, absolutely free. And here's the bonus. The next 20 callers will also receive a 5-night stay at a luxury resort in Hawaii just for taking the first step. But you must call now. With 2 convenient locations in Layton and Sandy, help is closer than you think. Call 801-804-8000 now. That's 801-804-8000. Mint Medical Clinic. We'll get you back to mint condition.
Hey, this is Chris with JCW's. Craving something sweet? We do ice cream right. Come in and try one of our shakes, freezes, or an ice cream cone, and you'll see why we say JCW's, quality, and a lot of it.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Looking for the latest on the Jazz, Utes, Cougars, and Aggies? Yeah. We've got you covered. This is Hans Olsen and Scotty G on 97.5, the Sports Zone.
It starts with one thing. I don't know why. It doesn't even matter how hard you try. Keep that in mind. I designed this rhyme to explain in due time. All I know, time is a valuable thing. Watch it fly by as the pendulum swings. Watch it count down to the end of the day. The clock takes life away. It's so unreal. Didn't look out below.
Hans Olsen, Scott Gerard, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Was that recent or was that pre-Kyle? Or post-Kyle?
That was post-Kyle. That just happened over the weekend.
Braden Fowler Nicolosi.
Is that the guy that kept Brousseau off the field?
Yes. And then finally Brousseau knocked him out. And
took the start.
And now he's going to Michigan? That dude's, I mean.
Well,
23 hours ago, that was the announcement.
Yeah, well, I guess you need depth for Underwood, but yeah, that guy's not going to lead you in any Big Ten championships.
Well, a lot of things are starting to shake out with more and more players announcing their return. You had Evan Johnson, the corner for BYU. You had Hunter Clegg, the defensive end, the backup defensive end for BYU. That I do think he's got some really good upside. But more importantly, Utah got a couple that were very important.
Yeah, Bert Ficklin announced he had already made the announcement that he was coming back, and then things were a little up in the air with the coaching situation. That was pre-Kyle leaving, and now reiterated over the weekend that he, in fact, is going to return to the University of Utah.
Well, that's great news.
In fact, he tweeted, "Part 1 always has a part 2. Let's run it back."
Does it? Does it?
Will there be a part 3?
When is this? Is it the 17th? This bad boy finally closes? The portal?
Yeah, I think you're right.
I think it's the 17th. And now, if you're already in the portal, you can wait until, fall camp to go choose somewhere. You just have to be in the portal by the 17th. So 16th. Oh, even better. So, there'll still be guys and there'll still be signings and guys going somewhere, but they have to be in the portal by the 16th.
Well, just a few more days. That thing will close up, and it'll be nice to have that thing close up. Did you see Marky Atawaya's rant that he went on?
Yeah, I did.
About when the portal opens and how school is going and how it just is a terrible, terrible time to open up a portal. I get it. These coaches have had it. I just talked with a coach last night. Really good coach. And I had a couple of different questions for him in regards to a couple of things. And I ended up finally talking to him. It took him, usually he gets back to me same day. It took him like 3 days to get back. And he just said, this is a nightmare. Like, it's a nightmare. What we're dealing with is absolutely ridiculous. And it is a coach in the state at a major university. It's just ridiculous. And he didn't get into the specifics of what he was dealing with. My guess is it's portal, it's coaching changes, it's administration. It's one of probably 5 things that keep these coaches underwater, trying to build a team that can get them 8 wins to keep the Wolves off, Because it takes 8 wins about to keep the Wolves off.
Yeah. I mean, that's the sad part is as a coach, you can completely turn around your team very quickly. But athletic directors know that as well. So if you don't turn around a team very quickly or you regress very quickly,
find a guy that can.
We'll get a guy in here that can, because we know we can change things around real quick.
Where do you think the pressure is for Bronco Mendenhall right now? Bringing in Robert and but losing all the talent, loses his offensive coordinator. What position coaches did he lose with McGiven?
He lost the tight end coach and McGiven. I think, as far as I know, that's it.
Did they just hire Skylar Ridley as the wide receiver?
Wide receiver coach, yeah. I don't know where their wide receiver coach went. But it sounds like they kept their O-line coach, and it feels as if that the defensive staff, for the most part, is in place.
Is back.
And they didn't really lose. Pagan's a big loss for sure. But overall, they need just to add people. The biggest talent they lost was just attrition, was just guys graduating. Bryson Barnes, you would love to find a way to get him an extra year. Sadly, that's not going to happen.
Yeah.
But they just need quarterback depth.
Ike's done.
Yes, Ike's done.
Yeah, these coaches are dealing with a very messy situation. So they'll be happy when that portal finally closes on the 16th. But then you've got coaches that are going to be looking to replenish their team.
Yeah.
They finally see, all right, what pieces are gone? What pieces are in the portal? What do we have to try to rebuild on? Utah's got a lot of work to do. BYU, not as much, but BYU's got to find running back depth. I haven't heard any details on Sione Moa, but they've got to find running back depth. I felt like the cupboards were pretty bare when L.J. Martin would go down. I think that they may have found a wide receiver piece. This 6'6", 4-star out of Oregon.
Yeah.
Might be a dude. But why do you leave Oregon?
Yeah. Pagan's a nice addition, but I don't know how much he really helps out. You're going to need talent on all sides. And the guy from Oregon, don't know much about him. I know a lot about Pagan, and I know he can get it done, at least at the Mountain West level. I'm not sure about the Big 12 level.
Well, Utah's going to love him, I think.
He should.
Utah will love him. And I think Utah's going to love Kevin McGiven.
Yeah.
Oh, another funny thing from the rivalry game.
Yeah.
Morgan Scally came out at half.
Yeah.
And brought the full coaching staff and introduced all of his coaches. Have you guys heard this?
No.
So he introduced all of his coaches, and then he starts talking to the crowd. And I think it was Marky Atawaya came up to him and was like, "Hey, you forgot one of the coaches." And Morgan's like, "Oh, I am such an idiot. I did not introduce my best friend on the staff, Sharif Shah." He totally forgot to introduce Sharif, and Sharif's like, "Hey, now, between those two."
Oh, that's never going to end.
No hurt feelings.
No.
Like, they'll be brothers forever, but Sharif is going to razz him.
Oh, boy.
And give him a hard time, but then
Guess
Sharif
I don't
was
matter
like,
anymore.
Sharif did this whole thing, and the place went crazy because obviously Utah loves Sharif.
Yeah.
But, yeah, seeing the new Utah staff announced was pretty awesome. And Kevin McGiven is something, man. I think he's going to be great.
Yeah. It's interesting. I mean, you talk about BYU, and they add the receiver, and there's a lot of things that they're doing well down there, but there's just that nucleus is there, and so you feel good about that nucleus. And then you look at Utah, and they're going to add some pieces, but Devin Dampier, we still haven't heard anything from him one way or another, right? I'm just following. No. I don't think so.
No.
And so I assume with Underwood and now the other quarterback from Colorado State going to Michigan, I assume that Michigan's probably out of play for Dampier, but that doesn't mean somebody else can't be throwing him gobs and gobs of cash.
There's going to be I'll bet there's 10 teams that'll fight big money, tooth and nail for his services. Don't you think?
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
10 P4 teams.
Yeah.
That are going to try to get in the sweepstakes.
And especially now as you get a little closer to the end of the portal, there's teams out there that are going to start panicking. They're going to be like, we haven't got our quarterback, man. We have not gotten our quarterback. You said we were going to get a quarterback. They're like, well, you know what? We've been offering, $2.5-3 million, and people are outbidding us. We need more money. All right, well, I'll give you 5, but you better get us a quarterback. And so you're going to see a late push by people that are like, we got to get somebody, and they're going to probably overspend on somebody. And Devin Dampier could be a guy that could be waiting it out and seeing if there's a last-minute push. I'm not saying he's going to, not at all. I'm just saying that's the economics of it.
I want to see him back so bad for Kevin McGiven. Don't you think that's a match made?
Match made, yes. Jason Beck and Kevin McGiven are very similar in the way they call plays.
Yeah, and the way they can organize and play to their strengths, and where they can maximize their strengths and they can try to diminish their weaknesses, their weak areas. They know how to work around like weaker areas. They're very self-aware with their rosters. I just think Devin Dampier and Kevin McGiven could do some real great things together. And Bert Ficklin, I think that still needs to be the rotation made in heaven. I think that those two need to be able to work hand in hand. And it just seems like they're good friends and they can do it.
Yeah.
But there's a part of me that wants to make Bert Ficklin a permanent fixture in an offensive backfield with Devin Dampier somehow. Don't know how you're going to do it, but somehow.
Tell you what, if there's an OC that would love to have that problem and love to play around with that situation, it'd be Kevin McGiven. The dude's a mad scientist.
Yeah.
And, I mean, some of the formations he ran, I would suggest if you're a Utah fan, go look at some Utah State game film this year, and you will see all types of formations. I mean, there's really, when's the last time you saw somebody talk about a 31 set?
Yeah.
3 running backs, 1 tight end. Like, you don't hear that very often.
It's not a lot.
No, and that happened multiple times.
You found a way to play. You played David Robinson and Tim Duncan together, didn't you?
Oh, yeah. He won an NBA title with that.
And you figured that out. And
yeah.
Tim Duncan kind of learned, and I know a lot of people don't hold him as a center, and they try to hold him as a power forward, and it gets exchanged. But, the brilliant coaching minds out there that figure out how to put talent on the field with talent, they're the ones that get the most. And Kevin McGiven's that kind of guy. He'll figure it out. If he gets Dampier and Ficklin back, you just wait. It's going to be some type of backfield that is pretty darn unique and pretty darn hard to stop. If he can figure it out, he'll do it. Don't you think?
Yes. I have little concern about that. And with his creativity, with the weapons that he has available to him, if Dampier does in fact come back, that Utah offense, I just don't think it goes backwards. Jason Beck set the bar really, really high, but I can't imagine they go backwards.
The other thing I was thinking about with Kevin McGiven is that was the perfect hire for Jordan Gross.
Oh, yeah.
Because if it was an Andy Ludwig or a Robert and I think Jason Beck would have probably worked with him. Maybe even an Aaron Roderick, because Roderick is so established. But I think Roderick would probably work with him pretty well. But some of these very stern, long in the tooth offensive coordinators, they don't have a lot of time for inexperience. And I think Kevin McGivin's the perfect guy to bring Jordan Gross in and say, what are you good at? Well, I'm good at teaching the reach. I feel like I'm pretty good with relationships in recruiting. I feel like I can take two undersized interior guys and get them working really well in tandem. So I know I can work really good undersized combos. Okay, let's write it down, what you do really well. Now, how can I use what Jordan Gross, his inexperience, but what he feels like he does well, because I need to make him successful to make me successful. So let's put this down on paper. What do you feel like you can coach? I feel like I'm really good at jump sets, which would create, quick 3-step pockets. I do have 2 different protections that I really like with my fronts. I like a slide protection, and I like a 2-man pull protection. All right, let's work with it. Let's do it. You feel like you can coach this well? Yeah. Okay, implement your verbiage. Implement these 2 pass pros. I want these kind of play side zone reads. I want you to get your reach block, and I think we can work that way. That's how Kevin McGivin works. I think he's awesome.
I do too.
He's a perfect hire for Jordan Gross, and I think Gross is going to find that out pretty quick. And this is his best opportunity to succeed.
Yeah.
His home crowd, his home team, he's beloved. He's going to be given leash, and he's going to need it. He's losing 5 guys.
And you're replacing a guy who's been so integral to the success of the University of Utah over the last several years.
And Jim Harding.
Jim Harding is the only good thing that came out of the Dave Christensen era was Jim Harding.
Yeah.
That was it.
And he was great.
And he was awesome.
So I'm excited to see those guys work together.
Not a lot of guys could stand in the face of the fury of Kyle Whittingham and say, well, just fire me then.
Just effing fire me. Man, and if the cameras were panned in perfectly.
They got the perfect shot of that bad boy.
To see the exchange. So the portal getting nearer and nearer to closing, and it'd be great to see Dampier. Look, I don't even care if he doesn't need to put out a release.
No, I don't either.
If you want to stay silent, his teammates know. I guarantee you the bulk of his teammates know right now what his decision is. So they're either just completely ignoring the noise, or there might be some that don't know that are asking teammates. It's spreading crazily. They'll know quickly. But Smith Snowden, I saw he had it narrowed down to 3 teams: Notre Dame, Oregon, and Michigan.
And Michigan, okay.
Yeah, I think that's what I saw. But I don't want to misspeak. That could have been AI, but I saw his image in those 3 teams. So we'll see where Smith Snowden lands here pretty soon. One thing of note: BYU did not lose anybody of note.
Yeah, I mean, I saw, and I want to be careful about this because you get so worried about what you see and what you don't see and if it's real or not. I saw something where Max Alford might be going in the portal. And if that's the biggest loss that you have of a player you probably didn't want to lose. I mean, there's been a lot of people that I'm sure Kalani's been like, hey, here's the writing's on the wall.
And you do have some linebacker replacement.
Yeah. And so if that's one of your key losses, then you're doing pretty well.
Yeah, you'll get through that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Even when Hunter Clegg announced that he was coming back, that's not even icing on the cake. That's kind of like a sprinkle on top of the icing that's on the cake. I think Hunter's got really good upside, but he's not icing.
No.
He's sprinkle.
This is a cherry.
I don't even know, man. That maraschino cherry up top.
Those are pretty good.
That's pretty good. I think it's an individual chocolate sprinkle.
One individual chocolate sprinkle.
That's him. I think he's going to be great, but he's not great yet. But I think he's going to be great.
All right, Hans and Scotty, this is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Hey, by the way, first reported by you and now officially reported by Weber State, Gavin Fowler has been officially named the defensive coordinator for Weber State.
Okay, so he won't be coming back to BYU.
Nope, that came out about 15 minutes ago.
All right. Good for Weber State.
Yeah.
I think he's going to be a...
You think there may have been a last-minute push for him for other schools?
I don't know. I would have thought that Jay Hill taking the Michigan job, vacating the safety and the DC. Your other defensive back coach, Gennaro Guilford, leaving for Michigan. I would have thought that would have vacated that back end, and you could have got Gavin, who's orchestrated that back end for 3 years with Gary and Jay and Gennaro, and probably had a pretty solid replacement there. But he also wants to grow in the coaching world, and he's got an opportunity to be a coordinator. Yeah. So good for him.
Be the guy calling the plays. All right, Kent Colson hanging out with us from Culligan Water, where you can have incredibly great tasting water coming from your tap or from a machine I love my bottled water service. It's absolutely incredible. But you can have that quality water just running through your taps, Colson.
Yeah, absolutely. And it all starts with the water test. I don't think we've really talked about that enough today. Utah water is unique, and every municipality is different. Like, I just got a notice from my municipality that there might be lead in my water, and I don't know if anybody else received that, but I know South Salt Lake did. So anyway, let us come out. Let us do this water test. Let us educate you on what's in your water, and then we can provide the right solutions, right? It's not just a one-size-fits-all solution. We actually have the products and the expertise and the knowledge to come out and say, look, these are your issues, and these are the right solutions. So please give us a call, 801-509-9602, to just get educated about what's in your water.
You might think that expertise would be unaffordable, but it's not. It's affordable expertise because Culligan has been doing this for so long. You guys have perfected the art and craft of it, and you've made it affordable for people.
Absolutely. Like we've been talking about, for around $1 a day, you can have these products in your home that will take care of the water needs that you have. There's lots of different individuals out there, and they have different needs. We can provide you with a rent-to-own option that we talked about. We have financing options that are great. We've got great purchasing options. In fact, we've got a deal that if you call now before the end of the show, we can give you $500 off any piece of equipment that we sell. Any of the smart products. But you got to call before the end of the show.
The clock is ticking. You got 32 minutes, folks.
Can't
$500 off. So you can take advantage of that. You got to call right now. Culligan Water, 801-509-9602. That's 801-509-9602. And you got a salt service that's available. There's so many ways because a lot of people don't like bagging around that salt. You can have that included in your rent-to-own package as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And to Kent's point and to the salt delivery point, when's the last time you went down and looked at your water softener and wondered if it was even working?
Oh, yeah.
How nice would it be to have somebody who comes down, who delivers the salt to you and say, hey, we need to come back and check and reprogram your water softener because it's just not working the way that it's supposed to be working. I mean, that's so valuable because hard water causes such a problem in our homes. And you might have a water softener and you might think that it's working. In reality, it's not. Or it's lost half of its capacity because it's 10 to 15 years old. And just like everything with wear and tear, it doesn't work as efficiently as it maybe once did.
Do you offer your salt service to people that aren't currently using a Culligan water softener?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
That's great.
Yeah.
So if you don't have a Culligan water softener, but you still want that salt service, and do you want somebody paying attention to that water softener, then all you got to do is call.
Yeah, absolutely.
And that's the thing too. I mean, if somebody is what's the shelf life of maybe a salt water softener now?
So based on industry kind of dynamic, it's about 3 to 5% per year resin loss. So resin is the stuff that's inside that water softener that actually removes the hard water and scale buildup. So you can expect 3 to 5% per year attrition. But that means if you've had it in there for 10 years, you've lost 50%, 30 to 50% of its softening capability.
And I bet the ones now are way more efficient than the ones maybe 10, 15 years ago.
Oh, for sure. We use 50% less salt on a Culligan system than any one of our competitors because of some of the proprietary technology that we've built into these systems. So not only that, but we actually have a stronger cross-linked resin. I don't know how in-depth we really want to go here.
This is like offensive line play. Let's get deep into it.
So we can talk about like why Culligan is different than everybody else. And the resin quality that we produce, it's all proprietary. It's a 6% cross-linked divinyl benzene.
Yeah.
Right? There we go. Which is twice the cross linkage that everybody else in the industry uses. So our resin lasts longer than anybody else in the market.
Call right now, $500 off. The rent-to-own, the testing of your water is absolutely free and no pressure. When your guy comes out, test the water, he'll let you know where it's at, maybe give you some options, but that's it.
That's it.
The choice is yours.
Educational.
I love it. Call right now and take advantage of that. 801-509-9602. That's 801-509-9602.
This is Jay Scott and Ben Anderson.
Do you think the Jazz will keep Will Hardy around when they're ready to start winning? Well, they keep giving him contract extensions, so my assumption would be yes. He coaches great offensive teams. Jazz are a great offensive team right now. But I don't know if he's a good defensive coach. I don't know. We haven't ever seen him coach a good defensive team. Is that a Will Hardy problem, or is that a personnel problem, or is that a scheme problem, or is that, if you know the team is not trying to win, defense is the last thing you're going to try and do, because defense stinks.
Bingo.
Playing defense is not fun at all.
Was Phil Jackson a great defensive coach? I have no idea, honestly.
Right. Who
but
knows?
You know why those were good defensive teams? Because Michael Jordan guarded.
And so did Scotty Pippen.
Period. End of story.
If your best players guard,
you have to guard. Yeah. Is Dagnall a good defensive coach? I have no idea, honestly. But Shea's going to guard, so that means you're going to guard.
Yeah.
And Jalen Williams is going to guard, so that means you're going to guard.
Catch Jake and Ben weekdays from 10 to noon on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Oh, could this vintage store be any cuter?
Right? And the best part? They accept Discover.
Accept Discover? In a little place like this? I don't think so, Jennifer.
Oh, yeah, huh? Discover's accepted where I like to shop. Come on, baby, get with the times.
Right, so we shouldn't get the parachute pants?
These are making a comeback. I think.
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2025 Nielsen report.
Hi, I'm Maria, salon owner. You know the jingle. Now discover the facts about Ozempic, a GLP-1. There's only one FDA-approved Ozempic, made by Novo Nordisk. Learn about the real thing.
Talk to your healthcare professional today. Call 1-833-OZEMPIC or visit Ozempic.com to view the medication guide and to learn more about Ozempic. Semaglutide injection 0.5, 1, and 2 milligrams.
Is your financial advisor offering you up to a 30% upfront bonus? Or are they promising you up to 10% growth per year, all for your retirement income? If not, then you need to come to Trajan Wealth. I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. If you have a plan to retire within the next 10 years, don't wait only to find out it's too late. I've seen hardworking folks like you retire only to be required to go back to work, all because their advisor told them guarantees like these were too good to be true. They're not. That's up to $30,000 upfront or up to $10,000 per year on $100,000, all guaranteed for retirement income. Don't keep working when you're supposed to be retired, and don't let any financial advisor tell you it's too good to be true. Call Trajan today, 801-210-6800. That's 801-210-6800.
Annuities, non-advisory products. DBA Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
The Utah Mammoth and Smiths are teaming up to get you to the game with qualifying Smiths purchases. You can score single goal view tickets, hot dog and a bottle of water included for just $15. The catch? These tickets go fast. Download the Utah Mammoth app, enable push notifications, and be the first to know when new tickets are released. Shop at Smiths and snag your seat for $15. Simple. Grab the Utah Mammoth app today and watch for the next release. Tusks up.
Throughout life, we have plenty of special occasions and events, whether it's a prom, a graduation, a mission call, a new job, or how about a wedding? Mr. Mac has always been there to help serve you for all of your monumental moments. Mr. Mac has been family-owned for more than 50 years, and that's important. And they'll make sure that you look and feel great, with affordability always in mind. The Mr. Mac family creates long-lasting relationships with their customers, and they've been doing it for generations. 9 locations across the Wasatch Front or online at MrMac.com.
The KSL Sports Zone and Beehive Meals are honoring people that impact youth sports in our communities. Nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Beehive Meals Hero of the Week at KSLSports.com/contest.
This is a Utah Jazz at 30 update on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's your Jazz at 30 update right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Nothing pretty about Saturday night. Jazz lost by 55 at home to Charlotte as Will Hardy trying to figure out something that his team can take from in that loss.
That they have a long way to go, and it keeps everybody hungry. There's levels to this league, and there's phases of people's careers. You know, I'm sure they'll have a different view of our veteran players and what they bring to the game every night and what it does for their lives when they play. You know, everybody's execution and impact has to be heightened when people are out. And so I think it's the moment where, you know, the recognition that there's still a lot of work to be done.
That is your Jazz at 30 update, brought to you by University of Utah Health, for you for life.
And it's time to talk some sports. This is Sports Roulette with Hanson Scotty on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hans Olsen, Scott Gerard, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Oh, you got to be kidding me. My dues for my wood turning club just went up $10.
They get you.
Everybody's always out to make a buck these days.
Oh, Lloyd, these old retirees are finding ways to just milk nickels and dimes out of the youth.
Eesh, man.
And when you join up clubs of retirees, you have to adhere and abide by their policies.
And all we get is like a Costco cookie at the end of it, too. Like, if we're going to be jacking up the prices for our monthly meetings, let's at least make them count.
I love that you're a part of a turning club.
I know.
So what are we going to whittle today, boys?
No whittling. Wood turning. Come on.
Yeah, but I thought that they call lathing whittling. No.
It's turning.
See, that's
whittling with a machine, right?
That's why I've got to subscribe.
Kind of.
Sort of.
That's why you got to come to the club meetings.
Got to subscribe. Is K-Bank part of that club?
No. I don't know if K-Bank even knows about this one. This is like a secret underground one.
Is there
a secret handshake?
They're raising fees, yeah.
You shake with 3 fingers only.
Yeah.
That's all you got.
Nobody has any thumbs. It's awesome.
How'd you lose yours, Bob? The lathe. How about you? The lathe.
So I'm taking all the doors to go in are push doors.
That spalted birch got me. Got caught up on there and ripped that thumb right out.
Got no thumbs.
I was ripping through a piece of basswood with a V-wedge.
Yeah. Yeesh. You know how those usually go.
Basswood caught my pinky.
All right, let's get to it. Lloyd, fire up that wheel.
Wild card weekend ends with Aaron Rodgers' last stand.
Is this it? Is this the last game we'll ever see Aaron Rodgers play if they lose today?
I do believe so. I think this is it for Aaron Rodgers.
I hope so.
Well,
I'm just done with the circus. Like, he's still playing relatively well, but it's just
we just had John Breach on CBS Sports, right?
Correct.
He's really good. And John Breach said he wouldn't be surprised to see Aaron Rodgers do some big things tonight. I wouldn't be surprised to see Aaron Rodgers sleepwalk through the first half and then shut it down in the third quarter and be like, I got you there.
Yeah.
Everybody should be happy with that.
I did my part.
Got the win over the Ravens, got us here. So be happy.
He's going up against the nastiest defense in the NFL right now in Houston. Those dudes will flat out just try to take your head off. And this is a game where, like, there was a playoff series, John Stockton's last playoff series. They were playing Sacramento, and there was this player that didn't really do much after and didn't do much before, but his name was Bobby Jackson. And Bobby Jackson tore John Stockton apart in that series. From start to finish, just tore him apart. Dribbled right past him, got everything he wanted at the rim. And John Stockton, after that playoff series, said, you know what? I'm done. this Houston defense might be the thing that puts Aaron Rodgers over the top, because they might put enough hits on him where he's like, I'm going to go find me another actress and I'm going to go hang out in the woods somewhere.
Go climb around Hawaii again?
Yeah. Who was
I always want to call the guy Wilford Brimley, but it
was the guy from Top Gun, right?
Yeah. It's not Wilford.
Miles Teller.
There. See, is
that it?
It's a similar name to
Who are
Wilford.
you guys? You guys are like on point with your names today.
I'm not giving
Miles Teller.
Not giving you any opportunities to screw us up.
Jude Law.
Lloyd's going to be like, do you mean Penn and Teller?
You mean? Come on.
It's Miles. But Aaron Rodgers is one of the last quarterbacks in the league born in the 80s.
Oh, jeez. Oh, it makes me sick.
He's one of the last born in the 80s. Aaron Rodgers turned 42, so he's working on 43 right now.
And I remember that draft with him and Alex Smith like it was yesterday.
2005.
Yeah. That doesn't seem like 2005 is not that long ago.
Well, it's only 20.
But it's 20 years.
It's only 20 years.
Ugh. All right, spin it, Lloyd.
Two schools think polls are fun.
Yes. BYU, although BYU not overly thrilled, their close win against Utah actually dropped them 2 spots in the AP poll. So they fall from number 9 to 11. First time this year that BYU is not in the top 10 in the AP poll. And Utah State, after their convincing victory over Boise State, is now in the top 25.
Ooh.
They are now ranked number 23.
Jumped Seton Hall in Tennessee. And they find themselves in there. Good for Utah State.
So the Aggies top 25.
But come on, polls are fun.
They are fun. Fun, but not fun if you get a win, but yet you still drop. And apparently that's what people think of a close win against the University of Utah.
Is Gonzaga considered in the new Pac-12 yet? Are
yes.
they still?
No, it's official. They will be.
Okay.
Not this year, but next year.
But they will be.
Yes, yeah.
Okay, so I'm just looking at what will be the new Pac-12. You've got Gonzaga at number 9 and Utah State at number 23. That's the only ones that stand out to me.
Yeah. I mean, and then San Diego State's usually hovering around the top 25. They're not, although they are undefeated in Mountain West play. They're 5-0.
But not ranked.
No, they got off to a real poor start to the season.
Did they?
Yeah.
But only, is it 3 years removed from the championship game?
Yes. Yeah. This will be the 3rd year. Yeah.
That's insane.
Well,
to think that San Diego State got there. I wonder what they spent on that roster.
Not much. And they kind of, because that roster of what was available just got butchered by the portal after that.
Why would we want to run it back, boys?
Yeah.
Let's all go get it. I get it, though. Every time I think about it, then I'm like, no, I get it. Yeah, you go get that money. Because the NBA is not coming calling for 98% of college athletes.
Well, even if you're like, okay, I don't know the numbers on Sam Levitt, but let's say Arizona State offered Sam Levitt $2 million to stay. And you got LSU that's offering $5 or $6 million. And you're thinking, if you're a fan, you're like, oh, we're still going to make you a millionaire. Okay, $3 million is a lot of money. $4 million is a lot of money to leave on the table. And I'm not sure when I'm ever going to be able to have that level of earning potential again. So I need to take advantage of it while I can.
Yeah, those opportunities don't come often.
Because you guys aren't going to give two you-know-whats about me when I'm 28, 30, 35, 40. Right. You're not going to care. You're not going to start a GoFundMe because I'm $3 million short of where I would have been. So guess what? I got to go get mine while I can. And anybody out there that doesn't think you wouldn't do the same, you're kidding yourself. You would.
Promise you. Think about what you're currently doing. What business are you in? If I called you up right now, as long as you've been there and as great as those relationships are, and I said, I've got $5 million, I want you to come work at the Zone. You're going to leave and you're going to work at the Zone.
Yeah.
Sorry.
I mean, I was talking to a Utah State booster, and he was like, I can't believe Braden Pagan left. Like, everybody giving up on him, and he only had one catch at UCLA, and that was it. And Utah State took a shot at him and said, we'll give you an opportunity. He blows up, and what does he do? He leaves for money. I'm like, yeah, I would too. Look, I love calling games for Utah State. Absolutely love it. Dream opportunity to be able to call games for Utah State. if somebody came in and said, I'm going to give you $2 million to call games for Boise State. Guess what?
Wow. Even the Broncos?
You take that back.
Oh,
You
that
would
feels
not.
so...
All right, never mind.
That might be a promo actually right there.
Lloyd, you better lose that audio.
Feels yucky.
No, you can't make a promo out of that. You can't. You can't do that.
Hey, what we say on air.
Nah,
So if J.R. Simplot calls, you're in.
Oh, my gosh.
Okay, that got away from me a
Bronco
little bit.
country.
What are you doing?
That got away from me a little bit.
Oh, the orange and blue?
I would love to see that fan base react to that press release that comes out.
Lloyd, this feels really uncomfortable.
Yeah, I'm there. I'm there with you.
You know how you just talk and sometimes stuff just comes out? That was one of those. All right.
Everybody but Boise State.
Yeah, or if the Raiders call. No, I couldn't do that either.
Oh, I bet you could. Absolutely.
You'd lose a son. You'd lose a son, but you'd gain a bank account.
All right. Okay, Brody, you're mad at me.
Jeez,
but guess
Commodus.
what? Where do you want to go to school? Because we can pay for that now.
Yeah.
All right.
I bet you Brody would become a Raiders fan.
Yeah, I think he would. I think he could. All right, Hans and Scotty. We'll wrap up this bad boy next right here on The Zone.
Whirls around and down. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone is your exclusive home of the Utah Jazz. And we want to send you to the Delta Center to see the Jazz in action. Listen every Tuesday for the Jazz Ticket Tuesday Sounder at 30 past the hour, every hour, all day long. And if you're caller number 12, you'll be on your way to an upcoming game.
Buy one, you'll get one free.
It's Jazz Ticket Tuesday, every Tuesday throughout the NBA season on your radio home for the Utah Jazz. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Looking for peace of mind and big savings on your home's essential systems? Mountain Home Services has you covered with their safety and savings plan. Here's what you'll receive. Front-of-the-line repairs when you need them most. Annual inspections for HVAC, plumbing, and electrical systems. Exclusive discounts on equipment upgrades, services, and repairs. Mountain Home Services is proud to be the first to offer upfront pricing with no hidden fees. Plus, every job comes with their 100% satisfaction guarantee. Call 801-543-2222. 801-543-2222 or online at mountainhomeservices.com and join the safety and savings plan from Mountain Home Services. Protect your home, save money, and enjoy total peace of mind. Mountain Home Services. Your home, their priority. Since 1954.
If you're one of the millions of Americans behind on your taxes, if you're afraid to open your mail because IRS collection letters could be coming, listen carefully. The IRS is cracking down, taking paychecks, freezing bank accounts, revoking passports. That's a fact. But here's what most people don't know. There are official tax relief programs designed to help struggling taxpayers. Programs that could save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief. Optima's award-winning team will fight to protect your paycheck, your passport, and your property. Their tax attorneys and licensed tax professionals will work tirelessly to get you the best deal possible with the IRS. Every day, penalties and interest keep piling up, so don't wait. Call Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Hi, this is Derek Overstreet, president of the New Millennium Group and co-host of Stop Working, Start Living with KSL News Radio. Can you imagine what your life would be like if you could retire 3 to 5 years earlier than you thought possible? The things you could do, the loved ones you could spend time with, the memories that you could create. That's what our team at the New Millennium Group does. We'll walk you through the entire process every step of the way. If you'd like to get a copy of the 5-step proprietary plan that will help you retire 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible, give us a shout right now. 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com. Listen, most of our listeners right now have a tax problem, not a money problem. There's not enough money in Social Security Medicare as it is. Let us show you how you can significantly reduce your taxes. That's 888-999-6370. 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com.
This month, Tim Daly Mazda Southtown is offering 0.9% for up to 60 months on brand new 2026 Mazda CX-50s. That's right, 0.9 on new Mazda CX-50s. Get yours in wind chill pearl, jet black mica, or any color you choose. There's no better time than now to get your new Mazda. Come in today to Tim Daly Mazda Southtown in Sandy. Some restrictions apply. APR OAC. Not available with any other offers. See dealer for complete details.
This is a Utah Mammoth at 50 update on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It is your Mammoth at 50 update right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Andre Tierney sees his Mammoth pick up at least 1 point in their overtime loss, and he knows how important those points are.
Need to acknowledge it's a point, it's a big point, it's important. We talk a lot about even when you don't have your A game, you need to find a way to get a point. We got a point, so it is what it is.
That is your Mammoth at 50 update right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Number one. Miss any part of the show? Every moment of every show is available in podcast form by searching Hans and Scotty on your favorite podcasting platform or online at KSLSports.com. This is Hans Olsen and Scotty G on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Standing here beside you, want so much to give you this love in my heart that I'm feeling for you.
Make sure to join the show tomorrow. We'll be at Sound Sleep Medical. Are you dealing with sleep apnea? Well, you don't have to anymore, and you don't need a CPAP machine because we got you covered. Go to Sound Sleep Medical. We will be there tomorrow from noon to 3. All the information on how you can treat your sleep apnea without a CPAP machine.
Enjoy your final wild card game coming up tonight. You got the Steelers and the Texans. I think it's actually going to be another good game.
Yeah, this is going to be another 16-6 game too. It's going to be a low-scoring game.
So you'd say take the under?
Yes.
All right.
I don't even know what the over-under is, but I would still take the under.
The over-under is set at 38.5.
Oh, yeah.
Who are you wanting to win?
Me? Steelers.
You do want Aaron Rodgers.
Actually, no. I'm just trying to think what's best for my Broncos.
That's why I wanted to know.
Actually, I think I want Houston to win because then Houston could knock out New England. And then I think Denver at home could beat Houston. But
That'll be tough.
I don't like that Bills matchup, though. I don't like that at all. I would much rather be playing. I think the 2 seed got the better end of it because they're now going to play the winner of Pittsburgh and Houston. Denver's already a 1.5 underdog as the 1 seed to Buffalo, which, kind of makes sense.
As a home team.
Yeah.
It might make sense, but the Broncos better make them pay. I'm on this ride with you, man. I'm excited for your Broncos.
Make them pay.
Make them pay. They pay with Mays. Hey, give me the Texans tonight by 7.
Really?
Yep.
Wow.
They're currently favored by 3. I'm gonna go Texans minus 7.
It's always the kids who pay.
They
kids
do.
pay.
They pay with
Maze.
Maze.
They pay. They always pay. They pay with Maze.
All right, wrapping up another great show, at least in our opinion. It is Culligan Water hanging out with us, Colson, Kent with us. And guys, we can't thank you enough for being part of the station and providing water into my home and soon to be Hans' home and the filtration systems and everything else. I mean, we talk about water, we joke about it, but honestly, it's such an integral part of your daily life, whether you're consuming it or showering or whatever the case might be.
Yeah, and we've talked about a lot of stuff, but just want to kind of summarize everything. You want to do business with somebody who specializes in water filtration. You want somebody who's going to be there to help service that piece of equipment down the road. You want proven technology and expertise, right? You want comprehensive testing. You want lifetime support. You want warranties, right? I mean, that's always a big thing with people is, what is my warranty on this? We have factory-backed warranties because we are the manufacturer. So we don't just slap a sticker on something and say, yeah, we'll give you a 10-year warranty. I don't know. That sounds pretty good. These are all factory-backed warranties, and they're lifetime warranties on a lot of our products. And so because of those reasons and because we're celebrating 90 years of service, we think that we have a great product. We think Utahns really enjoy our products. And because of that, we want to give all the listeners a great opportunity to become part of the Culligan family. So for less than $1 a day, right, you can try out any one of our systems, and we will credit 12 months of that rental payment towards the purchase price of that equipment if down the road you decide that that's in your budget.
But you can just rent it.
You can just rent it. Yeah, and you can have service provided alongside that. So part of our rental program comes with salt delivery. It comes with built-in maintenance included. So you're never out of pocket. You don't have to worry about a $500 repair bill because it's already built into the program. And so you can budget for it, and it's affordable, guys. Like I said, it's $30 a month. Most people can afford that, and that's what we're trying to do. That's our mission, is to provide better water for Utahns and Utah families.
What do you want? Great water or that large pizza? You cut that out and you got yourself great water.
Yeah, absolutely.
Love it. I know some people are like, I need to think of it. No, you don't need to think about it. No, you don't. Subscription model, salt service, and you got you give maybe a little extra leeway, maybe another 5 minutes of the $500 off.
Yeah.
Yeah, $500 off any of those smart products. So that can be a backwashing carbon, it can be an RO system, a softener. All of these are high efficient pieces of equipment. It's top of the line. It's what you want.
Let's go. Let's get it done. It's Culligan Water, 801-509-9602. I use them. Hans uses them. Trust me on this one. Best water on the planet, 801-509-9602. Let's protect your home. Culligan Water, right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Whether you're stuck in the office,
I believe you have my stapler,
in your car, or at your in-laws.
You want a piece of me? You bet I do.
The Zone is with you every step of the way. Download the KSL Sports app to get live streaming of your favorite shows and access to all the latest updates on your favorite teams. Your home for the best coverage of the Utes, Cougars, Jazz, and Mammoth is on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
What makes you so different than the rest of us?
We ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Tell me more.
Our investment counselors focus on service over sales, prioritizing clients' needs.
How do you make money?
We don't sell any commission-based products. We have a simple management fee based on the value of our clients' portfolio. So we do better when our clients do better.
What about client portfolios?
We get to know each client, their finances, family, health, lifestyle, and more, and then we tailor a portfolio based on their specific goals and needs.
Your clients really come first then, huh?
Yes, we make them a top priority. Our goal is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement.
Wow, maybe we are different.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
You gave years, maybe decades to your job. You showed up, worked hard, and planned for retirement. But now, the company's changed. Or maybe you've taken a buyout or been forced into early retirement. So, what happens next? I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. And if you've built up a 401k or thrift savings plan, now is the time to ask, is that money really working for you? Many workplace retirement plans offer limited options and even less guidance. At Trajan Wealth, we help people just like you roll over their accounts into IRAs with more flexibility and personalized investment strategies built around your goals. For households with $500,000 or more, let us build you a personalized plan. We operate on veteran values, service, trust, and doing what's right. Your next chapter starts now. Call Trajan today, 801-210-6800. That's 801-210-6800.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. See website for details.
Dev Simplified are your software pros. Whether it's websites, mobile apps, or complex custom systems, Dev Simplify is here to make it work and make it easy on you. Need help building software or ongoing management? You've got both. DevSimplify.com designs, develops, and manages the process so your deadline stops slipping and your team stops guessing. Maybe you're stuck in the middle. AI can start a project. Freelancers can build pieces of it, but without real project management, teams get stranded halfway through. DevSimplify.com brings the roadmap, the pit crew, and the finish line. When a software project slows down, breaks down, or stalls out entirely, DevSimplify, the software pros, can turn that chaos into beautiful completion. DevSimplify.com. From the start, or in the middle, to finish and beyond. Ready to move? At DevSimplify.com, you can always schedule a quick and free project assessment. But right now, you can get a complimentary discovery session with 5 hours free. DevSimplify.com, your software pros.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hey!
This is JJ and Alex.
I made a name for myself, I told you I won't be denied.
As you wrap up your day, it's time to get your fix of the teams you live for and the sports you love. This is JJ and Alex on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Welcome back, everybody. Another edition of JJ and Alex, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. It's one of those shows we got to speed up our talking, JJ.
How are we going to get everything from this weekend into 1 hour?
We won't. But the good news is you got Jazz basketball starting at 4 tonight. East Coast road swing a little bit here this week. You're going to have some earlier games.
I think they like this trip to make everybody forget about what happened Saturday.
I know that they might want to try to forget it. I'm going to have a hard time of when I tuned in and then had to dry the tears of my kids when it was 95 to 50 or whatever it was. 95 to 55 I tuned in. And there was still 3 minutes left in the third quarter. And I was like, hey, guys, you guys cool if we turn on some FCS replays of the playoffs?
FCS replays.
Come on. Yeah, but that was the only bummer of to start things off of the weekend.
Well, it depends on your
Jazz.
perspective. If you're a Jazz fan and you want them to lose to a fellow lottery team, then that made your weekend.
What was the stat of the game? Annapolis? Cody Williams set an NBA record.
Worst plus-minus ever?
Minus 60.
Oh, boy.
Minus 60. And I thought, well, everybody was, they lost by 50-something points.
55.
So 55 points. They lose by 55. They give up 150 in regulation. That's something. I guess the getting back on the defensive end thing was not a deal that night. But you got Jazz basketball tonight at Cleveland, and I bet in true form you're going to see the Jazz fight their butts off, like they've done so many other times. But Cleveland's pretty good. So,
yeah, the Cavaliers are not the juggernaut they were last year in the regular season. They're in that they're almost in range of that play-in situation, shockingly. So. But it's a chance to see Sam Merrill tonight, which is always fun, and a chance for the Jazz to get back on track. And it's always weird seeing Donovan versus the Jazz. It's less weird as years go by.
Yeah.
But it's always a reminder, and you can't help but think of the past.
Sure. And Cleveland is one of those places that they support this. They support their team big time, and they're on the edge. And this is a year that
they're number 7 in the East right now, 22-18.
But here's the thing. So I think you'll see them get better and better as the year goes on here. Everybody in the East should be licking their chops when you don't have the Pacers at full go, the Celtics at full go, and you have to fend off the Magic and the Pistons, which you look to yourself and you go, well, I'd much rather deal with those cats.
And the Raptors are back.
And the freaking Raptors are playing good ball.
24-16, the Raptors are the 4th seed right now in the East.
Yeah, that's crazy. And Boston to do what they're doing without their real superstar.
Jaylen Brown has showed people just how good he is.
Yeah, so earning his keep there.
Yes.
Speaking of earning his keep, we got lots to talk about. My goodness, Wild Card Weekend delivered, and it was exactly what the doctor ordered. I had my fingers crossed that we would have good games this weekend, and my heavens, we did. And even last night, the rock fight that they had between the Patriots and the Chargers was, it was so physical. It was just pure football, just knocking heads, people absolutely blasting one. It was just total physicality. And I made up a new verb. I said, I think I noticed Justin Herbert he was being CTE'd all game long.
CTE'd is now a verb.
He was being CTE'd, man.
You just got CTE'd.
And I CTE'd that dude. That's the past participle. I wish we had CTE'd him better. All right?
I think I've been CTE'd.
Oh, for sure.
At some point in my life.
Oh, I've gotten my bell rung during football games.
Starting to feel it at my age.
I got my bell rung in games, and you remember what you did? You would just pretend like everything was fine.
So what?
I get back in the huddle, and they're like, "You good?" And I'm like, "Yeah. What day is today?" Just make sure and yell the snap count out really, really loud, so I know where we're at here. We've got lots to get through. We're going to start off the show with a playoff edition of the program, and it's all the playoffs that we can think of. All the football playoffs. College football playoffs delivered a nice game on that Friday night. You also have, I say a nice game. It was not a nice game. I'm just saying they delivered we're watching history happen as it unfolds here, and it's wild. And then we're going to talk about some of the wild card weekend as well. So we're going to jam in some college football playoff. We're going to jam in some NFL playoffs. Let's do it right now. Let's get started with the cut.
It's time for the biggest story of the day. This is what made the cut with JJ and Alex on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
All right, so you have on the books here a very wily Panthers team who put up quite a fight against that Rams group. And on a day that Puka Nacua wasn't perfect, he still was pretty darn good. They were not awesome as an offense as they usually are, but they did enough to be able to get the win and walk out of there. And it's and they avoid playing the Seahawks in Seattle by virtue of the 49ers getting the massive win over the Eagles. Which win of all the weekend shocked you the most? I guess shock isn't the real word. I guess it's just like, hey, I'm surprised you're going to see this team in the playoffs and not this one.
The 49ers, it's not even close, especially when you consider they lost George Kittle in the middle of that game. And how does a team react when you lose your team leader and you know it's a serious injury, when you've already lost so many teammates to serious injuries? Mentally, emotionally, how do you react? And the way the 49ers responded in that game on the road against the Philadelphia Eagles team that won the Super Bowl last year, and obviously they weren't the same team, but it had the same personnel pretty much as a team that just won the Super Bowl, and you go into their building and you get it done. You find a way. Christian McCaffrey was great. I thought Brock Purdy, it wasn't his perfect performance. He had a couple of picks, but he made the plays they needed to. And that defense, they got guys on the defense I couldn't even name. They got Eric Kendricks, who I felt like had already retired, is playing linebacker for them right now. He was on their practice squad. And they keep finding guys that can figure it out and get it done. It made me think about this question. Who is the best coach in the NFL right now? Who is the best coach? If you had to pick one coach to run your organization, who would it be? For me, it's Kyle Shanahan. It's not even close.
Really?
Look what he's done with the 49ers.
Yeah.
I mean, that team has been through so much and the challenges. He's taken Brock Purdy, Mr. Irrelevant, and turned him into a very relevant quarterback in a short period of time.
Well, he looks comfy in the pocket there. And
he's terrific.
He gets killed. He's the same thing. He gets blasted.
Yes, he does.
The NFL absolutely is brutal, and that's a guy who is like just quick enough too that he'll pick up a first down with his feet, and he's really dang good.
How is this 49ers team still alive?
See, for me, it was the Chicago Bears because they don't win playoff games ever. They don't go to the playoffs ever. They're in Chicago and down. And I know this year they've been coming back and winning games in this style, right?
Yes, this is their thing now.
It's a learned skill to come back and win late.
The Packers are chokers.
And to do it against a division rival that owns you, that absolutely owns you recently, and not even just recently, like really the last 20 years, they have a stranglehold on the Bears, and they also have had a stranglehold a little bit on this division. But I'm telling you, I never have liked Caleb Williams, and I liked him this weekend. I was like, this guy, he's fired up. He did the thing that I don't like. He threw that pick in the first half, and I know there was probably a miscommunication there, but he blew up at his wide receiver, and if you're a good quarterback, you shut your freaking mouth, and you just take the L and you move on. Yeah. But he's a big pointing at other people kind of guy. He wears his emotions a little bit too close to a little bit too much on the shoulders. I love that they came back and won for the city of Chicago and the fans in the stands. The amount of people that I saw between meltdown and I might want to just, crawl under a rock and die to have the Bears get to the playoffs and play so poorly, to redemption in the second half was awesome. So a story like Chicago for me is a great one. The comeback was big, and even though they're the 2 seed in the NFC, right?
The Bears are the 2 seed.
Yeah, so they're going to host another home game, and that's wild to go from nobody cares about you, and Ben Johnson, he's I know he's a rookie head coach.
F the Packers.
And going over there and saying
he's not shy.
And going over there and saying, "Hey, I love kicking Matt LaFleur's butt." Multiple times a year.
That handshake was something.
Cold. He learned that. That's straight out of the Jim Harbaugh school of handshakes.
Oh, my gosh.
You know what I mean? Like the out of there. Boom. And then you start to piece it together, and I just love there's a little bit of animosity. And you know what he's doing? I don't think Ben Johnson really is that way. I think that he just loves to play up that angle.
I think he's smart to do it. Like you're trying to revitalize a once proud franchise, one of the most storied franchises in NFL history, the Chicago Bears. When's the last time the Chicago Bears have been irrelevant? I think it was the Super Bowl shuffle in 1985. Seriously.
Yeah.
And they made a couple of appearances in a Super Bowl since, or close to it. But what have they done over the last 2 decades? They've basically been lovable losers like their friends, the Cubs. And now
even the Cubs are winning. Come on.
It's one of those towns where quarterbacks go to die.
Yeah.
They haven't had a good quarterback since Jim McMahon. I mean, Rex Grossman got him to a Super Bowl, but nobody was like, oh, wow, this guy's amazing. And they got Caleb Williams. They draft Caleb Williams, and then you go out and get an offensive coordinator, Ben Johnson. And I like that Ben Johnson's going out there and saying, hey, no, I'm gonna stir the pot a little bit. I'm gonna be pretty brash. I mean, he's something else, man. But that's what the Bears needed. Remember Mike Ditka? Wasn't he something else?
Oh yeah. And you know what was funny about that dynamic? Remember how much the Buddy Ryan, Mike Ditka,
all those characters, that team, those teams in the 80s had characters.
Yeah, man.
But they haven't had anything like that since.
Okay.
The Bears have been irrelevant for decades, and Ben Johnson and Caleb Williams are changing that, and now this team is 1 win away from an NFC Championship game, and they're hosting the Rams.
22 points in the fourth quarter. I think that's the third best all time in the playoffs it wasn't. The thing that made it special that was for the comeback. There have been other teams who have scored 23, 24 points in the fourth quarter, but they weren't like in the most
right.
the same kind of competitive games. The Rams eking one out against the Panthers. Are you nervous about what happened there this last weekend? You should be nervous about the right finger being hyperextended or whatever it is, or jammed or sprained, whatever you want to say.
Napolis wearing his Rams hoodie.
I look.
Big smile on his face.
I'm okay with it.
He should.
Survive in advance, man.
That's all that matters.
You feel good about
especially this weekend
advancing against a 10-loss team? It's pretty good.
The secondary is banged up, and I think that's where the biggest issue is.
Oh, so that was
Panthers lost 10 games this year.
You know what?
Crazy.
You know what's great though is that the NFL will bring you competitive games, and you're whittling it down to the best teams already. And bad teams put up fights all week, every week in the NFL. You know, and you just have so few blowouts. The Bears coming back and beating the Packers 31-17. That was an awesome game. The Bills eking one out against the Jags. I was a little bit sad because I started to root for Liam Cohen this year. Duval.
It's been a great story.
I don't dislike the guy.
Yeah.
I just like that he can go to a franchise. First year again. Another first-year coach who goes, I'll just start having success right now. Let's change the culture right now. I had no confidence that guy could do it. I thought he was going to get fired after a 3-8 start. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And so instead, the Jags put up a nice fight, but they lose that one at home. And the Bills, you can't help but think that their luck could be running out pretty quickly. And we're still waiting on the Patriots. They showed they were the better defense against one of the best defenses in the entire league. And that was an awesome win for them. The 49ers getting a win in Philly. Awesome. So great weekend of football. The one last night wasn't that competitive of a game, especially because they just could not keep that defense out of the backfield on either side. But Justin Herbert was just dying at the end of that game. Tonight we get another one, though. Texans-Steelers. This is much anticipated, JJ. I love this matchup. The Texans have won how many in a row? 7, 8?
9.
9 in a row.
This would be number 10.
They can make it 10 in a row tonight. And an improbable 1-4 start that went to 2-5 at one point. And then they started just rattling off win after win, and they have suddenly become, I think, a team in that AFC who actually is the best team right now in the AFC.
I agree with you. I think that defense is incredible, and they have an offense to match it. Like the Chargers had a great defense. You saw it last night. I don't think they had the offense to match it. They got to go out in the offseason, in the draft, and in free agency and address their offensive issues. Justin Herbert does not have enough talent around him at the skill positions and on the offensive line. I know injuries played a big role in that. But you look at the Houston Texans and what they have, and C.J. Stroud feels like he's figured some things out, healthy. He's got some receivers there that he can trust and throw the ball to. Dalton Schultz is a great tight end. They've got some things offensively that work, that complement that defense, because that defense probably is the best in the league. I'm a Broncos fan. I'm going to be biased. I'm going to say the Broncos have the best defense. But I told you, I'm actually really thrilled that the Bills won. Because as a Broncos fan, I was worried that the Texans were going to be coming to Mile High next weekend. Instead, it's the Bills who are, I think, a much more beatable team right now, even though it's hard to doubt Josh Allen.
Yeah.
That Texans team is loaded. You're going to see it tonight as you watch them go on the road to play the Steelers in what could be Aaron Rodgers' last game as an NFL football player. I don't see how the Texans lose tonight. I just don't see it. The Steelers fought and battled and earned their way here. I don't think they have enough horses to compete with what the Houston Texans bring to the table right now. A team with a lot of confidence that doesn't allow much offensively, and the Steelers don't have much offensively to begin with.
I love the matchup of the Bills going to the Broncos just because you do have at least that big name, reigning MVP, Josh Allen coming in.
It's a great matchup.
And, the young buck, Bo Nix, operating that team really at a high level right now. And the Broncos, I mean, they're as good as we've seen them in recent years, and they had massive names running those. You think about the Peyton Manning era that brought them to the Super Bowl a couple of times, and you go, okay, this is
Von Miller.
Yeah, but you know what? Bo Nix,
loaded roster.
Bo Nix is kind of an archetype of John Elway. He's got the same kind of build, the crazy rocket arm. Can run the ball a little bit, not as good of a runner, obviously, as John Elway was because he was such an insane dude.
He can make big plays in big moments.
I don't hate your Broncos, man. Congrats.
Yeah, well, we'll see how it goes on Sunday.
Best matchup of next weekend. So let's say the Texans do win, and they end up going to the Patriots.
Best matchup.
49ers Seahawks. Love that in the divisional round it's an intra-divisional matchup. Love that the Bills are going to the Broncos. The Rams go to Chicago, and the Bears should be absolutely scared to death over that. Now, it's going to be 14 degrees and like 0 on the field at Soldier Field. They're still at Soldier Field, right?
I think they still call it that.
Until they play in Indiana.
Yeah.
Until they build a stadium in Indiana, become the Indiana Bears. So let's assume the Texans beat the Steelers, and they go to the Patriots. Of all those games, which one do you like?
That's really hard. Because you can go through and make a case for all four of them.
I'm scared to death. I didn't want the Rams or the 49ers going up to Seattle because they're all familiar with going in there and winning periodically, and there's a thing. I wish it
Another
wasn't that.
Seahawks-49ers matchup is interesting for the third time this year, right? The 49ers obviously were outclassed in the last one, and it's hard to believe that the 49ers, with all the injuries and everything, can figure it out against that Seahawks defense. I think the Seahawks actually win that game.
Don't you do that to me.
The Rams and Bears, I just feel like the Bears are not quite ready for prime time when it comes to the playoffs. The Rams have the experience. The Rams have the talent. I think the Rams go in there and find a way to win. The Bills and the Broncos, I view the Broncos the same way I view the Bears, and I'm saying this as a Broncos fan. Josh Allen has been there many times. There's a Bills roster that's been there many times. It feels like Josh Allen is the best quarterback left, and he's due. And I feel like he's going to find a way to win on the road. So it comes down to the Patriots and Texans for me, to be honest with you. To answer your question about which game is the most up in the air, most unpredictable, most interesting, most compelling, the Patriots hosting a Texans team that could come with a 10-game win streak with that roster. Are the Texans for real? Are the Patriots, like the Bears and Broncos I just mentioned, nice regular season, found a way to get a win to advance, but are they really ready to take that next step? The Texans are actually a team that's been knocking on the door the last couple of years. If you think about it, they have some playoff wins. That group together, C.J. Stroud has been there before. This is not an inexperienced C.J. Stroud in the playoffs. I really like the Texans to beat the Patriots, but that's a game I look at. It's like this Patriots team has something really cool going on. Drake May is playing well above, it's kind of like Bo Nix, right? The Broncos, Bills, and the Patriots, Texans games feel very similar to me. I can make a case for all four, but that's the game I'm looking at and I'm thinking, man, I don't know how to pick that. And I don't know which team's ready to advance. It's gonna be really fun to watch. This wild card was great. I think we now have some divisional matchups that are going to be just outstanding.
Divisional matchups always fun. Wild card weekend's awesome. Then when you get into the NFC AFC Championship games, you're kind of like, okay, there's a good matchups. And by the time they get to the Super Bowl, I'm like, gosh, the best football's left behind us. We get let down so much by the Super Bowl, don't we? Like compared to these other games, I just get so bummed out that the Super Bowl. I mean, listen, the college football playoff ends with a national championship next Monday. I'm just not.
So, but we got time to get into that.
I know. It is absolutely a compelling matchup. They just had like a comparison up on the screen of Miami and Indiana as all-time programs. Miami has 5 national championships. You know what Miami can do. You know what Miami has been. And it's phenomenal to see them back in this space again and Carson Beck playing at the level that he is. Great. Miami is scary from a defensive standpoint if you're Indiana. I've never seen a team who has showed up to the college football playoff and has no business doing what Indiana's doing be more prepared than a team like Indiana. They can't win off of talent alone, JJ. They've never done it all year. All they've done is gone, hey, we have a bunch of guys who play so freaking good together.
Yes.
And
it's a machine.
Kurt Cignetti, I don't care what you say about the guy. I saw, what's his name? Mick, what's his face? The UCLA head coach, basketball coach.
Mick Cronin.
Mick Cronin goes, the Google me guy? Don't Google me. That doesn't tell you nothing about a guy. I'm like.
Did he really say that?
Yes. And I'm like, Mick, come on. And he's like, I like the guy. That's,
okay.
He's kind of my guy. But, Google me, that doesn't show you anything. Come to practice. Come to practice, see what we do. I'm like, do you think this guy doesn't have it dialed up in practice? This is the most insane, like Nick Saban 2.0. That's what you're getting with Kurt Cignetti, right?
And people didn't realize it. Probably didn't know that he was once an assistant coach to Nick Saban.
Yeah, and guess what?
And you can tell.
The killer instinct has been passed on to that guy. And I'm telling you,
it's about business.
I love that Miami's in this game as a 10 seed, but clear the decks for something that we're watching that's historic. I want Indiana to win this one because they just showed up. So they showed the national championships, 5 for Miami, 0 for Indiana. They showed the comparison of weeks in top as the AP number 1 all time. Miami, 68 weeks in their history. Indiana, 1 week. It was that final week of after they beat Ohio State. They become the number 1 team 1 week. And then, of course, nobody could stop talking about it. We talked about it last week, but the star comparison, the 4-star to 5-star, that's how you know that this team isn't about the one guy. And the guy who won the Heisman Trophy, he'd be the first to tell you, like, oh, I can't do this without my team. Now, some of it's a little bit of a squeaky clean act, I feel like. It's not an act.
A little bit. That's his personality. It's who he is.
That's who he is, and I'm fine with it.
Kind of an aw shucks guy.
But he doesn't win that Heisman Trophy like guys we've seen win the Heisman Trophy before, which is just like that guy is, the architect or the archetype quarterback, the guy that's the perfect picture of the person you want to win the thing.
Mendoza's a surgeon.
He's not hit. That's not him.
He's a doctor.
And they come in with a game plan that's better than everybody. That's why they win these games.
He's a surgeon. He performed the game plan. He executed the game plan like a surgeon. That's how I look at it. Those guys are business. They're a well-oiled machine.
When you jump a route like that, and we were in the studio when it happened because it was the first play of the game.
That's all film.
That's studying the film. That's exactly right. That's somebody who just goes, I know this formation, and I know this guy, what he's going to do, and I'm going to beat him to the punch. I'm going to kind of sell the quarterback on throwing it because if I give it away too much, he's not going to be confident enough to throw it.
Yep.
And Dante Moore throws it there, and it was all history from there. And they didn't just control the thing. They embarrassed Oregon.
That's a good Oregon team.
I know.
It's a juggernaut Oregon team.
I know.
And they made them look silly.
So I'm all for Indiana winning this national championship because
how do they not?
It's the poor man's national championship. Give it to Indiana, the blue collar, show up and beat teams, even though you're not the most talented. There are guys who took JMU to a next level, and now they're going to take Indiana to a next level on that roster, not just the head coach.
It's pretty crazy.
So I love the matchups.
If you wanted something different in college football, I know they're in the Big Ten. I get that part isn't that much different. But if you were sick of the Georgias and the Alabamas and the Clemsons and the Michigans and the Ohio States, this is good. This is good for college football, and it shows you what can happen when a school from top to bottom makes the right decisions and does things the right way and brings in the right person to execute all of it, and you have the proper support. You have to have it all, but you can't just throw money out there and expect to win championships. And I love that Indiana's going to win this because it's going to show to everybody else, including Texas Tech, you can drop down millions of dollars. It guarantees you nothing. You have to be able to play together as a team and execute at a high level because there's going to be a team out there that puts it all together. Throwing money at something is not enough. You've got to be good at football in every phase and every way. And that best team is going to win every time.
Let's take our first break. It's a short show today. Utah Jazz top of next hour here. It's 4 o'clock dings. It's going to be pre-game for the Utah Jazz versus the Cleveland Cavaliers. We'll get into our Jazz Daily, of course, coming up in just a little bit, but we're trying to jam in all of the other things at once. So bear with us as we just kind of jam together our feelings of all that happened on a massive weekend in sports just into 1 hour here. So we'll take a break. We'll come back. More to go. 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
No big problems on the freeway across the valleys right now. Good movement northbound and southbound heading away from downtown Salt Lake City on I-15. Some southbound brake tapping starting to happen in Midville on I-15 and over on the I-215 westbound approaching the 201 highway. Whipple Service Champions is Utah's most trusted name for heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical services. Call 385-273-7167 for your free estimate today. With your traffic update, I'm Alex Annapolis here on 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone.
You've been listening to The Zone for decades. Yes! But now you can watch the guys break down your favorite teams.
Some viewers may find the following video disturbing. Viewer discretion is advised.
Catch the video stream of DJ and PK, Jake and Ben, Hanson, Scotty, and JJ and Alex right now at KSLSports.com or by searching KSL Sports on YouTube. Utah's best sports radio is on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
SLC Fat Loss, Salt Lake City Fat Loss. Let me tell you about what you're going to get with this program. You're going to get some clarity on how to change the way that you eat. 90% of weight loss is nutrition. I mean, that's it. The reality is that I lost all that weight at the beginning of this program back in 2024. I lost 65 pounds in 60 days. And I'm going to be honest, I didn't work out a freaking day of that 60 days. And you know what? It's because I changed my mentality and I changed the nutrition. You're going to get coaching on how to do the nutrition right. They're not selling you supplements. They're not selling you meals. They aren't giving you the injections. This is different, and it's going to work for you. But more importantly, you're going to keep it off.
Yeah, you got to get into a caloric deficit without suffering, right? And Salt Lake City Fat Loss is going to help you do that. This program is going to instruct you and educate you in how to do this for a lifetime, and it's helped me so much. And I feel that confidence that I know how to lose weight. I know how to maintain weight loss. And that's going to last me for a long, long time. And you can have that too in your life. This program is going to help you lose the weight you want to lose. It's going to help you reach your goals. It's helped thousands of frustrated men and women feel confident in their clothes again, boost their energy, and finally feel like themselves. And right now is a perfect time to give this program a try. Due to overwhelming demand, Salt Lake City Fat Loss has extended their huge New Year's sale. Over 20% off right now for a limited time only. Again, whether you want to love what you see in the mirror again, boost your energy, whatever your why is, see if Salt Lake City Fat Loss is the right way to do it. Schedule your free consultation today at slcfatloss.com. Worked for us. I lost 40 pounds in 60 days on this program. You can have similar results, and you can do it with a savings right now. Lock in your savings right now by going to slcfatloss.com. That's slcfatloss.com.
Hans and Scotty, Advanced Windows is here to help you out. We are smack dab in the middle of winter. It's cold, it's windy, and you want to protect your home from those outside conditions. Well, it all starts with your windows. Let's get you squared away with the best windows in the state at the best price. Hans, it's Advanced Windows.
Advanced Window Products is so good. I've bought their windows. They're fantastic. They keep the cold out. They keep the warmth in. They're a noise-reducing window because of the 2 panes of glass, because they're amazing casing. These are the finest windows money can buy.
It's a new year. It should be a new home for your home. It's Advanced Windows. Call right now and let them get you squared away. It all starts with a free assessment. They'll evaluate your windows, see where they're at. Give them a call right now, and let's get it squared away. Somebody will come out to your house for free, and if you decide to swap out 10 windows or more, they'll take $2,500 off that bill.
801-850-9100. That's Advanced Windows at 801-850-9100.
That's 801-850-9100.
Dan owed an unbelievable amount of money to the IRS.
I got behind on my taxes. It's a horrible feeling.
He was in denial.
And when I got those letters from the IRS, you wanted to act like they didn't exist.
Finally, Dan turned to Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima got me a settlement with the IRS. These people are really people-friendly. It was every bit of a new lease on life for me.
The fast action and the great results made Dan's head spin.
I felt like I was in a dream, but it's real, and I have paperwork to prove it. They got the job done, and life is good.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation.
If you're worried about what's going to happen with the IRS, stop worrying. Make the call now.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
This month, Tim Daly Mazda Southtown is offering 0.9% for up to 60 months on brand new 2026 Mazda CX-50s. That's right, 0.9 on new Mazda CX-50s. Get yours in wind chill pearl, jet black mica, or any color you choose. There's no better time than now to get your new Mazda. Come in today to Tim Daly Mazda Southtown in Sandy. Some restrictions apply. APR OAC. Not available with any other offers. See dealer for complete details.
Do you currently use a CPAP machine to treat sleep apnea? Are you looking for a smaller, more comfortable solution? Consider a custom-fitted oral appliance from Sound Sleep Medical. In many cases, these appliances can be as effective as CPAP, and oral appliances are usually covered by insurance or Medicare. To make an appointment or to learn more, call Sound Sleep Medical at 801-285-9731. That's 801-285-9731, or visit soundsleepmedical.com.
The KSL Sports Zone and Beehive Meals are honoring people that impact youth sports in our communities. Nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Beehive Meals Hero of the Week at KSLSports.com/contest.
This is a Utah Jazz at 30 update on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Will Hardy talks about taking some perspective after a big loss like the 55-point loss to the Charlotte Hornets.
That they have a long way to go, and it keeps everybody hungry. There's levels to this league, and there's phases of people's careers. You know, I'm sure they'll have a different view of our veteran players and what they bring to the game every night and what it does for their lives when they play. You know, everybody's execution and impact has to be heightened when people are out. And so I think it's the moment where, you know, the recognition that there's still a lot of work to be done.
That is your Jazz at 30 update, and it's brought to you by U of U Health. At University of Utah Health, hope is in our DNA. Learn more at uofuhealth.org. University of Utah Health, for you, for life. The latest on the transfer portal, locally and nationally, on JJ and Alex, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Your home for the best coverage of the Jazz, Utes, and Cougars is right here on the Zone. This is JJ and Alex on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Welcome back, everybody. JJ and Alex, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Coming up in 25 minutes, you're going to get Jazz pregame. Jazz Cavaliers in Cleveland. Tip-off at 5 o'clock. 4 o'clock is the start to your pregame right here on your radio home of the Utah Jazz, the KSL Sports Zone. Okay, I got a thing here. We got some free stuff to give away. We do that from time to time. And today it's going to be the Rocky Mountain Chevy Dealers play of the weekend. If you were listening to DJ and PK this morning, which I know you were, you listen in the mornings, and you hear their Rocky Mountain Chevy Dealers play of the weekend, and then you tell us what it is, regurgitate that play right back to our producer, Alex, and you're going to get yourself a gift card to Amazon. 801-575-ZONE. That's 801-575-ZONE, 801-575-9663. In a weekend chock full of lots of amazing plays, Annapolis, any clues for the good folks out there?
Game-winning plays.
Back to you.
Well, this should be easy.
I like it. No, I like it. You got to keep. I don't want any of this like, well, he wears number 12 and he threw a touchdown. I don't like that. I like the mystery. That's not the clue, by the way. That's not a clue. All right. So 801-575-ZONE. Tell us what the Rocky Mountain Chevy Dealers play of the weekend was. All right. Let me see here. So I was looking at people who have entered the transfer portal here locally. Of course, I think people are looking. I think in terms of who you may or may not recognize going, we saw that McKay Hill said last week found Utah State.
Yes.
San Jose State gets Don McKenzie. Marcus McKenzie heads up to Utah State.
The brothers are going different places.
I thought it was interesting.
Yeah, it is interesting.
Right? And other than that, the biggest news that BYU has gotten is that so many names are coming back.
Yes.
Max
Alford, I think, is headed in the portal, but that's probably the biggest name.
And that's the biggest name. I will say all the names that are coming back, BYU fans should be elated.
Oh, yeah.
Because we were wondering about Evan Johnson last week. We hadn't gotten anything official, and then, of course, we get off the air, and then it becomes official. And Evan Johnson finds his way back to BYU as well. Their secondary is looking very dialed up. The fact that Satuala didn't end up going to Michigan, I was nervous about that one for BYU fans because I was like, oh, he's going to follow his DC. And if you're Jay Hill, like, take the guys with you who have all-American potential. And he's a guy who's already –
Is there one BYU player that's going to Michigan?
I don't think so.
No.
And there's only, I think, 3 from Utah going to Michigan.
J.J. Buchanan announced that he's going to Michigan. John Henry Daly is headed to Michigan.
Right.
And
it's one more. Is it offensive lineman, defensive lineman? Well, anyway, bottom line is
I don't even know.
But Michigan, it's not like Michigan's poaching a bunch of programs here. Here's
Snowden,
the indicator.
I think Michigan's in his final 3.
Okay.
Smith Snowden has Michigan in his final 3. But
isn't it funny? We live in an era where he should do a second hat reveal. You know what I mean? Like,
why not? Why not?
I know
these guys can do whatever they want.
Iggy's has been closed down the street here for a long time.
Iggy's.
Can we fire it back up again? You think the burners still work? We can get some nachos?
That was 16 years ago.
Can you believe that? That is a lifetime ago.
That was 16 years ago, almost to the week.
JJ just did 1,000-yard stare like,
I was there.
What have we been doing with our lives?
I was at Iggy's. I was part of that.
Oh, my gosh.
It was fine.
Yeah, no, it was cool. But, like, the second I've whittled down my list, and some people are doing it for the 3rd time, we're in a wild spot.
Yeah, this is all weird watching these guys that are having to make public announcements that they're coming back every year. Bert Ficklin has made 2 announcements that he's coming back to Utah.
Right, and he has to. He's got to, because
Utah
that's what people
fans
ask.
are desperately wanting to know. And we have not heard yet an official one from Devin Dampier. Because everybody does the all-in thing, or I'm back, or re-signed. If somebody doesn't do it that's prominent, you're like, uh-oh. Devin Dampier hasn't said he's all in yet. What's going on? Portal's open for another week.
#blessed. Just want to thank my family, my coaches.
Some guys have a flair for the dramatic.
People who have gotten me here. But more importantly, I want to thank me. Who was it that said that? Was it Snoop? Yeah. I want to thank me.
That's a great line.
These guys
should
all right
thank
there.
themselves. They've worked hard. They deserve it.
So I was shocked that Dylan Raiola ended up at Oregon.
I'm shocked Oregon wanted him.
I am too. I think this guy's so massively overhyped. I do not think you're getting your money's worth, Oregon. It might not mean much to you, Phil Knight, to throw some money at the guy.
Some of these teams, and maybe there's something to this. There's somebody like Dylan Raiola, who's the big 4 or 5-star guy. They think that once they get him in their system with their athletes, that he can take off. And look what Carson Beck has done with Miami. Maybe there's some truth to that. Look what who was the Ohio State quarterback last year that we thought sucked? Will Howard.
Yeah,
he was like mid at Kansas State.
Yeah,
and he goes and wins the national championship of Ohio State. So it doesn't really matter probably who you put in at quarterback if you're Oregon. Look what Indiana's going to do. They got Josh Hoover next year.
That's crazy.
Isn't that crazy? Indiana's we got Mendoza, Heisman. He's going to go to the NFL, and now we got Josh Hoover that comes along and he's ready to play for us.
Sam Leavitt goes to LSU, and he should thank Damon Williams Jr. for that because that deal fell apart. Was there a deal?
Doesn't Sam Leavitt and Lane Kiffin feel like a perfect marriage?
That works. It works. And, for a kid who I think he prepped in Portland, right? He prepped in Oregon.
He's from Portland.
Yeah.
He spent his COVID year here in Utah at Pleasant Grove High School.
Right.
Sam Leavitt did.
I think that you look and you go, because if I'm Oregon, I'm going, that is the better guy in the transfer portal. I would much rather have a
Sam Leavitt in
Leavitt.
Oregon would make a lot of sense.
I know.
Right? But they were not even talking.
No, I bet there's some bridges that have been burned.
There
it's a
must be.
shock with the Leavitt family. I know it's a shock that they might hold a grudge somewhere along the line.
I don't know the history with the Oregon
I don't either.
teams,
I'm just wondering why there wouldn't be some money thrown at the guy.
Surprised that
hey,
Sam Leavitt
us.
and Oregon were never a marriage.
Yeah, I mean, the guy looks the part of Oregon quarterbacks. Transfer in. Dylan Raiola, to me, he's transferring in after an injury. I don't think he's as good as people think that he is. He's not my guy if you're Oregon. I just don't know. I don't know if they're going to be able to do it with him. But maybe we've been proven wrong before.
Well, here's the truth. How much do you Dante Moore seems like a talent, but I mean, I've watched him at UCLA and watched him at Oregon. Same kind of thing. Like, are you a product of the system and the players around you, or are you really that good? Dante Moore is going to be a first-round draft pick in the NFL. But if you're a Utah fan, you watched him when he was at UCLA throw pick sixes, you're like, this guy looks good, but not playing great.
Yeah.
You watched him against Indiana, it's like, ooh. But, these things happen for some of these quarterbacks. Can Dylan Raiola reach his potential, his 5-star potential at Oregon in that system, in that program? We'll have to see.
I love the transfer portal. You know why? Because there's 10,000 people in it. And you weed out
10,000.
I know 10,000 players in it. And the transfer portal being as active as it is only good for college football, for the parity side of things. It's not good for the it's not a good look. It doesn't feel like college football sometimes.
It has, and we're starting to see it, and I thought we would even the playing field a bit.
When North Texas signs 3 4-star guys in this latest run here, you're able to do something in college football and be competitive with teams that were never close to being competitive.
Right.
And that is just good for all of us in terms of the watching of the quality of football.
Just as an example, is BYU better now and more competitive on a national scale now than they were 5 years ago?
1,000%.
Okay, so then NIL has helped even the playing field because a program like BYU, if they have the resources, can make things happen. Before they couldn't. What was happening was some SEC teams and their bagmen were what was happening, and that was it. Everyone else was trying to follow the rules because if you gave a guy a peanut butter and jelly sandwich, you go on probation.
Right.
Those days are over. And so now it has opened things up for teams with resources to go out and make it happen. And some teams are using their resources well, and some are not. How'd LSU do this year? Where were they on NIL spending? Where'd that get them?
It's so weird. I'm looking at the transfer portal action just in the last day. Hot transfer portal action. I'm just looking at
You're not allowed to look that up at work.
It's around a company computer.
We have an HR violation.
You can't check out portal action.
Alex Keary's been watching hot portal action. You disgust me.
You're fired for sure. Annapolis, good thing behind glass, my guy. Listen, Syracuse is having like a heck of a transfer portal season.
Oh, are they?
Yes, it's weird.
Syracuse?
Yeah. I'm not saying that because I'm like, wow, even Syracuse. What I'm saying is it's good for them.
Yeah.
Go out and find some guys.
Yeah.
And become competitive. Lord knows the ACC needs some competitive teams.
Notre Dame will really appreciate that because it's going to help their strength of schedule.
I think Notre Dame plays Syracuse twice next year.
Why not?
All right. Remember the COVID year when we're like, you guys want to come back and play us next week?
Anybody available?
Sure. I mean,
we're open next Saturday. Anybody want to play?
No one's landed at the airport.
Still can't believe that BYU Coastal Carolina situation.
Such a weird game.
Hey, you guys want to play? Sure.
I love it. Okay.
You got 3 days to get here.
Let's take a break. We will come back, and we'll get you ready for the Jazz, who are coming up at 4 o'clock. Stay right here with us, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Whirls around and down. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone is your exclusive home of the Utah Jazz. And we want to send you to the Delta Center to see the Jazz in action. Listen every Tuesday for the Jazz Ticket Tuesday Sounder at 30 past the hour, every hour, all day long. And if you're caller number 12, you'll be on your way to an upcoming game.
Buy one, you'll get one free.
It's Jazz Ticket Tuesday, every Tuesday throughout the NBA season on your radio home for the Utah Jazz. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Beehive meals, we use them, we love them, and that's a fact. If you've got a crock pot at home, this is for you. If you don't, get out of Utah because I don't know anybody who has no crock pot in their house. And if you have those things, a crock pot and Beehive meals, meal prep is done. They've done it for you already. They're a meal service that is Utah-based, started right here, and they are now shipping to all 50 states. JJ, when they started, I think it was at 6. And, it was just Utah.
Yeah.
And then they went to like 3 or 4, and then they went to 6.
Like Arizona, but now it's all over.
Then it was 23, and then my son gave me the heads up. They're like, at the beginning of the year, it's going to be 50. So they are nationwide now, and I love it. You can get these meals, and it's fresh packed, and it's frozen. It comes to your home, and you just slice open the bag, and you throw it in there, and the meals are phenomenal, and you don't have to do anything. It's effortless, and that's the best part about it.
Yeah. So dinner time, I don't know about your household, but dinner time is one of the most stressful and contentious parts of the day because I'm hungry, I want to eat. And, you and the wife are just worn out, and the thought of having to, from scratch, prepare a meal makes you go crazy. Going out and getting fast food and knowing how much that's going to cost makes you crazy. Simplify things. Take the stress out of dinner time. Beehive meals will help you do that. They take care of the thinking and the planning and all that stuff. It's in your freezer. It's stocked and ready to go meals. You just throw in your crock pot earlier that day. Everybody gets home. You know what you're eating. You throw it on the plate. You're good to go. Cook up a couple sides, like make some rice real quick or something like that, and you're golden. The other thing about this is it's affordable for real families. Beehive Meals is cost-effective to take out and everything out. $3 to $4 per serving. Make this a thing in your home. Go to beehivemeals.com. Try your first order. You're going to get some money off. That's beehivemeals.com.
These days, many companies have turned to influencers to tout their products or services. But here at John Watson Chevrolet, the only endorsement we need is from our customers. Because of their feedback, we're proud to be Utah's best reviewed Chevy dealer. Visit us today to see why we get reviews like,
"Their sales team is the best. Didn't put on any pressure, just super helpful and fun. They made the process a breeze."
John Watson Chevrolet, your 5-star Chevy dealer. 3535 Wall Avenue, Ogden. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
Everybody loves the season of giving, but now the season of paying for it is upon us. That not-so-wonderful time of the year when millions of Americans open their credit card statements, stare in horror at the balance, and resolve then and there to find new ways to save money. If you're among those Americans, why not start by cutting your wireless bill in half right now with Pure Talk's Saver Plan? It's easy. You'll get unlimited talk, text, and 3 gigs of high-speed data on a super-fast, nationwide 5G network for just $20 a month. Just dial pound 250, say Mike Rowe, and you'll save an additional 50% off your first month. Ho, ho, ho! And if you're active or former military or a first responder, you'll save an additional 20% every single month. That's pound 250. Say Mike Rowe for the gift that keeps on saving from America's wireless company. Pure Talk.
Start the new year strong with a Hercules Gold tiered checking account. Earn up to 4.25% APY and make your money work harder for you. This account combines high rewards with everyday convenience so you can reach your goals faster. Open your Gold tier checking account today and let's grow stronger together in 2026. Visit HerculesCU.com to learn more. Hercules First Federal Credit Union. Growing stronger together for 80 years. Ready for unbeatable deals? At Tim Daly Nissan Southtown, drive home a new Sentra starting at just $19,900. Need more space? Get up to $9,000 off new Pathfinders. Or grab a rugged Frontier for as low as $399 a month. With 99% approval, 0 down, and 90 days until your first payment. There's never been a better time to buy. Plus, every vehicle comes with a Tim Daly Forever warranty. Only at Tim Daly Nissan Southtown. Looking for insurance solutions that actually work for you? United Underwriters have been serving Utah families for over 25 years, offering smarter coverage solutions at better prices. United Underwriters auto policies include a no-cost windshield benefit because we travel on I-15 just like you, and also offer smart home insurance solutions and earthquake plans you can't find anywhere else. Call United Underwriters at 801-396-0828 or visit uuinsurance.com. United Underwriters. Real insurance solutions. Real value. Real partners. Based right here in Utah.
This is a Utah Mammoth at 50 update on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Utah Mammoth center Jack McBain beat the crap out of somebody this weekend, and he's also trying to look on the positives following a home loss to Columbus.
Yeah, every point matters. I think, the Kill did a good job to get it into overtime, and unfortunate, they're on the 4-on-3 is tough, but every point matters kind of all the way through the rest of the season.
That's your Mammoth at 50 update. Jazz Daily's next. JJ and Alex, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
You know what's coming. Your daily deep dive into everything Utah Jazz. It's time! All season long and even in the off-season. It's Jazz Daily with JJ and Alex on your exclusive home of Utah Jazz basketball. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Welcome back, everybody. JJ and Alex, 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone. Short time here on today's show as we get you ready for the Utah Jazz and the Cleveland Cavaliers coming up from Cleveland. So looking forward to it. And that one's coming up in just a few minutes here. Lots going on, of course. This one in Cleveland, JJ, you said it before the show. It's like anything they can do to make you forget what happened at Delta Center last time. They were out losing by 55 to the Charlotte Hornets. How do you reset on that one?
I think it's easy. You just get back out on the court and play. You can't do anything about that. It was bad. Here's a chance to go on the road in a new venue and play against a really good team. The Cavaliers aren't having the season that we all expected them to have. But for this Jazz team, it's just a chance to get back out there and show that what happened the other night was a fluke. It was a weird game, weird situation. Put it behind you. And I think in their situation, it's a little easier to do that than if they were a contender and it happened to them and we were, had a microscope on every little thing this team was doing. So I think they'll bounce back nicely tonight. I don't know that they win, but they'll play much better.
Get Lowry back.
Yeah, that'll help.
That's gonna be big for him. And I think, by the way, not that this is a shock, Keontae does so much better when Lowry's out on the floor.
It's a nice compliment, absolutely.
And so then he can have a good night, Lowry can have a good night, and then you can kind of see what happens from there. Do you expect to win in Cleveland? Probably not. Hey, Win Ticket Wednesday this week, we're giving away tickets. The Skijoring Utah returning back to Heber City, January 16th and 17th. Tickets available online at proskijor.com. Get your tickets there, or you can win them on Wednesday at a Win Ticket Wednesday. That's going to wrap it for us. We're going to be back again tomorrow. We're going to jam as much as we can in tomorrow, too. So we'll see you then. Jazz basketball coming up next. Jazz Cavs in Cleveland, 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone.
Win big this Wednesday on the KSL Sports Zone with Win Ticket Wednesday. This week, win tickets to see Skijoring Utah returning to Heber City January 16th and 17th. Get your tickets today at proskijor.com. That's proskijor.com. And listen to the KSL Sports Zone all day Wednesday for your chance to win. Want to get the latest info on Utah's newest sports franchise? Sign up for the Utah Mammoth newsletter. Get exclusive analysis, plus the latest news and notes on the Utah Mammoth. Sign up today at KSLSports.com for the Utah Mammoth newsletter.
Open.
SLC Fat Loss, SaltLakeCityFatLoss.com is the website. Real people, real results. If you go to it right now, you can schedule a free 15-minute phone consultation. What do you do in that free 15-minute phone consultation? You ask them what the program is about. It's not about injections. It's not about surgery. It's not about supplements they're trying to sell you or meals that they try to sell you. It's real results from a program that's followable, and it works for us, and it can work for you. Go check out their website right now, SaltLakeCityFatLoss.com.
Yeah, because due to overwhelming demand, Salt Lake City Fat Loss has extended their huge New Year's sale over 20% off for a limited time only. Whether you want to love what you see in the mirror again, boost your energy, or fit better in your clothes, whatever your reason is, Salt Lake City Fat Loss will help you reach your weight loss goals. Take advantage of that huge New Year's sale that's ending soon and schedule your free consultation today at slcfatloss.com. Lock in those savings. I lost 40 pounds in 60 days. You can have similar results on this program at slcfatloss.com. That's slcfatloss.com.
At Peach Windows and Doors, they help homeowners stay in the homes they love while upgrading to the elegance, efficiency, and natural light of today. With hundreds of 5-star Google reviews, their clients know Peach Windows and Doors deliver what they promise.
I wanted to replace standard-size French doors with a large custom sliding door. The update required checking a weight-bearing wall. Plus, I wanted a couple of different styles of windows. The new sliding door created a much brighter and open look. Peach was so helpful along the way with recommendations and ideas, and the installers were efficient and respectful of my space. I was thrilled with Peach Windows and Doors.
Give your $1 million home the $1 million feel it deserves. Don't wait on that someday project. Visit Peach Windows and Doors Salt Lake Showroom. Schedule a free in-home visit. You can also explore at peachwindowsanddoors.com or just call them at 801-566-1255. Peach Windows and Doors, where amazing home transformations begin.
Here's the tale of Tina, searching up and down for decent GLP-1s, but got spun around.
Till good RX